Be me, college student, planning to go on a backpacking trip with a friend in Appalachia. Let's call him Nick. Planned trip is only a 2-day, 18-mile hike. No big deal. Close to Christmas time, so we aren't expecting the trail to be busy on the stretch we are looking at. First night, we are staying in a hostel. Second night, we will be camping in tents at a campground. Our plans seem pretty bulletproof. Packed my Ruger Wrangler in case we ran into some rabbits to cook. The stretch of the trail we planned on hiking was pretty rocky, so we made sure to have extra first aid supplies just in case one of us sprained an ankle. Fast forward to Friday night. Drive up. We get to the dirt lot outside of the stretch of the trail. It is around 8 p.m., so already dark, but the hostel that we will be sleeping in for the night is only around 1 mile out. Get there at around 8:30. Took us around 10 minutes to get our stuff out of my car. Only people there, so we don't have to worry about being quiet. Shut the door behind us. Rev up our camp stoves to make some tasty, freeze-dried spaghetti. Yum. Head to bed at 10 p.m., as we will need the rest for tomorrow's hike. Hostels on this stretch of the trail are basically cabins. They have steel doors, and this particular one had a skylight. To add to this, sleeping arrangements were wooden bunks, around 8 total in this hostel. There were 2 wooden tables for eating at, nailed to the floor in the center of the room. We chose to sleep in the bunk directly across from the door, with me on the bottom bunk and Nick on the top. Wake up suddenly, still kinda half asleep. Check watch. 2:14 a.m. Skylight is covered, must have snowed. Snow wasn't on the forecast, kinda odd, but whatever. It's December in the Northeast, not that out of the question. About to go to sleep when I hear a light tapping on the steel door to the shelter. At first, think that it must be a hiker showing up late. Get up to open the door for them when I stop myself. Why the fuck would someone decide to hike on a notoriously rocky section at midnight? Decide that it's just an animal, go back in my sleeping bag and head back to sleep. Around 20 minutes later, I wake up again to door sounds. This time, someone knocking instead of tapping. Consider shitting my pants, but manage not to. See that Nick is already up, shining his flashlight at the door. Dude, what the fuck is happening? I ask. You think someone is trying to get in? He spits back. No shit. Whatever the hell was knocking on the door, we were not letting them in. If it was a person, they would just have to set up their tent and sleep outside for the night. Knocking continues for around 10 more minutes until it finally stops. Guess the idiot finally took a hint, I whisper. Nick chuckles, but then we hear what sounds like a man crying on the other side of the door. Not a kid, but like a 60-year-old man. We both freeze, completely in fight or flight mode. Maybe it's just an animal, except I don't know what fucking animal sounds like a crying old dude. Snap out of it and decide to draw my Ruger, but feel that whatever the hell is making that noise won't give a shit about being shot with a .22. Noise starts to get higher, off the ground that is, until suddenly it seems like the source is on the roof. Slowly look at the snow-covered skylight. Clearly see boot prints just in the center of it. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Pull out satellite phone, since we aren't morons, and packed one just in case. Dial 911. Tell them where we are, and that there is a crying geriatric on the hostel we are in. 911 operator sounds like she is trying to hold back a laugh, but tells us an officer is heading over to check it out. Suddenly feel a bit of relief. 45 minutes later, old dude still crying on the skylight. We see a red and blue strobe reflect off the snow. Finally, he is here. Crying from old dude stops. Boot prints still at the same spot on the skylight. Me and Nick quickly put on our shirts and get up to meet him. He knocks on the door. Received a report of an old man crying on the roof. Ha, yeah, that's us. We'll be there in a second. Put down my Ruger because I'd rather not have the cop get the wrong idea, even if I don't think I look suspicious at all. Let him in and tell him what the fuck has been happening for the past 2+ hours at this point. Show him the boot prints on the roof. He still seems to not quite be buying it, but he says he'll do a perimeter check of the hostel to see if he can find any prints or personal items of someone who could be messing with us. Goes back out the door, closes it behind him. In the meantime, Nick and I set up a lantern and decide to sit at one of the tables and wait. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes go by. Wonder what the fuck is taking so long. Decide to check over at the skylight and notice that now there are 2 sets of boot prints instead of just 1. We end up staying awake until sunrise, until finally gathering the courage to go outside and see what the fuck was happening. Cop car is gone. No sign of the officer. Dude just bailed on us. What an asshole, Nick says. Consider calling 911 and complaining, when Nick gets a genius idea. There is a tree overhanging the roof, so he wants to go and climb it and go up on the roof to check out the boot prints. Tell him it's a mega stupid plan, and that we should just head back to my car and scrap the trip. He is adamant on doing it. Fine, but try and get a picture of the prints, I concede. Eat my breakfast grits while waiting for him to get down. He doesn't. No noise coming from the roof. Oh fuck, whatever was up there must have got him. Decide to climb the roof myself. When I reach the top, find nothing except Nick's phone right next to the boot prints. Yell out for him on the roof, assuming he should be close and able to hear me. No reply. Pick up phone and check his pictures. Took around 5. Click on first one. Picture of the roof, nothing on it. Seems normal. Second one. Picture of the sun. Third one. Picture of a black work boot sitting on the roof. Fourth one. Super close-up picture of the snow. Assumed he dropped the phone at this point. Fifth one. Picture of me eating my grits next to the hostel. Without thinking, immediately get off of the roof and run back to my car. Fuck packing my shit or finding Nick. I'll file a missing persons report. Drive to the nearest town and call the local PD. Hi, I need to file a missing persons report. Me and my friend were sleeping overnight at a hostel on the Appalachian Trail, and he went missing in the morning while looking for something on the roof. Also, you guys sent an officer over here, and he left without doing anything. We are aware. He had an emergency he needed to attend to. Answers a man who sounds oddly familiar. Hey, wait a fucking second. You're the asshole that... Hangs up. No idea if they even filed a report. Decide to look around the hostel myself, just to at least get our stuff, and see if I can find any footprints that could be his. This time, bring my Mauser I have in the trunk of my car, just to have more of a fighting chance against whatever was on the roof. Park in the lot again. Walk until I can see the hostel. See what looks like a torn shirt on the stairs to the door. Exact shirt Nick wore the night before. Feel an immense wave of dread dawn on me. Know for certain that he is not going to be found, if they will even try searching for him. Go back to my car, feeling defeated. No idea what I'm going to do, or what the thing was that most likely killed my friend, or why the police refused to take me or the situation seriously. Not a trucker, but am friends with a lot, and used to work a lot with truck drivers. B 2014, working for a lumberyard. Monday morning hung the fuck over, in helping load staircases into a box truck for delivery to another branch of the lumberyard. Truck drivers are 2 guys I normally see, both in their 30s. One is ex-Marine. Both are hardcore bikers, both decent guys. Was talking about how our weekends were. Truck drivers tell me they didn't get home until after midnight the previous Friday. Naturally, I asked why. Said they had a load of lumber to drop in Pawpaw WV from Ryazan before they could leave. Lumber needed to be dropped by Saturday morning. They had a long busy day and were held up in traffic, so weren't able to leave for the last drop until almost 7. Get to Pawpaw and have to take a rough gravel road to the drop point for shed being built. Pawpaw is a pretty small town. Truckers said every house they passed, people were standing outside, just staring at the truck as it drove past. Said it was eerie as fuck, having everyone just stare at them. Just brush it off and get to the drop point and unload their shit. Drive back into town and stop at gas station for food. Come out and notice a car parked beside their truck. Guy inside the car was just staring at them while they walked to the truck. Before they get in, the guy gets out and walks towards them, a pint of Jim Beam in hand. Tells them they had better not take the road they came in on. Not tonight, since there had been an accident and the road is blocked off. They are getting in the truck when he says that there has been an awful lot of disappearances lately and to keep their doors locked. Ask what other road he thinks they should take, already thinking he's just a drunk. He tells them to take a back road. Drivers look it up on their GPS and see that it's pretty windy and unpaved. Not too keen on it, but it is the fastest way. Leave and see the guy swigging out of his bottle. On the gravel road, driving through the woods, already 10 p.m. Pick up the pace a little when something really slams into the passenger door. What the fuck was that? Stops truck, thinking it was a deer. Guy on passenger side is about to open his door to look. Again, something rams into the door. Passenger backs away from door and locks it. Go, go, go. Driver shifts into gear, and just as they are about to pull away, passenger looks out and sees a hairy, humanoid thing looking back at him from about 5 feet away. Thing charges at the truck again. Driver stomps on the gas and flies away. They both look in the rearview and can see some tall, dark figure standing in the road behind them, just watching them. Arrive back in the lumberyard. Passenger door has a huge dent in it, and it doesn't open too easily. No one else there, so leave the truck and go home. Monday morning, the manager asks what happened to the truck. Both guys figure manager won't believe them, so they tell him a deer ran into them on Friday night. Manager believes them and says to take another truck. He'll send this one to get repaired. They both tell me they knew what they saw, and it was not a person. Both said they refused to ever go back to Paw Paw again. They tell me to be careful if I ever have to go there, since I would occasionally run small pickup truckloads to lumber to drop sites. They proceed to say, believe it or not, but there is something out there, and it is not friendly. 2 weeks go by. Haven't seen either trucker. Asked my manager about it. He tells me that they quit after refusing to do another delivery in Paw Paw and were declined when they asked for another run instead. I have a second-hand story. One of my professors shared it with the class. He's a molecular biologist from Spain, so very skeptical of ghosts. But he said when he was a kid, he and his father stayed at a house that was kind of haunted. It's not that spooky, but it's a cute story. The gist is this. Professor's dad is in university at the time, studying to become an architect. They're renting a cheap room from this old lady who lives alone. The bed has a single bed, which Professor and his dad have to share. On the first night, the old lady warns Professor's dad to place the mattress on the floor because she is worried about the Professor, who was only a wee lad at the time, falling off the bed. Professor's dad just thinks the old lady is being overprotective and tells her it will be fine. That night, the two of them wake up to the bed shaking violently. They are used to earthquakes and assume that's what it is, but then they realize it's the bed. They jump out of the bed and it immediately stops shaking. Professor's dad decides to pull the mattress onto the floor like the old lady said, and the two of them never experience anything bizarre like that again. Various things like this happen over a long period of time. Odd little things. I'll just share one more. When the woman is going to visit Hawaii one day, she tells Professor's dad to not have any guests and not to ever turn the music on too loud, which Professor's dad promptly ignores by having a barbecue and inviting a friend of his. They are listening to the stereo loudly when it just shuts off for no reason. It's plugged in and the electricity is working. They're like, what the hell is wrong with this piece of junk? Then they see that the volume has just been turned all the way down. Anytime they turn the music back up, the same thing happens, very quickly, making it seem like the stereo shut off. They decide to just leave the music off. So, anyway, after a ton of stuff like this, the Professor's dad finds a blueprint one day. Remember, he is working to become an architect, so he's actually working on a blueprint himself for a project. But somehow, it gets lost, and he winds up looking all over the house for it. He ends up looking in this coat closet, where he sees a ton of suits, and there, rolled up, is a blueprint. He pulls it out, and it's not his blueprint, but he decides at this point, fuck it, I'm going to use this for my project. The old woman comes out, as he's working, and says, "Did I hear you rummaging around in that closet? and Professor's dad says, "Yes, I was looking for my blueprint, and I found this." She says, "My husband was an architect, and that's the blueprint for this house. He built it for me. He died 15 years ago." So, by this point, a ton of minor shit has happened, from hearing footsteps in the hall, to hearing voices, to his son, my professor, claiming multiple times to have seen a man in his room. So he puts 2 and 2 together. Oh shit, I wonder if the old man's ghost is watching over this house. So later, Professor's dad is visiting his brother, who is a Catholic priest, and he mentions how he used to have to cleanse houses back in Spain, but he only ever did it under the guidance of someone with more experience. Professor's dad gets the idea. Hey, you should try to cleanse this house I'm renting a room in. There might be an old man's spirit in there. The old lady is in Hawaii again, so she is not there to protest. So the brother priest comes over and cleanses the house, performing the ritual as best as he can recall. The fucked up thing is that just before this, Professor's dad had found a new place to rent, and he was supposed to be moving out, and his move-out date coincided with the return of the old lady's trip from Hawaii, and as soon as she pulled up to the house, she sensed something was wrong. She stood there, staring at the house, looking confused. She glanced at Professor's dad kinda strangely, and then went inside. By this point, Professor and his dad have packed all their shit into their car, and they are preparing to leave. Professor's dad is about to head inside to say goodbye to the old woman one last time and thank her for her hospitality. But then they both hear her screaming from inside the house. "No! What have you done? What have you done?" Both of them get spooked, and then they hear the old lady scream, "He's gone! He's gone!" Professor's dad thinks, "Oops," and the 2 of them hop back into the car and drive away, never to revisit that house or see the old lady again. That's all. Nothing too special, but my old house has had tons of weird events. Be me, about 10 years old. Family just moved into a renovated 110-year-old house. Belonged to the family, but was basically abandoned for 40 years before my parents fixed it up. New to me house, so I'm scared to sleep alone. My 15-year-old sister has always been sensitive, and she is a bit scared too. She volunteers to sleep in my room with me for a few months until we get used to the house. About my sister, she previously had seen weird phenomena such as a ghost hand wearing a ring appearing under my parents' bed. She heard demonic sounding voices telling her that they would destroy our family. She heard the voice of a little girl at the foot of her bed. I have no younger sisters. Hear lots of odd noises, but could easily discount them as the house settling, etc. We would turn on the attic fan when the temperature allows, because we have no air conditioner in our room, and the noise covers up the sounds at night. One night, I am awoken suddenly out of a deep sleep by my sister screaming and crying. Apparently, something was sitting on her. She said she was not paralyzed because she tried to push it off, but she does not want it to fall on me. One side of the bed was against the wall, so she tries to push it over me to the floor. We turn on the light. Of course, there's nothing there, and my dad comes in and desperately tries to come up with an excuse to explain it that will comfort us. Doesn't work. We sleep on the floor of our parents' room. This happened several times. Something freaky would happen, and we go sleep in my parents' floor at like 3 a.m. Fast forward to a few years later. Be me, 12 or 13. One night, there is a random power outage. Whole neighborhood, as far as we can see. My mom scrambles in the pitch black to find the candles and oil lantern. Suddenly, both of my sisters start freaking out. They claim that they can see blacker than black shadows of bats, cats, and other animals around the house. The shadow creatures became a recurring thing. We had no pets of any kind in the house, and the shadows were often of non-animal shapes anyway. My mom saw shadow men multiple times, even described the Hat Man trope, despite never having heard of it before. Fast forward to my teenage years. Be me, 16. Anything witchy, strictly forbidden in our house. Parents had even banned Zelda on NES when we were younger because of magic. Nevertheless, I am fascinated by paranormal stuff, and stay up late reading all about ghosts, UFOs, conspiracies, the usual stuff that was talked about on Above Top Secret in 2004. Despite this, and being awake alone most nights, I rarely experience anything I can't explain away pretty easily. Become a bit of a skeptic, just to make myself less uneasy, despite consuming all of this paranormal content. My oldest sister is married and has moved out by this time. We are preparing to go on a family vacation, so she and my brother-in-law are sleeping in the living room, brother-in-law on the floor in front of the sofa. I'm sitting at the computer in the next room, not reading anything spooky or X-related that I recall. My brother-in-law appears at the peripheral of my vision. Kinda freaks me out, because I was not expecting it. He's giving me a weird look, asks me if I'm okay. I say sure, and ask what's up. He says he wakes up staring at the ceiling, and sees a flash of bright white light, which glides along the top of the ceiling, and floats over my head in my chair. Kinda freaked, but skeptical me thinks maybe he dreamed it or something. Over the next few years, 3 different people independently report a similar phenomenon while sleeping on or in front of the sofa. Dad wakes up with a bright white light over top of him, jumps up, and yells loud enough to wake the whole house. Sister wakes up, sees the bright white light jump into her chest, and she jumps up crying while trying to brush off whatever it was, thinking it was still on her. 2006, worried about tropical storm Ernesto. Sister's family is worried about flooding near her house, so she comes to stay with us. During the power outage that night, 2 of my nephews, again, sleeping on the floor in front of the sofa, claim to see more blacker than black shadows of people walking around the house while everyone is asleep. Again, 2006-ish, about 2 a.m. I'm on the computer listening to some music when I hear a horrendous crash come from the kitchen. Frozen. I wait and listen for a solid 10 to 15 minutes, but I don't hear anything else. Steel myself and walk into the kitchen, wielding a coffee mug like I'm about to fight a dragon. The telephone has been ripped off of the wall and is laying in the middle of the floor, 5 or 6 feet away. Phone has been there for 10 plus years, has never been loose to our knowledge. Had switched to a wireless phone a few years before anyway, so it was rarely used. The mount is completely broken. Freaking the fuck out, go to my room and hug my .22 LR rifle with the lights on until my dad gets up at 5:30 a.m. That house is weird. I still hear weird noises when I'm there, but I usually just discount them as the house settling or boards creaking just from age. Periodically, I'll hear a single light knock at the door at all times of the day. Obviously, nothing or no one is there when we check. Still happens multiple times a day, and with multiple witnesses. My grandfather used to tease me by telling me that my great-great-grandfather had hung himself in my bedroom closet. Of course, he was just messing with me, as they did not even live in that house when he died. Still, once in a rare while, the mood of that house shifts on a dime, so to speak, and it's like it comes alive with odd noises and corner-of-the-eye kind of stuff for no apparent reason. I want to share a funny one, if that's okay. It was one of those, I was the spook stories. In 5th grade, friend and I are super into scary stories to tell in the dark. We decided it would be funny to come up with our own ghost story and freak everyone out, so we make up a story about the school bathroom being haunted. In my school, the 5th grade bathroom was the only bathroom that was all alone by itself. We'd ask the teacher to go, then come back and lie to the other boys about having seen a ghost. I told them I heard a disembodied voice. My friend, he felt someone touch him. Then we elaborate the story and say that the previous year, some kid had done the Bloody Mary ritual in the school bathroom and gone missing. Supposedly, Bloody Mary snatched him and pulled him into the mirror, and now he is trapped there. So, it was all just all of this fake lore that we made up, but the other kids start believing it because we kept insisting that it's all real. Pretty soon, other kids are coming back from bathroom breaks, shaken up, claiming to have heard voices in there. Everybody's got their own story. Then shit starts hitting the fan. People start getting too scared to use the bathroom alone. One kid gets caught pissing in the coat closet to avoid going by himself. Another kid shits his pants, trying to hold it until recess. Shit like this is happening in every 5th grade class. Teachers get us all together one day and demand to know who started the rumor about the haunted bathroom. Nobody can even remember that it was all me and my friend, because they've all been making up their own stories by this point. A Jehovah's Witnesses kid gets pulled out of school because his parents think something demonic is happening at the school. Bathroom mirrors are found shattered one day. Some kid apparently went in and broke them all. Thought it would get Bloody Mary and the missing kid to leave us all alone. School had to pay to get it all repaired. Mini cacks. I've got one more story that I can currently remember. Not at my house, but at my cousin's house. He lives right next to a huge creek. Hispanics, so lots of don't go out into the creek because of La Llorona, a lady that drowns kids. I was currently dealing with a little dick kid back home, so I wasn't really scared, but my cousin, who was slightly older than me, was scared shitless. His older siblings did not help either. His room has its own restroom, but it's right next to his closet. His older siblings tell them that monsters hide in the closet, so he avoids that restroom at all costs. I'm sleeping over. I ain't afraid, so I just chill. He wakes me up in the middle of the night. Don't remember what time, I just wanted to go back to sleep. Cousin asked me to accompany him to go pee. The fuck are you talking about? Your restroom is right there. He's too scared, so he asks if I can go with him to the backyard, and he will pee out there. Yeah, sure, whatever. Door to the backyard is right down the hallway for his room, so it's no biggie. We go outside, and he starts peeing. Moon completely lights up the night. I'm looking around the backyard, since I did not want to stare at my peeing cousin. Admire the treehouse. I always wanted one. I notice something bright towards the top of the tree. On my life, I see a doll with a flowing white dress floating about 3 feet over the tree. Got chills just remembering. The dress was almost transparent, and the doll was glowing the same color as the moon. Cousin, what's that? He looks up and starts sprinting towards the door. He's not even done peeing. He is running and leaking at the same time. I'm closer to the door, so I'm in first. We both make it to his bed and just hide under the blankets until we fall asleep. Next morning, his mom beat his ass for pissing himself all the way down the hallway. Never talked about it again. I still don't know what that was. Ask any US Marine about the shadow people of 29 Palms. If they've been out there, there is a good chance that they have seen them. There's a lot of weird stories and sightings from that desert hellhole, but the shadow men people are the most common I've heard. On fire watch at about 3 a.m. First Mar Div got rowdy and drunk a couple nights prior, so now we need to post a fire watch to make sure these idiots don't try to steal shit or fuck with our guys. See a figure dart between 2 of our cans. Yell, who's there? Get no reply. Come out, fucker, I saw you. See a silhouette step out from behind the can and just stand there. What the fuck are you doing? Corporal walks out of the can behind me and asks who I'm yelling at. Turn around and say, some idiot over there, Corporal. Turn back and see silhouette gone. Corporal tells me to go check behind the can. Find nothing. He says it's probably a shadow person and tells me to just leave them alone. Says in his culture, Creole, it's bad luck to interact with them or look at them for too long. Tells me to check off about 15 minutes early and get some sleep. High school, senior year. GF of 2 years cheats on me. Hurts bad. Decide to end it all. Family has no guns, and I have none myself. Take a rope and head into the woods. Long story short, I hang myself. I remember the world going dark. Then nothing. Then waking up. Shaking like fucking crazy. Early February in Vermont. Not sure how long it's been, but I'm lying on the ground with the rope beside me. It somehow came untied, which seems weird. Fuck, it's freezing. Decide not to try again tonight. My warm, cozy bed is calling me. Head home. Drift off to sleep. Have a weird dream. My uncle who recently died is in it. He was one of the only people who ever looked out for me. Without getting too much into it, my parents aren't exactly the best people. Uncle kinda helped raise me. One of the only people in my family I actually liked. He died last year. In my dream, I'm a kid again. We're chilling on Uncle's porch. We used to do that a lot, and Uncle would tell me stories. This time, we are just sitting there, staring at the woods. He finally turns to me and says one thing. You owe me one. Wake up. It's the next morning. The dream is still vivid in my mind. Feels super heavy. Decide to man up and get over my shit. Decide to make Uncle proud. Start to lift. Pick up some of our hobbies. Dedicate myself to school too. Graduate and work my way through school. Just got my bachelor's degree this spring. Starting a master's program soon. Not sure if my failed suicide and the dream were a coincidence, but it didn't feel like it. Thanks, Uncle Tim. I miss you. It was the early 90s. As usual, I, a small third grader, was sent to my grandparents' village for the summer. It wasn't a bad place, considering it was in the far north. Anyone who's been deep in the Arkhangelsk region will understand. Old wooden houses, 2 and even 3 stories tall, a big yard, cows, chickens. The village sat on the bank of a river near the mouth of the White Sea. Beyond that, for 250 kilometers, it was nothing but wilderness. True, untouched wilderness. But I loved going there. There were no computers back then, and here I could run around with the local kids, sleep in, and watch funny Yeltsin clips and grandma's soap operas on my TV. My grandparents were well off by village standards, thrifty, self-sufficient, always helping others. Grandpa, in particular, lived like a king. He had a snowmobile and a motorboat, luxuries few collective farmers could afford. He was a real man, with a capital M, massive, broad-shouldered, sinewy, his black and white beard framing a booming bass voice. Despite being in his 80s, he seemed unbreakable. His eyes were gone, taken by the Fritzes in the war. On holidays, he wore his jacket like a New Year's tree, medals gleaming all over. A warrior, like Odin the One-Eyed. He was always singing, always joking. That summer, as usual, Grandpa decided to head to his hut in the taiga and took me along to teach me the ways of the land, how to fish, how to get snares. We left in the morning, loading up the boat with supplies. Grandma packed us food. It was a long trip, a full day's journey. The weather was perfect, and the river kept the mosquitoes away. Grandpa, as always, cracked jokes, this time about some meaty trinkets I should have ready when I met the girl of my dreams. He got carried away with it. I would have preferred stories about the war, but he never talked about that. Too young to know those horrors, he would say. The banks were empty, untouched by people. Only the occasional stray barrel or drifting logs hinted that others had ever passed this way. By evening, we approached a large, steep bend in the river. On the high bank, there were old ruins, evidence that someone had lived there long ago. Grandpa grew tense and warned that this place was dangerous. It was called Dark Navalok. As if on cue, the weather shifted, the sky darkened, and a light drizzle began. The clouds rushed in, and the water started to rock the boat. I was small, and did not know how to swim well, and was terrified. I clung to Grandpa, begging him to dock. Grandpa did not say anything, and just increased the motor speed. The wind picked up, and the boat rocked violently. Water splashed into the bottom. I started to cry. A feeling of emptiness washed over me, and an unexplainable fear settled in. Grandpa, though he looked calm, seemed different. He seemed not quite himself. After a moment, he stopped trying to push forward and steered the boat toward the shore. We needed shelter from the rain and wind, and thankfully, a slanted barn appeared in the distance. Grandpa seemed openly uneasy now. His one eye darted around, and his hands trembled. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. We tied the boat up and headed for the barn. Inside, there was almost nothing. Just old nets, empty cans, and a rusty shovel. Outside, the storm raged on. Grandpa spread out a tarpaulin and took out a thermos to pour tea, but his hands were shaking. I was seriously worried. I asked him what was wrong, but he mumbled something about a cursed place. Then he looked at me with an expression I had never seen on his face before, utter exhaustion, and he said he felt unwell, that he would take a nap and we would continue once the weather calmed down. He placed the loaded gun beside me and told me not to go anywhere, to wake him if anything happened. After some time, I felt a strange, overwhelming fatigue. I tried to stay awake, but eventually I drifted into a strange, deep sleep. When I woke up, It took me a moment to realize something was wrong. The storm had stopped and it was night. Grandpa was still lying where he had been. I tried to wake him, but he was not breathing. Panic hit me hard. I was terrified, alone in the taiga at night with Grandpa unresponsive. Summoning every ounce of courage that I had, I decided to search for help. I grabbed the gun and headed to the boat, trying to stay alert in case of wolves or something else appeared. That's when I noticed something strange. The air felt different. The sky had a strange crimson glow. The river was still, completely motionless. There was a burning smell in the air, and everything sounded wrong, like a nightmare. Looking up at the top of the bank, I saw a wooden church. I could swear it had not been there during the day. The light was on inside. I ran toward it, dropping the gun. As I got closer, I heard voices. People were praying. I opened the door and saw a group of people. Women, children, old men and women. They paid no attention to me. Their eyes were fixed on the icon as they prayed. They looked strange, like people from an old family photo of my grandmother's. The women wore headscarves and dresses, the children wore shirts, and the men wore black zip-ons. I asked for help, but no one responded. 2 women came up to me and took my hands, while the men locked the door behind me. I screamed that my grandfather needed help, but they did not listen. They led me to the icon and told me to pray. The words had a strange, hypnotic effect on me. I don't know why, but I began to mumble about Jesus, even though I had never read the Bible. I forgot about my grandfather and slipped into a strange trance. The women and old women spoke about how we would all go to paradise, that God was waiting for us, and that the Antichrist would not take our souls. I did not understand what was happening, and I did not want to. Their prayers slowly turned into sobs as they kept praying. Then, suddenly, there was a deathly silence. The door of the church was being pounded on, and with each strike, it grew louder. I had no idea who was outside, but it terrified me. Women and children screamed in hysteria. The men stood frozen. Suddenly, one of them grabbed a candle and threw it into a pile of hay in the corner. The room ignited immediately. No one ran. Everyone watched as the fire spread. It dawned on me that they had decided to burn themselves and me alive. I considered running, but the women had a tight grip on me. The fire was getting closer, and people began to burn, screaming wildly. Meanwhile, the door struggled to stay intact from the force of blows on the outside. I was overcome with an almost inhuman fear. The fire, the smoke, these strange people who had chosen to burn themselves, and the real Antichrist was breaking into the church. I was slipping into unconsciousness. Then, the door to the room was smashed open, and a huge, unrecognizable figure emerged from the fire and smoke. Through my tear-filled eyes, I saw he was holding a massive axe, and he was heading straight toward me. His hand swung back for a blow, and I closed my eyes, ready for death. But then there was a sudden strike, followed by something splashing. The numbness faded, and I opened my eyes to see the lifeless bodies of the old women who had been holding me. Turning my head, I saw a man covered in soot, his one-eyed, burned face twisted in rage, holding a bloody shovel. It was my grandfather. He grabbed me by the armpits, pressing me to his chest, and rushed out of the church, swinging the shovel at the burning people around us. A roar filled the air. Antichrist, Antichrist. The ring of possessed people was closing in. Grandpa fought fiercely, his shovel crushing bones, and his powerful curses echoing in the chaos. We managed to escape the church, and Grandpa ran with me toward the shore. After that, I don't remember anything. I woke up in the hospital at the district center. The nurse told me I had carbon monoxide poisoning and burns in my respiratory tract. Fishermen found me in a boat 50 kilometers away from Naval, unconscious and covered by a tarpaulin. A few days later, they found my grandfather, half lying, half sitting in the same spot where I had left him before heading to the barn. There was no church, only long, overgrown charred logs remained. The police from the district center did not believe my story about Naval, and never did my parents. They chalked it up to shock. The only ones who seemed to understand were the local officer and the fishermen who found me. They crossed themselves. We took my grandmother with us from the village and buried my grandfather. When I was older, my grandmother, near death, told me a story about how, in the 1920s, NKVD officers had tried to force the local old believers out of the taiga and civilize them. The people had resisted and locked themselves in their church, choosing to burn themselves alive, believing that the Antichrist had arrived on Earth. After the fire was put out and the ashes cleared, they found one barely alive child. It was my grandfather. I'm really glad you wrote this down because it reminded me that one of my friends had a pretty similar experience. Here is the story. Be my friend. In high school in Homer, Alaska in the 1980s, being kind of friends with this weird girl in class. She keeps talking about how her brother's double is so annoying. What? Ask her if she means his twin. Does he have a twin? She says no. She means his double. Proceeds to tell my friend about how she sees her brother in two places at once and also interacts with them. Like, she walks into the kitchen and her brother is there eating cereal. Then she walks into the living room through the only pathway and there is her brother watching TV. She says she can talk to both of them and they behave similarly, although the double only appears at her house. Only difference is that the double likes playing pranks. Apparently, the double likes to hide in weird places like her closet or in kitchen cabinets or under the couch and jump out and scare her. My friend is thoroughly what the fucking at this point. He also does not believe her at all and thinks it's complete bullshit because this girl is totally into spirits and Ouija and is almost talking about communing with the dead and third eyes and other stuff that makes her story suspect. Plus, she's told him a lot of other ghost stories at this point and they all sounded like total bullshit, but this one is different because she is not scared and she did not frame it as a ghost story or even a cult. It was just part of her life. Flash forward like 20 years. Currently living in WA. Travel back to Homer for some family event. I don't remember what he said. At the Anchorage airport, my friend runs into that girl's brother. They recognize each other from high school and catch up a bit, and he learns that the brother is also coming into town to visit and that his sister will also be there. Say goodbye to each other after they collect baggage, and my friend makes a note to look up that girl he was friends with in high school, since she will actually be in town. Get to Homer after a several-hour drive. The next day, he goes to her house to say hi. Very small town. He remembered where her folks lived. They catch up, since they have not really talked since high school. My friend casually mentions that he saw her brother at the airport and asked if he was busy and when he would be coming back. The girl looks at him, all confused. Huh? Explains that her brother is coming to visit, but that he won't be here for another 3 days because it was hard finding a flight from CO and back. What? My friend suddenly remembers all that shit this girl told him about her brother's double back in high school. Shipwrecks. After that, I think they talked about it for a bit, and the girl said that she had not seen the double since high school and had kind of forgotten about it, but seemed to take it in stride and find it funny, and said something like, "Glad to hear he's still kicking around up here." Nothing else happened regarding that, but kinda a lot like your story. Let me tell you about the time a weird old man spent an afternoon with me and my family. Not paranormal really, and it has no punchline, but it will keep the thread bumped at least. 12 years old at the time, raised out in the sticks. Tiny property, surrounded by an old wooden fence. There is a country road that runs along the fence for about a mile. Dad and I are outside doing some work one day when we see someone coming down the road. We never see anyone traveling down this road, much less on foot. As the traveler gets closer, we see it's a very old man. He's limping along, carrying a leather satchel on his shoulder. Dad calls out to him, invites him in for lunch. Dad never does this with strangers, but whatever. I don't question my elders. Old man follows me and my dad into the house. Mom serves cornbread and honey, and we eat in a really awkward silence for a while. Then the old man drops his leather satchel onto the table. He begins to tell us a weird story while we eat. Says he's a root worker, what people in my parts called a power man from up north. Says he's been traveling several weeks, pursued by something. I assume he means an animal has been hunting him, but it becomes clear he's talking about some kind of spirit. He calls it a thing, claims that this thing has been moving west along the Appalachian Trail, more or less, following him. A month ago, he stayed with a family in North Carolina, he says, slept overnight in their barn. The next morning, the family's oldest son was found seemingly strangled in his bed. The family thought the old man had something to do with it. They chased him off the property, but somehow, the old man managed to escape, with a limp. The whole story seems incredibly suspicious to me, but I am 12 at the time, so what do I know, right? The old man says, it wasn't me that killed the boy, like he's reading my thoughts. Claims that this thing that's been following him was responsible for the boy's death. So far, this fella isn't sounding like much of a power man to me, lol, but mom and dad appear to believe every word he says. Even dad, who hates people and is very intense, seems really relaxed around this guy. The old man reaches into his leather satchel, leaves his hand in there. I shoot a glance at dad. No reaction. Feeling very nervous, but decide to just keep my trap shut. Dad was not averse to beating my ass if I interrupted adults talking cack. Anyway, the old man goes on. Says the thing that's following him, whatever it is going to pass through our farm next. He wants to pray with us to keep it from harming us. Parents agree. The old man pulls his hand out of his satchel and reaches for my hand. I'm sitting next to him. Now we are all holding hands around the table. He begins to pray. The prayer is in French, which is weird. But even weirder, his hand starts to get really hot. It feels like when you touch the outside of a hot toaster. By the time the old man is finishing his prayer, his hand is starting to seriously burn. He concludes his prayer, says that we should all be safe, but that we need to be careful for the next few days. We are still holding hands at this point, and I notice his hand is now noticeably cool. Then he grabs his satchel and gets up, says he's going to move on to the next place to warn the next family. We follow him outside. The three of us watch as he limps down the road. I remember wondering what the fuck he kept in that fucking satchel. 2 days later, one of our cows dies suddenly. No obvious cause, just killed over in the field. Otherwise, life goes on as normal. The end. Abnormal from the start. Used to be a lot of mining in the area. I figure it fell into one too many tailless piles. So, I was sitting in my tree stand like a true fat ass. Skinny as fuck, but whatever. Deer hunting. It was getting late, and probably past the legal quitting time, but I was hoping that I might see something before it got too dark. I had a Winchester Model 70 in .270. I hated that gun. Its back sight was folding, intended to fold down when I needed it the most. That does not factor into the story. It's just annoying as fuck. Caused me to miss a nice deer once. Location is northern Wisconsin, near the UP border. I am on my uncle's land, and my tree stand is overlooking a small pond that is currently frosted over. The ice is thick. We had run a 4x4 on it a few weeks ago, and it had not warmed up since. Night is falling, and as I think about a warm Irish coffee waiting for me back in the cabin, the bushes start to rustle. I tense up, hoping it's a deer, though hauling it out at this time and in the cold would fucking suck. Out of the bushes stumbles this coyote. It was the biggest fucking coyote I had ever seen. Not as big as a wolf, but large German shepherd sized. Not bulky though, skinny and long, really long. It looks at me, right fucking at me, and screams. The scream nearly set my ears ringing. It was so loud. The sound was metallic, like in the movies when a sub goes too deep. That metal bending and tearing sound, not organic at all. I had already planned to kill it. It was late enough that I knew I would not be able to get a deer, and coyotes are a massive issue for my uncle, as they kill his chickens and sheep. As I began to place the crosshairs on the fuckers, it fell over onto its side and screamed again. The ice cracked when it fell and hit the ice, a loud bang as the crack spread. I felt the tree shake. In the north, when serious ice cracks, it can cause minor earthquakes, break windows, and drop shells. This ice was not that thick, but I still felt the tree move. The coyote was on its side, twitching and gyrating. It then started to move onto its belly, and it got up on its hind legs. It looked right at me and screamed. My ears were ringing after that last one, but I don't think I heard any wildlife. I feel like I did not, but that might be my memories being edited by these threads. It stood on its back legs for a second or two, then fell forwards onto its front legs. It then got up again and took a few unsteady steps towards me. It was awkward, like if you were trying to get your dog to dance or teaching a cat to walk on its back legs. It kinda stabilizes itself and began walking towards me, hissing like a radio. At that point, I was a little weirded out, but I thought it might have been rabies or mad cow or something. I placed my crosshairs on its head and squeezed the trigger. Its head was split open by the 180 grain soft point and it dropped. The shot was a little high, but the fucker was pink misted, a fact I could see on the snow around it. I figured that was that, and started to climb down from the stand when it screamed again. I flew up the steps I had descended and placed another bead on it. This one went into its throat and it fell. I placed a third round into its chest for good measure and slowly walked down. As I got closer and my ears recovered, it was still hissing and trying to move. I raised my rifle, but it died before I placed a fourth round. Looking closer, it was all kinds of fucked up. It had the thin, almost needle-like front teeth, but its back teeth were shovel-like and flat, with really thin edges. Sharp. Its front paws hand thing, elongated toes with sharp claws, while its back feet were long, wide and flat. Snout was much longer than a normal coyote, maybe 1.5 times as long, and its eyes were much larger. I told my family, and we took a hunk of spine that was exposed to send to the DNR. They tested it, and it came back negative for all common diseases. Don't know what the fuck it was. Probably a mutated coyote that bred with a dog or something, but it was strange. Glad it's dead, that's for sure. It's the strangest thing I have seen in these North Woods. Anything else abnormal about its physiology? Hell, that sounds like an interesting coyote corpse for a biologist to have gotten their hands on. It was just huge. That was the weirdest thing. It was just kinda messed up all around. Head was too big, ears too small, rat-like skinny tail. I was told about this song about a year ago and heard people talk about the Michigan Dogman. If there are more of them, I can see where the legends would come from. This started when I was a little kid, so my memory's a little spotty now, but I remember most of it. B5 or so. Family's first dog, a yellow lab named Max, died recently. He was extremely friendly and was always careful around me and my little brother. Get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom right across the hallway. Dark as shit, but there is a nightlight a little bit past the bathroom. Further down the hall, there's a corner with the door to the basement just around it. Halfway to the bathroom, I hear a dog panting happily and climbing up the stairs. I stop and look down the hallway and wait. Eventually, I see a dog come around the corner. With the nightlight, I can just barely make out the basic features, such as shape and the color of the fur. It looks exactly like Max. I just stand there watching it, not fully comprehending what I'm looking at, since I was a dinosaur nut back then, and barely knew anything about ghosts. It just stand there, watching me and panting happily. Eventually, I turn on the lights to get a better look, and it disappears while I'm looking away. I go to the bathroom and go to sleep. My parents told me it was just a dream when I told them about it, but I know I was awake. This continues for the next month or so. Each time it comes from the basement and stops closer and closer to me. I never mentioned it to my parents again, since they would not believe me. After a month, it's getting really close to the nightlight, and I just sit and wait, since it walks slowly and methodically. As it comes closer and closer into the light, its features slowly change. First, its fur becomes more messy and tangled looking. Next, it starts crouching lower to the ground. I realized later that it looked like it was sneaking up on its prey. It would then start growling and snarling, baring its fangs at me and frothing at the mouth. Eventually, the eyes would turn a deep red that glowed ever so slightly. Throughout all this, I would just sit there until it stopped. Each time it stopped, it seemed like it was just outside of the light's reach, like there was a barrier between it and the light, which kept getting closer each night. Despite the changes, I never got scared. It still looked roughly like Max, and being the dumb little kid I was, I thought it was him. Eventually, I would remember why I got up in the first place and turn on the lights. It would disappear each time while I looked away. The next night was the last time I ever let it get anywhere near me. That night, it finally stepped into the light. As it passes through, its fur turns pitch black, and I can see it's matted down with both fresh and dry blood. Its glowing red irises expand to cover all of the visible eyes, and the pupils disappear. It also begins barking angrily at me. Worst of all, it is not stopping. At this point, I finally come to my senses and quickly turn on the lights, not taking my eyes off of it. This time, it slowly fades away instead of immediately disappearing. I did not sleep the rest of that night and never turned off the lights. Over the next several years while we lived in that house, I could always feel it waiting for me, especially if I had to leave my room for any reason during the night. Each time, I would look down the hallway while I reached behind me to turn the lights on. Sometimes I could not see it, but could still hear it panting. Most nights I could see it waiting for me at the end of the hall, panting happily, looking and sounding just like Max. I never said a single thing to anyone about it, to this day. I don't quite know why. I just felt it would be futile. After we moved several years later when I was 12, I stopped seeing it, but I could still sometimes hear it, and I always felt it waiting for me just around the corner and in the dark. It has mostly stopped now, but I still sometimes feel it waiting for me, and have still kept habits that I developed after I saw it, for whatever the hell it is. To this day, I can't stand being in the dark alone for long, even if I have a strong flashlight or lamp, and I can't sleep without my door and windows closed and my bed sheets completely covering me unless someone else is in the room, all in some vain, childish attempt to protect myself if it returns, or at least not see it if it does. I still have not told anyone about this, except a close friend of mine, and I can still sometimes feel it watching me. I just hope that I have one of my guns on me with ammo if it ever does come back and I can't get away. Nothing has ever terrified me more than that thing. Pick related is my POV. Other thing was on the right side at end of tunnel bridge. Be me, 20 years old, live in a big city. Out smoking one night with a female coworker. Decide to smoke under a bridge nearby. Barely in the woods, just outside inhabited area, protected green area, no buildings around. 9 PM in the fall, dark outside, pitch black under the bridge. Bring an LED strip for some light. Start packing a bowl. Both take a couple hits. Notice a small light at the other end of the long tunnel bridge. Think nothing of it. 5 minutes go by. Did you hear something? No. Be quiet for a sec. Hear a whistle. Whistle back. Hear another whistle. Whistle back again. Light starts moving upwards. Look at each other like, what the fuck? Light begins bobbing slowly across the water, like someone holding it out for balance. Water is 2 to 3 feet deep. Water is freezing cold because it is fall. Rocks are slimy with algae. Pitch black all around. Start packing up our stuff as fast as we can. Light turns off right as it reaches the opposite bank. Fumbling to pack everything. Start leaving briskly. We hear a loud yell that echoes like mad through the bridge. What do? Run. I can't. I forgot. She has a sprained ankle. Fucking walk fast. Hear more noise coming from under the bridge. Help her hobble up the steep path to the top of the bridge. Finally get out to the road above. Street lamps and traffic passing by. Safety. Walk 15 minutes to McDonald's, trying to process what just happened. Still creeped out today. Definitely freaked me out. Never had my flight instincts kick in so strongly. I have no idea why they crossed the cold, deep water. No idea why they decided to hide their presence once they crossed the water. No idea why they yelled. I guess most importantly, no idea what the fuck they were doing there. Went there often as part of my walk. Never experienced anything before or since that happened. Interviewing for a job cross country. They don't pay for the hotel. Find the cheapest Airbnb I can find. Get there. Key hidden under a rock. Kinda sketchy. Welp, I'm in too deep. Get in. Barely any furniture. Holes in walls recently patched. Fresh paint in random locations. Doesn't look much like the photos online. There is also a door, which I think leads to the basement, that has literally 5 padlocks on it. Want to nope the fuck out, but poor college grad looking for a job. Feel like I'm being watched. Try to ignore it and go to sleep. Wake up needing to piss. Instead of turning the lights on, I just use my cell flashlight. Go to bathroom. Light briefly shines over the vent in the bathroom. Something reflects back the light. Huh? Grab a chair to get a closer look. It's a fucking camera. Fuck this shit. Call 911 and barricade myself in the room, waiting for them to arrive. Cops show up. Point out the camera. They investigate. Yep, it's a camera. They start checking around. Move a rug that's kinda in a weird place. Dark stains, they think they might be blood. Okay, Anon. This is a crime scene investigation now. We need you to leave. Fuck. Give the cops my contact info, get an Uber, and go to Denny's that's open 24/7. Spend the night there not sleeping at all until my interview. Don't get the job because I look like a zombie, didn't shower, and have my luggage with me, even though I explain what happened. Later, the cops contact me on the case. No leads. The info they used to set up the Airbnb account is all bogus. The LLC they used to hotel title for the house is also bogus. Asked what was behind the padlocked door. We can't divulge that information, Anon, but be glad that you called us when you did. Stay in actual, legit hotels, my fellow Anons. I am disclosing my knowledge of aliens before I pass. I don't know exactly how to start this since I am not a regular, but I am just going to get right into it. I most likely do not have much time left on this earth due to liver cancer that I believe was brought on by a career where I spent a lot of time around radioactive materials and a few things that I did not fully understand at the time. All proper PPE was always worn and all precautions were always taken. These things just happen, and I have come to terms with it over the past few years. Therefore, I am just going to spill the beans. No, there is no underwater, secret magical base. No, they do not cloak as humans. They have zero interest or need to. No, they are not short grey humanoids or lizard people. Aliens are very real, and they most certainly do live amongst us. The worst part being, it became mundane, and I never really cared to share because it felt so normal and just the focus of my career. But now, with a definite diagnosis, I don't care if I put myself in harm's way. It would be merciful at this point to kill me before I started radiation therapy again. I worked in an independent research laboratory separate from the United States and Canadian governments, but we had contracts, training, and security clearances from the United States government from 1996 to 2019. At least, that is how long I worked there. My station was located in an underground national laboratory facility in East Tennessee. I am certain you will be able to figure out where with that information. No, it was not like Men in Black. You knew what you needed to know on a need-to-know basis. No one ever really worked on the same projects, nor had the same contacts. I was never allowed to have any social media, nor speak about anything I did at work. Normal top secret clearance business, as far as I know. Please excuse any wait. I have prepared a lot of this in advance so I could get my thoughts straight, but I find myself wanting to add more and more details. Also, I worded something strangely, so I am rephrasing some of it. I have been debating on doing this for a few months now. My career was focused on physiology and international relations to an extent, mostly with the Canadian, Mexican, and German governments. To start out, these aliens are not our friends, nor our foes. They are fairly harmless and have helped us in the past. To name a few examples, the basics of radiation-based communications, radio comms, the beginnings of the Apollo program, the Manhattan Project. This is what destroyed our relationship with them, and a few of our various projects and research. Have you ever noticed we nearly peaked in the late 60s with Apollo 11, and now we cannot recreate it? We have since grown apart a bit for various reasons, and they are mostly just casual observers who try not to intervene with human relations. what I know about them physically. These mammals, and I call them mammals because that is what they are, stand around 6 feet to 6.5 feet tall for the males and near 5.5 feet to 6 feet for the females, about on par with humans. They have rather lanky and slim body types, with none of them ever looking to be out of shape. I am not certain, but I assume they stick to a strict diet, or can only consume certain foods here on Earth. Some people have called them dogmen or werewolves, but they do resemble canines in the face, with varying lengths of fur on their bodies, shorter on the stomach, arms, legs, longer on the chest, neck, cheeks. Being a physiology and natural science major, naturally, I was extremely interested in their bodies, how they function, and I could go on all day describing them in great detail, like how their hands are furred on top with clawed tips to their fourth fingers and thumb, as well as slightly webbed hands up to the first knuckle, and bold raised spots on their palms. I call them paw pads, as silly as that sounds. It is extremely eerie how human their bodies really are, but again, in my line of work, you see how these parts of the bodies function, and if it works here, then it must work everywhere else with a similar gravity and oxygen composition. As for the fur, I was never told anything, but I am assuming their planet or wherever they come from must be quite cold. The canine-looking snout and ears are most likely just an early survival adaptation for a harsh environment, need for a heightened sense of smell, and more directed hearing with ears that can move to the sound without breaking line of sight. Most of them have brown or amber eyes. However, I do distinctly remember seeing a report that I personally processed, burned, that stated a female with green eyes. Most of their colors seem to range within the autumn spectrum. Yes, that is a real classification within natural sciences, that being tans, reddish browns, cream colors, and darker browns as well. Their language sounds nearly Eastern European to a native English speaker like myself, and no, I never got the chance to learn much of their language. I was not paid to do so, so doing so would have been an immediate termination of my employment. But they do seem to understand most languages, mostly English, and as far as my recollection goes, they have been on this planet for several hundreds of years. Not the same ones, but their offspring and new arrivals. 50 to 60 years old is their normal lifespan, with very few making it past 65. What I know about them as pertained to my job, they were very hard to work with and do not have the best communication skills, or they just did not care to speak to us sometimes. We communicated only when necessary for research into their kind, as well as taking them when they were flying too close to the sun. Public encounters with their crafts. My job was pretty much as a babysitter. I had to not only study them, but also talk my way around problems that we had with them. You need to understand that they mean no harm, and are pretty much unarmed. Their kind did not revolutionize through war like we did. They built themselves up solely on curiosity, so they do not have a solid understanding on stealth and defense. However, as I said prior, they are extremely intelligent, especially when it comes to nuclear fusion and fission, some of which are way over my head. I am not a nuclear scientist. All I know is that their crafts are nuclear powered with an isotope that is extremely close to uranium-235 with some very strange and unearthly differences. As I was told during a PowerPoint presentation, yes, we had those every Monday. They have a few different crafts, the most obvious ones being the tic-tac or pill-shaped one. We called that a foxhound since it's a small, fast, and agile scouting ship used to test signal. It is manned, but usually with a crew of 2 to 4 individuals. Then there's the wolfhound, a much larger, oblong, saucer-shaped ship that is used as a telecom relay of sorts, a flying antenna if you will. This type of ship also flies quite high in the atmosphere, nearly to the level of the ISS, and it floats along in orbit for usually 10-hour shifts before coming back to land, and then taking back off with a fresh crew. I believe the crew of a wolfhound is about 8 to 12 individuals, and many can be in orbit at once, 24/7. There are a few other ships, but I do not know much about them if I am being completely honest, but can go further into detail if anyone is interested. Just let me know. They are not here to harvest resources or take over the world. They just needed a base of operations for a telecommunications relay in the Milky Way galaxy, which they lovingly refer to as the 118th sector. As I said before, we used to work with them quite often. However, the government seems to no longer care about their existence, since they do not seem to enjoy speaking to us very much, and just want to go on about their routines. They see all the wars and impending nuclear war and want nothing to do with it, knowing that they will be tricked once again into helping build a superweapon that will destroy this planet. If the government cannot use them, then they serve no use. Simple as that. That is why they are still highly classified, but just shelved for now, like a project that we have given up on. And I see why. After knowing of their existence and trying to work with them for over 20 years, you begin to see them as just another species found here on Earth. It gets nearly mundane at times when they don't answer or don't respond within a timely manner. It feels like messaging a coworker for help and they get back to you the next day. It gets infuriating and mundane, but I also understand their side. Why should they help us when we only want to destroy the planet that we call home? They don't see us as less than them. They are just very weary of our world and our intentions. My personal conspiracies. I do most certainly believe that their existence explains the sighting of werewolves, dogmen, and Bigfoot throughout history. Bigfoot is a bit of a stretch since they are tall and lanky, but stories seem to always become grander as time passes. They're kind of been here for so long that they are always so direct and nearly playful at times that I genuinely do believe they mean absolutely zero harm. They are obviously trained to speak with us, just as we are to them, so getting personal details out of them is nearly impossible with the older ones, or males in general. However, most females speak a bit softer and are more open to questions like, "How are you doing today?" or "What are your parents' names?" etc. And lastly, I think they are here to stay, even if humanity wipes itself out. The planet will eventually heal, even after nuclear war, and they will eventually inherit this planet. They cause so little issues and interact so little with us that I don't ever see the government fully releasing details on their existence, nor trying to make them flee. I beg that if anyone reads my experiences and has any questions at all, please ask me right away. I am a completely open book and will hold nothing back. I won't be around for very long, so this is really my only chance to get all of this out. The nation's governments would never do so because they have no need to. They are not a threat, nor an ally. They simply don't care about their existence anymore, but you all deserve to know. Why do you believe they are alien and not some kind of human hybrid or other man-created chimera? What are their thoughts on AI? How can we reach them? 1. They most certainly do come from another planet. They use our planet as a telecom station to reach out to other planets. They have satellite-like arrays in our orbit specifically for that. They talk about their home like it is a place of mind instead of a physical place, but I believe that is just them being a bit homesick. 2. They think AI can be a wonderful tool if used properly. Do I believe that they have anything to do with it? Not entirely. It is just a model dataset trained to do one thing very well. They also use forms of artificial intelligence in their technology, but from what I have seen, it is for entertainment and work-related, such as autopilot systems, etc. 3. You cannot reach them directly, but they do love watching people. There may be a way to get attention focused on you more specifically, but I am not certain how. You say that they have largely stopped contact with us as a result of the fallout of the Manhattan Project. Any insight into what inspires them to make any remaining contact that they make? Any insight how one could potentially make contact themselves with them? May you find any relief from any pain and suffering liver cancer presents in your life and on. 1. They continue to make minimal contact for the same reason why Russia still speaks with United States representatives. They want very little to do with our governments, but they do not hate people. They understand the government rules the people, and that the government's actions are not a representation of the people. They want to stay on our good side and be friendly with us. 2. They are known to observe people, and they do enjoy people watching as entertainment. They never really make contact with people, aside from accidents, which are where those cryptid myths come from. 3. Thank you for your words. I am not hurting much right now, but I can't really do much more without abdominal pain. Do they look like this? The picture is quite blurry, but yes, a bit. Thinner snouts, but the ears are about right. They have large ears. The thing around its neck also looks to be a status symbol for a pilot. They wear neck-sealing rings stitched into their clothing for high-altitude flying in an unpressurized ship. They use full helmets and breathing apparatuses in a wolfhound since it is not pressurized for reasons they never wanted to disclose. Yes, they do believe in an ultimate creator that created the entire universe. They called him Yera or Yera. Not sure how it's spelled, but it's pronounced like Yera. They also do definitely have a social structure, with men mostly in charge of critical roles and women in charge of everything else. They also do this based on age. The older males are above the younger, etc. You think dog people are the only aliens that have been here? Not at all. If one species exists, then there must be more. These are the only ones that my job pertained to. Everything we did was very compartmentalized. You were given a certain amount of information to do your job and told about absolutely nothing else. I used an L3 Harris satellite terminal for communication with everything already set up for me when I started. Of course, we upgraded as years passed, and it went from pictures and writing to voice calls to video calls. What's their thoughts on religion, angels, demons, magic? Do they know if there are any other realities? We spoke of religion a few times, and they were quite intrigued by our various religions here on Earth. They never spoke down about religion, but they did always say that no one can ever really know what happens after death. I do not believe we ever talked much about demons and magic, since they were not subjects I was ever asked to talk about. On the topic of alternate realities, they do firmly believe in parallel universes, but those are just a theory, even to them. The thought of other realities moving alongside ours is nothing more than a theory at the moment, sadly. As I said before, they stand at around 5.5 to 6 feet tall on average. They are slim, yet uniquely feminine, as you would imagine. They of course do give live birth, giving them wider hips than males, with slimmer waists. They do have breasts, albeit quite small, with not a lot of breast tissue, and they have 4 nipples. 2 on the pectorals, as humans do, and a second set just before the ribs end. I assume this is due to them often having 3 to 4 offspring at once. Did you destroy a lot of reports? Who made those reports? I did. Most of the time, a report would be signed off by whoever wrote it up. We would only keep physical copies of reports for up to 8 hours, and if they were expired or no longer needed, then you would shred and burn them in a machine that shredded and incinerated paper. I am pretty sure that we used an Aegis secure incinerator. All reports were written by humans. We did not work that closely together. Anyways, reports were just documentation and notes from the most recent contact. I only got reports from my contacts. No one else aside from the couple I saw offhandedly. Do they know, or are they related to secret/discreet societies, like Freemasonry? I ask because you mentioned the term Yera. In some higher degrees within Freemasonry, we refer to this term with a concept similar to the one that you mentioned. I do not believe so, but it is possible someone within the Freemasonry Society knows of them. Of course, that is entirely possible. I am being 100% genuine with everyone. If you have any questions, then I would love to answer them. I understand it is strange and different to what most aliens are portrayed as, but that is all part of a disinformation campaign funded by many world governments. If they are described as little green men from Mars, then no one would really believe in them, and others will call the believers crazy. I do genuinely beg that you read my entire experience, because I am being completely genuine in everything I say. This is one of my only chances to get this information out, where it will not be just seen as a crazy man losing his mind. You all seem to believe, and I know I have something unbelievable to tell. But please, just hear me out. I was just explaining how and when we destroy reports. I felt the need to fully disclose everything to give context to how reports are dealt with. I understand that this is hard to believe, and I completely understand where you are coming from. I can be less detailed if you like, but I do not believe that will help at all. It takes time for me to type, and to be honest, I hurt quite a lot. I am just trying to cover the entire topic so that I do not have to answer a similar question twice. Did these dog people ever talk about life on the planet? Do they have similar animals there? Do they like Earth dogs? Yes, they did. Most of them rotate on a 10-year basis, with new ones coming in to take over around once a decade. They all had the same sentiment. They missed home, but knew they had a job to do. They do have animals as well, or just less evolved life like we do. They have some that they harvest meat from, like a cow for instance, and some like birds as well. My job was mostly relations-based, so I did not get to ask personal questions very often. I mentioned dogs before, but always got the same quiet answer. They found it strange that they resembled our canines a bit, but they also found it strange that we have 4 fingers and a thumb like them, and that we walk upright like them. They have a strict policy placed on them that they may not interrupt the natural cycle of Earth, meaning that they do not mess with the flora and fauna here. They are indifferent about dogs. So they eat meat. Do you remember what they ate? Yes. I specifically remember they ate mostly a diet of grains and lean meats, like chicken and fish. Red meat here seemed to hurt their stomachs. It's alright, and yes, they used Earth as a strategic position within the edge of the Milky Way galaxy for communications between other relays. They have quite a few, but they swore that Earth was the only planet they had come across with intelligent life so far. I do not believe we will ever get disclosure from any government agency, since they pose no harm, risk, or help. If they ever did, it would be sudden, just to come clean about the relationship we have. There would be no build-up, just a press briefing. As for a timeline, I would assume if it were to ever happen, it would soon, if ever. People just want answers to seeing these crafts. I have heard about ZPA, but I have not studied it personally now. If I remember correctly, ZPA and quantum mechanics in general utilize the way particles react to certain stimuli in order to control them or create energy on a quantum level. Their ships work on a similar principle, using their air molecules and vibrating them in a way to generate lift. However, you could say the same for ailerons. We use air to generate lift, but just in a completely different way. But no, they have been around much longer than how long humans have had electromagnetism and EMP technology. We have also been friendly with them for nearly the entirety of their stay. We made first contact with them in the early 1930s. I remember it being either 1942 or 1943. However, they do not fly low near the North or South Poles. That could have something to do with how their ships function around the Earth's magnetic field, or since the South Pole especially is a radio weapons testing area. My experience with alien abduction. Good afternoon, X. I have lurked here for years, but rarely ever post. I mainly stick to extraterrestrial related topics, mostly due to an absolutely extreme experience that I had years ago. I have dealt with this in my own way for years, never really talking about it because I work for the government and don't want to lose my job for sounding crazy. I am going to shorten it up a bit, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions or provide more info on anything I have outlined here. Be me. Get out of the Marine Corps in 2017 after serving for 8 years. Move back home to Montana for government contract work. Get extremely sick. Sent home to rest. Don't remember anything that day. Wake up feeling oddly warm with very cool bright lights. Eyes take a while to adjust. Surrounded by 4 strange, humanoid creatures. Resemble canines in the face. Long thin hair, like dog fur, covers parts of their bodies not covered by clothing. Absolutely silent, except for a low-pitched hum in the background. Not an extraterrestrial ship, but instead a compound on a planet. I remember not being able to move, probably in shock. They never hurt me, and they were always very gentle. They spoke in an Eastern European sounding accent. That is the best way that I can describe it. I could never understand their language when they did talk around me, but I did learn a few names and greetings. We'll continue with more info in the replies. This was not a dream. I felt like I was with them for years, so please hear me out. I have many stories, and am open to rational reasoning why maybe I did not experience what I thought I did. I have spent the last few years trying to learn to sculpt in 3D model so that I can show what I saw. So yes, pick related. My beginner level interpretation of these beings, whether extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, or something else. I heard the word grata a lot when they were trying to talk to me. At least, that is how I assume to spell it in English. I think it's the name of their people or race. They all wore rather normal looking clothing, with slick velcro-like material along the back of their shirts, long sleeve, thin cotton looking fabric. Everything just seemed so normal that it's hard to really explain. They all had neck pieces with a trinket along with 4 dots and very intricate engravings on the backing of the trinket. I do not remember the engravings, so I did not include them in this image, but this is basically how it looked. I remember not feeling afraid, but instead welcomed, as if this was a forced feeling. I was never scared of them, and honestly, found them to be a gentle and an oddly cute race. This was mostly due to their mannerisms. They had rather adorable interactions with each other, often watching each other work with curiosity and wagging tails. Their tails were longer than a dog's, but equal in proportion with their body size, about 2 to 3 feet long, I guess. The females did not have breasts, but still smaller waists and wider hips proportionally. I assume this must be the same for all bipedals that go through live birth. They had variations in their hair pattern, short on their arms, legs, chest, etc., long on their cheeks and neck, but short on their mouths. The names I learned were Verta and what sounded like Port. I assume these are last names, call signs, or some kind of rank. At least, that is what I was able to understand. I assume they are not first names, since they called each other something very different. The spelling is a complete guess, and maybe a bit different than what I heard. Verta, female, around 5.5 feet tall, the only female I saw. Long fur on her tail, rather feminine appearance compared to the others. Duh. Tan and cream-colored fur, greenish eyes, long tufts of fur in her ears, and appeared to be trimmed and well-groomed. Same for her cheeks, trimmed and groomed. Port, male, around my height, 5 foot 11 inches. The only male that seemingly was allowed to speak to me. Shorter fur in general than Verta, slim, but rather fit-looking build. Dark brown and light brown fur, brown eyes, also well-groomed. Get a promotion at work. There's a catch. I have to move to this small town in the middle of nowhere. Fuck it. It's a raise, and the first promotion of my life. Get kinda lonely though, supervising these rednecks. One guy seems kinda cool though. We hang out on smoke breaks. Everybody avoids him. I can't figure out why. He's funny and fun to hang out with. He's off sick one day and someone comes to me, tells me I have to stop hanging around with him. What the fuck is the problem? They say he killed his best friend and blame someone else for it. Oh please. These rednecks love a good rumor. Decide to ignore it like the 20 other dumbass stories I've heard since moving here. Couple days later, we're on a break. Says, "Hey Anon, I gotta talk to you about something." What's this about then? Says if we're gonna be friends, there is something I should know. Says he doesn't feel emotions like normal people. Studies how people socialize and got good at doing it, but totally does not understand people's feelings. Oh, you're a sociopath. Okay, dude. Tell him not to worry about it. It's cool. I was young and stupid and lonely and buttfuck nowhere. What can I say? Reassured, he starts talking about his friends. Says he used to have 2 close friends. Says he hit one in the back of the head with a rock and pushed him off the cliff. Why? I just wanted to see what it would feel like. Really matter of fact. Says he blamed his other friend and was more convincing in court, so he only spent 8 months behind bars. He could be telling me about what he had for dinner last night. All of this is in his usual tone. There is no punchline. He starts talking about something from work. My face went. I'm able to independently confirm it later. My face went. I almost invited the guy over to my place. Told him we could not hang out anymore because I was a supervisor and the boss said we had to stay separate from everyone. He gets fired for getting in a fist fight with someone at work. This is a good one. Got anything else about the town and its people? Actually, yeah, come to think of it. At least 50% of the town was chronic. Everybody smoked pot on occasion, without exception, but at least half did so daily. Massive industry out there. This was long before serious talks about legalizing it. No greenhouses in town. Assumed it was grown in surrounding area. Forest around the town went on for miles. Pick any direction, and you have to drive minimum 3 hours to get to a city. People lived out there in the woods, in tiny communities, maybe 2 to 3 houses, probably growing pot to make a living. You'd meet people from these families sometimes. Always dramatically low IQ, always stubborn as mules, always kinda ugly, but not necessarily birth defect. They always acted like they could do what they wanted, because who's gonna find them out in the woods? Cops live in cities. This meant even the townspeople, holy fuck I use that term, were a bit nervous about leaving the city at night without a rifle. Went out to a supposedly haunted cemetery one night, on a lark because insanely bored, so fuck it. No ghosts, but definite noise in the trees. Not an animal. We were being watched. Was more worried that it was someone alive than a ghost, because who the fuck walks through the woods in pitch black of night without a flashlight and watches us? Bug the fuck out and never go back. This one's not super spooky, but it was still unsettling. Live out in the sticks. Hear truck pull up in driveway. Peek through curtain. It's a typical, unmarked, white work pickup. Doorbell rings. Go with my dad to the door. Old redneck guy is standing on porch. Dirty. Smells like cigarettes. Wearing an apron, covered in bloodstains. Nope. I'm selling meat. Would you like to come out and see it? It's in the back of my truck. What kind of meat? All kinds. Sorry, not interested. Goodbye. Also, local girl goes missing. Huge search. Nothing in months. Wake up to a cop at the door. He asks us to search our property and clear our ditch for the missing girl's clothes, phone, and possibly remains. Our entire section of the county is asked to comb our properties. Clear ditch. Nothing. Search yard. Nothing. Property is cut in half by huge power lines on electric company property. Decide to search under the lines. Find pile of wadded up tarps. Definitely were not there before. Patch was recently mowed and visible. Human-shaped lump and tarp. This is it. Oh fuck. Delicately lift tarp. Pile of 2x4s. I seriously thought I was going to discover a corpse, even though there was no smell. Corpse found outside an abandoned house, a few lots down. It's creepy to know that the killer drove past my home with a corpse while I was sleeping, and how long she rotted nearby. I've posted this here once before. Guess it's time again. Be me. 15 years old at the time. Walking around with 2 friends at like 9:30 at night. Go to this park that is closed to the public at sundown. We sit around and talk about random shit for a while, trying to scare each other, etc. Some shitty old car and a super beat up truck pull into the park insanely fast, right up next to the swings that we were sitting on. We all decide that this is probably a drug deal or some shit, and we should get the fuck out, so we weren't witnesses or whatever. We start walking away from the cars, towards another exit to the park. Hey, get the fuck back here. We start running like hell through this 600 foot by 600 foot field leading into a baseball field, and this field had a small road in it. This was a huge ass park. Running in full on sprinter mode. We hear what sounded like a small caliber pistol popping off behind us. One of the friends said he heard a bullet was by him. Anyway, we keep on running and running and running, and hear one of the cars peel out to the road alongside the park and pull into the road in the field. Feeling like one of my lungs has popped at this point, but kept sprinting anyway. Car drives down the road, but doesn't go onto the grass in the field. By this time, we were halfway across the baseball field. Run across baseball field, still hearing shouting far behind us. We drop down by this fence on the edge of the park, under a big-ass oak tree, and hope for the best. Lay down in silence in the wet grass at about 10 p.m., for literally 2 fucking hours while they search for us with flashlights around the park. 12 AM when they leave, we crawl to the edge of the fence and walk about a half-mile back to his house, play video games, and eventually fall asleep. And that's the story of the time I'm pretty sure I almost got kidnapped or something. My dad had a story from his and my mom's first house. Neighborhood was kinda shady. Dad would often paint before going to bed next to a window. One night painting, and he casually looks out the window. There is a face right there, staring at him. Dad starts to yell. He's like, it's okay, it's okay. Turns out he wanted money. Dad said hell no. Also, after my brother was born, but before I was, they had a crazy neighbor. One night, my brother heard a noise outside and checked it out. Saw someone with a saw cutting down a tree completely on our property. Ran to tell Dad. Dad did not believe him at first, but checked it out. Ran out to see what the hell he was doing. Guy bolts it, runs next door. Dad realizes it's crazy neighbor. Next day he goes over and asks the guy what the hell he was doing. Guy denies he was ever in their lawn with a saw, even though Dad clearly saw him. Would also throw meat over the fence into our backyard where our dog was. Might have been poisoned. My neighbor is batshit insane. Wakes us up with her screaming at like 7 AM. Like, bloody murder screaming. Has called the city hall or whatever the shit it is called about us twice. First complaining about oil spots on our driveway. Second was about our AC being too loud. City actually sent someone to move our AC like 3 feet further. Obviously does not do shit to help. She went ballistic at the guy moving it, yelling at him through her window about how loud it is. It doesn't even bother us, so she either has supersonic hearing or is full of shit. Has actually trimmed her trees to have a better vantage point into our backyard. All of our houses are backed up to a hill, and she stands on her end pretending to water and just watches us through the windows. Have caught her on a few occasions, calling my dog to her fence. Luckily, he hates everyone not in my family, so he does not go to her. We have literally done nothing to her, and don't even retaliate. Oh man, I have a weird crazy neighbor story. I was living in a small apartment complex, and my bro lived in the unit beside mine. On the other side of his apartment lived this fucked up guy. His name was Preston, and he was really skinny and hairy, and he always looked dirty and drunk. One night, my bro started banging on my door like, hey, I need you over here, something is wrong. I go over there, and his floor is flooding through the wall. The water was coming from Preston's apartment. We both walk over to Preston's door and ask him if everything is okay. He's nearly deaf, so he acts like he can't understand us. He was obviously extremely drunk too. We told him that his water leak is ruining my bro's furniture and shit, and he needs to fucking make it stop. All Preston said was, I'll get to it in the morning, don't worry. We called the landlord, who called the water company, to come turn the water off. The landlord went in and discovered that Preston's toilet was so fucking crammed with shitty toilet paper that his toilet was backing up and flooding everything. Shit everywhere. Huh, don't worry, Preston will get to it in the goddamn morning. Fuck that guy. Not sure what this was about. Still makes no sense to me, but it's definitely strange. Had a shitbox car that I put up for sale for $500. Honestly should have just scrapped it. No one is gonna buy this. Willing to take any offer thrown my way. A couple calls telling me that they are on their way to look at it. I'm home alone with my 1-year-old asleep in a crib. The mother is out. Couple keeps calling, saying they can't find the place. Finally show up in a shitty van. They look like 2 dirty hippies, very giddy and smiling a lot. I greet them and small talk. They don't even take a second look at the car, almost as if not even interested in it. Keep small talk. Man asked to use the bathroom. Like an idiot, I say sure. Man in bathroom. I'm sitting outside bathroom and hallway with his wife, I guess, just talking. She's going on about a lot of new agey talk, saying I have a really good energy about me. Thinking about my kid asleep in the next room. I get weirded out and think these fuckers need to leave now. I mention how I have to leave soon, so we should wrap this up and get them outside again. They are very polite and kind, but there's just something off about them. Woman keeps telling me to look at the stars or some shit, telling me this car was meant to happen like destiny, yet they have not shown interest in it. Man pulls out 500, does not even negotiate, and hands me the money. One gets in van, other gets in car. I'm just praying it starts and gets them out of here. They keep smiling at me and waving as they drive off. Definitely a weird experience. Not sure if they were crazy, slow, cultists, or just weird, but I can't help but think that the whole event could have gone much differently. Be me, 18 at the time, about 2 AM. Walking along beach with XGF. Walk down entire boardwalk. 2 cars parked with no one in them. No one has ever parked this far down at this hour. Walk a few blocks away from beach. Arguing with GF and hear loud bang. Assume cheap fireworks. Eventually walk back to the same beach, now 4 AM. Walk past same cars once again, but make nothing of them. Have smoke in front of said cars. Go home. Next morning at convenience store across the street from the beach. Cops everywhere. Murder-suicide in the car I walked past several times. My face went. Stood 3 feet away from 2 dead bodies for about 10 minutes and did not know. I used to live in Tamworth, Australia. Awesome place, but there is a lot of bad shit there as well. Not being racist, but there are a lot of aboriginals that cause a bit of shit, as well as lots of drugs and violence. B8 or 9. House backed onto a massive park, as did neighbors' houses, kind of all surrounded the park. Used to play in the park all the time with no worries in the world. One day, a poor scruffy family moved across the park from us. Had a little crush on one of the sons. He was about 15. One day, the oldest son kicked my dog so hard, my mom almost called the cops. Also drove their car through the park, trying to run me over because they thought it was funny. Used to have parties, and all of the guys would just gather in the park and scream shit. Too scared, and wasn't allowed to play in the park anymore unless my parents were there. A while later, I kind of forgot everything that happened and was digging a hole under my favorite acorn tree because I used to search for treasure. Didn't realize, but the tree was about 20 meters away from their backyard. Dug until I found a big red toolbox with tools inside, all wrapped up in black garbage bag plastic. I thought, score. Gave the toolbox to my dad. Remembered it a couple of months ago. Now it seems a bit sus. Maybe someone just decided to bury the toolbox or something, but it just seems weird to me. I don't really post on here much. I usually just lurk and I main over boards, but this is some fucked up shit I've never been able to explain away in a satisfying way. Driving home. Drive along a woodsy area by the river. There's a little place that you can pull over to park. There are parking spots, picnic tables. As I'm driving, see somebody standing on the table. Don't think much of it at first, just freaks me out. As I'm pulling off, my brain can't get off the image. Just standing still on the picnic table at like 2 in the morning, nobody else around. Get the nerve to turn around and check it out one more time. Go in a circle instead of U-turn, so I can be on the same side of the road as the picnic tables. Drive by again slowly. Nothing there. Begin to drive off. Guy is standing in the middle of the road. Nearly had a heart attack. Slam brakes. Something is not right. Back is turned to me. Fully nude. Skin is grayish white. No hair on head. Relatively young looking guy. Thin. His head is tilted back and he is staring straight up. I'm frozen. Don't want to honk. Don't want to move. Don't know what to do. Spreads his arms and lets out a high-pitched screech. Suddenly turns around. Up until this point, I'm thinking this is a drugged up weirdo, and I'm just worried he might be trying to rob me or something. He turns around, and he has no genitals, no hair, not even eyebrows. He stands, motionless and expressionless, staring right at me. Opens mouth, and lets out another shriek. The last thing I remember is it started getting really bright. Then there's a gap in my memory, and I just remember pulling up to my house like nothing happened, eating, and then going to bed. I have never done any drugs. At that point, I had never consumed alcohol in my life. I was wide awake and perfectly lucid, and I didn't even remember that this had happened until a few days later, when I drove by the area again, and it all came back to me. I grew up in a very quiet neighborhood. There was rarely anything that happened in the area, and the only time I remember the cops being out there besides this instance, was when one of the kids from a nearby area decided to break into a house that was for sale. Nothing violent ever happened on the block, and there was never any reason for anyone to think anything would. Every year around Halloween, the houses would decorate with some subtle decorations and lights, nothing too creepy. The kids from the neighborhood would walk around and trick-or-treat, and even the social holidays like this were pleasant. My parents were the picture of suburban life. My dad was a financial advisor, always dressing nicely, and my mom stayed home, but she was pretty involved with the local library and ran the local book club. There was a point in my childhood where my dad started changing. He was always a social person, always friendly and talkative. But at some point, he started listening to a certain radio show and then reading some things online. This was 2003, so the internet was a bit more of a Wild West, and he started on this streak of paranoia that became borderline obsessive. It started subtle enough. He had changed the locks on the front door and then added a chain lock, the kind that where you can look out, but not open the door all the way. Our front door did not have a window, so you had to either look out the window that was close by, or open the door to see who was there. Then he added these motion-activated floodlights that would light up the neighborhood like a stadium anytime one of the neighbor cats would cross our yard. My mom would joke that he was preparing for the apocalypse with how much he was securing the house, but I could tell by the look on her face that she was concerned. Our front door had a motion sensor on it. It ended up with 4 locks. All of our windows were all but bolted shut, and he was starting to hoard canned goods in the basement. He was pretty much a bunker away from being a full-on prepper. That year, on the day before Halloween actually, I had come home after a long day of school and then soccer practice to find my dad at the kitchen table, surrounded by tools and a stack of new security cameras. This was the early 2000s, so they weren't the kind that you can get today. They were all fully wired and required to have the central box connecting all the units. When I asked what he was doing, he responded with, "I'm going to put up cameras. This way I'll be able to watch all directions around the house with these bad boys. No one is going to sneak up on us." I wanted to ask him who exactly it was he was expecting to sneak up on us, but by this point, talking to him was almost feeling like a chore. Everything was about security. Everything was about, quote, keeping us safe, which I understand to a point, but at the same time, safe from what? We lived in a suburb where everyone knew everyone else, and while I understand not getting complacent, we weren't really in much danger. My dad spent that entire night putting up the cameras. He did not even make dinner for me. So when my mom got home at 8 from the book club and I had not eaten, she was pretty upset with him. There was definitely some yelling at that point. I think my mom had had enough as well. That night, I was lying in bed, just thinking about life as preteens often do, and I was watching the clouds pass in front of the moon when I heard someone talking. I could hear my dad's voice, angry and demanding, and then I heard what sounded like desperate yells from someone else. I was curious. I was a kid, so I wanted to know what was going on. I crept out of bed and down the hallway into the living room, and what I saw made my blood run cold. I saw my dad standing in the middle of the living room, his face flushed with a mix of fear and rage, his shoulders hunched. I saw my mom standing in the door to the kitchen, one hand pressed to her mouth, and I could tell that she was panicking. Then I saw something confusing. The front door was open, and there was a man that I had never seen standing there in the doorway with his hands up, trying to say something, but it was like he could not speak out of sheer terror. And then I saw why he was terrified. My dad was holding a handgun, trained right on him. Now, I want to say that I completely understand the need for defense and security. I want that to be clear, and I do personally appreciate the Second Amendment, but this situation, it was not it. I want to point out that the front door was open. There were 4 locks on that door, which I now know to mean that my dad had opened it. I don't know if he knew that the guy was out there. I don't know if it was just a random run-in of the 2 men, but the fact that my dad had a gun on him, a gun that neither my mom nor I knew that he even had, and that he had just installed the security cameras that watched every square inch of the yard, makes me think that my dad knew that this man was at our door, and that he had basically created the scenario. I don't know if it was because he wanted it to happen, or if his paranoia had gotten so bad that he felt like he needed to take it head on. But it is what it is. My dad kept screaming at this man not to move, but then also screamed at him to get on his knees, conflicting instructions that I could tell were causing a panic in this man. When I got into the living room from the hallway, I did something that I will always regret because I feel like it made the situation worse. I asked what was going on. The man looked at me, and I could tell that he was crying. My dad shot a look at me over the shoulder and yelled, "Get back in your room." I just stood there in confused silence, watching the scenario not move for several seconds until the man lowered his arms and started trying to talk. I'm sure he just wanted to explain why he was there, but my dad did not give him the chance. The second the man dropped his arms, my dad pulled the trigger. I stood there and watched my dad squeeze off 5 shots, all of them hitting the man, who stumbled back and then fell to the ground. The silence that followed that moment was so deep and all-consuming that for a second I thought I had gone deaf. My dad's face was frozen, his mouth slightly open, and his gun still aiming at where the man had been standing. My mom broke the silence when she started sobbing and screaming at my dad, asking what he had done. I swear, it was mere seconds before I heard the sound of police sirens and saw the lights in front of our house. The cops ran out with their weapons drawn, yelling at my dad to drop his gun as they tried to figure all of this out. I think that was when my dad realized that he was still holding it, because he actually looked confused and scared when he put it on the ground. They did pull him out of the house to talk to him, and they then talked to my mom and me as they tried to figure out the bloody scene on our front porch. To kind of wrap this up as quickly as I can, the man was a neighbor. He lived on the street behind ours. I had never seen him before, but he apparently lived one road over in a house that kind of looked similar to ours. Come to find out, he had actually been drinking at a bar down the way. He'd had way too many, and he had walked home. But at some point, he must have gotten confused and turned down our road and got to our house. Now, I don't know if he tried to open the door or if he had just knocked or something, but I'm guessing that my dad saw him and opened the door to confront him, which was the wrong way to handle the situation. The end of the investigation determined that it was a tragic accident, but that my father was defending himself and his family, so it was considered justified. I don't think that tragic is a strong enough word for what happened, but I don't have the vocabulary to say what it really was. This man was drunk and confused and did nothing more than stumble up to the wrong house. He was not armed, he did not break in, and my dad created the scenario where his life was in more danger than he had. It got worse when I found out that this guy was actually the father to a girl in my class. She was out of school for a while, but when she came back, I could not ever get the nerve to talk to her. What was I supposed to say? Hey, sorry my dad killed yours. It may not sound related, but my family never celebrated Halloween after that. My dad never put out the decorations, and we never carved pumpkins again. I think this took a toll on my dad, and he never wanted anyone to come up to our front porch at night ever again. I will say that my dad was also never the same after that night. He kept up his paranoia, but he became less social, less talkative, and less involved in my life until he eventually died of a massive heart attack at 48. I'm not sure that there's a lesson to this story, other than to say that security is important, but it's also important to never will a scenario where you shoot a man for protection into existence. There's a certain point where, in his pursuit for security, my father became a hammer, and when you're a hammer, you do everything that you can to find a nail. Couple years ago, walking around woods near my friend's lake house with my dog. Dog starts flipping shit. Let him lead me over a hill. Strong chemical smell. My first thought is meth lab. Campsite, clothes strewn all over. 2 people lying face down on the ground. A long-haired man or a fat woman, and a blonde skinny woman. The man's foot is basically on top of a smoking burned out fire. The woman is half out of the tent. Dog is barking like crazy, and I'm yelling at them, but neither moves. I'm still about 60 yards away, afraid to get closer. Really fucking weird vibes at this point. Dog is snarling like a goddamn monster, hard to control. No phone signal out there, so I got to go back to the house, yanking the dog the whole way. Tell friend about it. He is pissed about random rednecks camping. He does not take me serious when I say they look fucking dead or drugged. He does not call the cops, and we walk back up there. Friend is acting really weird, really mad and out of character. Dog knows the fucking way and is dying to get back there. We find the spot where the campsite was. I am 100% certain, but there wasn't a scrap of anything there. Somebody broke down that tent, picked up all those clothes, put out, buried and raked out the fire, and went fucking somewhere. All in the 10 to 15 minutes I was heading back, not starting until I was out of earshot. Friend believes me they were there, but just figured I scared them off. Dog is whining, acting manic. We go back. I have no idea what the fuck happened. Either those two were out cold, or they were playing dead. If they were drugged out, they could not have broke that campsite down that quick. Not a shitpost. This story isn't me, but my dad. I was a shit little kid. Be my dad. Wake up. Middle of the night. Gotta piss, .gif. Gets up. Walks to the bathroom. Turns lights on. Proceeds to take piss. Turns to the window, which was next to the toilet. It led to the side of the roof of the patio. Very malnourished, pale white face staring through the window. Literally, face pressed up against the glass. He said he remembers his eyes were dilated and bloodshot. Basically, the Giga Tweaker. Panic. Run to the bedroom. Grabs his shitty Jimenez JA9. Stepmom wakes up. Starts freaking out, asking what's wrong. Dad says nothing. Racks round and runs to the bathroom. Giga Tweaker is now stumbling towards the edge of the roof. Dad opens window and goes to shoot. Tweaker falls off edge of roof. Dad runs into my room. Bursts through the door cause my room was right across from the bathroom. Door slam. Light on. Dog barking. Leans over my bed to look for Tweaker. Tweaker is running down street. Goes back to bedroom. Unloads JA9. What happened? Are you okay? Dad explains to stepmom. Isn't on alright? I slept through the entire ordeal and didn't so much as roll over in my sleep. And that's why, if somebody ever breaks into my apartment, I probably had a good run. The Cache Landrum UFO Incident, 1980. The Cache Landrum Incident was an unidentified flying object sighting in the United States in 1980, which witnesses claim was responsible for causing health and property damage. Uncharacteristically for such UFO reports, this resulted in civil court proceedings, though the case ended in a dismissal. Pic related is a description of the UFO. I never hear anyone talking about this anymore, and years ago, it was a fairly common thread here on X. The reason I do not dismiss this one is due to the number of skeptics and even ufologists who came out to debunk it. On top of that, main witnesses and claimants of said lawsuits were hardcore Christians who thought it was originally the Second Coming. To their surprise, however, along with the other witnesses that night, they all suffered from nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, generalized weakness, burning eyes, and feeling as though they were suffering from sunburns. Over the next few days, one of the witnesses, Cash, said her symptoms worsened, with many large, painful blisters forming on her skin. When taken to a hospital emergency room on January 3rd, 1981, Clark writes, Cash could not walk and had lost large patches of skin and clumps of hair. She was released after 12 days, though her condition was not much better, and she later returned to the hospital for another 15 days. In a 1985 HBO documentary, UFOs, What's Going On?, Cash's hair loss was shown in pictures, and she claimed doctors switched from treating her for burns to treating her for radiation sickness after realizing she had been exposed to radiation. Later, she was treated for cancer. She was not the only one to develop cancer after the event either. Could they have encountered some high-tech, secret government technology? I often believe most of the UFO reports are actually secret technology that they hide from us. This would also help explain the lack of publicity of this incident, eventual scrubbing, and of course, how their lawsuit was handled. With attorney Peter Gersten taking on the case pro bono, the case wound its way through the US courts for several years. Cash and Landrum sued the US federal government for $20 million. Testimony of officials from NASA, the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy was given. Persuaded by their testimony and other evidence that no agency of the US government possessed any such UFO, and that no military personnel had operated any of the reported helicopters, a US District Court judge dismissed their case on August 21, 1986. I personally often see and record craft so high up in the sky at night that they appear farther than the stars, moving often at the speed of high-speed jets and disappearing and reappearing constantly. Then again, the Cash Landrum family did report a shitload of black choppers after the incident, and the one time I for sure saw something unworldly, all kinds of jets and choppers came out of the woodwork afterwards, along with those craft that I mentioned way the fuck up there. POV, you have discovered extraterrestrial life, and the government is coming to congratulate you. Odd that she was exposed to such dangerous radiation and got so sick, but other close encounter experiences don't. Are the rest of them lying, or is she lying? Actually, radiation sickness is a common symptom of UAP exposure. Mrs. Jean Hingley. My eyes were sore for about a week, and I had to wear dark glasses. I have had to have some weeks away from work as I have not felt well, and the doctor advised me to have a rest. My jaws ached after staring with my mouth open with shock when I first saw the beings. I have never read books about UFOs. I only read the papers. I don't look at a lot of television, but only like the Crossroad programs and Coronation Street and love stories. We are all likely exposed to radiation, and much more than we could ever imagine. Even what we eat is potentially radiated, thus the rampant cancers and tumors in our cattle/poultry. You've seen the craft way up in the sky too. Look like satellites, but they change directions. Lamau, I still think the old lady got drugged, man. They dosed her with some serious shit. Probably LSD, mescaline, DMT all at once. It's just way too obvious Granny was drugged. By fairies? If you want to call MI5 agents fairies, then yes, by all means. Why did MI5 agents break and enter into an elderly woman's home and drug her, deceive her into thinking they were fairies, mess with her Christmas tree, eat mince pie, and then leave? You have to read the story before you make the cover-up. The fairies were clearly all part of her trip, bro. They were probably just testing some concoction of drugs on a random person of the public. She was just a nice granny and wanted to offer her friendly little guest some mince pie, especially because she was so fucking high out of her mind. This was all likely just another MK Ultra-like experiment. Then again, she did have a husband, so he could have been the real/main target of the testing. His reaction to our phone call and the story cracks me up every time though. I'll paste the full story in the thread for y'all. On the evening of December 29th, 1980, Betty Cash, age 51, Vicky Landrum, 57, and Vicky's grandson, Colby Landrum, were driving home to Dayton, Texas, in Cash's Oldsmobile Cutlass after dining out. They later said that, about 9 p.m., while driving on an isolated 2-lane road in dense woods, they saw a light above some trees, and that they first thought it was an airplane approaching Houston Intercontinental Airport, about 35 miles away, and gave it little notice. A few minutes later, on the winding roads, they saw what they believed to be the same light as before, but thought it was now much closer and brighter. They said that it came from a huge diamond-shaped object, which hovered at about treetop level, and that its base was expelling flame and emitting significant heat. Landrum told Cash to stop the car, fearing that they would be burned if they got any closer. A born-again Christian, she interpreted the object as a sign of the second coming of Jesus Christ, telling Colby, "That is Jesus, he will not hurt us." Cash said she was anxious and considered turning the car around, but abandoned this idea because the road was too narrow and she presumed the car would get stuck on the dirt shoulders, which were soft from that evening's rains. Cash and Landrum said they got out of the car to examine the object, but that Colby was terrified, and so Landrum said she quickly returned to the car to comfort him. Cash remained outside, mesmerized by the bizarre sight. The object, intensely bright and a dull metallic silver, was shaped like a huge, upright diamond, about the size of the Dayton Water Tower, with its top and bottom cut off so that they were flat rather than pointed. Small blue lights ringed the center, and periodically, over the next few minutes, flames shot out of the bottom, flaring outward to create the effect of a large cone. Every time the fire dissipated, the UFO floated a few feet downward toward the road, but when the flames blasted out again, the object rose about the same distance. They said that the heat was strong enough to make the car's metal body painful to the touch. Cash said she had to use her coat to protect her hand from being burned by the door handle when she finally got back in the car. When she touched the dashboard, Landrum claimed her hand pressed into the softened vinyl, leaving an imprint that was evident weeks later. Investigators cited it as proof of their account. They said that the object then ascended over the treetops and rose higher in the sky, and then a group of helicopters approached it, surrounding it in tight formation. Cash and Landrum counted 23 helicopters and later identified some of them as tandem-rotor Boeing CH-47 Chinooks used by military forces worldwide. More specifically, Cash claimed that they had United States Air Force markings. With the road now clear, Cash says she drove on, claiming to see glimpses of the object and the helicopters receding into the distance. From first sighting the object to its departure, they said that the encounter lasted about 20 minutes in total. Based on descriptions, it appears they were southbound on Texas State Highway FM 1485/2100 when they claimed to have seen the object. The initial location of the reported object was just south of Inland Road. The witnesses claimed that after the UFO and helicopters left, Cash took the Landrums home, then retired for the evening. That night, they reportedly all experienced similar symptoms, though Cash to a greater degree. They claimed that they suffered from nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, generalized weakness, a burning sensation in their eyes, and feeling as though they were suffering from sunburn. Over the next few days, Cash said her symptoms worsened, with many large, painful blisters forming on her skin. When taken to a hospital emergency room on January 3rd, 1981, Cash could not walk and had lost large patches of skin and clumps of hair. She was released after 12 days, though her condition was not much better, and she later returned to the hospital for another 15 days. In April 1981, Vicky was found to be developing a cataract in one eye, and Betty was first treated for breast cancer in 1983. Neither condition was known to have been present prior to their UFO encounter. However, it is contended that although the symptoms were somewhat similar to those caused by ionizing radiation, the rapidity of onset was only consistent with a massive dose that would have meant certain death in just a few days. Since all of the victims lived for years after the incident, it is suggested that the cause of the symptoms was some kind of chemical contamination, presumably by an aerosol. During their Bergstrom Air Force Base interview, 8 months post-incident, when asked to sketch a picture of what they saw, if it had a discernible shape, Betty drew and signed what she described as a diamond. Vicky concurred, added flames shooting down from the pointed bottom, and also signed the sketch. However, in their first documented reports of the incident, recorded and then described by John Schuessler's wife, Kathy, a mere 34 days following their alleged close encounter, Betty Cash stated that she could not get up close enough and that the lights were too bright for her to discern the shape completely, and Vicky said that she also could not tell, adding that only her 7-year-old grandson Colby swore it looked like a big diamond. One day, in April 1981, a CH-47 helicopter flew into Dayton. As Colby watched, he became very upset. Landrum decided to take him to the spot where the helicopter had landed, with the hope that it would seem less frightening on the ground. When they reached the landing zone, they found a lot of people there already, and had to wait some time before they were allowed to go inside the helicopter and talk to the pilot. Landrum and another visitor both claimed that the pilot said he had been in the area before for the purpose of checking on UFO trouble near Huffman. When Landrum told the pilot how glad she was to see him, because she had been one of the people burned by the UFO, he refused to talk to them further and hustled them out of the aircraft. In May 1982, UFO investigators interviewed a Dayton police officer, patrolman Lamar Walker, and his wife Marie, who claimed to have seen approximately 12 Chinook-type helicopters the same night and near the same area in which the Cash Landrum event allegedly occurred. They did not report seeing a UFO or ever explain lights. Due to the Chinook helicopter's presence, the witnesses presumed that at least one branch of the United States Armed Forces witnessed the object, if they were not escorting or pursuing it. However, investigators could find no evidence linking the helicopters with any branch of the military. Got a creepy story. Not really Wendigo nope tier, but pretty spooky. I'm hoping someone can shed light on what happened. Never done one of these posts before, so sorry if it's shit tier. B16. Go to Germany, Munich to be precise, on a school trip to study the Nazis. We arrive and go to the center of Munich, where our hostel is. Dingy type place, but they did nice food. Me and 5 other friends are sharing a dorm. 3 bunk beds all on the edge of the room, with a table and chairs in the middle. The first night there, we head to a Hard Rock cafe and stroll around Munich, 40 of us, soaking up the new culture. We get back to our dorm room at about 8 PM, and we make our beds and properly make ourselves at home. A friend, let's call him Tom, pulls bedsheets to reveal a huge maroon stain on his bedsheets. We all do the same. Again, massive odd stains on our bedsheets. Smells like metal. We all just think, lazy fucking cleaners, and make the beds. Go downstairs for supper. Tell other people what happened. We are not alone in our mysterious happenings. A dorm of 3 found some sharp arrowhead in their room. We all get the impression this place is kinda fucked up. Head back into dorm rooms for the night. Everyone showers and goes to bed. Tom, being a creep, starts making fucking weird noises and sneaking up on my other friend Sam in the night to make him scared. This goes on until 11 PM. Was filming the reactions on my phone. After about an hour, nobody can sleep, so we all agree to open the windows and let some air in. Things start to go weird. We all slowly fall asleep. However, every time I close my eyes, I get these weird fucking hallucination type things, like when you press your thumbs gently against your eye, except I was not pressing my eyes, and I had taken my contacts out, and I could not feel anything on my eyes. Because Tom is a clumsy fuck, instead of unpacking his clothes and stuff from his bag like the rest of us, he just has all of his shit all over the dorm floor. This meant that if anyone got up in the middle of the night, I would be woken up by the sound of someone kicking deodorant cans across the floor. I finally get to sleep, whilst being woken up by another friend, Lewis, who for some reason went for a piss like 5 times in that night. Wake up next day. It's Lewis's birthday, so we all say happy birthday and all that stuff. Go downstairs with dorm and have breakfast. Lewis was super organized. Because of him, we were always the first to breakfast and got all the good shit. This is important later. Talk about Lewis going for a piss in the middle of the night so many times. Other friend, Sam, then starts jokingly accusing him of being a pervert because he was feeling his legs in the middle of the night. Tom seriously denies accusation. You know it's serious when Tom is serious. Guy is such a character. We then blame Will, whose bed is end to end with Sam's, and accuse him of reaching over with his legs. Will again completely denies it. If it was them, they would have owned up to it. We all kinda get a hint of nope, but then Sam notices something. If Tom and Will did do it, we would have heard it, and we'd have been woken up by the sound of clanging metal and crunching crisp packets. Nope intensifies. We just brush it off and say that Sam was dreaming it. Day is pretty cool. Go to Dachau concentration camp in mass graves, tour around Munich, witness a communist protest, etc. A full day gone by, and my dorm are all knackered. We all agree to stay up late at night and just talk about random shit. Get to dorm room. Weirdly enough, all of Tom's shit is neat and tidied up on a table next to his bunk bed. Considering last night's events, we all nope that something came in and did the work for us. People then start saying Lewis was fed up and did it when we were still downstairs in the arcade. Organized guy, like I said. What's more, those stains had gone from our bedsheets. Just realized it was probably cleaners that came and did it. Whatever. Fast forward 5 hours to about 3 AM. Everyone but friend, Jack, is awake. Jack literally fell asleep in the middle of a conversation, the rude bastard. We all then noticed that the light, which was turned off, was ominously glowing a faint green. We are all in a happy mood, so we just dismiss it as radioactive waste or some shit, then realize past events in the dorm, and everybody gets nervous. All eventually fall asleep around 4 AM, forget most of what happened. Day 3. Lewis wakes us all up at 6 AM. 2 hours of sleep. Yay. Lewis apologizes to us and says, "Lights are broken. Did someone notice it break when they went to the toilet?" Nope. Web him. Our funny as fuck friend Tom is now in an active state of nope right now. Wake up, get breakfast. Learn that night that an entire dorm had fallen ill and were actively vomiting their guts up last night. Creeps.jpg. See friend Tommy. He came from that dorm. Was literally sheet white. It was scary. 2-hour coach journey to Nuremberg to see famous Nazi rally grounds. Absolutely pumped. Have amazing day. See Nazi rally grounds, as well as go to see the courtroom where the Nuremberg trials were held. On my back, Jack fell asleep in the couch, so we just had to tickle him. Jack's an army cadet and scout, so he could literally sleep through an air raid. He jostles around, mumbling things, and at one point, lets out a deep, monotone stop all of a sudden. Everyone close to Jack on the couch hears this and are spooked. Even the teachers are creeped. We stop. Get to petrol station. Most people disembark to go to the toilets. Jack wakes up and says he had a terrifying dream. Too spooky for me. Show him video of him jostling around like a moron. Anyways, we get back to the hotel, only to notice that our dorm room was completely wrecked the fuck up. The place looked like it had been in an earthquake. Literally, the beds were all out of place, and all of our clothes were out of the wardrobes. The D&D game we were playing on the table was now all over the floor, and the papers in tatters. Bed sheets are covered in that mysterious maroon liquid again. The room stinks of metal. Everyone decides, fuck this, and moves what clean bed sheets we found, and our clothes to our friend's dorm, the one that found the weird arrowhead. We stay up until around 11, with 3 different dorm groups crammed into one room, talking about random shit all night. Fun times. We all sleep on the floor, whilst the other 3 sleep on their beds, ungrateful sods. We all have a good sleep, until we are woken up twice in the night. First was when we heard a crazy loud banging from upstairs. Happens like fud fud fud, fud fud fud, fud fud fud. Me and some of our friends get up, and something possessed us, not literally, to go and see what it was. We go upstairs to find an old man with cataracts in his eyes shout at us in German. Apologize in what little German I know, and go back downstairs. Get to sleep. Later on that night, me and some others are waken up by the most demonic screaming from outside on the streets. When I heard it, my blood ran dead cold. Others are noping too. Look outside. Nothing but a tram passing by. Pretty fucking scared. Shiver myself to sleep. I know, I'm a complete pussy. Day 4. Everyone wakes up and goes to pack their bags. Go into the haunted dorm room. Everything is cleaned again. Really fucking spooked. What's more, is my bag is all packed up, with everything inside. Go for a bag just in case. Yep, every single thing is in there. Unpack last set of clean clothes, get a shower, and get changed and head off. Bid farewell to the god-forsaken place. Either I met a very dedicated cleaner, or something/someone was fucking with us. True story. Be me in grade 8, new school halfway through the year. Trying to make friends, going fine. Meet this skinny kid with classes. He's friendly, I chat to him a bit. Don't talk to Skinny much, but start seeing him around all the time. Ignored at first, but Skinny starts joining our group during recess. Do my best to ignore it, and continue making friends. Fast forward, I start to notice something strange. Whenever I walk from one group of friends to another, Skinny follows me. At first, I think I'm imagining this. I have never spoken more than 3 sentences to him. Decide to test it out. Tell my friends to walk back and forth between groups of my friends. Somehow, Skinny is always there, peering at me with his shiny glasses. One day, decide enough is enough. I'm going to confront him. Skinny, I don't know why you keep following me around, but it's got to stop. What do you mean, Anon? We're friends. I can scarcely believe my ears. No, we're not. He looks very hurt and walks away. I think that's the end of that, and move on. Soon after this, I hear something strange. Skinny has moved into the school hostel, where I stay. Go to bed, thinking to myself, that's okay. I don't need to be friends with everyone here. Next morning, walk down to breakfast. See shiny pair of glasses blinking from my table. Skinny. Decide I will have to make peace with it, but still refuse to talk to him. Monday, after a weekend at home, walk into my hostel room, spot something strange. There is a piece of blue paper next to my bed, the back of my homework torn off, and on it scribbled a letter from Skinny. Calls me his friend, asks why I don't like him, says he hopes this can change, and some other things I can't remember. This is getting weird, I tell my friends. We laugh it off, but whenever I see him, I ignore him completely, and never mention the letter. Fast forward, metric, last year in school. One day, I'm wearing my favorite pair of pants, a colorfully patched hippie pants. After dinner, I'm standing in the eating hall, talking to some friends. Skinny walks up. Anon, where did you get those pants? My mind races. If I tell him where, it will be only 3 days, and he will have exactly the same. Decide to make it obvious I don't want to tell him. From a shop. He gives me a strange look and walks away. Next day, tell friends at school about my close call. After school, go to my hostel room. Wait, what? Spread out on my neatly made bed, lay my hippie pants, carefully laid out, like someone specifically put it there. I did not put it there. Last night I threw it in my basket with all of my other dirty clothes. Think no, this has to be a mistake. Ask cleaning ladies if they put it there. No, nobody was in my room all day. Ask friend who stays in room next to me. Nope, he got there the same time as I. He did not see anything either. I'm afraid to touch the pants. Never find out who spread out my pants like that. Many other weird things happened. Skinny once wrote a letter to a girl I had just broken up with, asking her out. He drew a picture of himself on a photo of me and my friends and posted it on his profile. Every time I bought a new can of cereal for breakfast, he would have the same the following week. Last time I saw him was before lockdown, when he walked up some stairs at the same university as I. This is my first green text. What's your stalker story? Be 13 or 14-ish. Spend a week every summer at cousin's place, playing video games, goofing off outside, etc. Cousin lives in suburb, developed but still nearish to nature. One night, after dinner, but not super late, like 8 or 9 p.m. In front room of his house, building shit with Legos. Doorbell rings. Aunt answers front door. Front hall, if you can call it that, enters right into the front room. No extra doorways or anything, so we see everything. Blonde girl, petite, probably about late teens, early 20s. Pretty cute, I guess. I was too young to have defined tastes. Speaks in thick accent, Russian or Polish or something of the same. Not exactly common in this particular area. She is a foreign exchange student or something like that. Selling encyclopedias to make money. Would like to come in to sign Aunt up for a sale. Aunt tells her they are not interested. Girl also says she is looking for a place to stay in lieu of the hostel. We're in America, and I don't think hostels are even a thing here. Maybe she meant dorm? Aunt says something to the effect of, absolutely not. Sorry, but you have to go. Girl does not push the issue, thanks my aunt for her time, and apologizes for the trouble and leaves. We talk about how weird she was and have a laugh. Later on, hear howling and barking. Area is known for coyotes, so this is not odd. I make the joke that it must be a full moon, and that weird girl was a werewolf. It actually is a full moon. Uncle says those are not coyotes howling, but either wolves or dogs. We have a it's fun to be scared kind of freak out. TLDR, Slavic werewolf girl wanted to sell my aunt encyclopedias. Few months ago, there is a class trip to Krakow in Poland. Be second day there. I'm sharing a room with 2 of my homies. Let's just call them A and B. At 4 a.m., A starts to make a weird fucking whistle, and after that, he just lets out a horrifying scream. I wake up from this, so I am fucking confused about what just happened. I ask him, what is going on? Said it was a nightmare, and afterwards, he got up to sleep close to B, who was also sleeping in our room. Next morning, A finally explains what happened. Tells me he was just lying there in bed and staring at this blonde female figure standing between his and my bed. Explains to me how she had like a laughter that was looping like a tape. When he finally saw her face, he explained to me that it was morphing into a new face constantly. He said he lets out a scream when these sort of nightmares happen to wake himself up. He explained to me he has not had nightmares like this since he stopped using drugs. Weird thing is, he did not do any drugs at all on this trip. Ask him about the weird ass whistle. He said he did not whistle at all. What? B suddenly explains to us that he also saw a female figure, but with a different hair color, who was also standing in between our beds, and she was apparently looking at me sleeping. This was a bit before A got his nightmare. We all nope the fuck out. B last day on our trip. I'm staring outside the window to get some fresh air before I head into bed. Start seeing an enormous, tall, slender figure who's wearing a black dress at a street sign a few miles away from the hostel. She is so fucking tall that her body is shaped like an S. Tell A to immediately come and look. He said he sees a girl, but she is not tall, shaped like an S, or is wearing a black dress. She looks ordinary. We noped the fuck out again. However, nothing happened afterwards, and we got home safely. Some female figure seemed to spook us the fuck out, cause she or they had a different hair color and shape depending on which one of us saw her. It's also worth to note that A has not been in school for 2 weeks. He said something happened to him and he won't tell us what it is. Dude is starting to slowly freak me out. Fucking Poland. USP program and drones. From 2012 to 2023, I worked in Naval Intelligence, focusing on advanced underwater detection systems as part of an unidentified submerged phenomena program. Our work involved close collaboration with the DoD and leading defense contractors, whose names you can likely guess. The program's objective was to investigate anomalous underwater activity in specific areas of interest. My recruitment came after earning a PhD in oceanographic engineering, and my role was to analyze sensor data and identify patterns in these phenomena. I will keep this as concise as possible. I'd like to start by saying that the drones we've been seeing aren't US experiments, Chinese tech, or extraterrestrial. The objects we are seeing are from Earth, and while we are not entirely sure what they are, we know where they come from. The objects that we see emerge from subterranean and submarine exit points. During my time in the USP program, my team analyzed data from nuclear subfleets equipped with next-gen quantum sonar arrays. These tracked objects emerging from and returning to depths far below our sub's crush depth, about 2,400 feet. Simply put, their movement defied physics. I'm talking about vertical ascents and descents at 75 to 90 degrees with constant velocity, no cavitation, and no acoustic signature. By 2014, we identified consistent emergence points that we called threshold points. These were not random. Clusters of these objects always seem to emerge in the Puerto Rico Trench, off California's continental shelf, and the East Pacific Rise. The objects' physical properties are quite honestly terrifying, as they can physically alter their structure and manipulate electromagnetic fields to mimic real aircraft, replicating their shape, motion, and reflective properties. However, our quantum sonar arrays consistently revealed their true, unchanging forms, suggesting the transformation is either superficial or operates by mechanisms we do not yet understand. You would not believe how much activity has ramped up over the past 2 years. By mid-2023, the whole situation got so tense that my access to key data was locked down almost overnight. It was not subtle. My higher-ups were clearly scared. Everything became need to know, and apparently, I did not need to know anymore. When they started pulling senior analysts from the program and stonewalling me from anything remotely relevant, it was obvious the walls were closing in. That's when I decided that it was time to leave. The recent wave of whistleblowers you'll be seeing, and incidents like the Cybertruck bomber, are controlled disclosure. It's all a part of a calculated effort to muddy the waters and keep people chasing shadows while something much bigger is unfolding. These objects are not extraterrestrial, and they are not some top secret military tech. Our theory is that they have been here far longer than we have, and whatever they are doing, it's ramping up fast. Our final pattern analysis before the data lockdown showed an exponential increase in emergence events. The trend was not just alarming, it pointed toward a critical threshold. Also, we are entirely certain that they aren't just buzzing around aimlessly. They are systematically mapping and surveying infrastructure, military installations, population hubs. They are covering everything, and they are doing it while blending in perfectly. They could look like a drone, an airliner, or who knows what else, but under the surface, they are something entirely different. Did your office work with the NOAA during all of this? Yes, we had ongoing collaborations with PMEL, particularly their ocean exploration program. They provided data and environmental monitoring that helped us establish baseline acoustic signatures to filter out natural phenomena. They were a pain in the ass. Any activity near Khalat Yam. If you're referring to Kiryat Yam, I'm not sure about the spelling you used. We did not have any direct monitoring stations in the Mediterranean. At least, I was never aware of these and only focused on the areas I already mentioned. The Mediterranean's average depth of about 1,500 meters does not provide the conditions that we typically associated with the Atlantic threshold points. If Euros and Africans see these objects, it's because they went from the Atlantic threshold points, particularly from the Puerto Rico trench vector, and moved eastward across the ocean. What were the true forms you saw on sonar? We consistently observed two configurations. The most common was an oblong spheroid, exactly like the tic-tac shape that gets thrown around a lot. The other form was perfectly spherical, usually 5 to 8 meters in diameter. Regardless of what they appeared to be visually, drones, aircraft, etc., the quantum acoustic signature always showed me one of these two base forms. The sphere configuration was more common during deep water operations, while the tic-tac shape was prevalent during surface-to-air transitions. Any biological effects reported near the exit points, changes in sea life behavior. Marine life does not notice these things. Our bio team used to joke about this. It's pretty wild when you think about it. Even our quietest subs send marine life scattering, but these objects might as well be part of the coral. I gave the general timeline, my role, and my background. The locations and tech specifications I mentioned are verifiable by anyone with any proper knowledge. I'd suggest looking at the public NOAA bathymetric data for the threshold points that I mentioned. Pay attention to anomalous readings around the Puerto Rico Trench's western slope, particularly between 2020 to 2022. The data is public. They just don't advertise what they are actually recording. I am not going to dox myself further or drop specific details that could identify people close to me. I am not reading all of that. I already know that they are ancient alien probes and they can replicate itself. That is the only explanation that makes sense. An advanced civilization will inevitably send probes all over the universe to search for stuff, and, elaborating on this, their goal is to find these interesting planets with resources or life support conditions and report back to the nearest outpost. So, they've sent a probe back with a report thousands of years ago, and now their goal is just to monitor and protect the planet and its resources until more probes and perhaps even NHI life forms arrive here. If we are about to nuke the planet down, they will interfere. Ma-e-la-maos coming for the resources. This type of fear-mongering is so stupid. It is just us projecting our own history on alien invaders to possibly construct a threat narrative. The universe is littered with all types of resources that an advanced civilization might need on desolate worlds and asteroids. Why come to our cosmic backwater that is inhabited by a bunch of smart monkeys that you will have to deal with? Summer 2015. Puerto Rico shelf emergence of small fast unit that flew over East US. This very much tracks. The Pentagon videos they confirmed in 2020 were from that 2014 to 2015 activity spike. It was cool seeing them finally acknowledge the footage that we've been analyzing years before. The release of those videos sparked huge internal fights. You had some officials pushing for disclosure, other branches fighting to keep everything classified, and some just freelancing their own agenda. My team thought we were finally getting somewhere, but instead, it just exposed how fractured the whole system is. Different offices, either fighting over control or actively undermining each other. We are cooked. Any idea why they are putting small devices into people? The implant phenomenon is real. Never heard anyone talk about this. There is no evidence to suggest they aren't from our planet, but you are not entirely wrong. These objects show specific interest in our infrastructure and population centers. We are certain they are mapping human activity specifically, and not just general planetary resources. What's going on in NJ is unprecedented. Everything else is pure speculation. Do you think it could be related to Earth's pole shift? No. The Earth's magnetic pole shift is a very slow-moving compass needle. We actually studied this possibility extensively because the objects that we tracked could manipulate electromagnetic fields. Imagine you're watching birds migrate. If they were following Earth's magnetic field, like birds actually do, you'd see gradual changes in their patterns, matching the pole's movement. But these objects follow completely different rules. They created their own magnetic disturbances, kind of like how a magnet can temporarily override your compass. Why the fuck would these things even care about us now if they are some ancient Earth species? Our theory was that they are tired of us fucking with their shit, quite honestly. We always assumed they are peaceful, or else humanity would not have thrived for this long. However, we've basically industrialized every corner of their native environment. Deep-sea mining, submarine cables, sonar networks, oil rigs. We are literally building infrastructure right on top of their threshold points. Plus, our self-destructive behavior, nukes, puts them at high risk. That's why there's been so much more activity in the last 80 years. What is the point of mimicking planes? They clearly don't want direct interaction with us, and mimicking seems to be an evasion tactic. Numbers? By late 2022, we hit around 40 emergencies per month. Back in 2014, only 10 to 20, but the worst part was not the numbers. It was seeing multiple threshold points activate at once, which had never happened before. Last projection before I lost access showed 100 plus monthly events by the end of 2023. Given what is happening now, especially in NJ, we are probably looking at 10 plus events daily, way beyond anything we modeled. Did any other nations track this shit? Of course. That's actually part of why keeping this contained is impossible. Russian deep-sea research vessels were all over the East Pacific rise threshold points. They have better deep water capabilities than most people realize. The Chinese aren't dumb to this either. The funny part is, we'd occasionally get sanitized intelligence reports of them tracking the exact same phenomena, but everyone played dumb in international waters. Picture these three countries all following the same objects while pretending they're just doing routine patrols. It is ridiculous. The Chinese, especially, ramped up their deep-sea monitoring after 2019. Look up their underwater sensor network expansion. If you are asking for a specific date, I can't give you one. That is not how it works. Our model showed emergence events increasing exponentially, but we lost access to the data before pinpointing when it could peak, and that prediction could be incorrect. What I can tell you is that the rate of increase we were seeing by mid-2023 was well beyond our worst-case projections from 2019. Think of it like watching a pot about to boil. You can see the bubbles forming faster and faster, but you can't predict the exact moment it will boil over. All I know is we're seeing way more activity now than any of our models ever predicted we would, and nobody knows their end goal. In all of the data we collected, there wasn't a single aggressive action. They are capable of incredible things, but they've never shown hostile intent. If they wanted violence, we would not stand a chance. Something that can alter their structure, manipulate electromagnetic fields, and move through water like it's air. We would be done in hours. What we observed was more like territorial behavior, like they're responding to us, encroaching on their space. They are aware of our nuclear capabilities. That is probably humanity's only real deterrent. I guess they understand that any overt action risks a nuclear response from us that would poison their environment as much as ours. But that is just my analysis, based on the data. I am not going to pretend I know their intentions. Threshold points aren't physical structures or holes. That's what made them hard to study. They are more like zones where normal physics starts acting up. UUVs could get within about 600 meters before their navigation systems would start going haywire. Compasses spinning, depth sensors showing impossible readings, that sort of thing. Lost quite a few Remus units trying to get closer. The best imagery we got was from multi-beam sonar mapping. You'd see these perfectly circular areas, maybe 50 meters in diameter, where the return signals just did not make sense. Like, the bathymeter would show normal seafloor topology, then this completely smooth disk where all of our instruments failed to get coherent readings, almost like a blind spot in the data. Who do you find to be the most credible and genuine? Most of them are working with fragments of information, and some are definitely spinning narratives for profit or attention. The ones talking about bodies, exotic materials, and crash retrievals are missing the point entirely. These things don't crash. There are no retrievals, lol. What if they can also mimic humans and other things? One of our techs actually had this running joke about our branch director being one of them because the guy never seemed to blink and had this weird way of moving. We never saw any evidence that they could mimic anything except aircraft. Not saying they couldn't do different things, they probably can, but signatures were always consistent with those two forms I mentioned, the sphere and tic-tac shapes. Again, fragments of info are out there, so is the reality of what's happening. It's right in front of everyone. People just keep looking for aliens when they should be looking elsewhere. That is all. I feel like at any second, the entire planet could be swarmed with billions of these things and be wiped out in a second. What the hell else would they be planning? Also, what's the possibility there's been ET contact and this is something totally different as well? I found some of the crash retrieval stories to seem believable. Does this mean that the guy who said that creatures live in these plasma voids under the ocean was not LARPing? I forget what he called the substance that they lived inside, but he said it occurred under great pressures, and they've lived in these plasma oceans underneath us for thousands of years. I forget what people called them, but it's something like Dobbelnay. He said we developed nukes, which is tech they did not have, and they developed anti-gravity, and they wanted us to stop messing with their ecosystem. That's why they emerged, and a huge war is brewing, but they agreed to peace for a few decades with them. Presumably, they are humanoid, but with aquatic features. My schizo sense went off when I saw deleted links, Lamau. You're fine. And yeah, I agree, dude. I interacted with this thread very early and asked about NOAA, because guess what? There was an underwater LARP, well before the underwater base LARP. The OG underwater aliens LARP is the NOAA Mermaids Reddit post from like 2018 or some shit, and I base all of my underwater alien LARP off of that. They claim they witnessed 10-foot tall entity that could basically move through the water at any speed. They claim that they were cloaked in something that resembles elemental mercury. They could move in any direction, as if they weren't encompassed by water. It resembled high FPS footage. These things were bouncing around, and their craft did too. It's as if they are operating off of different laws of physics, or something that allows them to generate these different fields. No one wants to talk about the NOAA Mermaid Post. It's like they want it buried, so they can craft LARP to contain and bury it. Whoa, that reminds me a bit of the Russian divers that came into contact with some alien beings as well. Is it the same story? No, you are referencing the incident that occurred at Lake Baikal, which is another underwater alien rabbit hole that is connected to all of this. The incident you were referring to basically claims they interacted with underwater entity, and they literally got turned to stone, Medusa style. I know exactly what you are referencing, and it is another piece of the puzzle. Lake Baikal, Lake Tahoe, these fuckers are not just operating in the ocean. They know what they are doing. Don't even get me started on the Tahoe Deep YouTube channel that I still think about every day. When you piece it all together, it's so hard to ignore it. We are constantly given half-truths, and it's literally up to the individual to piece it together. They want you confused and incapable. Fuck that shit. If you saw the data we saw, that feeling of dread will be in your head 24/7, but eventually, you just learn to live with this reality. There is not much we can do. Whether other phenomena exist alongside what I saw is outside my area of expertise, but I personally doubt it. Never heard of such a theory. The objects we tracked were solid, structured craft with forms under quantum sonar. As for humanoid entities, I never saw evidence of that. The objects showed signs of intelligence in their behavior patterns, but we never got close enough to determine who or what was operating them. Speculation about their true nature was heavily discouraged in the program. Our team joked about it here and there, but never around the higher-ups. We did our job, and that was it. I will remain within what I can verify through our program's data and what I saw. Remote viewing insights are interesting, but my focus was on hard sensor data and verifiable patterns. I am unaware of further details. I am not dismissive. I'm just telling you what I saw and researched for years. I cannot and will not confirm or deny things that I am unsure about. I will only tell my side of the story and conclusions of theories my team and I reached or considered. Bet's fear never came up in any serious discussions in our program. Foo Fighters, quite relevant. Our analysis of historical documentation from World War II pilots, combined with our modern data and understanding of the objects, suggests they were encountering early examples of the same mimicry behavior. I stand on the data I saw. It would be cool to say that they are interdimensional demons or grey aliens from Neptune, but I don't know. We can't determine who is constructing them, and labeling them as useless. All I can say with honesty is the sophistication of the objects implies an advanced tech civilization, but I've heard all types of theories, from time travel to super AI, but again, theorizing their origin was not my objective, and we would get in trouble if we delved too deep into that. There are no indications for extraterrestrials. These things are not leaving Earth. In an outer suburb of a main city, passing through town, stop at a local strip mall. Maybe there will be something to eat here. Car park is almost totally empty. Weird effect of all the empty concrete seems to take ages to walk to the entrance. Sliding doors are out of order. A yellowed sign says, "Use back door." Arrow points to a dilapidated door on the side of the building held open by a brick. Okay, lol. Enter through a short passage into the food court. Large open space with plenty of seating and faux plants, plaster pillars, etc. All the trappings of a thriving mall, except it's completely empty. No one at any of the tables, no one walking around. The shops are almost all closed. Those big rolled down metal grates covering the shop fronts. Two of the food court stores appear to be open. A Turkish kebab place has its lights on, but I can't see anyone there or any activity. A sushi place with one or two scruffy looking items on display has a guy at the counter who notices me and smiles. "Hi, how are you today?" he says. Actually, he practically shouts it because I am standing at the far end of the food court, nowhere near him. Just smile back and don't reply. No longer hungry and getting a weird feeling from the place. Walk around some note of the mall. Notice rubbish on the floor and unkempt fenced off areas, including a stairwell to a lower floor that just goes into seeming darkness. Reach a dead end where the rest of the mall is shut off with roll-down grates. The background music is coming from a couple speakers in the food court only. From this distance, it's just a warped echo. There is a rustling in the blocked-off stairwell. Turn in time to see a fuzzy shape, like bundled-up rags, move quickly out of sight. Time to go. As I bolt out of there, I pass the sushi store, and the guy stares at me as I leave. As I went through the passage out into the car park, I was really jumpy. I heard footsteps somewhere behind me, and actually ran to my car. Later, I looked the place up, and it's a dead mall, with only a few shops open a couple days a week. I have not exaggerated the story, although I was probably unduly frightened. I got the impression something was not right there. My friends just found it funny, and said the food stores were probably drug fronts, and I am tempted to agree. The figure in the stairway seemed like a homeless person, most likely. So, nothing supernatural, but undoubtedly a creepy experience. Here is something that happened a month ago to me. I'd rather not share this, as I'm afraid I might bring it back, but sharing is good for the mind, right? Friend back from tour in Germany. Plan a hike/hunt up in Vermont, right after Halloween. Head up to Burlington, hippie country, as east of there is pretty much wide open wilderness up to the Canadian border. We head out to Mount Mansfield with hunting and camping supplies. Should be a good week. First day/night is uneventful. We camp with no issues. Next time, while hiking through the woods, we come across an abandoned settlement in the middle of nowhere. Woods here are abnormally quiet. Even with snow on the ground, there is usually some noise. We find some plaques detailing this place's history, so we get somewhat comforted. Decide this is a good place to camp for the night, despite finding no deer for 2 days. That night, shit starts up. Buddy is staring into the woods away from the campfire around 6 p.m. He is real quiet, holding his rifle. Does not speak a word as the campfire crackles. Finally ask what's up. He does not answer, just points the barrel off into the tree line. We sit in silence for another hour or so, when I finally hear walking in the distance. Sounds human. We hear twigs and branches snapping, but given the terrain, it's not clear where it is. Friend finally speaks up, says he saw someone standing in the distance looking at us when we were building the campfire, then saw them hanging around while we ate dinner. He remarks that when he would camp and hike in Germany, the locals would always warn him of the witches that inhabited abandoned towns. Remarks that they said the night felt darker when they were around, even with a campfire. Realize I can't see the stars, nor really that much more, despite us having a roaring campfire. Fuck me, a witch? We basically stay up for a while longer, before agreeing to sleep in shifts. Whatever it is still walking around us like a predator. Morning comes. Walking stopped around midnight. We decide to leave the spot and head north towards the ski areas, hoping for more deer and less Blair Witch. An hour into the hike, we find an abandoned looking house in a small clearing. Bones everywhere. Looks like coil wolves are using the area as a lair, but no sign of them. We decide to investigate the house. We now realize this was a bad idea. Door is unlocked. We step in. Smells like incense and spices, like an Indian grocery store. First floor is pretty Spartan. Some broken furniture and rotted floorboards. Massive, rusted witch cauldron in the fireplace. Hear noise from the basement. We shoulder our rifles and stand back to back. Friend finds the basement door. It's shut. Could be a coy wolf stuck down there. We decide not to pursue the basement and get the fuck out of there. We bug out and leave the house behind. Photo I took never came out, and the GPS on it had all zeros, so fuck me. We move north some more. Still no deer and no noise. Decide to turn south and head back to truck. We have to camp one more night. Shit about to get bad, and we don't even know it. Build a fire. Friend makes a makeshift palisade using branches and fallen trees around campsite. Not overkill when we may have stumbled onto a witch's house. Everything is quiet until 7 p.m. No walking this time. Instead, we can hear birds. A lot of birds. Like an aviary everywhere. Wishing we brought energy drinks, because no way we are sleeping. We both begin to hear faint whispering now, like in the back of our ears. Ask Buddy if we should just walk the rest of the way. He responds no. She won't let us. Points rifle at trees east of fire. I don't see shit. Hear an obvious voice make a fake bird call in the other direction. I am freaked the fuck out. Ask Buddy if we should fire some rounds off. He says no. If they wanted to harm us, they could have. We need to be alert, as they could be fucking with us to scare us away. A fucking white wolf appears an hour later. Bird noises and whispers still going on it. I want to shoot, but it could be a witch. It sits by the campfire. Noises start to die down. What the fuck? After the silence returns, Wolf gets up and walks back into the woods. Neither of us sleep nor speak. In the morning, we book it to the truck and get the fuck out back to Burlington. No deer, just witches. Was the wolf part of the witches? I don't know. I have not talked about this with my buddy. I am fucking scared it followed me. I still remember this, like if it was yesterday. On God, I keep retelling. Nobody remembers it, only me. Be me, 4 years old, with mom and grandmother and also sister. Trip to Chuck E. Cheese, but before we go, mom and grandma have to run one simple errand. so they go to this building at a random plaza to drop off a post letter of some sort. While walking up the stairs, mind you, it's in a local plaza where stores and small companies for food and clothing shops are held there. We walk towards the corner of what seems to be a mini-mall that is not indoors at all. Strange. The place was filled with these skeletons, all dressed in robes, candles everywhere. Mind you, at the time, it wasn't even October, and the skeletons looked to be real. Maybe they were used for science class, or actually grave robbed. As we waited at the lobby room, there were small African American dolls sitting in shrines with cigar bottles of wine and machetes laying on top of them. Place was freaking me out, yet my mom and grandma did not care and made me shrug it off. So I feel nervous, yet bored at the same time. I wander off with my sister, and we both peeped through a window that said Botanica, and saw what had to be people chanting as they behead a chicken to a stone idol or plate, I can't remember. 16 years passed. I saw my local news live claiming a report that that same mini-mall was under investigation for having a hidden church or cult for the religion Santeria or Voodoo. Over 200 animal sacrifices were held behind the back doors of the place. My question till this day is, what was my mom and grandma doing there at the time? Alright, I got some OC for you. Little preface though, I've lived in a former coal mining town for all of my life basically so far. The town is pretty big. It's a whole county actually, but only out of the town was the mining business big. Mostly in town, all you get is a military training camp, farming, and sports. County fair too, but whatever. So most of the old mine shafts that were started and ended shortly after they were made were mostly filled up, so no one could get in there. Geocaching got real popular a couple of years ago, and there were a bunch of these mine shafts that were locations for them. So people would go there, get the cache, leave something, and then leave. Not that big of an issue. It was always warm near the mine shafts, so snow would melt slowly near the fronts of them, making them great for year-round geocaching. Now we start the story. Me, 3 friends, and one of their GFs all get kinda drunk in the afternoon after our senior year. We'll call the friends A, B, C, and GF. So, GF is a big hiker and is very fit, loves to geocache. Her boyfriend C is into local history like a dork, so they seem fit for each other with geocaching. C wants to go to one of the bigger, more remote mine shafts just for shits and giggles. GF agrees. Me being the mother hen, which meant I was only slightly buzzed, drove them all out there. B was having fun with it, so he brought out a few of his hunting guns, which ranged from rifles to shotguns, and a few pistols. I jokingly took a shotgun from him, and said Evil Dead quotes the whole time. No one else takes a gun, and I am stupid enough to keep it in my hands as we go along. When we got there, it was kinda warm, which felt good, since it was getting dark and colder. I would have said it was about 8 PM, and since it was June, it was just light out. GF and C say how there is a metal gate on the front of the mine, like one you would see on a storage room thing, and it looked new. C says this is not normal for mines, or at least he thinks so. GF suggests that they're finally putting another layer onto the front of the mine since people were getting into them. It had a star logo with a circle around it, like it was a cheesy government movie. B gets cocky and tries to jank up the metal door by its small handle. He in turn yelps in pain as he pulls his hand back. Apparently, the metal door was so hot it was hard to move your hand towards it. We all just assumed it was some kind of fumes from the cave heating up the door like a frying pan. I threw a large stick at the door, and it started burning up really quickly after it hit the metal door with a loud bang. The fire was blue, light blue, as if it was a giant pilot light, just coming off of a stick thrown at a hot as fuck door. We all thought it was fucking weird as hell, so we threw more sticks at it and got a small fire going of blue and greenish hues. C thought it might have been gas from the cave doing it, but he did not really care. As our fire was going, it was beginning to get dark, so we were going to head out and back home. Then we heard a loud, metallic creaking noise. It sounded like something out of a video game, with how it just sounded so strong, yet fizzled out so quickly. The metal gate, fell off of its hinges and onto the ground, crushing the blue fire really quickly. We looked inside of the mine shaft that was there. GF, using her phone sort of as binoculars, which caused her to scream and get into the car. I looked in the mine among the blue fire and saw this. A blob of tannish grayed skin being illuminated by the fire, so it just seemed to be a bright blue. It was shiny like stone, but leathery in different areas. There were like 7 faces we could see if the bottom ones rubbed red from the movement. We slowly noticed it had actually been moving closer, so B decided to start shooting at it without even worrying about anything. We could hear the thing in there start coughing and hacking. It's breathing hard and strained, with some small bits of black liquid coming out of it from the looks of the lighting. I took up the job of shooting off my grand total of 2 shots in the gun, attempting to reload, but then giving up and jumping into the car with A, B, C, and GF. All of us get really jumpy during the ride home, but we all calm down and start thinking we're badasses. Eventually realized we most likely uncovered some weird-ass bullshit in the middle of the woods, like we were a group out of a horror movie. Try not to speak of it again. Everyone else moved or tried to move out of the town after. GF and C left together. A went to college, and B has pretty much given up on hunting and only shoots in the range. I tried looking the mine up long after this, and literally only found it on an old map of the town from the late 1890s from some site that sells maps. Tried looking for it again, only to find that the site was taken down. Look up the public city hall records about mines. Find it on there. Save it. Later on it is removed, saying this document does not exist. Basically, I was in your standard group of friends find a creepy creature, and now there's no trace of it. Spooky Woods Creature Story. Okay, Nons. This is one of those things I've been talking about in various threads, and decided to make into its own post. My experience with a creature that can mimic voices. Be me. 16 at the time. Live in northwestern Ohio, on the Michigan border, right off the lake. Small rural town, with nothing more than a grocery store, a Taco Bell, and a gas station. One light town. Completely flat with the lake to the northwest, and a river valley that opens up into quite a few swimming holes in the woods. It is summer, and me and my buddies are chasing girls in the local swimming hole. Get into fight with Michigan guys who are at our swimming hole, chasing our girls. Grandpa breaks up the fight. He owns the land and was doing work nearby. Grandpa tells me I'm a man now and need a job, and to stop being childish. Tells me his Native American friend who owned the grocery store would hire me to do overnight stocking for $25 a night. This was the 90s, so fuck yeah, I'm down. Work a few nights there. Job is literally the easiest shit I ever did. Get to know this old Native American over the course of a few weeks. Old Native American is cool as fuck. Buys me beer and smokes. Tells me about the serpent that his people put to sleep under the lake. Cool dude. He finds out my grandpa and I hunt. Asks my grandpa if I can go trapping with him. We set out in his old, beat-up Ford truck. Southwest, further into the river valley. My family has land in the upper Scioto Valley. Arrive like an hour and a half later in another bumfuck town in some hick county. Much more wooded than where I live. Gather traps and bait and set along the deer trail. Trapping skunks and opossums. Groundhogs were acceptable too. Mainly wanted pelts, but if we got a groundhog, he promised to make a Native American stew. Hours pass, and we get everything set up and shoot a few doves in the process with my bolt action 22 that was older than fucking Moses. Back at the farmhouse his family owns, we clean the doves and have a nice dinner. Tells me another Native American story about a hero of his people that poked a hole in the sky to bleed the bad spirits of the land, but was bit by the lake snake in the process. They are still bad spirits because of this stupid fucking snake. I don't believe any of it, but it was a cool story. Morning comes, and we sit along the trail, both armed with our 22. Don't ruin the pelt. Clear a few traps. We managed to get a couple skunks and a raccoon. Let the raccoon go. As we round up the bend towards one of the last traps, we hear a deer screaming in agony. Any hunters here know what that sounds like. Coming from across the creek near the bend, we are following on the deer trail. I start to cross to help the deer. Old Native American stops me. His massive hand hurts when he pushes my chest. What? He gives me a strange look. You know the look I'm talking about. Anon, that's not a deer. What are you talking about? Anon, think about what you know about deer. This fucking guy, always talking in goddamn riddles. What about them? He sighs and gestures to the sun. Midday. Sun is high above the trees. Anon, think about it. Deer aren't out at this time alone. Whole time, this fucking deer is screaming in what can only be described as pure agony. Also, Anon, we are on a deer trail leading to the water. Why would it be on the other side of the water? Ah shit, you're right. He explains that it is a dark spirit who is angry with us and that it can mimic any sound. He suggests we give it a gift. Trying hard to ignore the horrible sound of dying deer, and we round up the last trap. Groundhog. Field dress the animals and get the pelts ready. He throws the skunk head and groundhog guts across the creek. Deer sound stops instantly. My face went. Practically shit myself. Few years later, the guy is long dead. Grandpa is long dead. Now in my 20s. Still trapping in NW/WC Ohio along the Scioto River and into the Maumee Valley. Learned a lot about pelts and curing from the old Native American. Out with friends, clearing traps in woods near Dublin, Ohio. Had a deal with a farmer that he would pay us $20 a pelt and $50 for every coyote and pig we shot. Finishing up with a skunk in a trap, and my buddy goes, Anon, do you hear that? Listening intently. A fucking woman is yelling for help. Wait a second. Quick mental math. Something not right. Grab friend as he starts to walk across the creek to help her. This sounds crazy, but that's not a woman. We need to offer it a gift. Tell other friend to clear the last of the traps and do not cross the creek. Other friend, total dumbass, starts yelling for the woman to say where she is. I'm over here, across the water. Help, my leg is stuck. Waiting for other friends to get the last trap. Do we need to call 911? But he yells. Over here, across the water. My leg is stuck, it yells back. Friend looks at me confused. Are you okay? Over here, across the water. My leg is stuck. We are all tactically shitting ourselves, even though I am pretty sure I know what's happening. Friend rounds the corner with the last trap. Empty. We only got a few skunks and a possum. Quickly gut the possum and decapitate the skunk. This bitch is still yelling like a broken record. Strategically chuck the guts and head as hard as I can across the water. Screaming stops mid-sentence. Dead silence. We leave without any further hassle. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what the old Native American told me about these things. 1. They hate humans because a long time ago, shamans tricked them into specific places that they cannot leave. No idea what they do to us, but given the other act shit, they probably eat us. 2. They swore an oath to allow passage for all who pay tribute, hence the guts. 3. They cannot cross moving water. Probably old folklore bullshit, but all 3 times I've encountered one, they were always on the opposite side of a creek and always along the river valleys that feed from the lake. 4. They can mimic any fucking sound they hear, and will mimic you if you split up. 5. They cannot be killed except by a powerful medicine man under a full moon, but that passes off the nature spirits and brings bad luck to the family. I have an experience that is somewhat recent, just a couple of months ago actually, that I wanted to share because it was seriously chilling for me. I'm an avid runner, and I do my best to not let anything get in the way of my routine, and that includes the weather. On this particular evening, it was pretty cloudy, but I was well and determined to get my run in, even if it was going to rain a little. That was a pretty stupid decision on this night, because I did not check the forecast, so that little bit of rain ended up being a torrential downpour. I was running on my path, which was paved, but it was in a mostly undisturbed, wooded area. As I was making my way down the path, it started coming down in sheets. I tried to run through it as long as I could, but then it started hailing, and that was pretty much the end of it for me. I hopped off the path and into the tree line, using the trees as coverage as best as I could. I did not have my umbrella because, again, I was very ill-prepared. I figured that I would just be able to just stay there for a while and wait out the storm. It had to end eventually, right? If not, I would stay there until I hit my mental limits and then make a mad dash to the parking lot to get into my car. Well, the latter ended up happening. It wasn't letting up or slowing down at all, so I just took a deep breath and took off back toward the parking lot for a full sprint. I practically jumped in my car, soaking wet, breathing heavily, and my teeth chattering, just watching the rain smack the hell out of my windshield. I decided I would sit there for a little bit, again, trying to see if the storm would let up some, or if I was going to have to drive home in the pouring rain. It was definitely a bit of a downer, but I thought whatever. I would just enjoy the sound of the storm, and then get out of there when it slowed. I leaned back in my seat and tried to get comfortable. Every few seconds, a flash lit up the area, and yes, I know it's probably not a good idea to be in the car in the woods during a storm, but it honestly felt safer than being out in the rain. As I sat there for a few minutes, I was watching the tree line, and I thought I saw movement. At first, I assumed it was a deer or something, but I looked again, and saw that it was taller than a deer, and looked more like a person. My mind immediately went to, there is some poor sap out on the trail, still running through the rain, and then I thought, damn, they were more committed than I was. But the way they were moving looked odd. They weren't really going in one direction. They were seemingly walking aimlessly around the trees. I watched this person for several moments, just thinking, are they okay? Do they need help? Should I do something? After a couple more seconds, I decided to turn on my headlights to get a better look at whatever it was this person was doing, since it was getting later and was starting to get dark. I flicked my headlights on, and they illuminated the entire area in front of me, the trees, the path, and the figure. When they kicked on, the person turned to look in my direction, and it became immediately apparent that whatever the hell I was looking at was not a person. Or at least, it was not a normal person. It's hard to figure out how to state what I was looking at, other than it was a person, sort of. They were dressed, but they were not dressed for the weather. The person, whom I'm assuming was feminine, was wearing a white dress that looked older. Her skin was pale, and it looked a bit dirty. But it wasn't until I saw her face that things got really freaky, mostly because she did not have one. Whatever this was, it did not have a face. It was just flat, pale skin. I know it sounds weird, but I think the best and currently relevant way to describe it is just like the nurses in Silent Hill, but without the scar. It was just flat, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. This was the most terrifying thing I have ever seen in my entire life. Not just because of what it was, but also the fact that whatever this was out in the storm, in the woods. I don't know if it was something paranormal or what, but it scared the living hell out of me. I immediately started my car and took off out of the parking lot and away from the park. I half expected that thing to be chasing my car like some kind of horror movie, but it wasn't, and I did not see it after I left. I have been back to that park numerous times, a couple of times at night even, to see if I could find this thing again, but I have yet to see anything like it, nor have I read any local posts about it. To the best of my knowledge, I am the only person to have seen this thing, and it was just the one time. If anyone has any ideas what this thing could have been, I'm open to thoughts, but as of right now, I have no clue. It was some kind of freaky thing in the woods, and I'm just going to pretend that it was a ghost or something, because thinking that there's something that is of this world that's out there in that form is way too much for me. Being 9 years old, attend Islamic elementary school. One day, the students have to stay overnight at school. You may call it camping, but we were sleeping inside our class. The class was on the second floor. 1 p.m. Everyone asleep except for me. Look at the windows. Saw many hands adhere to the windows from the outside. Freak out. Want to scream, but no voice came out. Want to run, but had nowhere to run because the class was locked by the teacher. Hide under blanket. About 20-ish minutes later, curiosity arises. I peek from my blanket at those windows. Saw apparitions. About 3 or 4 people pressing their rotten faces to the windows. Couldn't move or scream again. Paralyzed by what I saw. One of those things saw me. After that, all of those things stare at me. Grin. Fuck. 3 years after that midnight freak show. Still in the same school, but in my junior high school debut. Had the same overnight stay again. Around midnight, many of the students could not sleep, including I. Decided I had to walk around the school. Split into 4 groups. I accompanied by a dude and had a quest to explore the parking lot. Around 2 a.m. At parking lot, dim light, many huge, banyan-like trees. Saw a security guard standing before a tree. Dude shone a flashlight to him and called him. No response. I saw his foot did not touch the ground. Grabbed the dude and run like hell. Stopped at the school gate. Dude gets angry at me and calls me a pussy for something that was not real. Explained any fuss to him. He did not give a shit. After all the fuss, suddenly, he silenced. Wanted to go back to class. Okay. Front of the class. 2 groups had been back from their exploration. Dude still remained silent. Suddenly muttering like somebody else. Wailing and scratching the floor. We guess he was possessed. A possession often happened in our school. Maybe had something to do with the rumor about the school being that it was erected above a long-forgotten graveyard. We decided to run and look for the teacher. Left 3 guys to watch over him and to take him down if he ran away or went on a rampage. Meet the teacher. Explain everything. Ran to the scene with the other teachers. At the scene, the dude goes rampage, throwing chairs at the 3 guys who were charged to watch over him in the classroom. All of the students awoke that time and stand covered in fear outside the class. Pin the dude down together with teachers. Exorcise the thing out of him. After all that ruckus, we stay awake until dusk. After that incident, the school never had any overnight stay at school anymore. First time going without parents on Halloween. Go with a nice girl from my class. We go trick-or-treating for hours. The longest I've ever been out, since we did not have to worry about our parents getting tired. After a while, the suburban streets become empty, and all the other kids go home. People start to turn off their lights. Me and my friend keep walking around until only the orange streetlights are left. We decide to go to the playground because we are hyped up on candy and don't want the night to end. As we are playing on the playset, we see a 20-something-year-old man sitting on the bench. He does not seem interested in us, but he's not doing anything. This was before smartphones were commonplace, but he does not have a book or a kid with him or a costume. Just some dude in a windbreaker. My friend and I try to ignore him, but it becomes increasingly difficult to fool around on the playset with some guy just sitting there. My friend tells me a dirty joke. She swears. The guy chastises her, telling her that good little girls like us should not swear. My friend gets mad and tells him to fuck off. We decide to leave the playset. Friend asks me to walk her home. I don't want to because I'm a huge loser who scares easily, but I want to be polite, so I say okay. Her house is in the cul-de-sac near the playset. After dropping her off, I set off to go home. I have to walk back through the park, past my primary school, through the woods to the other side of the suburb, then around the block to my house. Go back to playset. Guy is still there. I walk past him. He follows me. Get weirded out, but try to keep my cool. Trying not to turn around. Fuck, I turned around. He's still following me. Christ. Walk past school. He keeps following me. He is not running after me, and he's not moving quick enough to be obvious. Tried to keep my cool. Getting closer to the forest. Think maybe I shouldn't, but I don't have anywhere else to go. If I walk back, he is right there. It's either the woods or into the backyard of some people I don't know. And if I go into their backyard, then what? Knock on their door? What if they don't let me in? Then he will know I'm onto him and that I don't have anywhere to escape to. Fuck. Decide to go through the woods. enter the woods. He starts to call after me. Hey, little girl. Hey, where are you going? You forgot something. I didn't fucking forget anything, you creep. Hey, you left something at the playground. Ignore him. Where's your friend? Hey. Just keep ignoring him. He starts to run. Panic. I start to run frantically ahead. He gets off the trail behind me. Shit, where is he? I stay on the main path, but there are bushes and trees everywhere. He could have gone off on the side of the trail, to the smoke pit, and then be waiting for me to cross the bridge. Have asthma. Start hyperventilating. Where is he? He is not calling after me anymore. Getting close to the bridge. Can't see anything. The coniferous trees are too thick for moonlight to shine through, and the bush is too dense. Can't tell if he's waiting for me. Run across, feeling faint. Hey, there you are. Fuck, I knew it. Run, but it's getting hard to breathe, and I don't think I can make it. I can hear him. He's bigger than me, and his footsteps are heavy on the wooden bridge. Start to cry. Hey. Run out the suburbs, make it out. He's still behind me, gaining quick. See a house. It has Halloween decorations. They must be home. Start pounding on the door. Yell mom, even though this isn't my house. Mom, 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 dad, mommy. I see him across the road. He watches me. The door does not open. He starts to move forward. Fuck. Mom, please open up, Mom. He's getting closer. Door opens. My neighbor sees me. I scream, please help. She lets me in. I turn around. He's gone back into the forest. Yeah, that fucked me up. My neighbor dropped me off, and my parents called the cops, but they did not find him. Be me, 12 years old, with my friends after a sleepover. Decide to go for a journey in the woods by my house. About 9 a.m. We are just walking through the woods. I'm getting a little uneasy. What's the matter, Anon? I think we should go back. No way. We are just getting started. Give in to peer pressure. We find a lot of trash in this one area and a chair. Looks like some people were partying. No biggie. A few seconds later, we stumble upon what looks like a makeshift home. Now I'm getting creeped out. A bunch of trash and crap around the home/shack. Now I'm getting creeped out. My friends think it's cool. Gotta get some new fucking friends. We hang around it a bit, just kinda wondering what it is. We get bored with it and decide to walk away. Thank fucking God. All of a sudden, hear a loud roar. It is definitely a middle-aged man's voice. At this point, I'm fucking running faster than Usain Bolt. I have literally never been more afraid. As I'm running, I try to look back to see who is chasing us. I don't see anything. I just keep running my ass off. My friend loses his shoe. Run past him. After all, he wanted to keep exploring. Finally get to a clearing with a couple houses at the edge of the woods. My friends come out last. Claims he saw who was chasing us. It was an old guy with a large grey beard. Finally think we are safe. Hear another loud roar. Continue running to the end of the street. Finally get on the main street in town. Walk home. Eat waffles and tell everyone that we got chased by a cannibal hobo. I still don't know who that was who was chasing us or why he was chasing us, but it still creeps me the fuck out. This is in Haskell, NJ, if anybody was wondering. Be visiting friends in a coastal town. All walk up to the bar downtown, getting wasted and singing sea shanties. Friends decide to head back to the house. I stay behind for one last pint and to close out my tab. Really fucking drunk. Leave the bar, stumbling through a town I don't know very well. Finally find my buddy's house. Stumbling up the steps, loud as all hell. Living room light shut off. Knock on the door but nobody answers, so they are clearly dicking with me. Start pounding on the door. It flies open, and a man I've never seen before shoves a pistol in my face. Knock the pistol away, reach for the heavens, and drop the heaviest punch I can muster on the side of his head. He rips a shot off into the unknown. The struggle leads me into the house. I am screaming, where the fuck are my friends, as he and I grapple and trade blows. He lost the pistol in the melee and just grappling for an eternity. Police show up. This isn't my friend's house. Sobered up considerably because of the struggle and adrenaline pump. Explained to the police who I am visiting and that I mistook this house for my friend's and got shot at upon knocking on the door. They arrest the homeowner. I did not forcefully enter the house. He broke the law. Had to go in for questioning anyway. Turns out, the guy is a hyper-aggressive dickhead who regularly threatens neighbors and their kids over petty things. Cops laugh about me rupturing his eardrum with the punch. Hangover starts kicking in halfway through. Base cops bring me a Rally's burger and fries. No charges against me. Released to friends. I am the home invader. Cube in Antarctica. We have very little time. They will do anything to forget the incident with the drones. We worked in 2020 at stations in Antarctica. One day, we had a task to conduct geophysical exploration. We had several groups. Other groups were doing something else. The composition was completely international. I worked in 2 groups. A detachment of geophysicists conducted reconnaissance with a ground-penetrating radar to explore one of the areas where, as we were told, for landing a helicopter. In fact, it was a cave, as we had already figured out on the graph. But at first, it was like a lake. I apologize for my language, as I have Asian roots and speak English poorly. I will attach photographs. We have very little time. They will do anything to forget the incident with the drones. The workers with whom I went with found something like a stone inside that was perfectly flat. Already approaching it, our Garmin and a bunch of other devices began to fail. After one of the employees took a picture of it with a flash, it suddenly gave a response. The stone suddenly became transparent, and the shapes inside changed. There was a circle, an oval, different signs similar to Egyptian symbols, and at the same time, Greek or maybe Yiddish. I was not sure. More of the equipment failed, but we have frames from film cameras. All of this greatly excited us, but we had time to study it. We did not experience any effects except interest and shock that we found it, since the composition of scientists consisted of those who absolutely do not believe in any ufology, especially those Norwegian and Russian workers who reacted as if they see this every single day. After some time, we were all called to lunch and ordered to stop all work. Employees from the US expedition arrived to us, so we fought. Some of us were brought up to date. As a result, we asked the Russians for a helicopter. It was urgent, and we had no other options. The cube was taken, after which we were very gently met at the American base, and then something strange happened. They made us sign a bunch of non-disclosure documents. Why am I writing this? Because I saw someone post something similar with an egg. I don't know if it was true or not, but we worked in the same area. We also joked that this area is poorly shown on maps and satellites, that there are reptilians and an entrance to Hyperborea and other nonsense. A day later, everyone started having problems sleeping. Everyone had strange dreams, absolute nonsense. But what I will not forget is what one of the employees told me. He said that in 2025, everything will get worse. You'll see. He kept talking about it, and that he had the same dream about the sun, something connected with it, about some kind of grid around the earth, and that they would come to fix it again, or something like that. At first I laughed myself, but in January, I started having similar dreams. I also contacted our group in the chat, different groups, where we talked and met. We learned a lot of new things from that. One of them was that all of the governments were in on this deal. Russia can fight with anyone, and supposedly be an enemy of the USA, although in fact they keep the same secret. Like other countries, it's all a big lie. They know everything. The flow of disinformation that will be now is just terrible. They will send fake footage and say that I am a liar. Do not believe me. I will only make this post and will not send any footage, photos, or videos. They are also most afraid of riots, but the likelihood that someone will demand the truth is minimal, because people are distracted as much as possible. They made everything out of the show. A lot of truth poured out on the show. Games, films, it was all there, but many will not believe. If it is in the film, does it mean it is fiction? This is brilliantly invented. Put all of the facts on public display. and if you say that you saw something like this, everyone will ridicule you and think that you have gone crazy. We began to see a lot in lucid dreams that began to come true. At first, it seemed trivially stupid, but then we realized a lot, and our world simply turned upside down. My main message for today is that much of what you are told, and many people in the US are telling the truth, even if it is so delusional that you find it hard to believe. And you will close this message, or forget all about it in an hour, and go watch a movie, play a game, or something else. That is how it all works. Please seek the truth. The governments of all the major world powers are lying, especially the US. They made a mistake. All this secrecy can soon destroy everyone. We are already, literally, in eternal slavery. Learn to analyze and collect information bit by bit. Separate the good from the bad, the harmful from the useful, and demand the truth from them. I don't want to spoil the fun. Still waiting for someone to leak the fun stuff. The eggs are dull, minus the initial shock of it not being created by modern day humans. The Foo Fighters are a lame band, and all of the stuff known. Also the lamest finds compared to the cool stuff. At least they are currently, since they are basically massive opal rocks that can't be accessed or breached. Or, at least they haven't been able to, and they've tried for decades. It is my theory that it's almost a troll, since they are very famously known for not letting humans recover anything that would throw us off course. There is some insane footage out there that I hope gets leaked this year. Everyone is going to think it's CGI. Just note any submarine videos you see. If it looks super high quality and almost too good to be true, it is probably real. It was filmed from an Orca XLUUV doing reconnaissance a few hundred southeast of Florida. The sheer size of those things is incredibly creepy. At first, you can't see shit. Everything is pitch black, minus some floating ocean debris being reflected off the light. Then suddenly, the edges of the screen brighten, as this pitch black object that has to be miles wide moves away at insane speeds. The entire time, the sub is floating towards the surface and reveals that this wasn't deep underwater where it is pitch black. They were shallow enough that the sunlight can almost immediately be seen as it moves away. And no, I'm not spoiling the fun. That isn't the fun stuff either. What do you mean by they're very famously known for not letting humans recover anything that would throw us off the course? What is this course that they have us on? Tell us more on. I don't know the answer to that. Probably that we aren't mentally ready and would just filter ourselves out of existence using the shit for selfish means. I was a member of a UAP retrieval program back in 2019, working in Antarctica. While I was working on the project, we discovered something incredibly strange deep within a mountain range cave, an egg-shaped UAP like the others posted here. Similarly, right next to the egg was a pod made out of an unknown metal, and both the pod and the egg were completely sealed, impossible to open. We weren't sure what we were looking at, but it was unlike anything we had ever seen before. I will be posting what I can, but admittedly, I am not as knowledgeable as my peers. If I can, I will be answering any questions. Here are some coordinates. No idea if it's even possible, but did your team try looking inside of it? Like, build a giant X-ray machine or something? X-rays are stupidly easy to create. What one needs is a means to capture the image on the other side. That takes a special type of paper or a sensor that reads the image. Regardless, a metalloid would not allow an X-ray to penetrate and show what is inside the egg. The image is created when objects of different densities provide contrasting shadows on the paper/sensors. Do you understand how X-rays work? What am I even looking at here? Are those made out of ceramic-like material? I found one of those in the forest. Can this theory be correct? Dinosaurs evolved into bipedals. Global cataclysm forced billions into mega bunkers underground. They lived there ever since, 200,000 years ago. They send drones up to check on the surface. They perhaps bioengineered us. Or is this ancient human tech and humanity split into two species? Dinosaurs evolved into bipedals. There were no dinosaurs. They were dragons up until a few hundred years ago, which was likely some sort of biotechnology that survived past the civilization that created its collapse. Consider this. Every civilization across the entire world through recorded history has documented records of dragons. Judaism, Christianity, Islam write about dragons in their holy texts. No mention of dinosaurs until the takeover, and make up a fake history slop to feed everyone. I honestly had the following theory. We hit a few cycles of progress to skyscrapers into cataclysm, where only a few thousand survive on the surface of the earth. One theory was that Jurassic Park already happened, and that the dinosaurs that we find were the cloned revived ones. If we advance her to have mile-high skyscrapers, and we have advanced tech, we would totally clone dinosaurs from millions of years ago. Anons, I am legitimately freaking out over this X stuff. Anyone else actually kinda scared of what is coming? Drones and orbs flying around. Trump gets into office and promises to leak CIA and FBI info, disclose what drones are. Then the Jake Barber interview. Now there is eggs popping off everywhere, and the story that Opie told corroborates with most known details of the phenomena. I live in a large city and have children, and I am freaking out. My wife spent all the afternoon shopping for provisions, and I've ordered tons of survival and apocalypse prep gear online. Feels like we were at the early stages of COVID when info first started coming out, but what's coming seems to be actually life-changing. I am fucking scared, Anons. At the rate things are going, we might not make it to next week. OP is right to be scared. 2025 is going to be a year no one will ever forget. Why would an alien sleep in an egg in a random empty cave for 700 years? Could sleep literally anywhere in the universe, but no, let's sleep in this cave on a planet where lower ape beings are looking for me. I'm not terrified, but definitely alert, but I always am, especially when a new president takes office, no matter who it is. Trump especially is a frisky motherfucker that can probably go crazy at any moment, so stock up on guns, ammo, canned food, bottled water, first aid kits, flashlights, batteries, good backpacks, emergency blankets, general tools, hygiene products, etc. The basics. Also, don't rely solely on material stuff. Research how to survive in the wild, how to start a fire, how to build shelter, how to farm. Look into water purification methods. Bottom line is, don't stay still while everything is burning to the ground. No, the notion that a group of former intelligence officers would suddenly champion disclosure purely out of the goodness of their hearts is hilarious to me. Every single one of these so-called whistleblowers has a track record of bullshit behavior longer than anything in the world. Moreover, the people at the very top could not give two shits about this, knowing full well it has no impact on reality. They delegate the task to lower chamber clowns to momentarily placate the UFO community and its self-appointed prophets by staging meaningless hearings. The only reason they even bother is that the UFO community consists of a loud and easily manipulated faction of morons. They are easily influenced, manipulated, and can be made to lobby on your behalf of those who know how to press the right buttons. As for the so-called UFO influencers, it's all about UFO-tainment, and they are fully aware of it. A colossal grift designed to exploit the endless escapist cravings of conspiracy enthusiasts and the chronically gullible. The reaction of a believer when you suggest that they have been misled speaks volumes. To them, it's not just a belief system, but a substitute religion, a form of escapism and entertainment all wrapped into one. The reality is that there are no aliens, no secret anti-gravity programs. We are alone in the universe, and it is unlikely that we will ever leave the solar system. We are stuck with each other, our problems, and the harsh truth that no one is coming to save us. Wait, what? What's going on now? Where egg? The egg came from Egypt. I think the egg itself is real, but it's not really the core of the problem. The problem is that we have been lied to for so long, and not for our own benefit. Lied to in order to enslave us. That is why they won't tell us the truth. All of the methods they use to control us, from religion to working, none of that matters if you realize that we are slaves to eternal beings who are not gods. So if we are slaves, we can't choose our own destiny. You try and fail. The ones they select will succeed, only them. Is the egg a power source? Is the egg a weapon? It's a joke, but also, it is joking about something very real. These alien pods are real. It has a door, but the lines are so perfectly machined that they are not visible until the door opens. 100%, there was a life form inside. I can't say specifically, but with how the drones are ramping up, it seems it's going to happen this year. The original prediction was 2027, but that was for a limit of events less than what has been happening now. From what I've been told, all we'll be able to do is sit back and watch or hide. We can't participate in this battle outside of using nuclear weapons, which can be disabled by non-human intelligence anyways. With the technology our private military companies possess, at least Lockheed for sure, pollution in society is basically a choice and can be easily wiped out with clean, free energy tech. This stuff exists and can be scaled, but it is being held back. More like all of humanity, including the elites, are in the backseat to the non-human intelligence that is native to Earth, and they protect Earth from other races. I could get killed just for posting this picture. How many eggs/beings do you think that there are? How was this one found, given its location? You said not to trust the News Nation footage, yet it also shows a giant egg being transported. Coincidence? Have these beings gifted us with anything? Is it being held from us? Were they keen to answer your questions or keen to leave? What is your impression of the Nazca mummies? Do they fit into all of this? The first photo I shared, the UFO was found in the Middle East. I never said to not trust the News Nation footage. I think it's legit, and a lot of stuff is about to start leaking. Yes and yes. From what I was told, we tried to communicate with them, but they never respond. Nazca mummies are most likely real, probably another race that came to Earth, but not related to the non-human intelligence that live under the Earth's crust. Here are some more images. This is one of the metallic sphere UFOs. A friend of my dad's would babysit me sometimes when I was little. Mom was not in the picture, and he used to tell me a story that scares the absolute shit out of me to this day. Dad's friend, I'll call him Bob, is driving a rig out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Oregon. Has to make the delivery by the following morning, so he decides to just drive for the night. It's like 1 a.m. No one else is out on the roads. Hasn't seen another car in probably 100 miles. He is literally in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, the whole entire sky lights up, instantly, like daylight. Bob fucking slams on the brakes, has no idea what the hell is going on. Everything stays lit up for a good solid 10 seconds. He can see everything. Whatever is happening, it's not lightning. It doesn't stop or flicker at all. Bob hunkers down, anticipating imminent nuclear devastation. Suddenly sky goes dark again. No sound, no blast wave. He sits there in the middle of the road, waiting for almost 5 minutes, then decides to keep going. Figures it was a meteor or something. Goes about 2 miles up the road and sees a car with its flashers on, stopped in the middle of the road. Stops a good distance away from it. There's not enough room to go around it. Front end of the car is crumpled, like it hit something. Bob figures they probably hit a deer that got spooked whenever the meteor went over and ran into the road. He gets out of the cab and goes to see if the driver is okay. Driver is sitting on the ground by the driver's side door. Has his knees up and is resting his head on his arms. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" Bob calls. He stops about 10 feet away for seemingly no reason. Something about the whole situation feels weird. Bob is one of those guys that always listens to his gut, so he stays put. "God, my head is killing me," the guy says. But he does not lift his head up, so it is muffled. "Did you hit a deer?" Bob asks. He's getting more and more uneasy. Something is wrong, but he still can't figure out what exactly it is. The guy says he thinks he might have hurt his head. Asks Bob to please help him. Bob takes a step forward, but his instincts are going apeshit. He looks at everything again. That is when he notices it. The fucking car is all wrong. It looks like what someone thinks a car looks like. It has all of the right pieces, but there is nothing extra, if that makes sense. Bob says it looked like a cheap Hot Wheels knockoff. It just looked wonky and wrong. He looks around at the back of the car and realizes that not only is there no license plate, there's not even a trunk. It's just one solid piece of material with taillights put in it. There is no manufacturer or model names. Bob knows cars, and this thing is nothing he's ever seen before. From where he is standing, he can see that there's no tailpipe or even hubcaps. It's just the shape of a car. He starts to back up, and the guy asks for him to help again. Bob tells him he can't help him, and that he will call a tow truck when he gets to the next town. The guy lifts his head and looks at Bob, tells him he thinks he might have a concussion. Something is really wrong with the guy's face, but again, it takes a second for Bob to figure it out. This next part is exactly how Bob described it. Everything on the man's face was where it should have been, in their normal positions. He looked totally normal, except for the fact that his eyes and mouth were on upside down. Bob goes apeshit and sprints back to his rig. Climbs in, locks the door just in time for the man to slam into the door behind him. How the fuck did he get there so fast? He knocks on the glass and smiles at Bob, but because his mouth is upside down, it looks like he is screaming. Tells Bob to open the door so he can come in. Bob fucking floors it. Doesn't care if he hits the guy or not. His truck easily pushes the car out of the way. Whatever it is light, and it makes no sound when he hits it. Unfortunately, it's an anticlimactic ending. Bob got where he was going fine, with no other problems. My dad knows the story, but I don't think he believes it. But Bob tells it to everyone he meets, so he obviously does. He is absolutely adamant about the guy being an alien. Years later, I heard about the Thatcher effect, and nearly had a fucking heart attack when I saw it. I showed one of the pictures to Bob, and he would not even look at it. He says it's exactly what the guy looked like. Pick is very much related. Nothing amazing, but likely truer than the rest of the shit here. Land nav training in northern Florida. Camp landing or something. Pitch black, groups of 4 together. Cadre driving under paths on ATVs everywhere to check on us. Crickets and frogs chirping. Night birds doing their usual night calls. Gets unusually louder. Gets so loud it starts to hurt. My buddies notice it too. Chirping goes on for like 3 minutes. Seems forever. We can barely talk to each other. Goes dead quiet in a snap. It's a relief, so we are more content than concerned. 5 minutes go by. We find a land nav point. We notice it's still dead quiet. Buddy mentioned it usually means a predator is around. We don't give a shit. We have red lens flashlights and rubber ducks, training M16s. And never buddy asks, do you hear that? Low grumbling / rolling R sound. Notice that we've heard it since the chirping stopped. Sounds like it's in our heads and at different points around us simultaneously. Camp landing is in the middle of fucking nowhere. No machinery or buildings near the land nav point. We get concerned, not sure whether to continue or go back to the SP, starting point. Talking back and forth for a few seconds. We then hear a bullhorn blast 3 times. Cadre announce over loudspeakers for all cadets to return to the SP immediately. Double time it. We didn't give a shit and felt like badasses with our fake M16s, so we just half-assed jogged back. Along the way, flocks of birds are taking off in a panic all around us. Start to get concerned, so we start picking up the pace. After about 10 minutes of jogging, we see the floodlights of the SP, and multiple high-powered flashlights zooming around the SP. The entire time, the cadre were frantically ordering all cadets back to the SP, each call more frantic than before, and increasing in frequency. We arrive. Almost all lights on us. We are blinded and can't see. Here. That's them. Just 4, right? It's just 4. Count them. Should be 4. I don't see another. I don't see another. Seriously concerned now. Rumbling sound behind us in the woods. Cadre tells us we're the last to arrive. Do a quick head count. We get in cattle trucks. Newer deuce and a half. We take the fuck off. We left everything, including floodlights, tents, tables, vans, etc. at the SP. We drive back to the Hardball main road and continue at a fast pace to the staging area. Staging area has floodlights. We have to run guard shifts with stupid rubber ducks and a radio. Cadre doesn't fall asleep, stays awake till sunrise. Once sunrise hits, we go back to the SP to get our equipment. Everything knocked out, tents flattened, a wooden table collapsed, maps in crumpled messes. We pack up quick per orders and start heading to the main part of post. Entire time, cadets are anxious as fuck because we had no idea what was going on. Everything was a frantic mess. Cadre seemed just as confused and nervous. As we are getting ready to head back south, the BC tells us we had to leave so fast because of an incoming thunderstorm. It was cloudy, but no signs of rain, and it never did rain. I got scared shitless when I heard of our cadets talking about a rumbling noise in the woods all around them, and in some cases, in their head. Kind of a lackluster story, but it was just fucking weird, especially with the sound and how panicky all the cadre were acting. I had gotten into an argument with my parents when I was around 8 years old, and they made me go to my room while everyone else stayed downstairs. I remember picking up a book to distract myself from just how angry I was. I had barely started reading when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, and I saw what appeared to be my own self step out from around the corner to where the bathroom connected to my room. Neither of us spoke, but we locked eyes for the entire time. I walked towards and stopped a few feet in front of it, but it would not step towards me. It was watching me as I was watching it. I just remember sadness, even though its face was blank. It lasted for a few seconds before stepping back around the corner, and I never saw it ever again. I remember running downstairs afterwards and telling everyone, not realizing I had been upstairs for probably 10 minutes. This experience has stayed in the back of my mind for years, and I have never forgotten about it. What I want to share happened in the now distant year of 1986. Yet, as they often say in the books, I remember every detail as if it were yesterday. That summer, I was 16 years old, on the brink of my senior year. It was the last carefree season before final exams, college applications, and the whirlwind of responsibilities that awaited. Plans for a seaside trip had been postponed until August. My mother's vacation was not approved earlier, so the family decided to send me to the village instead. The village near Ryazan belonged to my late grandmother, who passed away when I was just 4. My mother, however, had 3 sisters, Aunt Xenia, Aunt Katya, and Aunt Shira. Aunt Xenia had moved to Chisinau with her husband. Aunt Katya and her family lived in the north. That left Aunt Shira, an eccentric by all accounts, who eagerly embraced the idea of living in the village where she had spent her childhood. Conveniently, a position had opened for a biology teacher at the local school, and Aunt Shira took it. She loved the village. My mother and I rarely visited her, since I usually spent summers at pioneer camp, and my mother was not fond of rural life. Yet, I had fond memories of those rare visits. Aunt Shira and I were especially close, something my mother often resented. She was even the one who gave me my name. Aunt Shira was a fountain of knowledge and stories. She taught me to identify herbs, recognize birdsong, and navigate the forest. She introduced me to tales of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, and she reenacted historic battles like Kulakova and Borodino with pebbles and pine cones. Thanks to her, I learned to feel at home in the forest, even at night. Now, back to 1986. I spent June reveling in the freedom of village life, disappearing with friends from morning until evening. We swam in the pond until we shivered, biked through meadows, and soaked up the sun. Occasionally, I ventured into the forest, but I never strayed too far. One day, I decided to test my skills and hiked to the neighboring village of Sosnova through the forest. My aunt thought it was a fine idea. She handed me a compass, a map, and some dry rations, then gave me instructions on forest safety before sending me off. The forest in those parts was not very dense, and wild animals were rare. Still, I am not sure I would have let a 16-year-old city kid embark on such a journey alone, but Aunt Shira, as I've mentioned, was both daring and unconventional. At first, everything went perfectly. I passed all the landmarks my aunt had mentioned, confident I'd reach Sosnova in about an hour and a half. The soft moss cushioned my steps, and the air was alive with the sounds of woodpeckers and cuckoos. The scent of pine needles, resin, and faint mushrooms surrounded me, and I walked under a canopy of rustling pines. I regretted not bringing my camera. This would have made for great photos in the school paper. Then, things started to go wrong. Instead of thinning out, as I expected, the forest grew darker and denser. Old spruces and thick ferns took over the landscape. The forest grew eerily silent. No birds, no rustling animals, just an oppressive quietness. Mosquitoes appeared in swarms, and even the clove cologne that I'd brought could not keep them away. My compass, too, began to behave oddly. The needle spun wildly, then froze, refusing to respond. Panic began to creep in. I was lost, but how? I had followed the map and compass exactly. There was nothing to do but keep walking. Sitting down in the moss and wishing for a miracle was not an option. Swallowing my fear and frustration, I pressed on. After half an hour, the forest finally began to thin, and I stumbled onto a beaten path. Odd, it was not marked on the map, and my aunt had not mentioned it. Still, a path was a path. Surely it would lead somewhere. And it did. I found myself in a wide clearing where a village stood. Not the one I was headed for, of course, but it was bustling with people. That was good enough. They could show me the way, or even offer me a ride. The villagers were busy with their tasks, moving about in a strangely old-fashioned manner. Their clothes were outdated, like something only the oldest grandmas and grandpas wore back in my aunt's village. It reminded me of photographs from the Great Patriotic War. But really, what did it matter how they dressed? I walked up to the nearest house and knocked. The door was opened by an old man, tall and broad, with a lush, snow-white beard. He looked like Father Frost from our kindergarten New Year parties. He stared at me, puzzled. "Excuse me," I began. "I'm from Tetsuya. I was heading to Sosnova, but got a little lost. Can you tell me the quickest way there? It's getting late." The old man sighed deeply, furrowed his brow, and answered after a pause. "I don't know any Sosnova. There are dense forests beyond here. This village is Nosova." I thought that was odd. Sosnovo had been around for decades. He should know it. He didn't seem senile either. His speech was clear, and he carried himself confidently. Strange, but before I could say more, he invited me inside for tea and rest, promising to explain how to get home. The tea he served was incredible, brewed with strawberry and currant leaves. Its flavor grew richer with every sip, almost dreamlike. The hut was spacious and immaculately clean. In the corner, a trestle bed held old toys, a wooden horse on wheels, a shabby teddy bear missing a paw, and a rag doll. By the stove, bunches of dill and parsley hung drying, just like the ones my aunt stored for the winter. On the wall was a large, black and white photograph of a laughing girl, about 6 years old, wearing a patterned headscarf. Noticing my gaze, the old man nodded at the photo. "My granddaughter, Glashenka," he said. "She fell ill. Her parents took her to the city to see a doctor." I smiled and wished Glashenka a quick recovery. The tea calmed me. I forgot about the erratic compass and the eerie, silent forest. Sleepiness crept over me as I sat there. The old man sat across from me, glancing now and then at a window covered with a faded curtain. I think I dozed off, but the sharp cawing of crows pulled me from my haze. Their cries grew louder and louder, and I smelled smoke. The old man stood by the window, leaning against the wall. "Grandpa, what's going on?" I asked, alarmed. is something burning. He turned his head slowly toward me and said, almost to himself, once again, we did not make it. And you did not make it either, boy. What a shame. But what can be done now? Without another word, he opened the door and walked outside. Panicked, I hurried after him. Crows were circling above the clearing, screeching wildly. Smoke stung my eyes as it filled the air. In the distance, I could hear the crackling of burning trees. The entire village stood gathered, watching the fire creep closer. The forest fire had surrounded the clearing, edging toward the house. What chilled me was not the fire, but the villagers' expressions. They stood there silently, resigned, as if they had accepted this fate long ago. Then, in unison, they began walking toward the flames. One by one, they vanished into the smoke. No screams, no hesitation. I shouted at them, begging them to stop, to jump into a pond if there was one, or hide in cellars, anything to save themselves. But they did not respond. It was as though they could not hear me at all. The last to leave was the old man. By now, the fire had reached the edge of the village. Just before stepping into the flames, he turned to me, shook his head, and shouted, "Forgive me, boy," the old man called out. "We forgot the fire again. Every year we forget, and now we failed you too. Forgive us, for God's sake." With that, he stepped into the flames. I was left alone in the middle of the burning village, choking on smoke and blinded by stinging tears. I collapsed to the ground, covering my head with my hands, and sobbed uncontrollably as the roaring fire closed in. The flames howled above me, and I screamed until there was nothing left in my lungs. Then, the suffocating heat and smoke dragged me into unconsciousness. When I came to, it was early morning. I was lying on dew-soaked grass, and the crisp, cool air was a relief to my lungs. Somewhere nearby, a grasshopper chirped, breaking the silence. I took a deep breath, savoring the freshness, but terror kept me from opening my eyes. Images of the burning village and people walking into the fire still haunted me. Finally, I forced one eye open, and to my astonishment, there was no fire, no village, nothing but a clearing surrounded by green pines, firs, and the occasional birch. The grass was tall, reaching my knees, and the clearing looked peaceful, untouched by flames. Looking closer, I spotted faint traces of the past, the remnants of foundations hidden under the overgrowth. As I walked across the clearing, I stumbled into several filled-in holes, former cellars, long abandoned and forgotten. I did not care to stay or explore further. The only thing I wanted was to leave, and I set off, without even searching for my lost compass or map. After wandering for half an hour, I emerged onto a dirt road where a passing car rattled toward me. The driver, a summer resident, stopped when he saw me, shaking, pale, and disheveled. He listened to my story about getting lost in the forest. I wisely left out any mention of the fire or the village, and offered to drive me back to Tetsuya. When we arrived, my aunt and a group of neighbors were waiting for me, exhausted from a sleepless night of searching. Baba Glasha, one of the neighbors, immediately whisked the summer resident off to her house to feed him breakfast and give him fresh milk, leaving my aunt to deal with me. Wrapped in a blanket and trembling, I tried to tell her what had happened, but as soon as I began, tears overwhelmed me, and I sobbed like a small child. Aunt Shura gave me valerian to calm me, and after only a couple of hours was I able to recount the story. She listened in silence, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she poured 2 glasses of homemade rowan tincture, handed one to me, and downed hers in a single gulp. After a moment, she sighed and said, "You know me, Leova. I'm an atheist and a skeptic. Always have been. But you're a sensible boy. You've never had problems with your head." She paused, rubbing her temples before continuing. "Before the war, there was a village not far from Sosnova. Nosova, just like you said. It's not on any maps now. That's because, right before the war, it burned to the ground in a forest fire. Everyone who was there that day died. The village was completely surrounded by flames. The few survivors were those who were not home at the time. After the fire, they scattered. Baba Glasha, She was from there. She was only 7 that year, and it's fair to say appendicitis saved her life. Her parents took her to a hospital in the city. Her grandfather stayed behind in the village, and he didn't make it. She does not talk about it, and you should not either. But from the photo she showed me, her grandfather looked exactly like the man who gave you tea. She fell silent, her face drawn. So, I saw ghosts? I asked, hesitantly. But you always said they don't exist. She sighed again and shook her head. Turns out they might, and I don't know what else to say. I have never understood this kind of thing. Just try to get some sleep and forget about it if you can. I tried, and for the most part, I succeeded. But years later, the forest village still comes to me in dreams. Each time, I wake up choking and coughing, the sharp tang of smoke in my throat. Smoke that is not really there. B-2015 May. Living in a small town in Mexico. Only one homeless guy in the entire town. His name is Ignacio, but everyone calls him Nacho. Nacho is a pretty normal dude for the most part. Just sorta depressed. And claustrophobic. Really fucking claustrophobic. He refuses to enter any buildings of any sorts. Will immediately start mumbling, "I don't really want to go inside," if you even mention going inside. One time, some men from the local church tried to force him inside the church so they could give him dinner. Nacho immediately threw himself on the floor and started screeching. He refused to budge from the spot. Eventually, the men gave up and brought his dinner outside. Nacho ate his dinner on a bench across the church. Anyways, I'm at home, bored out of my mind. Mom comes up to my room. "Anon, go drop your sister off at her sleepover." Whatever. I don't have anything else to do. Decide to walk because it's close by. Drop my sister off at her friend's house. Decide to buy some snacks before I head back home. Come across an alley. At the other end of the alley is an abarrotes, like a convenience store but smaller. Cool, a shortcut. Enter the alley. There is nothing in the alley aside from some trash bins and cardboard boxes. See somebody by the dumpsters. As I get closer, I can see it's Nacho. Confusion.mp3. Alleys are a big no-no for Nacho, so I'm shocked as fuck to see him here. Approach him cautiously. He notices me immediately and greets me. Ask him why he is here. Turns out some kids were harassing him and threw his knapsack and sleeping bag in the alley. I feel sorry for him, but I'm also creeped out by the fact that he's acting pretty normal. It's almost like we're out in an open field and not in some dingy alley. Decide not to comment on it so I don't accidentally end up upsetting him. We talk for another couple of minutes. He asks if I could maybe buy him a water bottle. Sure, .jpg. Figure he will follow me to the store. Nope. Nacho, for some fucking reason, decides to stay in the alley. Whatever, man. Leave the alley. Head inside the abarrotes and buy my snacks and the water bottle for Nacho. Go back to the alley. Nacho is nowhere to be seen. Nacho? No response. Nacho, I have your water. Still no response. Think that maybe he did actually follow me and was waiting outside the store. Maybe I did not see him. Head back to the abarrotes. Nobody there. Think maybe he's on the other side of the alley. Nope, he's not there either. What the fuck? Get a bit pissed. Who the hell just bails on someone like that? Especially if they're buying something for you. Don't really want to wait for Nacho to show up, so I leave the water on top of a stack of cardboard boxes. Shout, "Nacho, here is your water." Leave. Fast forward 2 days later, at my cousin's house. We are watching some lame movie in his bedroom. His brother burst into the room. "You need to get your ass over at Natalia's." Natalia's is a boarded up candy store that closed in the early 2000s. Why? The cops found a body. Record scratch.mp3. We haul ass over to Natalia's, and sure enough, we find the cops at Natalia's. They have sectioned off the street. It seems like half the town is there, crowding the surrounding streets. A lot of the townsfolk are murmuring. Some of them ask if they found a body. The rumor spreads like wildfire. "It's Nacho," someone whispers. I feel my stomach drop. Push my way closer to the caution tape. my cousin trailing behind. Catch snippets of conversation. Been dead for days. How'd he even get in there? Finally hear a cop muttering to another. Must have crawled in through the old vent. My cousin grabs my arm. You were the last one to see him, weren't you? Panic sets in. Yeah, I was, but how could he end up here? The old candy store's been sealed off for years. Even kids don't mess with it. Decide I have to say something. Walk up to an officer and tell him I talked to Nacho 2 nights ago in the alley behind the Abarates. The cop's face hardens. 2 nights ago. I nod. He exchanges a look with another officer. They don't say much, just jot down my name and tell me to stick around. Hours later, I overhear more details. Nacho was found in a back room of Natalia's, curled up, tight, like he was trying to hide. The thing is, that room does not have windows, doors, or any openings big enough for someone to squeeze through. The only way in or out is through the main entrance, which has been nailed shut for over a decade. The coroner says he's been dead for at least 4 days. 4 days. But that does not make any sense. I'd seen him just 2 nights ago, alive and normal in the alley. As I walk home that night, clutching my coat against the sudden chill, I pass the alley again. Can't help but glance down it. My heart stops. There, sitting on the stack of cardboard boxes, is the water bottle I bought for Nacho, untouched, just as I'd left it. Be me, living near Blacksburg, VA. Be around 18 and have a Bronco. Fuck yeah. Me and a couple of friends, both male and female, are bored, hanging out at Jody's house. Not actual name. Jody has 3 brothers who hunt, often at night, which I don't think is legal in this state, so they have a thermal camera. The thing is old and huge, and we decide that it's a great idea to go hunt ghosts with this thing. One friend suggests the isolated place called Poverty Creek, which is in McCoy, as in Hatfield and McCoy's. Some of the family are still buried there. It's way back in the sticks. About 5 of us hop in my Bronco to get ourselves spooked. The area has a creek, but the road is also called Poverty Creek. Don't live there anymore, by the way. Behind an old beaten up Baptist church and down a gravel road, which turns into dirt eventually. The whole road has only 4 or 5 houses on it, all of which are abandoned. Like, no doors or windows abandoned. It's about 12:30 when we get up near the creek itself. Jody is sitting in front seat and turns on thermal, looking through it as I roll through. Just to spook everyone, I turn off all the lights of the truck, getting a good scream out of friends. I turn it back on, and Jody calls out, Wait. Ask her what the fuck she's freaking out about. Say she saw a bright spot in the trees. I tell her what a fucking deer is, although she is not biting. We are stopped at this point. She points the lens to the floorboard to readjust it. All of us are just sort of waiting for her. She points it back up for the front windshield, screams like a banshee, and throws the thermal camera on the floor. Everyone in the car shits a brick and a half. Now she's wailing, covering her face, and has curled her legs up onto the seat. She was pretty small. One of her brothers is in the back seat and is pissed that she might have broken the camera. Everybody yelling to get out of there, and I'm fairly shook up myself after that scream. I decide to drive back to Jody's house. The shot kinda killed the mood for me. Jody won't talk, still curled up in seat. Her brother checked the camera and is now trying to ask what she saw. Every time he asks, she just shakes her head. Finally, we get back, and I drop Jody and her brother off. Nobody really wants to do anything else tonight, I guess. That's the end of the night for me, but Jody's brother, I'll call him Kyle, relays the rest of the events to me. Jody has calmed down some, but won't sleep alone. She convinces her mother to sleep in a bed with her. Around 3 a.m., the mom wakes up. She turns her head to look at the clock, which is on Jody's side of the bed. Figure, standing over Jody. It's just under 6 foot, and the texture of it is like static on a TV. Like you can't focus on any detail, just the overall shape. Mom does not move. Figure does not move, just looking at Jody. Jody's mom wants to scream, but she feels herself nodding off. She falls back to sleep, In the morning, Jody finally reveals what she saw through the camera. It was a human figure, standing on all fours, with its arms and legs not underneath the body, like it was imitating a spider, looking right at her. That's all I got. I did not see shit, but from what I heard, I really don't want to. Security guard for a private morgue a couple years back has about 50 bodies at any one time. £18.60 per hour. Easy money. Boring as shit. 2:50 AM in the morning. Watching a film, I think it was 4, and drinking a cup of tea. Massive fucking crash out of nowhere. Shit myself, due to the quietness. Tea goes everywhere. Grab my torch and baton, and head towards the noise, where I notice a door is wide open, and some cabinets are toppled out. What the fuck? Notice that it looks like someone was standing at the corner hallway, but might just be my imagination, due to the time. Regardless, I say, is anyone there? Come out now, and you won't get in trouble for trespassing. Get no response. Pick the cabinets up, put them behind the door, and close it, once again locking it with my skeleton key. Have a quick look at the corner hallway before heading back to the front desk. Sit back down at around 3:15 AM, wiping up the cold spilt tea. 1 hour goes by. It's close to 4:20 AM. My shift is over in a little under 3 hours. Still pitch black, then I hear it. A fucking scream emanating from the hallway that I checked. I panic like a motherfucker. Grab my torch. My baton is out, and got a knife in my pocket anyway for backup. Charge into hallway. Notice the double doors at the end are open, as are 2 side rooms, despite them being locked the hour before. 2 lights are blown out. Run back to front desk, checking CCTV. Doors just blow open when that scream emanates. Don't know what to do. Start thinking of all paranormal shit, breathing rapidly. Decide fuck it, and head back to the hallway. Lock the 2 doors in the hallway. Head towards the double door slowly. That's where I saw it. A body from the morgue was on the floor, along with body parts. I'm nearly gagging. This fucking woman's scream sounds again. I nope the fuck out of there. Run straight to front desk. Auto ring the police. No answer, which is 100% not possible. Hear laughing and footsteps from the hallway I came from. Guttural scream from the hallway opposite that one. Start praying under my breath. Grab my knife. Fuck the baton. Auto ring police again. Still no answer. Literally shaking like a bitch right now. Start shouting, I'm a son of God, begone beasts, trying to remember anything that annoys ghosts and shit. I'm backing up towards the front doors at this point, with my pass card ready in my left hand. Doors unlock, and they open automatically. Fall outside. Call police. It works. It's now around 5:15 to 5:20 AM or something. Dawn is slowly coming. They respond within 8 minutes or so. Tell them everything. They don't believe me, but check it out anyway. Get checked for alcohol, all clean. Drug test when I get to station. They bring me in to check cameras. No footage for over 2 hours. They all went down around the first time the noise happened. No bodies or body parts in the hallway. No broken lights. No evidence of anyone being there but me. Owner gets called in. Basically waves it off as a prank by a bored guard. Taken to police station for questioning. There for close to 3 hours for statements. Nothing they can do, as no crime took place, but they caution me for wasting police time. Go back a day later, tell the owner I quit, and give him back the pass card, uniform, and baton. He says, you should have sated them. They are quiet then, without even looking at me while filling in some paperwork. Nope, and walk out. Never again. Creepiest thing that has happened to me. I'm getting shivers remembering it. I know what I saw and what I heard. I've guarded morgues before that one, but never experienced anything like that. Be me. Work construction. Specifically, heavy highway. Working on an interstate winding project through some shithole city. Place used to be booming, big manufacturing hub. All the factories closed. Most left. All that's left is homeless and druggies. Homeless camp right off the side of the highway outside our area, so can't really do much about it, and police do not care. working nights, and hear all sorts of weird stuff usually. One night, see them having a fire and are cooking something. Oh fuck, that's a dog. Between setting steel and other tasks, can't really pay attention for that long. Catch them fighting over parts of the carcass periodically. One night stood out though. Shift is about starting when I hear yelling. One dude has a machete or something, literally hacking his buddy to pieces. See it sink into his friend's arm as he tries to defend himself. Machete just about goes through it. Get the attention of the traffic cop, who then runs over their yelling. Machete guy runs off. Cop tries to tend to the victim. Guy did not end up making it. They caught the assailant though. They were fighting simply because the victim slept with the assailant's lady friend. Still bothers me today. For context, I have light eyes, /skin, /hair, but my mother is from Spain, so I speak fluent Spanish. Be me, at 21 years old, studying abroad. Make friends with a girl. She invites me to a party. When I arrive, there is hardly anyone else there. 2 other girls. That's it. Okay, whatever. Let loose. Have a good time. The girls keep pushing liquor on me. Seems like they're drinking a lot too, so I go with it. Having fun, until I hear one girl ask the other in Spanish, "Is now the time?" The other girl answers in Spanish. She seems pretty out of it. I am feeling a bit dizzy and warm, nauseous on top of drunk, and now freaked out too. I say I have to go to the bathroom. Press my ear to the door. I hear them whispering to each other, asking if they gave me enough, if Carlos would be here soon to pick me up, if I was suspicious or having fun. Nope, nope, nope. Crawled out of the second floor bathroom window, landed with a thud. Ran as fast and as far as I could before I felt too fucked up and fatigued. Ended up laying down on a bench in a park for a few hours, but fuck it. I was fine after resting for a bit. I think those girls drugged me and were going to sell me to Carlos. Luckily, I speak perfect Spanish, but look white as hell. Anyway, have any of you heard of the DARE program against drugs? Basically an anti-drug organization called DARE hired people to go to poor schools, talk to the kids how drugs were bad, etc. DARE always used to send the same guy to our school every year. He was a good-natured fat guy in his advanced 40s. Even used a DARE uniform, which was very old. You could easily tell he was poor as fuck like us. However, always used his own money to buy candies for us. One year he didn't show up. In his place, another guy came. From here, greentext. New guy reports on the school to give the DARE anti-drug talks. He looks somewhat young, like in his late 20s at most. He is not using a DARE uniform. Even more, he is carrying a real gun on the side of his chest. He is very aggressive and told us he was a top-class agent from our country and that we were all lucky to even meet him in person. All of us were like, shit, this guy is badass. Lady teacher has some disbelief on her face. New guy says that fat good guy retired and he was his replacement. He came during all the week to give us talks. Every time, he talked about very crude themes, like death, assault, weapons, which disturbed some of the kids. Then he talked about how we should go with him to the secret training grounds in order to become stronger if we feared the real world. He said that he would even let us use real weapons like rocket launchers and AK-47s if we accepted. Basically, we needed to get inside a bus with black sealed windows, and we couldn't tell under any circumstances to our parents where we were going. The bus was going to come at the end of the week. The day before the bus came, he crossed the line. He basically fingered one of the girls from our class in front of us, trying to show us how we should search female cavities for drugs. Our lady teacher was really freaking out, seeing how that guy was doing it in front of everyone. She asked the guy to back off and stop for the day. There was a clear tension, but he agreed to leave and asked us to come tomorrow to join the bus. Lady teacher went fast to talk to the other teachers and the director about the issue. She was nearly crying. Then she and the director came to the class and told us not to join the bus tomorrow. The next day, after all the kids entered the school, the teachers closed the school gates. The guy naturally came and asked to enter. All the teachers, some parents, and the director told him to fuck off, or that the cops were on their way, or that they were going to call them. The dude is mad as fuck, but goes to the bus and gets away. Lady teacher later comes to class and told us that the bad guy is not coming back. Next year a normal dare guy comes to give normal talks. Never knew what exactly happened with that good guy. Time later I asked my lady teacher if she knew, and she told me that she and the director called there to know why he didn't show up in the first place the year of that weird incident after everything got solved. However, they told her that the fat guy went missing that year, and that's why they couldn't send him. To this day, I still think that the weird guy that came to our class killed fat guy and wanted to take our whole class somewhere to assault us or something. Uncle is son of wealthy ranch owners. Spends his time partying and doing shit. Gets a woman pregnant. He decides not to marry her. The woman's mother is rumored to be a witch. She also sells meat at the local market. Uncle goes to buy some meat for a party. Old woman reminds him to take care of her daughter as she is pregnant. Uncle doesn't care. Woman says he can't ignore her forever. Be partying in the ranch. One of his friends is leaving. He is too drunk. Uncle decides to ride on horse with him, in case he didn't remember the way. They ride through some woods in the middle of the night, when suddenly their horses get scared and start jumping and shit. They try to regain control, but the drunk friend falls down and his horse runs away. My uncle descends from his horse to help him. Uncle's horse screams in pain and runs away. Uncle gets scared. He feels something climbing on his leg. He tries to kick it, with no results. He sees a big-ass snake has his leg trapped. He tries to run but falls down. The snake advances all the way to his neck. The snake bites his neck, in a way that it didn't pierce it with fangs, and it didn't cause any damage, like just posing its lips around it. Then it leaves my uncle and goes away through the woods. My uncle and his friend walk the rest of the path on foot and scared. He stays in friend's house. Next morning he decides to return home, through normal streets in town, not the damn woods. Just out of curiosity, he goes to see the old woman in the market. She's there. He greets her, and she tells him he seems scared. He says he had a strange night. She tells him she hopes last night's warning was enough, and that she didn't like to drag her body through the woods, but if he made her do that again, she would kill him. He decides to take care of the pregnant woman and his child. My maternal grandma always tells the story, and to this day, she still gets visibly uncomfortable while speaking about it. Late 1950s, Mexico City. Older sister is about to marry, and asks grandma to accompany her as she delivers the invitations for street neighbors. Last stop is a vecindad in front of their house. A vecindad is a house divided in apartments, where a friend lives. Friend is babysitting her younger brother, the 4-year-old. Grandma and aunt keep talking with their friend for hours. Night falls. Around what grandma says was around 8 p.m. Their friend's eyes go wide. Mind, friend was in the door, while grandma and aunt turn their backs to the street. Aunt asks what's going on. Friend can only mutter stuff and is freaking out, while pointing at something behind them. Friend's little bro starts screaming. Friend gathers enough breath to talk and yells Diablo, devil. Grandma and aunt turn around and almost faint. Behind them, in the middle of the street, stands what grandma still describes as a demon. Over 6 feet tall, blackish skin like a snake's, featureless aside from 2 red eyes, and a horn growing out of its face and curving behind the head. Grandma and aunt run inside the house and close the door shut, start praying and screaming for help. Some tenants show up and take to the streets, armed and searching for the creature. Friend's little bro dies a week later in his sleep. To this day, grandma says the demon went for the kid's soul. My aunt passed away in 2010, but her house is huge, and most people in my family have experienced supernatural stuff in there. There's at least 4 ghosts that have been identified, a little girl that appears in the kitchen, an old lady who haunts a shack in the rooftop, something that falls from the main stairs, and a pig that squeals and grunts in the laundry room during October and November. bumping with stories from Mexico City. Tlatelolco, on October 2nd, 1968, in Las Tres Culturas Plaza, the main square within the Tlatelolco neighborhood in Mexico City, took place one of the worst massacres in Mexican history. Thousands of students from Mexico's main universities gathered in there for a pacific protest against the government's actions during the last months. Unknown to the students, the Mexican army placed snipers in the building and prepared an ambush using the Olympia Battalion, an elite branch of the Mexican army. The president, Gustavo Diaz Ordaz, ordered the army to suppress and silence the student movement in time for the 1968 Olympic Games. What ensued is one of the darkest episodes in Mexican history up to this day. Thousands of individuals were arrested or murdered. A large number of survivors were reported as disappearances and never seen again, a common tactic for the Mexican government back in the day. 2 decades later, on September 19, 1985, Mexico City was struck by a magnitude 8.1 earthquake, which caused the Nuevo Leon building, one of the tallest in the neighborhood, to collapse, with dozens of people still inside. People living close to Las Tres Culturas report encounters with shadows lurking in the corridors between the buildings, sounds of children playing and plastic balls bouncing in the night, blood seeping from stairwells during rainy days, as well as the agonizing screams and pleas of those murdered during the 1968 massacre. Pick related, it's the plaza. The forest of Chapultepec. One of the most well-known places in Mexico City is the Forest of Chapultepec, a park housing several museums, a zoo, an amusement park, and a couple lakes inhabited by waterfowl and carps. The forest has its share of stories, ranging from packs of feral dogs and rabid squirrels to the famous house of Tio Tonya, a popular urban legend among teenagers and young adults. EVPs have been recorded by employees of the zoo and played in the horror radio show known as La Mano Peluda. The recordings contain whispers, chains being dragged, and other unnatural noises. However, the central piece of the forest is the castle, an imposing fortress built atop a hill and where significant events in Mexican history have taken place. During the 1840s, a group of military cadets fortified and attempted to defend the castle against an American invasive force. In 1860, the emperors Maximiliano and Carlotta lived there. Workers of the castle assure that Carlotta's ghost continues to wander the castle halls to this day, searching for her executed husband. Night watchmen tell stories of hearing steps, doors opening and closing on their own, and Carlotta's piano after midnight. Other witnesses, from visitors to the military cadets guarding the place during the day, have seen shadows and ghostly figures moving around the place. La Moira. La Moira is the name given to a house located in the neighborhood of Chapultepec. Abandoned today, La Moira is, according to urban legends, one of the most haunted places in Mexico. The original legend dates from the 1970s and talks about a kid named Marcos who trespassed into the house after hearing about it. Inside, Marcos supposedly witnessed paranormal activity, but what made him run from the place in fright was the sight of a hanged child in one of the upper floor's rooms. Years later, Marcos decided to return to La Moira in order to reassure himself that everything was a part of his childish imagination. Marcos never came out, and his body was eventually found, hung in the same upper room floor where he supposedly saw the dead child years before. Other stories talk about black magic rituals, black masses, and even demonic possession taking place inside the walls of La Moira. Eventually, the owners decided to capitalize on the popularity of the house and started giving nocturnal tours of it. The tours stopped after a while due to mysterious reasons, and the house remained abandoned for a few years. When it was reopened as a cultural center that, much like the nocturnal tours before, closed under mysterious circumstances. The Witch's House. located in the famous Roman neighborhood. The witch's house is a large building designed after European castles and palaces, and has been inhabited by Mexican celebrities like Silvia Pinal and Mauricio Garces. The witch's house was a home of a witch and diviner known as Pachita, who used to be consulted by politicians and members of the Mexican entertainment industry in the years after the revolution. According to some people living in the house to this day, the ghost of Pachita still appears walking down hallways. Mexico City's International Airport. Behind the airport's runway, there is a place where all non-functional or retired planes are stored. Some airport workers tell stories about a little girl who appears among the planes, playing with a ball and sometimes even talks to them. During the construction of the airport's second terminal, a security guard found a little girl sitting in the corner of an unfinished building. He reprimanded and asked her to follow him to the exit, but the girl only stared at him and whispered, "Tie my shoelaces, please." The guard looked down and, much to his horror, saw that the girl had no feet and was actually floating in the air. The Devil's Alley. In the Mixcoac neighborhood, there is a narrow alley that used to be surrounded by trees to the point where the branches closed above and darkened it, fueling a legend about the devil showing up in the alley after midnight. Supposedly, a man who boasted about not being afraid of anything, even the devil, was challenged to walk through the alley at night. Much to his surprise and fright, he was met by a shady, deformed figure resting against one of the trees. The men ran away, scared after hearing the entity's laugh. Other popular stories talks about a woman in white who appears to passing vehicles in streets near the alley. The woman supposedly has been guilty of several accidents over the years. Pic related, a photo taken by the employees of the airport. The girl was supposedly inside an old Pan Am airplane. El Zocalo. El Zocalo is the Mexico City's main square, surrounded by the Metropolitan Cathedral, the ruins of the Aztecs' main temple, and the government palace. It's one of the oldest places in the entire city, dating back to the days of the Spanish conquest. People wandering through Zocalo at night are used to talk about a woman who joins them as they walk, even making small talk as they cross the square and the surrounding areas. But as soon as they realize something is off, the woman disappears among the crowds. On a curious note, those who mention walking next or talking to her are unable to remember her face or the exact details of the clothes that she wore. Don Juan Manuel's house. In the street of República de Uruguay, a few blocks away from El Zocalo, there is a house where a popular story took place back in the days of the Spanish colony. According to the legend, a jealous man named Juan Manuel sold his soul to the devil in exchange for gaining the knowledge of his wife's lover. The devil showed up and instructed Juan Manuel to step outside his house at 11 p.m. and wait for the first man who passed by. So he did. Juan Manuel waited, hidden, and stabbed the first man he saw. However, the next day, the devil appeared to him again, mocking him about killing an innocent man, but instructing him to keep killing people at the same hour, until eventually the right one showed up. Every night, Juan Manuel waited in the dark, and as soon as a man came closer, he stopped him and asked, "Excuse me, what time is it?" 11. To which Juan Manuel answered, "Joyful, the one who knows the hour of his demise." According to the legend, Juan Manuel still appears at 11 p.m. in front of his house and repeats the same routine. Anyone answering his question will supposedly die on the spot. Insurgent 300 building. Between the Medellin and Insurgent avenues, in the Roman neighborhood, stands a building that was incredibly popular among Mexico's elite back in the 60s. Movie stars, singers, and intellectuals lived there during its heyday. The 15th and 16th floors are haunted by the ghosts of people who died in a fire. The ghost passengers. It's not unusual for cab drivers in the zones of El Rosario, Claveria, Calzada de los Misterios, or the bus stops Located between the Tacuba and Panteon subway stations, the Central de Abastos, a fresh product market, and Cerro de la Estrella, Star Hill, to tell stories about mysterious passengers boarding the cabs after midnight, only to disappear as soon as they arrive to their destination. Most stories mention older ladies, men and children, all of them wearing black clothing or covering their faces with hats or veils. A popular legend mentions a young woman boarding a cab in front of a cemetery's gates. The driver, confused about picking up a woman in such a desolate and dangerous place at night, takes her home, but before arriving at the destination, the girl says, "I don't have money, but if you come tomorrow, my parents will pay you." So, the driver returns the next day, and as he explains to whoever opens the door, he's told that the girl he describes passed away years ago. Circumstances might vary, depending on who's telling the story, and that he met her ghost. Juarez Hospital in La Planchada. One of the oldest hospitals in Mexico, the Juarez, is famous for being the place where the legend of La Planchada originated. La Planchada, the Ironed Lady, the Ironed One, is a ghost nurse who has the unusual feat of appearing in hospitals all over Mexico. Her stories vary from person to person. She might be a nurse in love with a doctor that rejected her and ended up taking her own life, a nurse who killed her patient in vengeance for being rejected, or a nurse that was killed by the doctor themselves. A more modern version mentions she was one of the victims of the 1985 earthquake when the Juarez Hospital collapsed and dozens perished inside. The name comes from the fact that she appears wearing a perfectly ironed uniform, and she might walk, float, or have no feet, but she's always described as moving silently. La Planchada appears to patients during late hours and gives them a pill or medicine that somehow heals them, no matter what their disease is or their condition. When patients mention their encounter to a doctor or another nurse, they're told that no member of the staff was present or guarding the room at such hour. The Woman in the River. Back in 1992, the body of a woman was found next to a sewage river in the township of Naucalpan, north of Mexico City. Since then, people passing through the area at night mention encounters with a floating woman without visible feet, wearing a white dress. Bolivar's apartment. An apartment located in the corner of Bolivar and Cinco de Mayo, close to the Zocalo. It remains uninhabited, and previous occupants and neighbors tell stories about otherworldly noises coming from inside, as well as heavy objects being moved or dropped by unseen forces. The ghost of Azteca Stadium. Watchmen in the Azteca Stadium tell stories about a kid appearing during the night, asking for help. When watchmen or staff come closer, the kid disappears. It's believed that the kid died, crushed in a riot during a football match. The Concepcion Convent. During the Spanish colony, a woman named Maria Gil fell in love with a young woman named Arusha. Her siblings paid Arusha to leave the city and drop any idea of marrying Maria. She, in turn, was forced to become a nun, but could not bear the suffering produced by such failed relationship. So, one day, she got a rope and hung herself from a peach tree in the middle of the Concepcion Convent. The legend says that her ghost started appearing sometime later, looking like a rotting corpse, hanging from the same tree where Maria took her own life. The nuns chopped down the tree and prayed every day to make the spirit leave. The Children of San Isidro Graveyard. In Azcapotzalga, a northern borough of the city, there are stories about two ghost kids appearing in the San Isidro Graveyard and its surrounding areas. The first is known as Nene and is described as a young girl who appears outside the graveyard wall and is prone to causing car crashes in the Manuel Salazar Avenue by suddenly popping out in front of them. The second is David, who appeared to undertakers, asking them to tell his mother to let him go because she visited his grave every day. The Mexican ghostbuster Carlos Trejo supposedly taped a video of Nene appearing in the graveyard. La Casa de los Azulejos. In the corner of Madeira and I Central, there is a building known as the House of Tiles, which is a restaurant these days. A few years ago, a remodeling project went awry because construction workers were supposedly harassed by a dark shade floating around the hallways. Patrons and restaurant staff talk about the same shade that floats up to the main stairs and vanishes as soon as it reaches the second floor. The boy in the theater. In the Mexico City's theater, sound technicians avoid wearing headphones while working, arguing that as soon as they put them on, they can hear the sound of a ball bouncing closer and closer, followed by the voice of a young boy, inviting them to play with him. Pablito. In the restaurant Ishel, located in Roma neighborhood, there is a story of a kid named Pablito, who is believed to have died many years ago by falling from a service stair. Pablito makes pranks, plays with water faucets, and moves chairs. A few watchmen have quit after seeing him. There is a dish dedicated to the ghost in order to appease him. The restaurant of Santo Domingo. The staff working in this restaurant, the oldest in Mexico City, accept the place is haunted, but say that the ghost is completely harmless, and according to the restaurant owners, it might have been a monk that inhabited the place before it was turned into a restaurant. A popular story among waiters and cooks is that the ghost appeared to a reporter some years ago, making her run away from the building. The Bride of Regina 39. In 1940, a young couple was about to get married. On the wedding day, the groom was nowhere to be seen, as he had overslept after a bachelor's party the night before. Furious, the bride cancelled the wedding and returned to the vecindad where the groom used to live, the building located in the number 39 of Regina Street. There, he stormed into the groom's apartment and stabbed him to death. The bride took her own life afterwards, but people living in the building have reported seeing a ghostly bride pacing back and forth the hallways, lamenting what she did. The Weeping Tunnel. In the township of San Pedro Barrientos, north of Mexico City, there is a structure known as the Castle of Barrientos, which is a military college today. Under the castle, there are tunnels where you can hear crying and sobbing, supposedly from victims of organized crime. There are bones sticking out the walls. Most of these tunnels have been closed by authorities of the military college. The ghosts of El Toreo de Cuatro Caminos. Until last decade, one of the most recognizable and famous landmarks in Mexico was El Toreo de Cuatro Caminos, a huge bullfighting arena crowned by a massive silver dome that could be seen from miles away. A few years before it was demolished, TV series and movies were filmed inside, as well as Halloween events. People working in the Halloween event, a haunted maze in the tunnels beyond the arena, constantly reported sightings of bullfighters covered in blood, doctors walking hurriedly through the rooms, and malfunctioning animatronics and electronic devices. Pick related, it's the arena. The Yakuza, or owl, is apparently an evil spirit, or sometimes a bruja. Its presence always is followed or preceded by death. They're often heard or seen right before a loved one dies, and or right after, as if to mock family and friends. I have a little short story of an encounter. My aunt, who was in her early 40s, was pregnant. She knew the risks, but wanted another child. Late in the pregnancy, she found out that the child would be born with Down syndrome and other possible ailments. When he was born, it was medical complications after complications. Then after a month at some UCSF hospital, his health improved and was all set to be sent home. The last week he was in the hospital, a woman visited the child. Apparently she claimed to be an aunt. She brought with her a stuffed animal, and she played with it above the baby and left it there. Then she left. Needless to say, the child's health worsened. His liver started failing. He was having respiratory problems. Just awful stuff. He died a few days later. The wake was held at his parents' home. Everything was normal and sad. Then people started crowding around the windows and rushing outside. On one of the trees outside the house, there was a barn owl perched, peering into the house, laughing, cackling, and when it was shooed away, it came right back to laugh and mock on the tree branch. Everyone knew what it was. It wasn't until my uncle brought out his shotgun and fired a shot at it that it flew away. Later that night, everyone could hear it fly overhead, screeching and laughing. Tlahuelpuche. In rural Tlaxcala, Mexico, the vampire witches, known as Tlahuelpuche, are much feared. At least 100 legends about them exist. The Tlahuelpuche was a person believed to possess magical powers, including the power to transform themselves into one of several animals, and in that form, attack and suck out the blood of humans. They can be of either gender, but usually are females, who are considered to be more bloodthirsty and evil of the two. Elements found in Tlahuelpuche can be traced to ancient Aztec goddesses. Their archetype was further modified to include influences from the witches of Spain when the country was converted to Christianity. Tlahuelpuches are born into their fate. They cannot transmit or teach their powers to others. They are independent agents of evil, but will do the bidding of higher evil forces, such as the devil. When one is born, it cannot be distinguished from an ordinary infant. Differences do not emerge until puberty, at which point their supernatural powers, such as shape-shifting, suddenly manifest. For females, this often occurs with the onset of the menses. When the powers manifest, the Tlahuelpuches of both sexes begin to have a lifelong, uncontrollable urge to drink human blood. They will drink the blood of any human, but have a marked preference for that of infants between the ages of 3 and 6 months, but no younger. They prowl about at night, usually between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m., but will operate during the day if their blood craving is extreme. They are not out every night, but only when they experience their uncontrollable blood urges, which ranges from 1 to 4 times a month. They are more active during rainy and cold weather. Finding one to be among them causes families a great deal of unhappiness and shame. They will go to great lengths to cover it up to avoid being ostracized by the community. It's said that they cannot attack members of their own families unless they reveal their secret, although they cannot transmit their powers to others of their own volition. If they are killed, the powers go into the killer. This places the family in the position of reluctant accomplices. The most common animal into which the witches transformed themselves was a turkey, but animals as varied as fleas, cats, dogs, and buzzards were reported. When shapeshifted, they are limited to the abilities of that particular creature, and cannot make it perform in magical ways. With one exception, they can make turkeys fly. When in animal form, they give off a luminescence or phosphorescence that is a telltale sign for their identity. They steal into a home as a mist, sometimes luminous, that seeps under doors and windowsills or through keyholes, or they crawl in as an insect. Once inside, they shapeshift into a turkey or buzzard and hypnotize the occupants into a deep sleep so that they can carry out their attacks. They also have hypnotic power over individuals and could cause them to kill themselves, primarily by having them walk to a high place and jump to their death. They might kill or injure domestic and farm animals and could ruin crops. Thus, many types of misfortune were attributed to the work of witches. For obvious reasons, Tlahuelpuche lived incognito in the communities. Belief in them is widespread in Mexico and continues to this day in rural areas. Cases of attacks have been recorded in modern times, some resulting in the trial and execution of the alleged vampire. As recently as 1954, the state of Tlaxcala passed a law requiring that infants reportedly killed by witchcraft had to be referred to medical authorities. While in almost every extended family, there will be reports of multiple bloodsuckings over the course of generations, the accusations of blood-sucking witchcraft that result in trial and execution historically have not been common and have declined considerably since the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The last known execution of a Tlahuelpuche, a woman, occurred in 1973. Well, dear readers, Today I will share some fascinating stories from my time in the service. As I mentioned before, I work in the local police department in Ukraine as part of a rapid response unit, and I've experienced plenty of interesting situations. I will focus on cases that have happened to me personally, and just to set expectations, there won't be any chupacabras or creepy monster tales here, though there will be some pretty unsettling moments. The first story takes place when I was still working in the PPS, Patrol Post Service, and I'll start with it now. It's 2 AM on a Sunday, and my partner and I are on a foot patrol near a football stadium. Having worked in this area for quite a while, we knew that local troublemakers and drug users often gathered here, day or night. It had been a quiet shift, so we decided to take action, thinking we could catch someone among the stadium staff with some illegal substances. As we approached the stadium, we were met with a bizarre sight. A man standing there, talking to a soccer ball. He was speaking to it with intense gestures, almost like he was arguing with the ball. Naturally, we decided this was our guy. We walked up to him and began to detain him, but as we did, the ball rolled away, landing next to the benches. We called for a patrol car as the situation was becoming more surreal by the second. The man, who was calling the ball Grisha, tried to take it with him when the car arrived about 10 minutes later. We did not waste time loading him into the car and sending him off to the station. But as we watched, something strange happened. The ball began to roll up the hill in the direction the car had gone. My partner and I exchanged nervous glances and decided to leave the stadium, heading to the nearest warm-up station for safety. This next one is a cautionary tale. Never buy meat from people you barely know, even if they're from a neighboring village across the river. It all started when the duty officer received a report about something disturbing at a farmhouse. A severed leg was allegedly being gnawed on by pigs. So, we assembled a team, added a patrol unit, and set out for the rural area at 5 PM. When we arrived, we found the man living in a barn, pigs downstairs and him upstairs. We went inside and, sure enough, we found a severed leg, likely that of a woman or child. We immediately confronted him, demanding to know who he had killed and planned to feed to the pigs. It turned out that a local drunkard had visited the man, probably looking for a drink and something more. During their encounter, the woman died, either from alcohol poisoning or perhaps the man's violence. No one could say for sure. The man had been eating her for over 2 days, roasting her in the barn, and when the body began to smell, he fed it to the pigs. The story did not end there. Pig buyers often passed by his farm when he was drunk, and knowing he was desperate for money, they would stop to buy pigs at bargain prices. That day, they found more than they bargained for. Pigs gnawing on a severed leg, while the man, drunk as usual, had fried human flesh on the table, washed down with moonshine. I once worked as a district police officer in a rough area, and let's just say, it was a lot to handle. But there is one particular case that stands out. There was an elderly man in my district, an Afghan war veteran. He wasn't exactly frail, more of a strong, grey-haired guy in his 60s, but his real issue was when he drank. He would get what we called a squirrel, a kind of delusional paranoia. When this happened, half of the village was terrified to go outside. The man would start seeing enemies everywhere, even in his garden, convinced that Afghan militants were hiding in the holes. He had been sent to a mental institution several times, but it never seemed to help. One day, though, disaster struck. In one of his drunken fits, he killed a man, but not just any man, a man all the way from Zaporozhye, studying to be a lab technician. The bizarre part, the man had been drinking in his dorm at 8 PM, and by 8:40 PM, he was dead in the old man's garden. This is despite the fact that Zaporozhye was 2 hours away by car. The man was sent to the mental hospital again, this time for good. These are the first of my stories. If they are well received, I will share more. A group went out on a mission to handle a squirrel. A grandmother had called in, saying her son was drunk and destroying everything in the house. They arrived quickly and found him wild, swinging an axe around the house. So, the team, composed of the detective, the investigator, and a local officer, decided to take him down. They managed to wrestle with him and were trying to get the handcuffs off when, out of nowhere, the investigator collapsed, clutching his side and bleeding. Despite wearing body armor, there was no protection on his side, only plates in the front and back. The others were shocked. "You bastard, you hit our guy with an axe," they yelled. They started beating him, trying to subdue him, when suddenly, the local officer collapsed as well. The detective was in disbelief, wondering how this was happening, but then he realized the axe was gone and the man was now handcuffed. Turning around, he saw an elderly woman standing there with a knife, stabbing them from behind, feeling sorry for her son who was being mistreated. The team quickly arrested her and the group leader arrived after hearing the commotion. It was chaotic. Another one. For 4 months, this elderly woman had been calling the police every day, saying the KGB was trying to poison her because she had seen them bury a bomb in a vacant lot. The bomb, she claimed, was huge, maybe even nuclear, and she urged the police to take action. She drove everyone mad with her calls, so they had to send her to a mental institution. Afterward, she stopped calling, and her relatives started calling every 2 days, saying the old lady had died. No one knew why. She had seemed healthy, though she had always been a bit off. During the autopsy, they found something strange in her body and sent it off for further testing. The results came back: severe poisoning with Ryazan, which led to her death. The third story is about a young patrolman, someone I've known for a long time. One night, while on patrol, they encountered a woman running towards them, hysterical and covered in snot. They asked her what happened, and it was clear that she had been through something awful. They hoped it was not a case of assault, as that would have made everything much more complicated for them. It was 11 p.m., springtime, and it was already very dark. She told them that she had been walking home through a vacant lot when she came across a pool of blood, with a bloody trail leading into the bushes. Curious, she went to investigate and found a man lying in the bushes. His head was not shot, but it was a bloody mess, just a grotesque wound. She panicked, ran back, and encountered the patrol. They left it off, figured it was just some bizarre situation. They called it in to the duty station and went to check it out. Sure enough, they found a pool of blood, just as the woman had described, and a body. They called for backup and an ambulance and stood there, smoking and talking to the woman. Then, they heard something, gurgling. They went back to the body and realized shockingly that it was still making noise. The man was alive for another 15 minutes. The patrol was stunned, as was the ambulance crew when they arrived. That man, despite having what seemed like a fatal head injury, was still breathing. It was my first year working as a cop. We did not have a lot of officers back then, so we were often assigned joint patrols around the city with the State Security Service. One day, I went on duty, and the duty officer got a call. The neighbor had not left her house in 3 days. The house was locked from the inside, and the TV was still on. So, we went out to check it out. By the time we got there, it was clear that she was probably dead. After inspecting the scene, we decided to break down the door. The neighbors helped us kick it in, and when we entered, there was a heavy, sickly sweet smell in the air. Just awful. The old lady had passed away. The neighbors started mourning about how great she was, and wondering why she left so early, which felt like a bunch of nonsense in that moment. 2 of the old women started pretending to faint, asking for water and attention, trying to steal the spotlight. I was still young and inexperienced, and this was my first time handling a dead body. I did not know what to do. My partner told me to call the duty room while he called for an ambulance to take the body away. I stood there with my back to the body, dialing the duty room. Suddenly, I heard a loud scream from behind me, and something grabbed my leg. I froze. The neighbors scattered in fear, and the elderly women who had been pretending to faint suddenly were not asking for anything anymore. My partner was crossing himself, and I was trying to keep my cool, wondering whether I should grab my gun to defend myself from some kind of undead creature. Everyone was in shock. After the chaos settled, we learned what had really happened. The old woman had been paralyzed for 3 days, unable to get up. She had been left in her own waste and had started to decompose, developing bed sores. That is the mess that we had walked into. Wow, you brought back a memory. About 5 years ago, I served in the State People's Republic. We got a call about a guy in a hut. Apparently, he had gone crazy, caught his sister out in the middle of nowhere with an axe and hit her right between the eyes. She managed to escape the house in a panic. So, we head over there. The area was not great, kind of like Burden, but not quite. It was violent and unpredictable. You never knew what to expect. We get to the building, but to reach his door, we have to go around the elevator shaft and pass by 3 other apartments. At the door, the guy yells something like, "Open up? Screw you. I will pack you up and throw you out." He was serious too. Now, we weren't looking for any heroics. My partner, Zorik, and I decided to jam the signal, let him panic for a bit. We went down to the car, suited up in heavy gear, helmets and such. Then we realized we'd forgotten the damn battering ram. Back to the car again. Zorik then says, "I left my rifle in the car. I'm sweating in my armor, saying great, let's run a marathon in this heat." Meanwhile, half the building is watching this like a Belmondo action movie. We finally decide to just bust in and figure it out. We head back to the floor, but something is off. The doors to the apartment look completely different. The fig tree on the landing has sprouted ears, and I'm sure it was not like that before. I tell Zorik, something is wrong here. What floor did we go to? He says the 10th. I pressed it myself, and I know I pressed 10 too, but everything looked weird. The architecture was different, more modern, even though it was an old place before. Now it looked like some Renaissance building. We checked the apartment number and realized, shit, we needed the 16th floor, not the 10th. We went up to the 16th, and there it was, exactly how it looked before, fig plant and all. We broke in without much trouble. Turns out, the guy was sitting next to his sister's body, holding a Saga shotgun and a loaf of sausage for some reason, who knows why. Anyway, we neutralized him with a solid taser shot and a well-aimed blow to the head with a stool. Because, let's be honest, we'll see tasers in our office about the same time humanity starts spending weekends in space. The moral of the story? After the shift, Zorik and I had a few drinks, and I asked, what the hell happened? We both pressed for the 10th floor twice, talked to that psycho through the door, but somehow ended up on the 16th. We never figured out the answer to that. In the end, we just shrugged it off. So yeah, that's the story. Sorry for the length in the content, but as they say, you can't rewrite the truth. I used to know a cop back in the mid-2000s. He often asked me to be a witness, so I ended up seeing some pretty strange things. One time, in 2006, a call came in from the private sector. An old lady had been hearing a woman moaning from Uncle Petch's house. He disappeared about 5 years ago. I showed up with the cops, and we brought the old woman along as an attesting witness. We approached the house. It looked abandoned, completely overgrown with weeds and nettles taller than me. The gate barely opened. The path was so overgrown that it was clear that no one had entered in a long time. The cops were skeptical, thinking the old lady had misheard, but she insisted she had been hearing the moans for 2 days while working in her garden. They scolded her for not calling sooner, but she swore no one had gone in or out of the house. The house itself was just as overgrown, and the doors sunk into the ground. The cops circled the house, but found no signs of forced entry. We checked the windows, but they were filthy and covered by curtains. Still, one of the cops noticed through a gap in the curtains that someone was lying on the table inside. It looked like a woman, but the view was unclear. They tried to open the door, but had to break the window instead. The old lady could not climb in so she stayed outside, mumbling while the cops and I entered the house. We first came into the kitchen, which looked like a typical Soviet-style kitchen, covered in dust and unused for ages. Newspapers lay scattered on the floor, but in the next room, things got strange. The room appeared to be a living room, with a sofa, an old tube TV, and a sideboard. In the center was a table, draped in a spotless white tablecloth, and on the table lay a half-naked woman. She looked like one of today's TikTokers, covered in tattoos, wearing a lace bra, but this was 2006, so she was probably more of an emo or goth type. I was familiar with most of the alternative scene in our city, but I did not recognize her. One of her legs was bent at the knee, but as we approached, we realized she was dead. Then we noticed something even stranger. She was not wearing any underwear, and there was a large, orange object sticking out of her. It was not hollow, but solid, and covered in a texture like sandpaper. Inside, it contained a lead rod, which seemed to be for weight. A small hose was attached to the object, running along her leg, down to the floor, and disappearing between the floorboards. Despite the object, there was hardly any blood on the table, just a small puddle and a few drops. One of the cops stomped on the floor and said it felt hollow, like there might be a basement. We found a hatch in the corner near the sideboard and opened it. There was a wooden staircase leading down. One of the cops ran to the car to get a flashlight, and we descended into the basement. It was empty, except for some shelves with jars, farm tools, and a broken window. The hose from upstairs dangled from the ceiling, and beneath it was a circular imprint as if something had been placed there. Back upstairs, the cops searched the living room and found the woman's shoes behind the sofa. One shoe held her pants, and the other a gold bracelet. No other belongings were found. We checked the second room, likely a bedroom, but it was untouched. As for the investigation, the woman had died about 7 hours before we arrived. She was around 23 to 25 years old, not from the area, and no one ever came forward to claim they were her family. She was buried as an unknown. There were no drugs in her system, and she was otherwise healthy. She died from shock, likely due to the pain caused by that object. It was later described to me by the cop as a ripper and a dilator at the same time. The object had been used in a back and forth motion, simulating sex. The house's owner was eventually found. He had moved away to care for his sick sister and suffered a stroke. He'd been half paralyzed for 3 years and had not been back. He did not recognize the woman in the photo we showed him. There were still many unanswered questions. There were no signs of restraints on the woman's body, and no indications she had struggled. Where were her other clothes? The entire property was searched, even the outhouse, but nothing else was found. The basement window was small enough that only a thin person or a child could fit through it. The woman herself might have been able to, but why would she? And if she had done all this to herself, why drain her own blood? 2 fingerprints were found on the object, but they did not match hers. If she was not local, why would she come to a stranger's house to die in such a bizarre way? 5 years later, a drunk man at a train station was arrested for attacking a cop. It turned out he had been previously imprisoned for the murder of his wife in a ritualistic manner. When questioned, he eventually confessed to the woman's death. Witnesses placed him in the city at the time, but how they got him to confess is anyone's guess. The adrenaline and rage from today's events have left me shaking as I write this. I feel chaotic and a bit off, so bear with me. I had an interview scheduled at one of Sharashka's offices in a suburban industrial building, a grim place filled with unsavory characters. I brought a knife and a blunt object for safety. I arrived an hour early, expecting a simple adventure, finding the office among the Soviet-era buildings. Instead, I encountered something far more intense. I passed through the main checkpoint and asked the guard where to find Horns and Hooves, LLC. He shrugged and pointed to a 5-story building in the distance. I dashed over in about 30 seconds, eager to escape the heat. The area is not very deep. The workshops stretch along a river. Upon entering the building, I was met by an elderly guard and asked her the same question. She directed me to the 4th floor via the staircase, furthest from the entrance, then down the nearest stairs to the second floor. The odd route did not surprise me. These old buildings are always a maze. I navigated through a long, poorly lit corridor lined with offices. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, I realized the 3rd floor was the last. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. I checked the 1st and 2nd floors, but they were both locked. When I reached the 3rd floor, it was open. A dirty, shabby corridor awaited. Frustrated, I decided to walk to the end and look for another staircase, but there wasn't one. I pulled out my smartphone to look up the checkpoint's number, only to find it was dead and stuck in a boot loop. Panic surged. I raced back to the 1st floor, kicked down a door, and found myself in the same filthy corridor. I tried to open various doors, but most were stuck. Finally, I found one that yielded to my push. Inside was a room filled with dilapidated furniture and rotting filing cabinets. The heat was so unbearable, so I opened a window and contemplated jumping out, cursing the old guard who sent me up here. When I stepped outside, I was greeted by a 3-story building, some windows boarded up, and it looked abandoned. I muttered to myself, what kind of architecture is this? As I circled the building, searching for the 5-story structure, the reality hit me. There was no trace of it, just a row of workshops. The industrial area appeared much older and more decrepit than when I arrived. I could hear machinery running, even though my original destination was newly abandoned. At this point, my patience evaporated, and I prepared myself for confrontation, armed and ready to react. I sprinted toward the sounds of machinery, reaching a massive, humming substation. There were no people or workshops in sight. I decided to climb onto the roof of the nearest building, feeling like a stalker as I grabbed a rebar for extra protection. As I entered the 3-story building again, a man around 40 approached me with an unsettling gait. Losing my grip on sanity, I pulled the trigger on my weapon and waved the rebar, shouting, "Where is the portal? I need to get back." He panicked and bolted into a room, moving in an unnatural way. I followed, kicking the door down, ready to confront whatever madness awaited. Instead of the room I expected, I found myself back in the same corridor, holding a rotting piece of iron instead of the rebar. Cursing, I exited, only to find a young man at the checkpoint, staring at me like I was insane. I asked him, "Where is the office of Horns and Hooves LLC, dear demonic gatekeeper?" He seemed just as lost and afraid as I was. After I explained my situation, he revealed that the staircase I sought had not existed for 30 years and had been blocked due to a collapse. He mentioned hearing strange footsteps from that area, noting that many offices were empty and the tenants were shady. Frustrated, I pulled out my working phone, called an Uber, and headed home. Now, here are some strange takeaways from today. 1. The weapon was unloaded. The cartridges were all in the magazine. 2. What felt like a 30 to 40 minute ordeal turned out to be nearly 9 hours. I arrived at 11 a.m. and left at 8 p.m. From the moment I stepped into that corridor, I felt a deep sense of unease. I can't shake the feeling that the old guard sent me on a route that was relevant 30 years ago, now possibly leading to a drug lab or chemical site. Did I breathe in something toxic and pass out, only to wake up in that utility room? The options now seem clear. 1. Return with friends, preferably equipped with gas masks. 2. Contact the employer to clarify my bizarre experience before they hear about my erratic behavior. One of my friends works in the criminal investigation department, focusing on finding missing people, what he calls lost individuals. He shared insights about the harsh realities of police work. In Russia, around 200,000 missing persons reports are filed each year, even in peacetime. About 100,000 of these cases are resolved, meaning the individuals are located, either alive or deceased, identified by relatives or by the missing persons themselves. This leaves a troubling question. Where do the remaining 100,000 go? My friend emphasized that he would only discuss cases involving official complaints filed by relatives or colleagues. I looked up statistics online and found varying numbers. However, he insists, all published statistics are false, unreliable, and serve only to satisfy bureaucratic needs. The main categories of missing individuals who are not found include 1. Those who disappear suddenly, without explanation. People who go hunting, fishing, or hiking. Individuals who have a fight with their partner and leave home. Those who leave due to issues like alcoholism, mental illness, or drug addiction, often ending up as unidentified bodies in crematoriums. Runaway children from orphanages. Individuals who disappear under suspicious circumstances, such as deaths or ties to criminal groups. People who vanish during military conflicts or natural disasters. The homeless. Approximately half of the missing persons fall into the first category, those who suddenly vanish without a trace. That means around 50,000 people each year disappear for reasons that remain a mystery. Let's explore some of these cases. One morning, a woman who was a mother of two dropped one child off at kindergarten and the other at school before boarding a minibus. She never arrived at work, which was only a minute's walk, about 100 meters away from the bus stop. It was as if she had vanished. Her husband and her family searched everywhere, combing through her phone records and scoured their apartment, yet they found nothing at all. The minibus passengers recalled seeing her get off at the correct stop. She worked as a minor official in the district administration. In another case, a man who seemed to have it all, a wife, a child, a good job, left for work one morning in his Ford Mondeo and never arrived. Days later, his car was discovered parked on the side of the road with no signs of struggle or robbery. The keys were still in the ignition, and his laptop and phone were inside, charging. Despite extensive searches of the area with police dogs, there were no leads. He was just an average manager, not the owner of a business, with no debts except for a car loan. His wife, a doctor, reported no unusual activity on their accounts. Then there's the chilling story of a young mother who went to buy cottage cheese and milk. With her baby under a year old, she usually made quick trips while the child napped. This time, she left and never returned. Despite extensive searches lasting over a year, there were no clues at all. In a more perplexing case, two families on vacation stopped at a roadside hotel. After a night's rest, one man was missing. His wife and kids had been sleeping soundly, unaware. The hotel staff did not see anything unusual, and the door was not locked. Surveillance cameras only monitored the parking lot, and the men's belongings were left behind. It is assumed he went outside for a smoke, but no cigarettes were found. Another case involved a programmer who disappeared during his lunch break. Living with a girlfriend and juggling a car loan, he left for lunch and never returned. His dishes were dirty when she came home, indicating he had been there. His phone went silent an hour after he left work. Perhaps the most startling case is that of a police captain who vanished. He boarded a train for work one morning, but never arrived. Everyone involved was questioned, yet it was as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. These stories are just a glimpse into the thousands of similar cases across the country. Where do these missing individuals go? Here are some theories based on past cases where people were eventually found, alive or dead. 1. Murders. Bodies disposed of in various ways. 2. Kidnapping for forced labor. 3. Organ trafficking. 4. Forced prostitution. 5. Accidental deaths due to unforeseen circumstances. An experienced officer who joined the force in the mid-90s shared that the statistics have remained consistent over the years. He travels for work and finds that the numbers are similar everywhere. He even jokingly expressed a belief in alien abductions, given how inexplicably people vanish without a trace. Each year, around 50,000 individuals, men, women, children, and the elderly, disappear. While this figure may seem small compared to the annual population decline of 1 million in the country, these are real people, relatives and friends left in anguish, searching for answers. First story. My mother works in the police, and since I did not play outside much as a child due to the rough environment, I absorbed her incredible stories from the field. I don't recall every detail, but a few stories have stuck with me. One involved two young thugs, aged 13 to 14, who mercilessly targeted a weaker individual, aged 10, facing no resistance. They lured him to a basement or an abandoned location and began to beat him with whatever they could find, showing no signs of compassion. They even struck him on the head, disregarding his pleas to stop. The victim ended up with a fractured skull, bad enough to leave him alive, but unable to move or speak. What did these two geniuses do next? They left him in that state, returning later with a teaspoon. One of the thugs decided to feed the dying man, but lacking supplies, and given their twisted minds, they opted to feed him his own brains. With the spoon, the thug scooped out part of the victim's cerebral cortex and forced it into his mouth. I honestly can't say whether the man was alive or dead at that moment, but his mother later claimed that he had indeed swallowed the grisly substance. I can only wonder what happened to those two and the corpse afterward. Surely he could not have survived. Second story. In another tale, there was an ordinary man named Ryazan who loved to drink. He worked at a slaughterhouse, a job that did not require much intelligence, just a sharp knife to make a cut from ear to ear on a pig. One day, Ryazan showed up to work drunk, or not at all, leading to his inevitable dismissal. He argued, but ultimately lost his job. In a fit of anger, he took a piece of equipment as a memento and wandered off, most likely to the nearest liquor store. After drinking heavily, he headed home. The most sensible choice would have been to take the tram. He got on, still inebriated, and continued drinking. Understandably, the other passengers were uncomfortable, and one woman, Natasha, approached him, scolding him for his behavior, especially with children present. She decided to leave the carriage to avoid further confrontation, but Ryazan followed her. At the bus stop, he called out to her, and, wanting to impress, demonstrated his skills by drawing a line on her, this time with a knife. Worked as a mall cop for a winter. Bazillion little entrances and exits to secure. Place is creepy as hell when empty. Abandoned stores from the 1970s and 1980s walled off. Customers have no idea that they exist. Still can access them through service tunnels. One in particular creeped me the hell out. Closed Chuck E. Cheese kind of restaurant. Remaining lights inside are on 24/7. Still a ton of crap from the 1990s in there. Broken animatronic animals leaned against walls and in closets. Costumes from mall Halloween and Christmas events stored there as well. Forest of artificial Christmas trees. Outdated mannequins. Shoulder-high piles of Christmas lights. Always really hate going in there. Nobody ever talked about it, but if called to go in there, we would never go alone. Lock up connecting service tunnel early each time. Occasionally hear dragging noises from the other side of the wall. Ignore. Nope. Get sent by mall office to grab a reindeer thingy. 2 maintenance with dolly. Me and one other mall cop. Unlock service tunnel entrance. Pry open sticky door. Pops open. One of the animatronics is right up against the door. Nearly shit ourselves. One guy stands out in the hallway, while I and the others go in. Reindeer thing is not where it's supposed to be. Searching all over this creepy indoor forest, full of empty costumes, Christmas lights, and mannequins. Flashlight goes dead. Clumped together with maintenance guy with remaining flashlight. Find reindeer on prep table in old kitchen. Haul it out. Leave the restaurant ASAP. Can't lock the door fast enough. Last weekend at the mall. Locking up. Lights flicker once. Hear a split second of what sounded like muffled children's laughter. Sound was coming from across the wall. Fucking sprint out of that entire wing of the mall. 3 years later, and the knowledge that the lights are on in that room as we speak still gnaws at me. Our town is not quite ordinary. It is a little creepy. There are a lot of tales and legends. If you listen to the locals, HYOH is hidden in every corner. I myself also found myself in incomprehensible stories several times. They will be written about below. Well, in general, you really feel some kind of oppressive atmosphere. In summer, 2/3 of the days the weather is cloudy, but the sea is close. Half of the buildings in the city are identical, grey, 5-story boxes. There is a chemical plant that releases a ton of wonderful substances that are beneficial for the body into the river, from which we drink the water. In general, for such a decadent freak like me, it even delivers. This will be a long thread. I have a lot of stories, some of which I wrote down in my diary when I was still in Soznitsa. Some are quite interesting, some are terribly banal and unoriginal. I will try to somehow intersperse them with each other, so that overall, I get an average level, and I will also describe cool stories that I myself witnessed. The green ball. We have to start somewhere. I will start with a real incident that happened 7 or 8 years ago, when I was still a studio student. 3 boys from the 9th grade of our secondary school, number 3, went into the forest. I don't know what they were doing there. Maybe they were drinking. Maybe they were just walking. The point is that only 2 people returned from the forest, crazy and crap. They led the cops into a clearing in the forest, and there, the corpse of their third comrade was lying. Well, like a corpse, a completely burnt body with a black crust, only white teeth showing. The cops went crazy too. The school children said that they were sitting here in the clearing, not bothering anyone, and then a green ball, about the size of a laptop ball, flew out from the forest. It flew silently, about a meter above the ground. The boys noticed it, but they were not particularly scared. They didn't even approach the ball. The ball flew about 200 meters from them, sometimes changing direction and flight altitude, but the size and color did not change. Then, one of the school children, that same burnt idiot, for some reason whistled. Well, like calling an animal, the ball exploded from its place, and literally in 2 to 3 seconds, flew straight into this fucker at such a good speed. The boy instantly caught fire, and both sat and fell down, without even shouting anything. Fucked up by this turn of events, their friends got up and moved on. That is it. They also said that during the autopsy, it turned out that all the blood inside the boy was either caked or turned into jelly, which is apparently what happens with short-term exposure to extremely high temperatures. Although, maybe they are already fantasizing about it. But the fact that the boy really died is true. Yes, by the way, they say that there was no rain that day, although it seems like ball lightning can appear even in clear weather. Forest Belt. The forest belt behind the vacant lot, which I mentioned in the OP post, is a separate issue. They say that in Niponia, there is a forest of suicides, so this is bullshit. In our forest, 1 or 2 people hang themselves every year. It seems that there were no barren years in my memory. All sorts of young idiots who were abandoned by a girl or who did not pass the Unified State exam, drunks, homeless people, and normal people too. And for some reason, everything is exactly in this fucking part of the city. It would seem that the city is surrounded on 3 sides by forest. I don't want to hang myself anywhere, but no. Everyone runs into this wasteland, reaches the edge, and there they pull themselves into a noose. My neighbor on the right, during a joint smoke break in the entrance, even once told me a fucking story about how he and his brother watched directly from the balcony as the cops at the edge of the forest removed another self-cutting loser from a branch. The distance there is decent. They only had 1 binocular, and they literally snatched it out of each other's hands. Grandmothers, and not only them, believe that the forest is cursed with bad energy. Well, they would not think so. About energy, I don't know. I sometimes walk through those places. The forest is like a forest. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. Grass, moss. No feeling of cosmic transcendental horror arises out of the blue. This year, there was one suicide, in April. Another schoolboy quarreled with his parents, got drunk, and in the morning was already swinging from a tree. Maybe by the end of the year, someone else will cut themselves in this forest belt. Black Hand. I have an older sister. She is now 34 years old. She's been a little crazy since childhood. She seriously considers herself either a witch or a psychic. She is obsessed with all sorts of amulets, spells, potions, etc. I've never taken this hobby of hers particularly seriously, although I've taken quite a liking to some of her stories. I'll try in the thread gradually tell all of her stories that I remember. So, my sister and I have this mutual meme. Say hello to the Black Hand, which means suddenly shit myself. Like, yesterday, I was lying in the bath and suddenly the lights went out. It was dark. That's when I said hello to the Black Hand. I came home from the store. I realized that I had been shortchanged by 100 rubles and said hello to the Black Hand, etc. The origin of the meme comes from one of my sister's jokes, which she told me when I was a complete asshole, studying in the 1st or 2nd grade, M class. I don't know. Maybe she came up with all this, but I really freaked out then. In general, it was the mid-90s. My sister was a typical redneck teenager, and with her girlfriends, lived in huts without parents. At that time, we fit into the house in the private sector of some guy from a parallel class. Listened to the tape recorder, watched the videotape. The guys and some girls drank beer, but my sister did not drink then. We sat until late. My sister wanted to go to the toilet, but it was already quite dark on the street. She was afraid to go out alone. She has generally longed for the dark since childhood, and persuaded her classmate to accompany her. There was also a German shepherd in the yard, but she was on a leash. Naturally, the dog was extremely hostile towards strangers in the yard, and began barking fiercely and tugging at the chain, which made my sister become even more anxious. In short, both girls quickly went to the toilet in the back of the yard. The sister went there, leaving her friend outside to be afraid of the angry dog. While the sister was doing her business, they talked through the door with a friend about everything. Then the friend suddenly laughed and said that there were guys hiding behind the fence and wanted to scare them. The fence was very close to the toilet and was quite full of holes. The boards were falling off. After that, my friend went to the fence to burn the jokers, and she screamed. Out of fright, my sister almost fell on her ass. A couple of seconds later, my friend, without ceasing to scream like a siren, ran back into the house. That's when my sister felt mega sucked, because there was clearly some kind of commotion at the fence, and she was left alone in the dark next to this place. In general, my sister also quickly jumped out of the toilet and ran into the house. What's strange is that the shepherd stopped reacting to both her screaming girlfriend and her sister. She stopped barking and instantly climbed into her kennel, although before that, from the moment the girls left the veranda, she had been loudly and non-stop expressing furious hatred. At the house, the hysterical friend was given tea, calmed down, and asked what had happened. She replied that she saw someone's silhouette behind the fence where the board had fallen, thought that these were their guys, and decided to scare them away themselves. She quietly walked to the fence and stood next to the hole so that in case of any activity, she would immediately burn the jokers. A couple of seconds later, someone's hand came out of the hole, so she grabbed it, but it turned out that it was not a human hand. It was all covered with coarse black fur. The hand began to forcefully pull her friend towards her, and for the first time she pulled so hard that the girl tore the sleeve of her blouse on the edge of the fence board. Well, she started yelling and resisting, thinking that the hand was going to drag her the fuck away into the forest. Then she somehow freed herself, or the hand itself let go, and ran into the house. My sister said that after the story, the whole company came out with flashlights and looked at the fence. There, next to the hole, one of the boards was indeed very loose and was generally cracked lengthwise. Barak. My maternal grandfather told me the story. he is no longer alive. He died in 2011. In the 60s, he was involved in a large construction project. They cut down the forest on the southern tip of the city and built a new block there of Khrushchev houses, the same dull grey boxes that I spoke about. Now this block is called the 101st. For construction workers who came in large numbers from another city, and those who did not want to leave their workplace, barracks were built. Grandfather also spent the night in these barracks, although he could have gone home, but he enjoyed the atmosphere of the construction site, alcohol drinks with men in the evenings, playing cards and all that. At first everything was fine, and then 2 drinking buddies from his barracks disappeared somewhere. In the evening, they went to bed with everyone else, and in the morning they were not there, although all their junk remained. Well, at first everyone gave a damn, but when a couple of days passed and these comrades still did not show up to at least get their trousers and documents, the foreman turned to the cops. They seemed to be investigating something, interrogating the builders, but they were unable to find out anything. Grandfather was also asked, but he was not closely acquainted with the missing people and had no idea where they could have gone. And by the fall, one night the grandfather, greeted by the Black Hand. It was already cold there. The construction stopped. Everyone got their salaries and were fucked. My grandfather was one of the last ones there. He had some quarrels with the bosses. His friends were cheated on their pay. They didn't give work days, and he harnessed them for them, kind of like a witness that they were really working at the construction site. In general, only 2 people remained in the barracks, the grandfather and some other builder unfamiliar to him. In shifts, they got up once a night to throw firewood into the potbelly stove. Well, grandfather got up on his turn, lit a fire, and lay down again. Only he could not sleep. He tossed and turned on the trestle bed for a whole hour, but could not sleep, and then he hears something scratching under the trestle bed, like a cat or a mouse. But there were no animals in the barracks. Grandfather looks under the trestle bed. Nothing. He lay down again, scratched again. He looks again, shines a flashlight. Again nothing. Grandfather went outside to take a piss, came back and lay down. He had just begun to doze off when someone tried to pull him off the couch by the leg. Grandfather went nuts, jumped up, inspected the entire barracks. It was empty. The potbelly stove was burning. The neighbor in the barracks was sleeping peacefully in the far corner. Grandfather went back to bed. He died, of course, but he didn't really scream. He is an atheist communist materialist, that's all. Even when he told me this cool story, he constantly emphasized his non-serious attitude towards what was happening, said that everything could, of course, be a dream, and because of a short circuit in the brain, he mistook the events of the dream for reality and jumped. In general, my grandfather was unable to sleep well that night. As soon as he fell asleep, an invisible dick pulled him by the leg. Once he even fell off the trestle bed. In the morning I got used to it, woke up, picked up my leg, rolled over to the other side, and then went to sleep. In the morning, when it was already light, he woke up again, but because he was being dragged by the leg, and again he heard some kind of fuss under the trestle bed. I waited for a bit, thinking that now everything would calm down, but no way. Then he turned over on the couch and looked down to look under the bed again, and that's when he laid a ton of bricks. The blonde head of one of those same hard workers who disappeared in the summer stuck out from under the trestle bed and looked at him with curiosity. The grandfather ran out onto the street at jet speed and took a long time to come to his senses. When I returned back to the barracks, naturally, there was no builder under the trestle bed. After that, he no longer spent the night in the barracks. Those missing, by the way, were never found, and if they were found, then grandfather did not know about it. Visiting a friend. So, it's time for the first awesome story from the life of OP. As I already wrote, the cases that happened to me personally are rather not creepy, but simply strange. I usually understood their strangeness in hindsight. I think I was 13 or maybe 14. A friend had a PlayStation, and after school I went to his place to play. He liked to fight with me in MK3. and I was more pleased with the first Silent Hill that he had. The translation was kind of fucked up, with Russian dubbing in the monotonous voice of Down, but I liked running around the 3D city and killing polygonal hecks more than doing fatalities. A friend, by the way, had all the combinations written down on a piece of notebook paper that always lay next to the prefix. In general, I ran into him after lunch. My friend was home alone. My parents were at work. We watched a new episode of Pokemon on ORT. I think it was shown at about 3 o'clock every day, and started playing PlayStation. About half an hour later, my friend went to the store. I don't remember why. Either he remembered that my mother told me to buy something there for dinner, or we decided to buy soda and chocolate. Well, I was left alone, switched to my favorite Silent Hill, and started playing while he was gone. And there some fucking chick enters the room. I had never seen her before in my life. I was very surprised because I thought that there was no one there in the apartment. However, it was a 3-room apartment. Someone could have been sleeping in the bedroom all this time, but why didn't my friend tell me about it then? The chick looked ordinary, about 25 to 30 years old, with long hair, wearing home clothes, like a plain blouse and jeans. Well, I said hello to her. I'm my mother's polite boy. She said hello and asked where my friend was. I replied that he went to the store, but then she made me terribly angry, pointing out that I had thrown a chewing gum wrapper on the floor and told me to quickly pick it up and not litter. I hated and still hate when strangers with arrogant faces start making all sorts of comments to me. But what can I do? I'm in a miraculous house. I got agitated, but I picked up the candy wrapper and put it in my pocket. She then went to the window and started looking at something downstairs, 3rd floor. I even managed to check out her ass, covered in jeans, lol. Teenage hormones. Then she said something else, insignificant to me. I forgot what exactly it was, but it was something very ordinary, and left the room. I continued playing. After a while, my friend returned. I opened the door for him, and as soon as he crossed the threshold of the apartment, I asked him what kind of chick lived here, and why he didn't tell me about her. The friend was extremely surprised, and said that he was alone in the apartment. I didn't believe it, because I myself had just talked to the moralizing girl. We went around all the rooms, even looked in the closet. No one was there. This is where I freaked out. The assumption that it could be some random person who entered the apartment during the friend's absence was dismissed immediately, because the friend's paranoid parents instilled in their son the idea from the cradle that it was impossible to leave the apartment door unlocked, even for a second, and therefore he forced, when I go to the store, that I lock the door behind him from inside after he leaves, and open it when he arrives. There was also a version that the girl was a relative. She knew the friend by name, and had her own keys, but, I didn't hear, so I swear by Allah and Buddha that the apartment door didn't open during the friend's absence, and the audibility in the apartment is excellent, and the sound of toys was not so loud. And B, I described the girl to my friend in quite detail, and the description did not coincide with any of the relatives that he knew. Then he told this incident to his parents, and they also told him, but they did not have such a relative. In short, I was then left extremely puzzled by the crap that was happening. A week later, a friend was hit by a car. I'm kidding, of course, although it would be at least somewhat logical, like, death came for him, but didn't find him at home, so took it after a week. But my friend is still alive, though he moved to St. Petersburg, and I haven't had contact with him for a long time. Faces. Another cool story from my sister. After school, she studied in St. Petersburg. In general, half of our graduates go to St. Petersburg. I'm the only autistic hicken who preferred to receive education in my native city so as to not be far from my mother's house. And if in adolescence her focus on schizoterism was not so strongly expressed, then in St. Petersburg she found a company of people who had gone like herself, and that's when it all started going full blast. As a result, after college, she still couldn't find a place for herself and returned to her native land. But her stories about the St. Petersburg Vanabi occultists made me go crazy. For example, there, some dick suggested to her that for the next ritual to summon the hell demon, he must give 30 lashes to her wrists, but she doesn't mind, in general. Then the sister wore blouses with long sleeves for a long time, and the demons never appeared, but this did not bother my sister. Well, Some people just have bad brains with no chance of straightening them out. I was convinced of this example of my sister. To the point, there in their circle of witches and sorceresses, there was one girl, either Tanya or Galia, I don't remember exactly. So this Tanya, let's use that name, was a notorious drug addict. My sister doesn't know what exactly she was sitting on because she doesn't understand this shit. Tanya's trick was that for some time now, she had been constantly telling everyone that she saw faces on literally any surface. Anons, have you ever seen pictures from this category? Wooden chairs and such with patterns that look like faces. Here is something similar, only this Tanya saw the face even on a completely smooth surface, without protrusions or patterns. My sister told me one day how they were going down the subway, and a friend saw a face right on the smooth wall near the escalator and began broadcasting to her the speech of this non-existent face. You say, what a stupid idiot, what's the big deal? And the fact is that, according to my sister, who is also pretty crazy, so I personally don't believe her words 100%. In general, the messages that those faces conveyed to this chick were, as a rule, very true. For example, one day she saw a face on the back of a seat in a movie theater that told her something like, the car is moving, and on the way to the dorm, her friend was almost hit by a taxi when she was walking through an intersection and barely had time to stagger back. And over time, the chick's face, which grew up on the blackboard at the university, told her that she would soon feel bad, and a day later, her friend rushed to the hospital with allergic edema. My sister told me about other cases, but I'm too lazy to write them all down now. There was a prediction about an attack by stray dogs, about cheating at the cash register and all that. Everything came true, but according to a friend, more often the faces were talking crap rather than making predictions. The most shocking story I remember was when the woman who went there saw a face on her own knee, and it told her that her eyes would turn into ink. Don't ask what this means. I was in awe when I heard this. The sister says that during her stay in St. Petersburg, her friend remained alive and physically healthy, but her mental state deteriorated greatly. I don't know. Maybe she really was a banal schizophrenic. Lake outside my city. Don't be so fussy, Anon. I don't always have the time and energy to throw you another pasta. Yes, I created the thread when I was drunk, and the sea was knee-deep, so cool stories every day. I was clearly borscht, but I will continue my commitments as best as I can. Not far from our city, at the 4th kilometer along the highway, there is a lake with a stream, where in the summer, those who do not enjoy the city beach, river flow, and cold water clogged with factory waste like to go swimming. This is a popular place for parents with small back eaters because the lake deepens quite smoothly, without cliffs, so there is little chance of your kids accidentally drowning while swimming, and the DNIWE there is pleasant for swimming. Not muddy, but sandy. I splashed there myself a couple of times when I was in school, but now I don't really like swimming. I don't remember the last time I went to the beach. Even as a child, boys at school told me this creepypasta, and then I heard it from adults. Most likely, this is just an urban legend, because the details are different every time, and there is no proof that it actually happened. But many believe. My redneck brothers and sister, for example, are 100% sure of the veracity of the story. If you don't get fooled by the details that change from time to time, the essence of the story is that in the mid-80s, at the end of the summer, on a rare clear sunny day for our region, a group of young people went on a picnic near this lake. We took with us a grill, meat, a beer, rackets, and a badminton ball, a battery-powered tape recorder. In general, we were going to have a cultural rest. We arrived at the place in our Muscovite and were glad that there were no children who would ruin the lamp-like atmosphere of the holiday. In general, we settled down, splashed around, started barbecuing, turned on the music. Everything went according to plan. At some point, one of the hikers drew the attention of her friends to the fact that on the opposite side of the lake, a company of 4 people came out of the forest and also headed to the shore. Here I will clarify that our lake is narrow but long, and the most normal swimming beach is located at one of its ends, located close to the dirt road. So from this point, the opposite shore was quite far away, and the vacationers did not see detailed details of the appearances of these 4 people. It seemed like 2 of them were short, like children, and the other two were taller. At first they didn't pay attention. They don't have a monopoly on the lake, especially since the new group seemed to have decided to position themselves further away from them so as not to disturb each other. The only thing that was a little puzzling was how the hell these four came out of the forest from the side where there was no road. About 10 minutes passed, and the young people noticed another oddity in the behavior of the new arrivals. Firstly, they were located near the shore in the most inconvenient place for swimming, where there was no sand, but only grass and bushes. And at the bottom there, the sand was mixed with soil, so instead of swimming norms, they were covered with mud. Secondly, they didn't do anything there. They just fucking sat down. Well, they sat motionless, and that's it. In one version, they looked towards the youth. In another, they sat in a circle and stared at each other. The chicks slowly began to feel goosebumps on their skin. The boys weren't really bothered yet. They were still outnumbered, and if something happened, they could overwhelm their opponents with numbers. And then all four simultaneously rose and climbed into the water. They didn't take off their clothes or anything. They stupidly entered the water, either began to walk along the bottom or swim forward until everyone disappeared under the water. The boys and girls watching them waited in awe for them to swim out, but they never did. By the way, they usually add that there were no ripples in the lake when they entered the water. The surface remained smooth. Here on the opposite bank, everyone has already shit themselves, including the brave souls. We quietly packed up our belongings and headed back to the city. Usually, at the end of a cool story, it is thoughtfully stated that, as it later turned out, just 4 people had drowned in this lake up to that moment. 2 of them were children, but without proof. It just looks like a beautiful invention for extra hype. Factory history. By the way, I just wrote Dream, and I remembered another story. There is a crypto without the paranormal, connected with a chemical plant. It seems like it actually happened. This happened in 1996. In general, the next scheduled audit at the plant revealed a major shortage of a certain chemical reagent that was used in the production there. Well, there the control department began to monitor the workers, this and that, and in the end it turned out that a truck arrives at night. A couple of Bespalev's workers take out several barrels of this reagent from the warehouse. The storekeeper and the watchman ended up in the share, load it onto the car, and it drives off. Moreover, this was led by the local shop manager, about whom everyone knew that he was connected with a local organized crime group that engaged in commercial racketeering. The shop turned to the cops. They tracked the route of the truck. It was heading straight to the dacha of one of the leaders of the organized crime group, surrounded by a high fence, with an alarm system, guards, and shepherd dogs inside. In short, you can't get in. After a while, the truck drove out and dumped other, larger barrels into the river. They organized an operation, and during the next drain, they secretly scooped up some water from the place where the drain was made, until the contents of the barrels had time to completely dissipate. The examination found the same reagent, mixed with various organic substances. In general, the cops immediately understood everything, but the organized crime group was then really influential, and for another year and a half, they still could not bust them, despite all the evidence. And not only related to this investigation, there were a lot of cases related to this organized crime group and more. When the shop was eventually closed down, during interrogation, as expected, the bandits unanimously admitted that the bodies of those who were kidnapped and killed at the dacha were dissolved in the reagent, which was essentially a strong acid as a convenient way to get rid of the body. In before Walter White himself went crazy when he watched Breaking Bad, about 20 people were dissolved like this. Does anyone know what programs or cults were active in 29 Palms in the 70s? My dad grew up in 29 Palms with a brother and a single mom who was in the Air Force. They both ended up Mormon fanatics living in Utah, where they met my mom and had me. After my dad died when I was a child, my grandma started abusing me. I have shattered memories of the basement of a church where I was abused. My dad died when I was very young, and what is interesting is that his death was unexplainable. Up until a few months ago, I was under the impression that he died of a brain aneurysm. I am in my 20s now, and I have lived on my own since I was 18. I went no contact with my mom because she is an abusive narcissist, but I talked to her once a few months ago. She said, "I've told you this countless times. Your father did not die from a brain aneurysm. The doctors could not explain why his brain hemorrhaged. They never found evidence of an aneurysm. I swear, my mom never told me this before." Last year, my mom had me admitted against my will to a psych hospital after I was assaulted. I think this was all a setup now. The hospital is owned by the government, and most of the patients were in the military. In fact, I was the only patient there that wasn't in the military or a veteran. My mom brought me there against my will 4 times, and they injected me with drugs that drove me crazy all year. I finally managed to get away for the past few months. My roommates told me that a man in a suit asked me where I was and had been stalking the house. My psychiatrist from the hospital is why I'm interested in 29 Palms. His grandfather died in 29 Palms when my dad was a teenager. Also, almost all his immediate family works at NASA. He is the only one in mental health. Does anyone know of any programs or cults my grandma and father could have gotten involved in the 70s in 29 Palms? My ancestry on my dad's side is easy to trace because I have an original name. I'm from England, Germany, and France, but mostly France. I tracked to a high Baroness family back into the 16th century. Be me, Fayetteville, NC. Buds tell me about creepy and abandoned Rockefeller estate. Say they have been several times. Each time, strange things happen and they leave. Rocks being thrown near/at them, etc. Decide to go with them in my truck. Path there is off-highway and requires an off-road capable vehicle. Tacoma makes it through with slight difficulty. It is dark as fuck, and we begin walking around and exploring the old buildings. Nothing too crazy, just collapsed buildings and asbestos-lined basements. The whole compound is a circle, so you can just follow the trail and you will end up where you started. With this in mind, we park the truck on exit road, facing the way back to the highway. Fast forward, we are ready to leave after being slightly disappointed with the lack of spooky shit. Get in truck, and slowly make our way back to the highway. We are quick to notice that as we leave the field and get deeper into the woods, the trail is different somehow. Decide to keep going until the trail takes us to an old bridge over a rapid stream. There was no bridge or stream when we first came down this road. Shitting bricks, we check Google Maps, which tells us that we are on the highway. We cross bridge on foot and find a house on the other side. The stream split there, and you could only cross by a large fallen tree. We climb across one at a time, using our phones to illuminate the log. Once we are all across and standing on the island, we continue to the other side of the house. See that the tree or a tree had fallen and collapsed the roof and some of the walls, exposing the basement, which was nothing but a pitch black hole in the middle of the house. No stairs, no ladder. I throw a rock. Wait a minute. No sound. We are all thoroughly spooked by this Blair Witch type shit. Continue down the side of the house and find a dam that the stream is running through. On the other side is a large lake that we didn't know was there. Could not find it on Google Maps either. By this time, we all felt like there was something near us and watching. On the far end of the dam, there was a trail that went deeper into the woods. Something was off about it. Looking down into it, even with a flashlight, it was too dark, darker than the basements we had crawled down into. We say fuck that and get back in truck, throw that bitch in reverse and get back to the highway. Make it back to clearing in front of compound. We decide to try the trail in front of us again. It's either that or go back into the compound that is fenced in with zero way out. Throw truck and forward and pray that nothing happens again. This time, the trail is like it was when we arrived, and we make it to the highway. Looking back in the rearview mirror, I see a light floating in the darkness of the trail before disappearing. There are rumors of weird occult shit surrounding that property. Buds mentioned child sacrifice and a random obelisk found in one of the ruins of one of the buildings. weird glyphs painted on a lot of the buildings as well, inside and out. Some buildings had random rooms with no windows and heavy doors with one handle/lock on the outside. Creepy shit. Any cults in Colorado? Be me, back in 2016. Turning 23, decided to take a trip from Central Texas to Colorado Springs, where my uncle lives for my birthday, October 31st. My friend Sam and I set out for Colorado on the 25th and get there on the 26th. Spend the first 4 days doing touristy shit, going to head shops in Denver, Garden of the Gods, and Pikes Peak in that order. So, the night before Halloween arrives, we're sitting in my uncle's backyard, around a fire pit smoking. Mention that I haven't been camping in a while, and my friend jumps at the opportunity, and immediately starts planning a camp out for the next night. Halloween arrives. We start packing for a camping trip, throw in some blankets, a tent, and some cooking supplies, and flashlights. Borrow some bear mace from my uncle, and we headed out towards White River National Forest, specifically Henry Mountain. No joke, that gave me chills just typing it. We finally get up the mountain around 11 a.m. Campsite set up by 12 p.m. with a rock fire pit in the middle, surrounded by 2 logs, and my tent facing away from the mountain and forest. Fast forward. Nighttime. Don't remember what time exactly. We had been sitting, smoking, and talking since dusk. Starts to get too cold for a Texan's blood, and we go to the tent to warm up. I wake up sometime later in the dark, no longer high, and freezing my balls off. Realize we packed like idiots, and are thoroughly unprepared for a night on top of a mountain. Wake Sam and say, let's go to the Forerunner and sleep back there. Agrees in less than a second. I unzip the tent and take a knee to tie my boots while my friend starts gathering up the blankets and pillows. I look at the fire pit we had made, but it looked messed up, like someone put an M80 in the ashes and half of the rocks from the pit were gone with no trace. I shrug it off. I fell asleep first, so he probably did it while I was sleeping. Running to the Forerunner from the cold, I threw in the blankets and pillows. Sam jumped in, and I closed the hatch. An hour later, my friend is snoring, and I feel wide awake. I can't get the fire pit out of my head. It was so uncharacteristic of him. He wouldn't mess with the fire pit that we spent the whole afternoon making. I eventually gave up and decided to have a smoke, so I moved to the driver's seat by just crawling from the back. I took a look around and it's nothing but darkness. It was like my windshield had become a portal to the abyss. I put a headphone in my right ear and grabbed my pipe to start loading it when I heard something. Paused the music and leaned forward, using my arm against the door to steady myself. I was listening for anything out of the norm, and my friend's snoring did not help, so I pushed his head and he kinda woke up. I heard him ask if I was smoking. I hand him the pipe and say, shut the hell up and listen. Suddenly, I heard a click. Sam heard it too. I could see the reaction on his face. I turned back to look and put my arm back against the door. Then I felt it in my right arm. A slight vibration in the door every time I heard a click. Then it hit me. Someone was trying to open my door. Immediately, a million thoughts run through my head. In a second, the first word was fuck. Feel it happen 2 more times and just sorta watch my door. In the span of 5 seconds, right after the second pull, the door behind me was pulled, then the hatch, then the back right, and finally, the passenger side door. I was shocked and speechless like never before. I had seen nothing, and it happened so fast. I remember this cold feeling in the pit of my stomach as I looked at the passenger window. As I was looking at the window, all of them were tinted practically black, so I could not see anything, but I heard 3 small but definite taps. That's fucking enough, I said out loud. I turned to my friend and told him to hand me the keys. As I did, they realized we were in the car, not the tent. Flick on the headlights and felt my hope die a little. 20 plus people in the forest and around our tent. One of them was pouring gas on our tent. A few others were pulling up the tent spikes. For a second, they were frozen, like deer in headlights, and I wondered how long they watched us for. throw my car in reverse, and go down the mountain so fast that somewhere along the way I broke the exhaust on my 4Runner. On the way down I realized they were going to light the tent on fire and drag it off the cliff. Spoke to the police, but they found nothing, not even our tent and cooking shit. Had my uncle weld my exhaust and I left for Texas that afternoon. Haven't been back to cursed Colorado since. This happened a few months ago. Be driving with GF late at night to a party. Party is in some cabin/cottage in the middle of nowhere, relatively off of a lake. Long winding road, very little directions/sense of where we were going. Come over a hill on gravel road. Suddenly breach hill, becomes asphalt. Completely silent, and there is nothing but road and overhanging trees. Incredibly eerie, nothing but silence, road and woods. Radio does not work in my car. Road names are all pretty strange. We are pretty lost, trying to get directions from a drunk friend. Girlfriend mentions how scary it is, and I quickly shut her up because I don't want to even think about it. Driving around, see a graveyard with a crudely wooden sign that says cemetery on it. Straight out of a horror movie. Go around, turn to see jagged nativity scene, deep in the woods. Take a turn down the wrong road. Realize we are lost, and we are looking for a place to turn around. Come up on another hill. Look onward to see a circle of about 8 hooded individuals, sitting in a circle, with some large heap of God knows what in the middle of them. Faintly bad stench, like whatever in the middle was rotting. Medium-sized animal maybe. All turn to face us. GF screams, and I hightail it in reverse and skid my car around, driving back the way we came. I am scared shitless, and we eventually find our way to the party. Try to tell our friends, but they are too plastered to even take notice. Tell them in the morning, and my buddy who owns the place tells me about various cult activity that happens in the area. Sacrifices, bestial lust, satanic rituals. Says he's heard rumors, but has never actually seen it. One of the scariest things that has ever happened to me. Alright, this one deals with fucking natives, and oh my god, I mean like really native natives. Be about 19, still living in northern Sask. One night, I'm sitting out on my porch with my drinking and shit. See someone driving a truck at the end of our property. We have no neighbors. What the fuck? We live like 40 kilometers away from the nearest house. They drive into the woods on our dirt road. We get shotguns and shit. They don't approach us. They just go into woods. Dad tells me that it's native shamans or a cult. Whatever, Dad, you're hammered. Next morning, he tells me they sometimes go in there for God knows what. Grandpa tells me he has seen them around a campfire and they used to steal our livestock. Next day, I take the quad and a rifle to see what they were doing on our land. Follow the fresh tracks in mud for about 5 kilometers. Found where they stopped. Fucking blood all over everything. To my left was a couple dead chickens, and on the big rock in the center, on the little clearing, was one of our cows. It's been gutted, intestines hanging out and shit. It's still alive for fuck's sake. Shot in the head. There is other animal parts around and shit. Immediately called the cops. They tell me they know about this shit. To this day, we still see them sometimes, and I have shot at their vehicles on multiple occasions now. Me, bro, and close friend go on 3-week hikes/camping trips in glorious PA mountains. Have trip/trails planned out and all the gear packed. Always bring guns. I take AK pistol and Glock 22. Bro has a nugget and .357. Friend has set me .308 in 1911. Get to first marked camp for the night, arrive late. Setting up camp in dark moonlight, very creepy. See large bonfire off in distance. Ignore it, since we are not that far away from another trail. Camp set up and ready to make a fire. Hear loud groaning, followed by animal screeches. Coming from area of large fire. Goes from screeches to bloody screams. That does not sound good. Bro says we should go see in case it was an animal attack. Creep up with rifles. Get about 150 yards away from large fire and see a group of about 40 plus people all circled around a bunch of deer tied up. Everyone is in a dark red cloak. Some are drinking blood from the deer, others are stabbing them. Hear chanting. We all look at each other. It's a fucking satanic cult. Quickly and quietly go back to our camp and tear the fucker down. Move camp as far as we could. Go to where the bonfire is, a speck off in the distance. Sleep in a large leafy tree, taking shifts sleeping. Morning comes. Last night fucking sucked. Did not get to cook last night, and we did not plan on cooking once we were up. We all agree to go quietly check out their camp. Make sure it's safe to continue our trip. Leave gear tied up in tray. Get back to our old campsite and slowly approach the cult site. Fucking blood everywhere. Several deer bodies hog-tied and fucking ripped to shreds. Pentagrams everywhere around each deer body and on every tree circling around their camp. Mark down site to report. Hear footsteps off in the distance. See one man about 80 feet away in one of the cloaks from last night. Starts chanting some satanic shit. Pulls a bottle from his cloak and starts throwing what appears to be blood. We all start running. Hear him shouting, "We will find you." Go back to camp, grab our shit, and run to one of the main highly traveled trails just to avoid shit. Get to main trail. Had to bag our rifles. Normally, this trail is lit up on a Friday afternoon. There should be people everywhere. Not a fucking soul to be found. Something is not right. Travel on main trail, trying to get to our next checkpoint where a ranger post is. Halfway there. Fuck, you smell that? Smell of burning skin, fur, hair. See dark smoke off the trail a little. Wow, this is fucking great. More cult shit, more blood everywhere. Dead bear, half on fire burning away. See a few cultists trailing behind us. Brother is getting skittish, takes Nugget out of bag and fires 3 rounds off in their direction. They're an off. We get about 3/4 of the way to the ranger post. Hear screaming. Sounds like a person. Fuck, I'm done with this shit. AK comes out. Glock gets loaded with 22 round mag and plus ammo. Hear lady screaming and calling for help. Find her. She is tied to a fucking tree. She is all bloody and bruised. Untie her. Say come with us. Ranger post is not far. See ranger post, thank God. Truck is outside. Means someone is there. Start yelling we need some help. 2 rangers come running, with guns drawn. What the fuck faces on all of us. They see the girl and ask what happened. Explain the whole cult thing. Rangers say they know, but aren't able to locate them. Have teams out looking. They say all the trails got closed down due to 5 hikers gone missing. Girl is one of the hikers. Give rangers the location of the camps we saw and say cult was following us. Rangers say we have to spend the night due to cult cutting down trees on the driving path. Fucking great. Nighttime comes and ranger gets a fire going outside. 1 in the morning. Get a call over the radio that one of the ranger teams has found their site. 3 rangers come back to the post. Hear them talking. They found one of the missing hikers dead, missing his hands with cut marks everywhere. We ended up getting flown to a station in one of the towns the next day. Asked a shit ton of questions by police. Guns got taken away for 7 days due to not being allowed on the trails. Try to avoid that trail area from now on. Lived in a small town most of my life. Still live nearby. The town has a large cult, somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 members from around the world. I live close enough that in the summer, you could hear them chanting and playing drums. Any more info on this? The members are usually older, 30s and 40s. They all remind me of hippies. They all smoke pipes and love wine. I've heard they also drop acid and X a lot. I've had a few friends whose parents were in it. Please, is there anything super dark about it? There are rumors that they have weapon caches on the compound. They have armed guard stations around the compound as well. This I can confirm is true. The leader is very wealthy and owns a few businesses in town and gives a lot of money to the town, so she can pretty much do what she wants. I've also heard that they believe the reptiles will emerge from Mount Rainier to war with humanity. This, I've been told, is a small percent of them. The cult has a website, but it's all fluffy and nice and doesn't really tell you all that much. Reminds me a lot of Scientology. Question. I met this girl about 6 months ago. I was traveling in Mongolia and we met in a hostel. The girl was from Chile. We got kinda flirty and she once did a thing to me. She started touching me in different parts of my body, telling me to stay put or to turn around with a grave tone. When I tried to speak, she would tell me to shut up, and I was obedient because I was curious and because it felt very good. I then felt very weak, but well, like in ecstasy. My movements were slow and confused. She told me, I knew there was something special in you. After she was kind of shy, but then she started telling me things about me and my life. Nothing that I didn't know, but it was pretty accurate. When I asked what she did, she didn't really give me an answer. She told me she had some kind of power passed from her mother and grandmother, and she also told me something like, I wouldn't call us witches. Another thing that she told me was that I would feel a change in me in the near future, but I don't think I did. After that, we got in a sweet romance and passed a week together, and we never spoke about that again. She was very hot, and she had a boyfriend she never cheated to. I'm not really a beta, but not at her level. I'm pretty sure her attraction was to the something special in me. Is there someone that knows about these kind of things? I know I'm not giving you much information, but that's all I have. Maybe there is some cult or something in Chile that someone can link my story to. Maybe it's nothing. She just touched me in places that made me feel good and weak. Any idea? I also have a cult wood story that happened in Russia and should be 100% true. You can even try Googling it. There is a big ass LARP happening in some woods of Russia. There is a group of 7 people who play Crusaders or whatever at the LARP, so they have mail or plate armor, metal helmets and all. They arrive early on in the forest, so they decide to just chill and scout around. While walking in the forest, they hear singing or chanting nearby. The Crusaders remain silent and decide to sneak in and check it out. They see some people in black robes in the middle of a symbol holding a knife above a cat that is being held down. Obviously, some sacrificing going on. The Crusaders have an idea to save the cat. They surround the cultists and suddenly burst out of the woods. One guy in shining plate armor screams, "In God's name, stop, you blasphemous satanic pigs." They charge the cultists fast, yes, with buffered swords. Cultists are terrified and run away. They manage to catch at least one. He starts crying. Don't remember exactly how many they did catch. Turns out, some sweaty, edgy teens were try-hard fake Satanists attempting to sacrifice a cat with trembling hands. Imagine the surprise in those teens when they saw these Crusaders burst out of the bushes in the middle of a random fucking forest in Russia. I mean, what are the chances? Bumping with another cult wood story I read here that still makes me shiver. I don't have a screen cap, so if anyone knows what I'm talking about, correct me. Euro Anon decides to take a longer, unfamiliar trail during his hike. Ends up lost as it starts to get dark. Hears people, sees fire in distance, walks towards it. 15 plus men in robes, chanting around large bonfire. Kinda creepy but really lost, about to call out, before he sees 2 naked women sitting on a tree branch about 30 feet off the ground. Women screaming and cursing at the men. Men start pulling torches out of the fire and lobbing them at the women. One makes contact and the woman catches on fire as though she was soaked in gasoline. She falls off the branch and is brought up short by a noose around her neck. Anon freaks out and hits the dirt. Woman is still alive, struggling with the rope and on fire. Other girl goes up in flames. Anon can't watch, sneaks away. Ashamed he could not stop it, finds the road and walks back to car. Dead man up and file police report. They found the bodies. Matches similar site found in the past. Even delivered a link to a news article. Something strange happened in the woods surrounding my home yesterday. Got off work at 2. 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Best fucking schedule. Got home. got my knife and hat, and went outside. Cut away from the trails, and headed into the marsh/swamp areas. After a few hours, I sit and drink some water that I brought. Sitting on a fallen tree in an area where like 20 trees fell last year. Hear crunching foliage. Where I am is cloaked with leaves and bushes, so I am not easily seen. Plus, I'm wearing my green jacket. See and hear people maybe 200 yards away. Can't make out what they are saying, but I can see that they are wearing black robes. It looked like a black graduation gown, and the sun way reflecting off of them. Don't move for a while until they left. Don't know exactly how long. Wait for a while even after they left. Go to where they were. Weird symbol on the ground and on tree. Drawn on the ground, but carved into the tree. Look around, and try to remember the area to come back to it. Start to leave. Sun is setting at this point. On way out, I look downhill, and very far away, I can make out one of them standing with its back to me, just standing there. Wait for a minute or two, still just standing there, unmoving. Nope. Get home. Gonna try and go back today or tomorrow. What do you think it was, Axe? My most dangerous encounter was not even life-threatening, to be honest, but I did receive a few good hits to the noggin. I was with my sister's boyfriend, who tried initiating me into this broken form of nihilism cult they had going on. He had all his buddies invest into a paper street house kind of apartment where they would live under one roof and one philosophy. When I had gone into a debate with my future brother-in-law about keeping my niece out of his insane, anti-consumerist-based lifestyle, he and his friends chased me out of the house. By the time I made it out the door already, one of the cowards hit me in the back of the head. Whether it was at the command of my future brother-in-law, I don't know and don't care. We have forgiven each other, and he was mature enough to take my advice. My niece stays with my sister, while her crazy father lives with the few remaining members of his super special secret fight club. Posers, man. Now, this is an interesting question, as interesting could relate to many aspects in a cult. Some cult members I've recorded acted like contributing citizens of society when outside their cult dens. Funny thing is, some of these cult members had mind-blowingly contradictory practices, such as disturbingly violent rituals, and inane ideals even a child would not be stupid enough to swallow. Then there was a cult that I've documented that acted crazy in broad daylight, almost begging others on a street in Grand Rapids to join their odd organization. What is so fascinating is that when I entertained them and got inside their group cabin, they acted like high-class members of America, perfectly normal people just wanting to enlighten others in their spiritual cause. But to answer your question, the most interesting cult I would say I've investigated was this group of teens who planned on digging up haunted and infamous bodies at a place called Oak Hill Cemetery at Coldwater, Michigan. These rowdy group of kids did things I refuse to forgive. There is a point to which one has to lay down their fun and games in order to give respect and commemoration to spirits of past lives. I went to Antarctica and saw something I should not have. Alright, fuck it. I've been sitting on this for a few months, trying to convince myself I imagined it, or that it was just the cold messing with my head. But I can't sleep. I can't focus. Every time I close my eyes, I see it. So I'm putting this out there, because maybe someone else has seen the same thing. If not, then maybe talking about it will help. Probably not, but I can't keep it inside any longer. This is not a LARP. I was part of a research team sent to Antarctica late last year. Our mission was fairly routine. Geological surveys mostly. We were checking out old expedition sites, places no one had been to in decades. You might think of Antarctica as a vast, empty wasteland of ice and snow, but in reality, it's a graveyard of forgotten expeditions. Buried beneath layers of ice and permafrost are the remnants of past explorers, campsites frozen in time, caches of equipment left behind, even old aircraft entombed in glaciers. Some of these sites had not been touched in over half a century. Our job was to document what remained, compare them with historical records, and take climate samples from the surrounding areas. a mix of history and science. I'm a geologist by training, though by then I had spent years in research, working on field studies in remote locations. I've been to the Arctic, Siberia, northern Canada, plenty of cold weather environments, but Antarctica is different. You hear people talk about how the place gets into your bones, and I always thought that was just romanticized nonsense. It's not. There is something about the sheer scale of the emptiness, the way the ice swallows everything, that makes you feel insignificant. The silence, when the wind is not howling, is absolute. It presses down on you. Our team was stationed at a small research outpost about 50 miles from the Ross Ice Shelf. We had been there for weeks, running surveys and following up on old expedition notes. We worked off a list of coordinates pulled from historical archives, places marked in old logbooks, some well documented, others barely mentioned. One entry caught our attention. A set of coordinates was referenced in a 1930 survey log, but there was no official record of why it had been noted. The entry was faint, almost illegible, just a series of numbers and a single word that might have been anomaly or abnormal. The ink had bled, the paper worn by time. No further notes, no details. We debated whether it was worth checking out. It could have been nothing, a transcription error, a misplaced coordinate, or even just an old surveyor marking a spot for reasons lost to history, but the location itself was curious. Satellite data showed a relatively flat, featureless stretch of ice. No major geological formations, no obvious reason for interest. The weather was worsening, with wind speeds picking up, but we had a short window of relative stability before a major storm rolled in. If we were going to investigate, it had to be now, so we geared up. The team consisted of me, Alvarez, a climatologist, McCarthy, our logistics expert and vehicle tech, and Tina, our field technician. We loaded into the snowcat, double-checked our comms, and set off across the ice. At first, it was nothing unusual. It was just more ice, more rock, more of the same desolate landscape that stretched endlessly in every direction. Antarctica is famous for its emptiness, for the way it tricks the mind into expecting something, anything, only to deliver an unbroken horizon. We kept moving though, pushing through the biting cold, the wind occasionally kicking up swirling gusts of snow that reduced visibility to near zero. The weather was shifting, and we knew we'd have to make a decision soon. It was either turn back or push forward and risk getting caught in deteriorating conditions. The coordinates were only a few hundred meters ahead, and we had already started discussing whether it was worth continuing. We had not found anything unusual yet. No sign of old campsites, no buried equipment, nothing to indicate why this location had been marked nearly a century ago. Maybe it was a mistake, a misrecorded set of coordinates in an old logbook. That sort of thing happened more often than people realize. And then we saw it. At first, it looked like just a break in the ice, a shadow, maybe a trick of the light as the low Antarctic sun skimmed the horizon. But as we got closer, the shape became more defined, a hole, perfectly round. We stopped, staring. In an environment shaped by wind, ice, and time, nothing is perfectly round. Natural formations, even those carved by meltwater or pressure shifts, always have irregularities, jagged edges, collapsed sections, signs of stress and weathering. But this, the walls of the hole were smooth, curving downward in an even slope, vanishing into darkness. There were no cracks, no loose ice or snow drifting down into the depths. It did not look carved, did not look broken. It looked melted, as if something had burned its way straight through the ice. The sight made me instinctually uncomfortable. It wasn't just the unnatural perfection of the shape, it was the stillness. The wind howled across the surface, but inside that hole, there was nothing. No swirling snow, no drifts piling up at the edges, just emptiness. We gathered at the edge, peering down. It was deep, too deep for us to see the bottom with the light that we had. Our headlamps barely penetrated the darkness. It was just swallowed by the darkness immediately. Alvarez muttered that he did not like the look of this. He was the most experienced among us, the one who usually pushed us to be cautious, and he seemed genuinely concerned. He told us that we should take a few samples, make a log of the location, and then leave immediately. McCarthy knelt near the edge, running a gloved hand along the smooth interior wall. He told us that it could not have been made by any ice movement, not one he had ever seen at least. He told us to look at our instruments. We checked. Our GPS had been glitching for the last half hour, but now it was worse, jumping between coordinates, completely unreliable. Our radios too were starting to cut in and out, crackling with static whenever we tried to reach the outpost. The drone that we'd brought, standard procedure for scouting unstable terrain, refused to stabilize its signal. The camera feed flickered, cutting to black every few seconds. Something about this place was interfering with our equipment, and none of us could explain why. That should have been enough to make us turn back. It should have been the moment where we admitted that we were out of our depth, marked the location, and left it for someone else to investigate. But we did not. McCarthy wanted to send the drone in anyway, even if it meant guiding it in blindly and hoping for the best. Tina was already pulling out her sampling kit, scraping some ice from the edges. Alvarez was the only one really pushing for us to leave, but he was not being forceful about it. And me, I told myself it was just curiosity, that I wanted answers. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. There was something about the entrance, something that felt like it was waiting. Despite everything in my gut telling me to turn back, I followed the others inside. The change in temperature was immediate. Not warm, not even close, but different. The skin-numbing cold we were used to was not as fierce. It was still freezing, still well below zero, but it lacked the relentless edge of the wind outside. It felt insulated, protected, like we had stepped into another world, sealed off from the rest of the continent. The air inside was eerily still, with none of the swirling snow or gusts that we had grown used to. Our breathing sounded louder in the enclosed space. Our footsteps were muffled by the ice. I ran a hand along the wall as we moved forward, expecting rough, fractured ice, the kind shaped by thousands of years of pressure and shifting temperatures. But the surface was smooth, almost unnaturally so. Ice should fracture, form jagged edges and sharp ridges over time, but this felt like glass. And then there was the light. It did not behave the way it should. Our headlamps, powerful enough to cut through whiteouts on the surface, barely seemed to reflect off the walls. The beams did not bounce back at us the way that they should have. Instead, the ice seemed to absorb the light, swallowing it up and leaving everything feeling dimmer. Shadows stretched too far, darkened edges where there should not have been any. My heart started to race. There was no reason for it, no immediate danger, no sudden movement, nothing tangibly threatening. But something about this place set every nerve in my body on edge. It wasn't fear, just wrongness. A fundamental, instinctive reaction to a place that did not feel like it should exist. We pushed deeper. We kept trying to convince ourselves this was just some weird natural formation. Antarctica is full of strange geological phenomena. Blue ice fields, ice caves formed by trapped volcanic heat, and subglacial lakes buried beneath miles of ice. Maybe this was one of those. Maybe we were just the first to stumble upon it. And then we saw the markings. At first, I thought they were just cracks, natural fractures in the ice, the kind that form when layers shift and settle. But as I looked closer, I realized they were too deliberate, too structured. These weren't random, they were patterns, symbols. They started as faint carvings along the walls, shallow etchings in the smooth ice. Some looked like spirals, others like branching organic shapes, almost like veins or the delicate patterns of frost spreading across glass. Some were arranged in rows, others clustered together in tangled formations. I had seen glyphs before, ancient inscriptions from lost civilizations, carvings in rock and bone, but these did not belong to anything I recognized. Some looked vaguely familiar, almost like crude versions of symbols I had seen in old texts, but others were entirely alien. The deeper we went, the more numerous they became. The walls were covered in them, stretching as far as our lights could reach. Some were shallow and faint, as if worn down by time, while others were deep, freshly cut into the ice. But by what? Who had carved them, and how long ago? That was when I started noticing something else. The symbols were not static. I would glance away, even for a moment, and when I looked back, they were different. I thought I was imagining it at first. The mind plays tricks in the dark, especially in an environment as extreme as this. But then it kept happening. I would focus on one particular marking, memorize its shape, turn my head, and when I looked back, it had changed. The angles were different. The spirals had shifted, stretched. I did not say anything at first. I did not want to sound like I was losing it. But then I caught Alvarez hesitating, staring at the walls, completely confused. I asked if he saw it too, and he hesitated for a second. Then he mumbled something about it being a trick of the light. Then we found the bodies. At first, I thought it was some kind of joke, some messed up prank left behind by another expedition, maybe even a long-forgotten relic from some explorers messing around. But as I stepped closer, as my headlamp flickered across the frozen forms embedded in the ice, I realized this was not a joke, and it wasn't human. They weren't animal either, at least, not anything that should have existed. The shapes were twisted, locked in place beneath the frozen surface. At first glance, they might have passed as human silhouettes, but the longer I stared, the more the wrongness settled in. Their limbs were too long, too thin, with joints where they should not have been any. Some had extra fingers, crooked and curled, as if frozen mid-motion. Others had legs that bent in ways that defied any sense of biology, almost insect-like in their articulation. And the heads. I don't even know if you could call them that. They had skulls, or at least something resembling skulls, but the proportions were wrong. Some were too narrow, others bulbous, asymmetrical. The bones ridged and layered in unnatural patterns. No two were exactly alike. Some had deep-set cavities where eyes might have been, but others had smooth, unbroken surfaces. The mouths, if that's what they were twisted open, frozen mid-expression. They were grotesque. They were impossible. The one thought that would not leave my mind is that they were waiting. They weren't just frozen in place. They weren't just corpses locked in ice. The way that they were positioned, it looked deliberate. They weren't sprawled out like something caught in an avalanche, weren't scattered like victims of an accident. They were arranged, huddled together, bodies twisted toward one another. Some had their arms outstretched, reaching, while others seemed curled inward, like they were hiding from something. And their faces, those awful, hollow faces, were all turned in the same direction. McCarthy was insistent that we needed to go back right now. I tried to argue that we shouldn't just yet, because we didn't even know what they are. That is exactly why we should leave, was all that he shot back. We radioed back to camp, but the static was overwhelming. There was something beneath the static though, a voice, a hum. None of us could make it out, but it felt like something was pressing into my skull. It was so intense, it made my teeth ache, and I could not escape it. The air felt heavier too, thicker somehow, like the pressure in the cave was building up. Then we heard it, a deep, rhythmic vibration. It wasn't quite breathing. It wasn't mechanical, it was just there, surrounding us. The air felt like it was pressing in on us. Every breath felt labored. Moving through the cave felt like moving through water. McCarthy, who was normally the calmest of us all, swore he saw something shifting in the ice ahead. I could not see anything. I turned my headlamp toward it, but the beam barely cut through the darkness. The walls felt closer than before. The markings on the walls were shifting again. Then, the lights flickered. We turned back, but the path was no longer the same. It should have been a straight shot out. It wasn't. The tunnel had twisted. The walls felt like they were closing in. Every time we turned, the passageway seemed different. We were lost. Panic set in, and I could hear McCarthy cursing, Alvarez whispering to himself. I could not hear my own breathing, but I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, pounding in my ears. Then I saw something I did not see directly. Just a flicker of motion at the edge of my vision. Something shifting in the dim light, too fast, too fluid. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the headlamps, a shadow cast by one of us as we moved. But then it happened again. A shape, tall, impossibly tall, emerging from the darkness beyond the frozen figures. It didn't walk. It did not move like any human. Its limbs stretched and coiled in ways that should not have been possible. It was like they weighed nothing. Not like a person, not like an animal. It was smooth, its form shifting, stretching. Every hair on my body stood on end. Every nerve screamed to run. And then it moved. Not toward us, not away, just shifting. Then I felt a deep, primal gut instinct. I knew that it had seen us. I ran. I don't remember making the decision. My body moved before my mind caught up, before I could even process what I was doing. 1 second I was standing there, heart pounding, and the next, my legs were carrying me back the way we came. The others were right behind me. I could hear their frantic footsteps, their panicked breathing. No one spoke. No one screamed. Something was following us. The walls felt closer. The tunnel felt longer. Finally, I made it out. I stumbled, nearly collapsing as my body finally registered that we were outside. The others tumbled out with me. The air was sharp and thin, and it burned in my throat, but I did not care. We were finally out. I turned, heart still hammering, expecting to see the entrance behind us, expecting to see something. But there was nothing, just a solid wall of ice. No cave, no markings, no passage leading down into the earth. The entrance we had stepped through, the place we had been, was gone. I ran my hands over the ice, searching for any crack, any indentation, any sign that it had been there at all. But there was nothing. No seam, no disturbance. No hint that this wall had ever been anything but a natural, unbroken surface. Alvarez has not said a word to me since that night. It's like he's shut down, like he's not even there anymore. He doesn't return my messages, doesn't answer my calls. I tried talking to him once, when I saw him at a conference. He looked different, tired and worn out. I asked him about the expedition, about the entrance, about the bodies, about the things that we saw. He just shook his head, his lips tight, eyes avoiding mine. "I don't know what you're talking about," is all that he said. And that was it. He left without another word. McCarthy left too, though in a different way. After we got back, he started to distance himself, not just from the project, but from everyone. At first, it seemed like a temporary withdrawal, the kind of thing that happens after a tough mission. But then it stretched on. Weeks, months. His work, his research, it all just fell apart. He left the project abruptly, told the higher-ups he could not handle it anymore. That was the last time I saw him. No explanation, just an email telling me he was done. I tried reaching out to him after the reports were locked down, after everything was labeled inconclusive, but he would not answer. I tried calling him, leaving messages, even sending a few texts, but every time the line would go dead. He wouldn't pick up. I'm not even sure he's still in the country. I can't even remember the last time I heard from Tina. I think that mission was the last time I saw her. Officially, nothing happened. The reports are filed away as inconclusive. Her findings were dismissed as anomalies, misinterpretations, technical failures were blamed for the data corruption. Every single piece of evidence, every log, every note we took, it's gone, erased like it never existed. The higher-ups made it clear they did not want to pursue it, that there was no point in looking deeper. It's like the whole thing was swept under the rug, buried, as though we never even left the base camp in the first place. Western Canada. So, I lived in a small town on Vancouver Island for my entire childhood, and I sure saw some weird stuff. Be me, 9, camping with Dad and brother. Our campsite is near a large river. The river had very strong currents. It was strong enough to pull away a full-grown man. One night, go out to pee. Bring my trusty flashlight. Peeing in bushes on the beach by the river. Hear an ungodly screech from across the river. All the hairs on my body stand up. I shine my flashlight across the river. I see the reflections of at least 6 sets of eyes in the bushes. I see one set start moving toward the river. Looked like if a wolf and a gorilla had a child. I start backing up slowly. I felt safe because of the river. But then, this thing started wading through the river toward me. I start running back to my campsite. I hear screaming from these things behind me. I wake up my brother and my dad. I told them what was happening. We leave everything and get into our truck. We see 3 of these things running towards our truck. We floor it and drive away. We come back the next day. Our tent is torn to pieces. Everything is wrecked. Now, I know what a Sasquatch is supposed to look like, and this thing was different. It looked like an at least 7-foot dogman. This is only my first story about witnessing strange things in the forest. Fast forward to when I'm 14. Be me, sneaking out for the first time. At park with girl and her friends. It's around midnight. The park is connected to the forest. Playing truth or dare. Get dared to run naked through the woods. Think I'll seem cool, so I do it. Running for like a minute down a path. It's unusually windy. I'm getting scared, because I keep on hearing what sounds like grunting. I turn around, because I'm getting scared. Ahead of me on the path, I see someone walk out from the trees. It's some old native guy. He starts screaming at me to come over to him. I try hiding in the bushes. As I'm hiding, he grabbed onto my wrist. His eyes are a milky white, like he's blind. He starts trying to talk to me in the native language. He seems terrified. He lets go and starts pointing towards the park, so I run. I put my clothes back on. I walk out to see my friends hiding underneath a picnic table. Apparently, a very large bird flew into the playground and started screeching at them while I was gone. Fast forward to when I'm 15. In class about First Nations people. Just trying to get an easy English credit. Here's story about blind old man who can control animals. He would stop evil creatures from coming into villages. He would also scare children away from going into the woods at night. So, there was something out there in those woods with me. So, Washington State has the highest instance of Bigfoot sightings in the world, specifically Pierce County, so it doesn't surprise me that most likely Canada is a pretty close second. Honestly, it probably has less sightings because of the sparse population in a lot of Canada. I don't know, I believe you. I've had my own experiences with it as well. Mount Eleanor for one, and also at Lake Ozette. On the boardwalk in the middle of the night, we heard crunching in the bushes, but didn't really think anything of it. There was a spot on the boardwalk that had a tree that had fallen on it, and you had to duck down and squeeze through the branches to get across. There's 3 of us, and my friend goes first, me second. Then my third friend goes, and we are holding the flashlight for him because he is also holding a skimboard, along with carrying a backpack/camping supplies. As he's like halfway squeezed through with all of this shit, we hear a huge grunt that sounds like a large creature going "hoo" in a very loud, deep voice. I immediately start running and run into the backpack of my friend, prompting him to start running as well. My friend in the back was now through the tree and running as well. We run for a good distance, then slow down, because running while carrying all of that junk is horrible. We get to the beach, and it's still the middle of the night, and sit and rest for a minute before finding the campsite. I say, what the hell was that sound? You guys all heard that, right? Skimboard friend says, yeah man, I think that was Sasquatch. Friend from the front of the group says, I don't know what you're talking about, and refused to talk about it further. Sure, because not once did he ever question why we ran for such a length. Sorry if my green text is fucked up, I suck. Last one from my hometown. Be me, 16, camping with friends in an old hunting cabin, connected to some logging roads about a 45-minute walk from town. We are all smoking and drinking. Me and my girlfriend sneak away to go fuck in the woods. We're not even a minute away from the cabin. We hear the classic Sasquatch call. Drunk me had a genius idea. I start screaming back at it. Its screams start to sound closer and closer. My girlfriend is running back to the cabin. Through the bushes and the trees, I see it approaching me, screaming, and I just scream, "Fuck you, Bigfoot, come get some." I toss my beer bottle at the thing. It stepped back in surprise. I heard a shout behind me. I see a horde of drunken teenagers running towards the Sasquatch. It turns around and runs. We all start screaming and chasing it. We got to a dry riverbed. It stops and turns around. We hear like barking from all around us. We were surrounded by them. This one guy released the loudest battle cry he could muster, and with the force of God, threw a vodka bottle at the Sasquatch. It smashed against the head of the one we were chasing. We turn around and run all the way back into town. When we got back to school the next week, no one believed us. I got more stories, but none from my hometown. I think I've told this one on here before, but here is the Mount Eleanor story. Hiked to Mount Eleanor with a group of 6 people. Reached the summit as a group, hang out for a bit, and talk to random strangers up there. I'm a bit afraid of heights, so the experience is somewhat uncomfortable for me, and I get bored of it quickly. It's beautiful, but it makes my hands shake, and I start sweating every time I look down. One of my friends is done too. We decide to head down together, while the rest of the group is going to follow down later. We took 2 cars, so it worked out. Heading down, we get to an area just past the fog. Somehow head down an area that isn't the path, and make it about 100 feet off the trail. This area of the mountain is large dirt hills, with areas of heavy tree cover off to the side. Realize we are off trail, so find the trail back, and start hearing what sounds like a woman's voice yelling "help me." Sounds like it's coming from the forested area to the right, and we consider trying to find the source, but before we can do that, the sound kind of morphs, and you can't really tell what it is anymore. We both get a pretty sinister feeling from this, so we just continue down the trail. The voice seems to kind of follow behind us, but we never see the source once. Get to an area that the path is just really large boulders that you have to jump down across. The voice/sound has evolved into an almost ape-like squawk, and I am moving as quickly as possible. At some point, my friend pulls out a hunting knife, which is a pretty stupid thing to do while running down boulders, but I guess he was just as nervous as I was, and we had made pretty good distance while being followed by whatever it was. The sound stops relatively soon, after like right about the time we made it to the bottom of the boulders and meet the switchbacks in the trees. We cross paths with what I'm assuming was a Boy Scout group. They weren't dressed like Boy Scouts, so I don't know. I'm back with another story. Be me, 19, studying for biology degree. Living in the forest on Haida Gwaii. Remote island you can only get to by plane. Living in trailer and forest. I had no signal from my TV, so I just watched Corner Gas on DVD. Around 1 in the morning, I start hearing tree knocks outside. I mute my TV to listen to them. I hear them all around my trailer. I hear heavy footsteps coming up the stairs to my door. Through the little window on the top, I see it, and it sees me. It starts banging on my door and screaming. I'm at least 5 kilometers from the nearest town. It could get in and kill me, and it would be days before anyone knew I was gone. I start to back up towards my room. I had my gun in there in case of wild animals. As I back up, I stepped onto the TV remote. It had fallen on the floor. The volume came back on right as the Corner Gas theme song did. It starts blasting. I was not expecting it, neither was the Sasquatch. I hear a surprised grunt and the sound of wood breaking. I run and grab my gun. I open up my front door. I see it laying at the bottom of my broken stairs. I've never seen one so close before. I freeze before I can kill it and prove they exist. I can see how human its face looks. I just could not do it. I slam my door and pray they did not come back. I finished my time there without another sighting, and that is the last time I ever saw a Sasquatch in my life. I'm an urban explorer, and I ventured into the old 7-mile tunnel system underneath Coventry that I thought was just a rumor. Most people don't know about the tunnels into Coventry. The council keeps it that way. They don't advertise the fact that beneath the city streets, under the shopping centers, office buildings, and even some of the oldest parts of town, there's an entire network of passageways. Some date back to World War II. They were built as bomb shelters when the Blitz turned Coventry into rubble. Others are even older, remnants of forgotten infrastructure, disused sewers, even maintenance tunnels that have long been since abandoned. Most of them are mapped, officially anyway, but there are always gaps, places where records were lost, where renovations sealed away whole sections, where entrances were quietly bricked up and forgotten about. I did not know about them either, not until I came across some obscure forum posts. Threads buried deep in urban exploration circles, talking about the Coventry Catacombs. That's not their real name, it's just something that explorers made up. The tunnels aren't catacombs except in name. After what I saw though, I think that name fits better than whatever the council calls them. I spent weeks researching before I even thought about going in. Most of the known entrances were locked up tight. Council access only, heavy-duty padlocks, security cameras. But there are always other ways, and after enough digging, I found one. Like I said, the tunnels are old. Most of the tunnels lead to old utilities or sealed-off air raid shelters. Some, they say, lead to something else, something the city does not want people finding. The entrance I used was in a drainage tunnel near an old industrial site on the outskirts of the city. Officially, it had been sealed away years ago. It was just one of the many forgotten access points that the council deemed unsafe. In reality, someone had cut through the grate a long time ago, and no one had bothered to fix it. The metal bars had been sliced cleanly through. Looked like it was probably done with a battery-powered angle grinder. Judging by the rust on the exposed edges, it was not recent. Must have been years old, at least. The council likely assumed it was copper thieves or homeless people slipping inside, looking for shelter. Maybe they were right. Either way, I knew I was not the first explorer to come through here. I'd found mentions of this specific tunnel in an old Reddit thread from 2019. I think it got removed or something, because I can't find it anymore. I tried using those sites that try and archive Reddit shit, but that did not work either. Remove edit or whatever it's called. As cringe as the site is, the urban exploration subreddit is huge, and occasionally, someone will have something interesting that hasn't been reposted a million times already. Some guy had posted vague directions, claiming he'd gone in about a mile before turning back. Said it didn't feel right. He never explained why, and when people asked, he stopped replying. I searched for follow-ups, but he never posted about it again. This is not a red flag for someone with this hobby. It just made it even more interesting. I pulled my mask up over my nose. The sewers and drains smelled like literal shit. I mean, what was I expecting? I ducked through the opening. The air was thick with damp. All I could smell was rotting leaves, tainted water, and what was probably homeless people's shit. I stepped inside. My boot sloshed through a shallow film of scummy water. The first stretch of the tunnel was not too bad. Old brickwork lined the walls, blackened with age and streaked with mineral deposits. Overhead there were rusting pipes that ran along the curved ceiling. Some of them were dripping. Others were corroded to the point of breaking. The tunnel itself had some sort of wind tunnel effect going on. Meant that every so often, there would be like a wind moaning or whistling sound echoing through. Made some of the pipes rattle a little bit, which did nothing for my nerves. I moved carefully and kept my steps slow and deliberate. I hid my torch to sweep ahead to check for weak spots in the flooring. I'd done this a dozen times before. Abandoned hospitals, storm drains, condemned buildings. You learn to trust your instincts. If a floor felt wrong or unstable, you did not step on it. If a tunnel felt unstable, you turned around. Even if it was just by sight. Even if I had a vague feeling in my stomach. Simple rules that kept you alive. But this place felt different. It wasn't just the usual decay. It was the air. It had that deep, earthy smell, like overturned soil, thick and damp, clinging to the back of my throat. Not unusual for underground spaces, but this was stronger, fresher, like something had been disturbed. And beneath that, something sharper, metallic, a faint tang, almost like iron. Blood, maybe. I was hoping for no. I told myself it was just rust, probably coming off the old pipes or pooling in the water from the corroded metal further inside. But the smell lingered. It was so heavy. It only got stronger the further I walked into the tunnel. It kinda gave me a headache. I wanted to press on though, and have a good scout of the place after coming so far already. I'm not sure exactly how much time had passed since my entry to this point, but I found some sort of barricade. It was a thick, steel blast door. It was rusted but solid. It was built directly into the tunnel wall. Its edges were sealed with years of corrosion and neglect. There was no handle, no visible lock to get through. There was just a thick seam of welded metal running along its perimeter. It looked as if someone had gone to great lengths to make sure it never opened again. There was thick and black letters spray painted onto the door. All it said was "Do not enter." Lame. Probably some dumbass kid who thought he was clever. None of this bothered me. Every tunnel system has doors like this. Sealed off sections, old maintenance areas, places the city had written off decades ago. I'd seen doors like it in storm drains, abandoned metro tunnels, and disused military bunkers. Usually, they led to nothing but collapsed corridors or waterlogged rooms. What did bother me was the fucking camera. Bolted into the ceiling just a few feet away. It was aimed straight at the door. It wasn't old, it wasn't broken. It was modern, I mean like recent. It was completely out of place among the crumbling brick and rusted pipes. I saw the little red LED light blinking very clearly. It was almost impossible to miss for anyone with a brain. I had not seen any security when I first entered the tunnels. No cameras, no motion sensors, no warning signs. As far as I knew, this place had been abandoned for years. The city barely even acknowledges the tunnels even existed. Who the hell was monitoring this place? It sure as hell was not some homeless community. I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing. Just the distant sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness. Still, the unease in my gut deepened. I stepped past the camera. I had to force myself to keep moving. I did not look at it again, but I could feel it behind me, tracking my movements. The deeper I went, the worse it got. At first, I told myself I was just being paranoid, but the more I paid attention, the more I realized something. These tunnels were not as abandoned as they should have been. The dust on the floor was not thick enough. I'd been in plenty of places like this before. When a space is truly untouched for years, a thick layer of grime settles over everything. Footsteps leave obvious trails. The air becomes still and suffocating. But here, the dust was disturbed. There were footprints. I crouched down and ran my finger over the marks. They weren't fresh, but they weren't decades old either. Some looked like boot prints. Others were different, narrower, maybe barefoot. I swallowed hard and stood up. This wasn't just an empty tunnel system. Someone had been down here recently. I should have turned back. I didn't, because I'm a muppet and needed the adrenaline rush of making a discovery no one else ever had. I kept going, deeper and deeper into the tunnels. The passages twisted and turned. Some became so narrow that I almost couldn't squeeze my body through. And then I found a fucking body. I thought it was just a pile of rags. A bundle of dark fabric slumped against the base of the tunnel wall. It was mostly hidden by the shadows. Old tunnels like this were always full of discarded junk. But then I swept my torch over it. The light caught something pale beneath the fabric. A hand, all on its fucking own. I stumbled back. I live in fucking Coventry. This is not some normal shit. I had never seen anyone die before. I had especially never seen a fucking severed hand. My brain scrambled to process what I was seeing. The fingers were stiff, curled inward in a half-clenched grasp. The skin had that waxy, unnatural look. The wrist wasn't torn or gnawed. It looked like it was cut, by like a knife or something. The exposed bone made me feel sick and lightheaded. I forced myself to breathe, but I was panicking. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. This wasn't some forgotten war casualty, sealed away behind a barricade for 80 years. This was recent. Again, I don't know why I didn't just run away and call the police. I mean, I probably would get in trouble because technically I shouldn't be down here, but I think a potential murder in a dumped body would probably make them overlook it and go easy on me. I swallowed against the tightness in my throat and stepped forward. I genuinely could not move my eyes away from the scene, no matter how sick it made me feel. The rags were not rags at all. It was a coat. Beneath it, a body slumped against the damp brick wall, head drooped forward as if in sleep. It was a guy. I don't know how old exactly. Not young, but not super old either. Maybe my dad's age, 50s maybe. His clothes were grimy, but they weren't homeless people's clothes. His chest had collapsed inward. The fabric was torn and crusted with blood. Something had been removed. I forced myself to crouch down. My hands could not stop trembling. I couldn't hold the torch still. His ID badge was still clipped to his pocket. I angled my torch to read it. I was expecting a driver's license, or maybe a council badge. Ministry of Defense. I stared at the badge, trying to make sense of it. What the hell was someone from the Ministry of Defense doing down here, in this fucking city? Then my torch caught something else while I was trying to steady my breathing. It was something just beyond the body. A streak of red, blood, smeared across the floor in uneven strokes. Drag marks. I followed them with my light. They stretched away from the body, disappearing into the darkness of the tunnel ahead. Something had been pulled deeper into the tunnels. I followed the drag marks. Why? Because I'm an idiot who felt invincible from past explorations. Nothing ever happens. Nothing has ever happened to me before. I felt like if I turned back, it was probably GG, and I would never find out. I would never be able to sleep again, without knowing, and I did not want to ever come back. The tunnel sloped downward. The floor was slick. The water pooled in uneven dips in the concrete. The air grew warmer the deeper I went. It was thick and humid. Each breath felt heavy. The smell was worse now. Then I found a room. It wasn't like the rest of the tunnels. The walls here were not brick or concrete. They were metal. Smooth, reinforced, industrial looking. They looked like something built to contain rather than connect. A facility, not a passageway. The door had been ripped off of its hinges. Not cut, not blasted, ripped. Thick steel, twisted and peeled outward, like something had forced its way through from the inside. I ran my fingers over the damage. Age and rust had not weakened this door to make it possible. I stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the floor. It was not empty. Limbs. A tangled mass of severed arms, legs and hands. Some were fresh, others stripped to the bone, gnawed clean. They were piled together as if someone had been sorting them. The tools were next, scattered across a stainless steel tray on the floor. Surgical scalpels, forceps, a hacksaw, a pair of pliers. Some of them clean, others not. A biohazard bin sat nearby. I did not want to look inside, but my eyes flicked toward it anyway. Organs. And at the center of the room there was a chair. A metal chair, bolted to the floor. The armrests were fitted with thick leather straps. The ends dangled uselessly, snapped apart, as if the person strapped to them had ripped themselves free. I swallowed hard. It looked like a fucking workshop for working on humans. A sound broke the silence, a faint, deliberate scrape just beyond the room. I froze. I had to turn off my torch quickly, just in case. I held my breath and listened. I crouched down there for what felt like forever. I heard another sound again, something being dragged. Then a breath. Low, wet and wrong. I felt a deep chill run through me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I didn't. I backed up slowly. My foot nudged something soft. I froze and looked down. While looking down at what I bumped, I noticed that the body that I'd seen before was now gone. The body with the badge. The spot where he had slumped against the wall was empty, save for a smear of red. The blood trail that had first led me to the room had been smeared. My stomach twisted. I felt like I could not breathe again. Every muscle screamed for me to turn and run. I had to this time. I had to just fucking get out now. The run back is just a blur. I don't remember any of it. I reached the entrance after I don't know how long. When I saw the light through the drain tunnel, my legs nearly gave up on me. I just wanted to lay on the floor and rest. Then I heard voices. I nearly shat bricks, thinking they were coming from the tunnel behind me. They were from above though. It was hard to hear. I only got bits and pieces. Something about an entrance being open. I heard gravel crunching. I pressed myself against the wall. I was trying to hold my breath as best as I could. 2 men dressed in black were standing there. I could barely make them out through a few cracks in the tunnel. One of them had a fucking rifle. This motherfucker was just carrying the shit like it was just another day. I had never seen a gun in my life before. It almost didn't seem real. I heard some more mumbling. Something like, "You sure no one got in?" "If they did, they won't get out," was the only reply. My mouth went dry. I did not stick around any longer. Thankfully, they did not see me. I had to double back and find a different way. I crawled through a narrow side tunnel. I did not stop until I found another way out. A rusted, half-collapsed storm drain nearly half a mile from where I had entered. I forced myself through the gap. Messed up my hands pretty badly getting through. I did not stop running until I was somewhere familiar. I still don't feel safe now. I don't know who they were. Military? All I know is that those tunnels are not just abandoned bomb shelters. Someone is using them. I have no idea what for. The government knows. They have to fucking know. They're keeping it locked down, guarded. I honestly have no idea how I even managed to slip in. The odds of me getting both in and out must have been miraculous. All I know is that I don't have urban exploring as a hobby anymore. Does anyone from the UK around the Coventry area have any clue as to what the fuck is going on? I can't find anything else about this anywhere. To elaborate, I don't claim the existence of the paranormal from experiences I've had while by myself, which I have quite a few, since those could possibly be discounted by mental illness. I have never shown any other signs of such illnesses like schizophrenia though. I have had a few experiences that were shared with others, one that I will relate here. Me and two friends were scouting out some woods for a good hiding spot. One of those friends was, and still is, an avid weed grower, just for his own use, and the forest around the other friend's house was quite spacious and desolate. So, we hike around for a few hours before it starts getting dark, and we are hiding up a rather large hill. We stop for a break near the top, since we have been walking around for several hours now, taking notes of potential spots, and it does not take long for all three of us to notice something is off. Now, it's getting darker, but the sun won't hit the horizon, from our view, for at least another 20 to 30 minutes. The valleys in between the hills are pretty shady at this point though, but still high visibility. What we all notice is, of course, the cliché silence. Forests of East Tennessee are never quiet, unless some sort of predator is around. Large cats and feral dog packs are an occasional thing. One friend pulls out his handgun, and the other friend and I take out our knives. We decide to start heading back, because being stalked through the woods at night is the opposite of a good idea. So, we are walking back down the hill the way we came, and hear the distinct crunch of footsteps behind and above us. Standing behind a large tree, as if in a half-assed attempt to hide, was something. I have not found any kind of official name for this thing, but the description of the creatures in a certain pasta about airsoft players at a military base seems to fit close. Think of a shadow person, except it was a good 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and long arms. It was like the build of a cross between a gorilla with long but still bulked up arms. It was a good 30 to 40 feet away from us. We could see the outline of it clearly, but the creature itself was just a black shadow. It was completely still too. We observed it, discussing what the fuck we were looking at, and after several minutes of it being so still, we're beginning to think it was a naturally occurring optical illusion. So, the friend with the gun stayed where he was, while the other friend and I fanned out to the sides to see what we would see from different angles. We stayed about the same distance, sort of trying to circle around it. It did not take long to realize that we were not seeing a trick of the eyes, but that something that was actually there. It stayed still the entire time, and its shape only changed the way you would expect of a three-dimensional object being viewed from a different angle. It was almost flanked on three sides now, and it still did not move. With a large caliber gun ready to shoot, we got ballsy, and our curiosity got the better of us, so we decided to see what would happen if one of us approached it. We discussed it for a bit, and finally decided that I would be the one to do so, since I was the fastest runner. So, I slowly and deliberately started approaching it. I stopped for a moment at about 20 feet away, and it continued to be as still as a statue. I started again, and once I got to about 15 feet away, which was a major ass clincher, because this thing was fucking huge, it still did not move, but began to fade away, just like a shadow disappearing as you slowly turn on the light with a dimmer switch. At this point, I'm confused as all fuck. It's like it was never there. I looked down to my friend with a gun, and confirmed that they saw it fade out too. Pic related, my MS Paint of what it looked like, roughly. I'm no artist, sue me. So, I'm looking down the hill at my friends, who are just as confused as me at this point, but then I look past them, a bit further down the hill and off to the side. The same thing, facing their direction from about 50 feet away. Before I can even point it out to him, they suddenly turn the opposite direction from it, looking to a spot down the hill and to my left. I glance over, and there is a second one, about 30 feet away from me, looking right at me. I turn to try and keep it in my peripheral to face my friends better and clue them in on the one behind me, since we are all three now aware of this one. only to see that it has since moved further up the hill, even with my friends, but still at roughly the same distance. Oh fuck, we're flanked, I said, as I pointed towards it. Only one of them turns to get eyes on it though, the friend with the knife. Gunbro is now looking up at my direction. Actually, we're surrounded. Third one 10 yards behind you, at 5 o'clock. He's right behind me, isn't he? Yes, I know the pseudo-military talk sounds tryhard, but I come from a family chock full of veterans myself and divulge in FPS. I suck at shooters, and tactics is my only saving grace, while Gunbro is an avid FPS player who's picked it up a bit. Cringe. Knife Bro picked it up from us, despite being more for fighting games. I digress though. Anyways, I don't even have to look behind me. Don't need to. I slide down the side of that hill and rejoin them faster than you can say Skinwalker. We each get to facing different directions and trying to determine our next move. Surrounded on three sides, but at least the open side is downhill, and the way we came as well. The middle one is up the hill and a good distance away. Then, in the same direction as the middle one, but much closer, a fourth one starts to fade in. We all freak at the same time. Gunbro with oh shit, Knife Bro with goddammit, and myself with well fuck. This memory is now one that brings us all a chuckle after the fact. So we keep our head about us and have a quick discussion. If this is hard to believe, it's because A, we are all already familiar with the varying animals that can and will try to kill you in these woods, up to and including fucking bears, and B, though this is one of the more interesting stories I have, it is not our first encounter with weird shit. Others were quite a bit scarier, but the stories are shorter and probably not as interesting. So we establish a few things about these weird shadow beasts, my best idea of what to call them, from the encounter so far. First, they will move when not looking at them. I theorized after the fact that they really liked a certain episode of Doctor Who. Second, they will not be approached to a certain distance before disappearing, so far at least. Wasn't in the mood for in-depth and repeated testing of this theory at the time. Third, they seem to not want to approach us to within a certain distance. And fourth, despite being quite imposing, they don't seem to be acting overly hostile towards us, though they were reacting to our presence. We quickly came to the conclusion that whatever they are, we are in their territory, and they are trying to non-violently herd us away from it. So, outnumbered and likely overpowered, did I mention how fucking big they were? The top of my head will be about mid-rib level to them, and I'm 6 foot even. We decided at best to get the fuck out. Gumbro suggests that they might be trying to herd us into a trap though, so we decided to try and go back the way we came, with our backs to each other. Our coordination was not as good as it could be, because by the time we made it down the hill, another 50 feet, another 3 had appeared in places where no one was looking. Took only a split second. Not sure why they did this, seeing as how one of them had no problem appearing out of nowhere, right in front of me already, but that seemed to be how they preferred to do it. It took us an hour before they stopped following us, 7 of them, keeping in a loose semicircle around us, but never coming within 30 or 40 feet of us. After they stopped following us, it took another 45 or so minutes to get back to Gumbro's house, because we were slowed down trying to keep back to back, close together, and moving the same direction, and because we continued to do so after they stopped following, out of extreme and justified paranoia. Not sure what they were, but if feeling ever does mean anything, they did not feel like they were evil or malicious in any way, but more like the feel you would get being near a wild animal with offspring to defend, giving you that look before you get too close. Would really like to get a better idea of what they are. I've always tried to be more of a scientific mindset, and though I believe in the paranormal, I also believe that the paranormal, and or supernatural, is in actuality normal and natural. We have just yet to understand it. Well, there is my tail axe, believe it if you want, but this experience is among the chief reasons I believe. If anyone has any ideas what the fuck those things were, it would be much appreciated. If I did not say previously, this happened in East Tennessee, near the Appalachian Mountains, and only a couple hours drive away from Smoky Mountains National Park. Be me, 20 years old, helping stepdad install new wood stove in basement, clear all the basement crap out of the way, pick related, west wall, only different part of foundation, working, chat about what it could be. Stepdad is the believes what he sees type. Get back to work in silence for a while. Both look up at odd noise, scratching and scraping, too loud and heavy to be rodents. Stepdad asks what is going on. Only lives with us for a short while so far. Shrug, watching the brick part of wall. Loud snapping sound, almost snap pop, followed by the sound of something large tumbling along the ground. Huge bang. Dust jumps off brick part of foundation. Dead silence. Stepdad staring agape at wall, then to me. I'm shaken. Seen/heard lots of stuff before, but not this. Pick up wrench and tap on wall. Soft moaning, then footsteps answer. Icy cold sweat. Feeling of absolute dread and horror. Tell stepdad we have to go. He does not think twice. Nope the fuck upstairs. Decides to tend garden to calm down. Are as far away from the house as we can be, within property boundary. Pale as fuck and absolutely silent. We just stand on the other side of the yard till more people come home. Dat house, dude. Family moves out to father's old town. Live in an old schoolhouse/yard converted into a farmyard. Grade 3 or 4 science fair. Be an idiot and derp to judges and don't place. Mom is driving me home. Pretty upset and say to my mom, I'm such an idiot, I'm just so stupid. We aren't far from home, about a mile or two away. She kicks me out of the car and tells me to walk home. Be super pissed now. Decide to try to walk down to the lake, which should not have been far. Hours later, totally lost. Cry deeply. Cold and getting dark. Finally see lake. Wander around beach looking for the boat dock that is close to the road that we take to get to the lake. Find the dock. There is a guy there, getting off a small boat. Naive kid I was, go up to him and tell him I'm lost. Says he knows my family and he can take me home on his boat. The sun is almost completely set at this point. He takes me, puts me on the motorboat and wraps me in a big jacket. Set off into the lake. At least a half hour passes. No lights on the boat and the sun is completely down. Pitch black. Just the moon and stars reflecting off the water. Suddenly see red lights on a beach. We dock by the lights. Turns out, it was the police out looking for me. They go to talk to the guy, but he is already gone. I still have his jacket. Turns out, the only other dock like the one I seen was on the other side of the lake. It still creeps me out, thinking about it and how he knew where to take me, and I can't remember what his face looked like. I've been working as a commercial cleaner for about a decade now. I know to many it may seem like a weird or undesirable job, but it's actually quite nice. I work overnight. I get to listen to music and podcasts all day long, and I usually don't interact with any of my customers. I go into the buildings, clean, disinfect, and sanitize office buildings. Especially after 2020, our business really ramped up. Sometimes we've even gotten calls to clean up some crime scenes. I can't really go into a lot of details on those, but I wish I could. For the most part, it's just the office buildings. It's pretty simple work, and I enjoy it. But there was a situation that I was unfortunately involved in back in 2021 that has affected me on the job since. We had a relatively new client, a law office, that started a contract with us in late 2020. They had a small suite previously, but since they added a new partner, they needed a bigger place. So, they moved to an old Victorian-style home that had been converted into commercial use. It was surrounded by some nearby stores, all within walking distance in a pretty popular area. Apparently, it was easier for them to hire cleaners, rather than having janitorial staff, which made sense. After cleaning the place a few times, there wasn't exactly enough room for a janitor and all the supplies. The clean was simple enough though. We swept or vacuumed. In their case, it was mostly sweeping, as they only had a rug at the entrance and in part of their little break room. We wiped down the tables and counters, cleaned the windows, and then sprayed and sanitized pretty much anything that was touched. Handles, knobs, keyboards, you name it. They had a small lobby or waiting area with a check-in desk, 3 offices, what looked like a meeting room, and then the break room and restrooms. I cleaned the whole place on my own in a matter of a few hours. That night was not supposed to be any different. I got there at about 2 a.m., and it was dark and empty. As I mentioned, the place was old, so it still made its own share of noises from the creaky hardwood floors and a few of the windows shaking. They were actually in the process of replacing them when we started cleaning for them. I remember because one of the repair guys left a pile of shavings under the window. Anyways, I always started from the back and worked my way to the front. That way, all of my supplies were near the door. I popped my headphones on and started working on the break room. It was fairly simple, as nothing had been left out, and the trash was empty too. Once everything else was done, and since that was it for the room, I moved to the meeting room. There was a single filing cabinet with an attached shelf in there that had a stack of various office supplies, pens, notepads, paper clips. The filing cabinet was locked. I just dusted when necessary and wiped down the handles. I did notice the supplies seemed to be strewn about, specifically the notepads and those 10 folders in the metal holder. They were all empty and unused, but they still looked lopsided, like they'd been shifted or bumped really hard. I just straightened them out and moved on. Then I went to the closest office, one of the lawyers. That's when I immediately noticed something was wrong. The desk looked like a mess. Things were scattered around. The small plant that sat on the desk was now on the floor, knocked over. Papers were scattered around on the desk and floor. Every time I had cleaned this place, they had every piece of paper put away unless it was blank, which made sense, right? They probably had a lot of confidential information, and we had to sign clauses too about not going through anything and reporting if anything was out in plain sight. I didn't immediately see anything on the papers, but I still did not believe they would have left their office like that. I continued to look over the room to assess it all when I saw the shorter filing cabinet behind the desk. It had a large dent in the front and top of it, like it had been punched or kicked maybe. I approached it and tried the handle when I noticed with a clunk that it opened. It had obviously been locked. You could see the mechanism sticking out of the side, but with how it had been damaged, it warped that part of the lock so it freely came open. I closed it and looked at the bookshelf on the other side of the wall, where I saw many binders had been pulled out and scattered around. The more I looked at this room, the more I realized that something was not right here. I was not feeling good about this situation, so I left the room, reaching for my phone in my pocket to call it in. The place had most likely been ransacked or robbed, but as I stepped out of the room, I heard the floor creak toward the front of the building. It only creaks when you walk on it. Someone was still there. Before I could react or even unlock my phone, there was a dark shadow to my left and a splitting pain in the side of my head, then nothing but darkness. When I finally came to, I was lying on the ground in the dark. I didn't turn on a lot of lights when I worked. I liked it when it was dim, and besides, I didn't need to turn on every light as I cleaned in that place. I would just turn on the hallway light and the light in the room that I was cleaning. But when I woke up, all of the lights were off. I remember I turned my head, making sure to not make any noise, and looked around the room. I did not see anyone or hear the floors creaking, so I stood up. Thankfully, my phone was still on the ground close to where I fell, and I snatched it up immediately. I was surprised I'd been out for almost an hour. God knows what could have happened in that time. After assessing the situation and the knot on the side of my head, and no blood, I took off. I left everything in there as is, along with my stuff, and booked it to my car. Thankfully, I always kept my phone and keys on me. Once in my car, I called my boss to tell him what had happened, and then the cops. I sat in my car and watched the place to see if I could see any movement inside or if anyone left, but I never did. I don't know if I was relieved by that or disappointed. The cops showed up pretty quickly, seeing as there was a police station within a short distance. As I was telling them what had happened, I saw my boss and another man approaching. It was apparently one of the lawyers. I started my story over to explain to them what I had witnessed, and the lawyer confirmed the office that I described was his. I was asked to stay outside with my boss while the two cops went in with the lawyer, and while they were gone, I had another officer come over and ask me to give a statement. So, I explained it all to him as well. I remember him asking me to be very specific about the times and what I saw. Once I finished, he patted me down and handcuffed me. I was confused and worried. Why was I being put in handcuffs? He said that I was not being arrested and that it was just for precaution, but I was still confused. I had called it in. I had been attacked. After some time, the cops and the lawyers walked back out. The lawyer looked a bit concerned or frazzled, while the other cop that I had not yet talked to approached me and asked me to go over a few things again. By now, I'm annoyed, confused, and worried, not to mention my head was still killing me. Apparently, a medic had come over and checked on me too, making sure I did not have a concussion. They gave me an ice pack or something, but it still hurt. Their tone was making me increasingly nervous. They weren't treating me like a victim, they were treating me like a suspect. I started second-guessing everything as they questioned me. Did I do something wrong? Something that would make them think that I was the culprit too? The paramedics ended up taking me to the hospital to make sure that I did not have a concussion, but I was still nervous about the whole situation. I know I did not destroy the office, but then I remembered how I did touch the handle with my bare hand. What if they lifted prints and found mine? Would they think it was me the entire time? The more I dwelled on it, the more guilty I felt, even though I knew I did nothing wrong. I was given the rest of that week off per my boss's orders and just waited for someone to show up at my door and arrest me. Instead, I got a call from my boss, and after asking how I was doing, he asked me to come in. I felt physically fine after that first day, so I drove myself. He actually relieved so much of the stress from those past few days. He probably told me more than he was supposed to, but I appreciated it. First, the suspicion of me being involved was completely gone. He had actually backed me up, to not only the cops, but the lawyer too. The lawyer, however, was pretty quick to agree that I had nothing to do with it. In fact, he was pretty confident that it was probably a disgruntled client, or maybe even a defendant, because nothing of monetary value was taken. The computers and other electronics were untouched. It was specifically his office and his files. The other two offices had not been touched either. I was relieved my name was cleared, and I could go back to working, knowing no one would think that I was going through their property. But it was still a crazy thought though, that they would just happen to show up at 2 in the morning, or a little earlier than that even, and I would show up to ruin their plans. The funny thing was, I usually clean their office every other Friday, but they were closed that week for some reason and did not want to pay for a service where there would not be much to do. So they had me come in the next Friday, the Friday that I would not normally go in. It was literally a wrong place, wrong time situation. I continued working, and I even continued cleaning their place. I was just a little more aware of my surroundings. Before I start cleaning, I will walk around to each room and make sure the place is completely empty before I get started. I later learned from my boss that they did catch the guy that broke in, and it was someone that they were suing. Obviously, I do not want to give out names or locations, that would get me into trouble. But basically, they tried to steal the information they had on him to give to his lawyer, but his lawyer reported it, knowing he would not be able to use the information anyways. Apparently, my boss had gotten pretty close to our clients, or maybe he knew them all along. I wasn't entirely sure, but that's my story. I got knocked out while cleaning, and almost accused of robbing the place, but the dude that did it was pretty stupid and got caught anyways, and I kept my job. Let's just say that he better hope that we never meet again. I've had this memory for as long as I can remember. It's not anything that I've obsessed over, but throughout my life, it's occasionally popped into my head when something reminds me of it. Be 4 or 5-ish. In car with mother, driving around a large city. The large city stands out because I grew up in a really small town. I don't have any memory of the drive to the city, how long it took to get there, the purpose of the trip, etc. Turn up narrow street that goes up a really steep hill. It was broad daylight up until now, but on this street it's twilight. Street has a couple of large houses. Because of how the street goes up the hill and how steep the hill is, houses seem to loom over everything. All the trees on the street have no leaves, just bare branches. This stands out as weird, because I have a vague half memory that it was summer. Street was a dead end. I don't know if that's important. Stands out because there was a no outlet sign. Being a 5-year-old genius, I deduced that this meant that there was no way to plug in anything electrical in any of the houses. When I asked my mother about it, she thought it was hilarious and explained what it really meant. Go up to one of the houses, siding was light blue. Go right in, without knocking or anything. In a dimly lit entryway, with doors leading to rooms on either side, and a hallway towards the back of the house. Woman comes out from somewhere. Mother starts talking to her, don't remember what about. 2 kids, boy and girl, appear from somewhere. I don't know exactly what happened after the kids showed up. The memory jumps ahead to me being alone with them in a large room. In my memory, this was not frightening or anything. Apparently, the 3 of us went to play, while my mother and the other woman were doing whatever. Room is huge, and as dimly lit as the rest of the house. I remember that, even at the time, the lack of light in the house was strange enough that I suspected that my mother had no idea what she was talking about, and there really were no electrical outlets to plug any lamps into. The floor of the room is covered in a sort of model city. There are roads laid out, with model cars and trucks, railroad tracks with a train, etc. All of the streets have model buildings, at least some of which can be opened up, like doll houses, to see inside. There are houses, stores, office buildings, etc. Everything you would need to make a realistic model of a large city. We are playing some sort of kids game with the stuff, pushing the cars along the road, moving little model people, and making up stories about what they are doing, like playing with dolls in a dollhouse, except it's a doll metropolis. I distinctly remember that there was a model McDonald's. You could lift the roof off to see inside, move people around, etc. I don't remember much about the boy that I was playing with, but the girl was really bossy. No, don't do that, do this. No, don't move that person there, move him here, etc. Got super bossy about the McDonald's. I will decide how many people get cheeseburgers. I was annoyed and probably acted like it. Girl moves to a model blue house. Parked in front of the house, there is a model car that was blue, just like my mom's car. It didn't otherwise look anything like my mom's car. Opens up house. There are 2 other woman figurines in it. Girl walks one of the women through the house into a room at the back. Oh look, the woman is coming in. A few seconds later, my mother comes into the room, says it's time to go. We leave, the end. It sounds bizarre now, but at the time, little kid me didn't think that there was anything strange about how it ended. Like I said at the beginning, every so often I'll see something that reminds me of it. I have occasionally asked my mother about it. The earliest that I recall doing so was at about the age of 12, minus the spooky overtones, in various ways. Who was that friend of yours who had a son and a daughter about my age? Do you remember those people who had a room that was filled up with a model city? Who was that woman that lived in a blue house on a hill? We went there one time, and I played with her kids while you talked to her, etc. But she has always insisted that she has no idea what I'm talking about. But one time, I asked her if she remembered the no outlet thing, and she laughed and said that of course she remembers it. I asked her what street it happened on, and she gave me a funny look and said that she had no idea. Be me. About mid-September, west of coast of Scotland, 2008 to 2009. My mate and I decide to camp up the hills behind the village that we stay in. Spend the evening joking about, drinking and smoking. A lifelong friend of ours passed away only a few days before. Quite a shock. Looking out of the land, green fields, the river and the hills beyond. By this time, it has gotten quite dark. Reminiscing about our mate, listening to Leonard Skinner, Freebird, and just as the solo starts, we hear something and turn around. Seen a meteorite, or whatever it was, flying through the air, crashing towards behind the hills where we were camping. Huge flames and smokes trailing this thing, and so close we could hear it. Jumping up and down with joy over how awesome it was. My mate said it was a sign from our friend to say everything is alright. Didn't really fully appreciate the words then, but I do now. Then things get weird. Not long afterwards, we see a helicopter searching about the hills around the area. A very rare sight where we stay, particularly up in the hills. Helicopter does the rounds and disappears after a while. Some time passes. Look out onto the water. See bright light in the sky behind and to the left of us. There it was. Huge triangular, legit UFO. Seemed to appear above where that thing landed. The UFO is huge. Perhaps only a few 100 feet above us. Black on top from what we could tell. Multiple different colored light screens on its underbelly. All sorts of shapes and sizes, with no apparent rhyme, reason, or pattern. The colored light screens would oscillate, A white line would wash over them slowly from one side to the other, not in tandem with each other. Can scarcely believe what is happening. It is dead silent. If you were blind, you wouldn't know it was there. Yeah, no shit. It slowly floats off towards the water, floats over a marina a couple miles away, and this marina would take 5 to 10 minutes to walk the length of. The thing dwarfs the marina, still staring in awe as this UFO floats over the hills across the water. Still huge, even though it is now miles away. Don't tell anyone initially, since I know no one will believe us. No one really does. The pics I have used are extremely basic compared to the one we've seen. Definitely black and triangular, if seen from the top though. The section the lights were on was a silver/grey, slightly smaller triangle on the underside of the ship. Each one of those incidents would have been spectacular on their own. The helicopter with the searchlight, less so obviously, but there is no way all three are not related, and does make it seem that the UFO has been made if there was a helicopter out flying, searching for whatever that meteorite was. Triangular UFOs seem quite common in the UK, so I hear, and I know it was fairly late at night, but it was so huge you could see it from miles away. There must be others who've seen it too that night. If anyone has any questions, I will do my best to answer them. Be me with Dad and truck. Dead of winter, near Christmas time. Taking a load from Winnipeg, MB, to Toronto. Load of frozen chickens, if I recall correctly. Most of what you have to drive through is a straight road, until you hit Northern ON. We stop at a Husky truck stop for a bite in Nipigon and check the weather. Huge fucking snowstorm coming. I am around 14 at the time, and have had a bunch of experience co-driving with my dad. At this time, there is no Google or anything. Plus, we are in buttfuck nowhere with no signal as it is. There are two highways, Highway 11 and Highway 17. We have to decide which way we will continue to try to beat the storm, which is coming in from the west. We deliberate over our 7 p.m. dinner, because we have to keep driving and make it where we're going. Our destination is North Bay, then Toronto with a load we'll pick up after delivering in North Bay. At that time, we had one of those Atlas yellow map books and were figuring it out that way. We both decide that the storm is going to move south, and although it was a longer route, we could avoid the storm and prevent having to stop on the side, or God forbid jackknife and end up in the ditch. We choose Highway 11. Boy, were we wrong. About 150 kilometers up the highway, the storm catches up with us. It's such a bad blizzard that you cannot see more than 30 feet in front of you, and the lights of the truck just blind you further. At this point, we are doing 50 kilometers an hour, and we pass another truck who made the wrong decision, maybe once every 30 minutes. We keep going. Road is extremely icy at this point, but my dad keeps it pretty straight, as he has been doing this for 20 years. I am watching very carefully on both sides for elk, because they are fucking stupid and blind. Biggest threat to our trip there, but we could not just stop at that point. We were all in at that point. Still doing around 50 kilometers an hour. And that's when it happened. From what I remember, I yelled, "Dad, deer." He makes a low groaning noise. Makes this unbelievably low angle swerve, and just misses these two gigantic elk. There are bottom door windows in the truck. All I remember seeing were the antlers and the eyes of this gigantic beast. The antlers clipped the air cleaner and put a huge dent in it. The elk bucked back, and somehow we did not completely wreck. Air cleaner is pick related. After we both finish our mutual heart attacks, my dad says, "Holy fucking shit." Feeling is mutual, Dad. We keep going at like 30 kilometers an hour at that point, and eventually, the storm subsides enough so we can pull over and assess the damage. Just dented the air cleaner. If we hit that thing, we would have been pretty fucked over, because there is absolutely no phone signal there, and if we hit it hard enough, the engine would not run, and we would be freezing to death. Whatever entity it is that was watching over us that night, sure proved it in that moment. We took the long way, thinking it was the safe way, but we heard the storm was even worse on Highway 17, and a couple of people died on the road that night. Safe to say, we made it where we were going. That's the life of trucking. Be me, about a year ago. Staying this summer at home because sister had a bad breakup with meth-addicted crazy. Feeling sort of useless as the summer goes on because sister managed to snag another guy. Then one night, as monsoon season started to pick up, I wake up because dogs start to bark. We live 30 minutes away from the road, behind a few houses, so we are not the closest house to the highway. Whoever is there had a reason to be. No one is awake, so I decide to check. Before I have a chance to, someone starts jiggling the doorknob. I can hear it turning, slowly, then erratically, then slowly again. Get creeped out. Then the knob jiggling turns to soft knocking. Very strange knocking in that it was 2 knocks in quick succession and then a pause. Get out of bed and walk down the hall to front door. There is a window near the door, but it's raining, so equally dark, so I decide to turn on the porch light. Look out the window. It's my dog standing at the door, leaning on it with its paws. It looks at me and I freak out. I run back up to my room and get my brother's gun, all the while shouting for everyone to wake up. Wake up. I grab the gun and my sister and her boyfriend are coming out of their room. Mother is as well. Dad is still asleep. The dog is here. I tell them, the dog is here. Mom is asking what's wrong. Do I call the police? She asks. Knocking again, more aggressive. I see my dog. Could it be a dog anymore? Knocking. I don't care anymore and aim the gun at the door, hoping to shoot through it. Fire 5 times before I realize the gun has no clip. Rush to the room again and grab clip. Dad is awake. Everyone stares at me as I try putting the clip in the gun. Taps at the window, now. I look up. There is a shadowy figure at the window. Can't see it with lights on. He's holding a stick and I freak out when someone grabs my hand. Another hand grabs me. Soon, my parents and sister wrench the gun from me and hold me down. The figure is gone and the pounding stopped. An hour later, I calm down. Mother is telling a story about the previous day. Sister is talking and calming down her boyfriend, who stood shocked for the most part. Ask where my dog is. Dad answers, outside. Ask who jiggled the doorknob. Everyone looks at me confused. Next morning, muddy prints on the only road to our house, with none headed back. My face went. My psychotic break was not completely unwarranted. Still should have taken my meds though. Seen a few dogman threads the past few days and reminded me of this. Happened 4 years ago, before I was interested in paranormal shit. Only told this to my sister and my mate. Both say I was talking shit. Was on a geography school trip to the Lake District and Yorkshire Dales. First day was Lake District, second was Dales. We stayed overnight in the Dales, a youth hostel in Malham, small village in the middle of nowhere with no real streetlights. Getting dark when we arrive because it is in early February. Teachers escort us to the pub so we can all have soft drinks and relax. About 9 p.m, we head back to the hostel. Pitch black except for the pub light and the torches we carried. Fast forward to 10 p.m. We are all cozied up in beds and sleeping, except for me, because I'm so used to staying up much later. No curtains on window, so I look out into the dark, lit only by the moonlight. Stars look nice, because there is no light pollution. What looks like a sheep walks by, and another. Thought I might be falling asleep, counting sheep. Another walks by but taller and walking on 2 legs. Walking on 2 legs. Shit my pants and retreat back to my bed against the far wall. Can still see outside the window. See another 2-legged sheep walk the same way. Hide under my covers and worry myself to sleep. Next day, we head up the side hill to the top of the curve where the limestone pavement is. If you've seen part 1 of the last Harry Potter, you'll recognize it from when Harry and Hermione dance when Ron is not there. Laughing and joking with my mate about slipping for a grike when I see a sheep laying down at the side of the limestone pavement. It's fucking dead. Insides hanging out and everything, fresh as the morning air. Show my mate and tell him what happened last night. Says I'm talking shit. Dismiss it as paranoia and lack of sleep. That's all that happened. Looked up Yorkshire sheep man recently, but got nothing. College trip to Spain, rooming with a weird quiet guy, like 10 years older than anyone else in the program, constantly making up obvious lies about random shit, super OCD, and changes his clothes like 5 times a day. I still go out of my way to be nice to him, as I don't really have a different housing option. One night I wake up, incredibly cold, notice the light of the AC is on, pull my blankets up to my shoulders, and notice that they are stuck at the base of the bed. Yank them harder, and the sheets are suddenly ripped off my bed towards my feet, completely frozen in fear. Eventually, I manage to reach over to the bedside lamp and turn it on. Nearly shit my pants when I see the weird guy's head peeking out next to my bedside table. I feel relieved for a second, then pissed off as I realize it was just a dumb prank. He laughs, "Want the blankets back?" Hand reaches up from the foot of my bed, holding my sheets. Realize that this is impossible unless his arms are like 8 feet long, and flip the fuck out, just completely curling into a ball and staring at the hand with my blankets, heart going about 150 BPM, and my head starts to swim. A few minutes later, I pass out. I wake up to an empty room with my sheets nowhere to be seen. End up just paying for a bed in a hostel for the rest of the trip. It feels far safer to sleep in a room with other people than alone. This happened to me a couple of years ago. Nothing else happened afterwards, but I still have trouble sleeping alone. I took my job at Disney because it paid better than most. I wasn't chasing dreams or trying to be part of the magic. I just needed a paycheck that covered rent, and that was it. Custodial was not glamorous, but it had its perks. No screaming customers in my face like the food service folks got. No safety lectures like the ride operator sat through every morning. Just me, my broom, my dustpan, and the endless sea of people too busy making memories to notice the guys sweeping up their popcorn spills. There was a kind of anonymity in the job that I liked. Put on the white coveralls, keep your head down, and you become part of the scenery. Families did not look twice at you. Couples brushed past you. Even other cast members barely acknowledged us unless they needed something cleaned up fast. Turnover was pretty high, but it's kind of a disposable position. People would kill to work at Disney. It's also pretty easy to get fed up once the reality of the job hits you though. That was fine by me. I was not there to make friends, but being invisible had another side to it. When no one pays attention to you, you start to notice things that they don't. The way the same woman in a red jacket walked past Adventureland 3 times in an hour, looking over her shoulder. The way security showed up to a bathroom in New Orleans Square without anyone calling them, just like they already knew something had happened. The way certain doors, tucked behind fake facades and cast members only signs, had keypads instead of locks. I figured most of it was just normal park operations. Security, maintenance, logistics. But every so often, I would see something that didn't quite fit. Something that made me think twice. And once you start noticing those things, it gets harder to stop. At first, I told myself it was just my imagination. Just a job. Just a theme park. But then, one night, I saw something I could not explain. And after that, I started looking closer. That's when I realized something. Disney hides a lot more than just tunnels beneath the park. I'm not quite sure what exactly it is, but I'll try and explain what I saw and what I think. The Disney tunnels. We called them utilidors. They were off limits to most guests, but they were essential to keeping the park running smoothly. The whole idea was to keep the illusion intact. You would never see a cowboy from Frontierland wandering through Tomorrowland, or a giant bag of trash being dragged down Main Street. Everything the guests weren't supposed to see happened beneath their feet, out of sight. Trash removal, costume changes, security briefings, even food prep. My keycard got me access early on. Custodial had to be everywhere, and that meant moving freely between the tunnels and the park above. Most of my shifts were spent hauling bins, scrubbing bathrooms, and doing my best to avoid the higher-ups. The managers like things done, fast and quiet. No disruptions, no scenes. If you did your job and did not ask questions, they left you alone. I've heard stories though. Every person who worked here knew the stories. There were always rumors floating around, usually passed between custodians on break or whispered among the night crew. Tunnels that did not appear on any official map. Unmarked doors only certain people ever used. Parts of the park that were off limits for no real reason anyone could explain. At first, I chalked it up to cast member folklore. Every job had its urban legends. Some new hire gets lost in the tunnels, takes a wrong turn, and stumbles on something they weren't supposed to say. A door that leads somewhere it shouldn't. A room that's always locked, but sometimes you hear noises coming from inside. Every time, it's a friend of a friend who saw it, never a first hand. Ooh, so spooky. But the longer I worked there, the harder it was to ignore the little things. The security guys who never talked. The way maintenance workers avoided walking through certain areas if they could. They did this, even if it meant taking the long way round. The doors with no labels and no handles, just keypads that only a few people ever used. Working this position had a way of making you a ghost. People did not look at you or think about you. I mean, unless they needed a puke puddle cleaned. That meant you could be anywhere and no one questioned it. I stumbled upon my find by accident. I wasn't even somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. At least I didn't think so. It was a late shift, long past park closing. The tunnels were quieter at this hour. All I heard was occasional radio chatter from security, or the distant hum of machinery behind the walls. I was hauling a busted costume rack back to storage. My mind was on autopilot. I was dreaming about my nice warm bed and leftovers I was gonna reheat. But then I noticed something I did not recognize. A side corridor. Huh, weird. I stopped. I'd been working in the tunnels for a while by this point. More than long enough to know the layout. More than long enough to be sure this part was not supposed to exist. Just for reference, I was not high, and I don't drink alcohol whatsoever before you accuse me of that. No schizo either. The walls were different in this part. The paint was a slightly off shade of white. It looked like it had been repainted one too many times to hide something beneath. The light fixtures overhead weren't the usual ones, but were actually older bulbs that gave off a faint yellow glow. I don't think anywhere had used those kinds for years. The air smelled different too. I don't quite know how to describe it though. Like, unwashed ass is probably my best descriptor. Not as bad as that, but like, stale or something. There was no sign marking the hallway. No cameras in the corners either. Just a stretch of empty space leading to a metal door at the end. The door was open slightly. I just stood there, holding the costume rack like a dumbass, wondering what I should do. The logical thing to do was probably my job, but whatever. I was thinking of packing the gig in at some point anyway, so why not have a little fun? I just went for it. I mean, hey, I couldn't see any cameras, like I said. I can just tell them that I got lost and blame my noobness. Inside was what looked like a storage room. Rows and rows of metal shelves that I could just about barely see with these dim-ass bulbs. They were all stacked up, just randomly. Whoever did it did not give a fuck. Tons of old props and withered costumes. Tons of dust all over them too. The smell did not get any better in here. Worse probably. It was slightly different now though. Something like a tang of rust to the smell. Not very important, but it was off. With the dust and everything, it looked like no one had come in here for a long time. Sweet. Lots to explore. I headed in deeper. I spotted a pile of toys on the shelves of different characters. Just the usual ones. They had dust all over too, and were faded as fuck. Looked like they'd been left in the sun for weeks. Come to think of it, some of the eyes and faces were a little messed up. So these were probably toys from the factory that had defects, and they just decided to stash them out of the way. Can't let the kids see Mickey with one eye too big now, can we? I kept walking through, and spotted something tucked away into the corner of the room. Looked like an elevator. It wasn't the same as the usual utilidors you would see around the place. This one looked a lot older. The metal on the door was dulled completely. The edges had wear around them. There was just a blank panel where the floor indicator should have been. Looks like it was removed a long time ago. I definitely was not supposed to be here. I called the elevator. Inside was just one button, labeled B2. This did not make sense at all. There was obviously no B2 on the maps whatsoever. The part that I was in now was already the basement of the park. This should be the lowest level. This was common knowledge, so what the fuck is this B2 shit? What could they possibly be storing underneath here, and how could it have been here for so long without no one knowing? I guess they just tell people this is the lowest floor so that they don't go snooping. Against my better judgment, I decided I was going to see for myself what was down there. The descent down was a lot slower than I expected. I just chalked it up to the age of the thing. This was actually pretty stupid in hindsight. It's likely this thing had not had proper maintenance in a long time, so there was no guarantee it would be safe. The elevator took a while to open. I was actually worried I was stuck in there for a second, but it finally slid open, very slowly, with a hissing sound. Seemed so much colder down here, which I guess was to be expected, but it was like a wave. I expected maybe some more storage, and maybe even more defective merchandise, or abandoned machinery, like above, but there wasn't any of that. Just a lot of shelves, stacked to the top with files. The whole place was a mess, honestly. Just trashed, but the files all seemed pretty orderly. The rows and rows of files seemed to be infinite, there were so many. They all looked to be pretty efficiently organized, from the labels and the black markings on the files themselves. There was one row that all had a year marked on them. One file for every year since the park opened. The spines were dusty, but still in good condition. I had no idea how long they had been untouched. I decided to pull a random one out to take a look. I was hoping I'd learn something juicy that I could tell my coworkers or just post online. The file was heavy as fuck. I guess it made sense, given that it was one file per year. The cover was worn, and the pages were a little yellow from age. Lots of neatly typed reports. Just boring stuff, really. Security logs, incident reports, that kind of stuff. Really mundane shit like, kid fell and bruised leg, I called medic and did yada yada and told them blah blah. Then you had logs of lost property, and if any of it was claimed, and other stuff too. I started flipping through pretty quickly, as I was growing bored, but then I got to a section that had a lot of photographs. Looked like they were for missing people. Made sense given how big the park was, and how kids can be, especially many years ago. A lot of parents are pretty irresponsible, and will let their child do whatever they want, if it means getting a minute apiece. Strange though, not a single one of the photographs had the picture of a child. Each and every one was an adult. I mean, adults do go missing too. I guess they just had to file a log every single time someone reported they were looking for someone and couldn't find them. But why go to all of the effort to take a picture of them for a log? How would you even go about doing that? Security logs? Nah, the quality was not ass enough. Most were mugshots too. I read further into the file. These weren't guests at all. They weren't photographs of missing visitors to the park. These were photos of employees. All of the photos were in black and white. Each picture had a blank expression, like you would have for a passport photo, so I guess they were all taken for legal documentation and/or ID badges. All the photos had a name underneath, the section of the park they worked at, and the date. That wasn't all. Underneath every picture, also at the bottom of the page, was a stamp in red ink. It just said, "Terminated, do not discuss," with a tiny picture of a smiling Mickey next to the text. So, they weren't missing posters like I first thought. These must just be logs of fired employees. I kept flicking through the pages. I felt a weird bit of nerves now. I kept reading on, and some of them had brief descriptions on the bottom. Reasons for being fired, I guess. Most were pretty short but very odd. Removed from the records, as per the directive. Final payroll processed. No further inquiry made. Just single-line explanations usually. Some had nothing, and just the red stamp with the date. Some were really weird and used code words I did not understand. Stuff like MEP number 12, integrity compromised. One was something like MEP number 14, recovered, unresponsive. I put the file back and picked up one more recent. There was a file for this year. Considering the state of this room, it did not make sense. Sure, the files were pristine, but the rooms were certainly not. Digital logs I would understand, but why continue with the physical ones? There were only 2 for the whole year. One was blank. The other caught my eye. The name was familiar. So was the photograph. I used to fucking work with this guy. Not like closely, but we would make passing remarks and bitch about the job. Outside of our interactions, he seemed kinda quiet and kept to himself. No one ever brought him up to me. Sometimes we would even have a break at the same time, and he would tell me stories about his life. I could tell they were pretty exaggerated in an effort to impress me, but he seemed chill enough. One week he just didn't show up again, and when I asked, people told me he must have just quit. A lot had not even heard of him. Again, custodial, ghost. No one really gives a shit. The file said something odd though. It had that same stamp in red that said terminated with the smiling Mickey. It also had a short reason at the bottom. Accessing unauthorized area. Terminated immediately. That's all it said. I put everything back exactly how I found it. The elevator ride back up felt like it took even longer, and I was shooting bricks, thinking someone would catch me. When I got out, I walked fast, but tried to walk with confidence, like I was just in a hurry to be somewhere for something important. Did not even finish my shift, just went straight home. Got calls and emails from my employer asking why I no-showed, to come back in for a meeting, to have a performance review, etc. They were really insistent, but I just ignored. Creeped me the fuck out way too much to go back. Never told anyone what I saw until now. Go to sleep, 20th of May, 1999. Wake up in a different house. Have no idea where I am. Look at the strange computer on desk. Says it's 20th of May, 2010. I'm looking at an advanced Mac. I'm bewildered. Where have 11 years of my life gone? Turns out, I have 2 dogs, and live alone away from society in a closed-in forest area. House full of furniture, clothes, food, etc. 11 years of my life forgotten. Still confused today. Be me, 9 years old. Be living in Cheyenne, WY, USA. Big ass Air Force base in town. F.E. Warren, look it up. Used to military craft, can identify them easily. Warm summer night. Be looking out window, right next to bed. Sleepy thoughts. See large green circular light, slowly transitioning south/north across town. Object emits pulses of soft green light. Object pauses over 3 places. Airport, military airstrip. F.E. Warren Gate main entrance, which has replicas of America's 3 largest nuclear missiles outside it. Chemical manufacturing plant outside of town. Object adjusts altitude and heading with precision movements, but not jerkily. Bright flash of green light, and object shoots straight up. Huge rush of military aircraft rest of night. Helicopters, C-130s, but unusually, also jets. Only time jets in town is for air shows or after 9/11. Well, this happened on the backyard of the house of some friend. Be 10 years old, playing with our Beyblades. My Beyblade hit something on the ground. We go to find out what it is. It is some glass bottle. We unburied it. It has a lot of blood inside. Friend calls for his grandma to come and see. She opens the bottle. We don't even know what it is, but it has a lot of blood and also a paper. She says it's okay, I'll go put this in the trash. We forget it and keep playing. Be me at 16 years old and sneak out with friends to hang out or explore old abandoned buildings. Living in Mississippi at the time, near a town called New Albany. We decided to explore a building in the back country that was supposedly haunted because a bunch of Satanists took their own lives there. Being the Bible thumper area that it was, locals kept it out of the local papers, but word of mouth is a thing. So me and my friends, there are 5 of us, get there, and it's a slightly dilapidated 2-story house. When you go inside, it's got a long hallway with doors on either side and ending at a staircase that leads upstairs. We decide to check the upstairs first because why not? We start to go upstairs and my head starts to hurt. I think nothing of it because my abusive grandparents had me on meds that I should not have been on, so I got headaches fairly often. As we ascend the staircase, however, the headache gets worse, to the point I'm thinking of turning back, but I try to tough it out. When we get to the top of the stairs, there is a long hallway as well, with doors on either side again. We take one step into the hallway, and it feels like someone shoved a spike through the back of my head, and I pass out. The next part was told to me by my friends later, and I had no reason to doubt them. So, after I passed out, they hear a thud and turn to see me on the floor. I was bringing up the rear in case someone tried to sneak up on us, and I had the best hearing, and they rushed to turn me over and try to wake me up. Suddenly, my eyes shoot open, and I grab my friend, let's call him Bob, by the throat, and, according to them, lift myself and him off of the ground. Now, I had some muscle, but he weighed 260 pounds of muscle, so this should have been impossible, especially one-handed. Then I said in a voice not my own, "You need to leave now." And they start freaking out saying, "Fine, we'll leave, and I put him down and start down the stairs. As we left the stairs, they hear a door upstairs slam open, and it sounds like something massive is stomping down the hallway towards the staircase, and I say, too late, and just crumble to the ground. My friend Bob then picks me up over his shoulder in a fireman carry, and they haul ass back out to his truck, and he tosses me in the bed of the truck and takes off after everyone piles in, 2 in the cab and me and 2 others in the bed. Shortly afterwards, I wake up, and it is pitch black. This is weird, because when we arrived it was a clear night, with a full moon, and no forecasted weather. I look at my friends, and they just stare at me, and then the road behind us. I look in the cab at the speedometer, and we are doing almost 150 miles per hour. I look towards the back of the truck, then the front, and notice that the lights aren't illuminating more than 10 feet in any direction. I then hear my other friend, let's call him Sean, say, "Oh fuck." When I look towards the back of the truck, I just barely see something on all fours running after us, just at the edge of the light of the taillights. Then all of a sudden, it is bright out again, like someone flipped a switch. I mean, the moon is back, and there is not a cloud in the sky. We see New Albany in the distance, and start slowing down, and head back to Bob's house. No sleep. Next is a follow-up a few months later. So, a few months later, we decide to ignore what happened that night. I wish we had gone to a priest now though, and go camping. My friend Bob had found a clearing in the woods near his house while hiking, so we load up early in the morning and hike to the spot. We set up and start hiking around. Fast forward to that night, and we have a huge campfire going. We are smoking weed and talking, when I notice that aside from us, the woods have gone dead silent. Now, if you've been to Mississippi in midsummer, you know it is never silent at night. So I start looking around, and it was like someone dumped ice in my veins, because the campfire is barely illuminating 10 feet out, and I can barely see the tree line. I then look across the fire to my 2 other friends, let's call them Mark and Will, and I see eyes behind them shining. I call out their names and say, "Behind you." They look, shoot to their feet, and come and rush to my side of the fire, with Bob and Sean. I am literally shaking in fear when I feel something tap my arm. I look, and Bob is holding out one of his pistols to me. I'm surprised to see each of my friends aiming a pistol at the thing across the fire. Found out later that they had gotten them after what happened at the house. I grab the pistol, and I take aim. My uncle taught me how to shoot at his friend's firing range, and Bob counts down from 3 to 1, and we open fire. This thing does not fucking flinch. We empty the pistols, and suddenly it growls and stands up. It had to be 13 feet tall, and it reaches behind it and starts climbing up the tree while just staring at us. Soon, as it's out of sight, the light comes back, and so does the night sounds. We did not let that fire burn out after that, and as soon as the sun was up, we hauled ass out of there. After that night, every now and then, when I'm outside at night, I will see this ducking thing on the edge of any light just staring at me. I'll know it's there because everything will suddenly go silent. Fast forward a few years later, and I'm living in Illinois. Haven't really talked to the guys for a while when I get a phone call from an unknown number. It's Bob's wife calling me. He had taken his own life, and in his note, he had asked that I and the others be informed. I was the last that she had called, and informed me that Mark and Sean had died in a car accident in the middle of the night, and Will was found in his garage, disemboweled. Bob blown his brains out. I thanked her for letting me know, and gave her my condolences. After I got off the phone with her, I looked at my apartment window, and saw that fucking thing looking at me. I closed my curtains, and did not sleep for 2 days after that. To this day, I still see it, and wonder why it hasn't killed me yet. It's been 7 years since I found out they all died within days of each other. I'm not religious, so I can't say God is protecting me, and I'm not suicidal, so I'm not going out that way. I don't know what made me want to share all this, but be careful out there, bros. Sometimes this shit gets too fucking real. This is like a collection of paranormal shit that kept happening to me. I don't have a direct cause, but one idea that comes up in my head is that I destroyed an old wooden chair directly behind my backyard fence. Anyone who knows about chair in the wood shit, tell me about it. Be me, outside chilling in my backyard. Behind house is woods that stretch out for a while. I cut down a lot of trees and brush right where the forest meets the fence and wanted to make a path, but fuck that now. 2 fence posts were taken out of my fence so I could get in and out. Hear an animal in the woods calling out in a pattern. Like, not the same number every time, but same distance between each call. Immediately get mom and brother. Wait around, and after a while, both mom and brother acknowledge it. We just stand there listening. Mom says it's probably an animal that got hurt by the trains near our house and is in pain. Doesn't make sense why it would be calling in a pattern and not just yelling or something. Sounds almost human-like. Put the 2 fence posts we took back in and rush inside. Me and my brother go in and start researching. Think it's some kind of big cat or fox. Go through several videos, and we definitely think it's a big cat, but can't find specific one. Plus, we don't have big cats in the area. Never happens again. One of many things that happened that month. Really was mainly scared if it was just an animal, it would try and get into the yard. Another thing. Be me. Dead of night in my bed, but not asleep, but on my phone. Hear little sister, 5 at the time, call out for my mom. This is my cue to go in there and carry her out to our mom's room. She has a bunk bed with no bottom bunk, forget what they are called, and it's too dark to climb down. Go into the room and see she is asleep. Confused, lightly shake her to wake her up. Now she is confused and says, "What?" Like I'd woken her from deep sleep. Like, deep sleep. She's sleep-groaned in the past, but always when she's half asleep. Like, so deep sleep, it sounds like her vocal cords are waking up. There is no way she could have been the one yelling for our mom as loud as she did. Tell her to go back to sleep and go back to my room. This happened twice in that month. One more. Be me. Asleep in my bed, door closed. See brother's silhouette in doorway. Assume he opened it and is messing with me. Silhouette is wearing very specific robe that my brother very rarely wears. Groan at him loudly. Does not react. Groan again louder. Silhouette spins out the side of my doorframe, out of sight. Roll over and close my eyes and think about how mad I am at my brother for fucking with me, still conscious. After 5 minutes get up, open the door. Didn't register how continuity was not adding up IRL and head to the kitchen when my brother is cooking and wearing the robe I saw him in. Head over and trying to be quiet, mess with him while laughing and poking and fake punching him and shit. He's laughing too until I say, in between my punches, "This is what you get for messing with me." He laughs and says, "I did not mess with you." Confused, I say, opening my door, watching me all creepy, and now he's confused and stops laughing and is like, "What? I didn't do that at all." Argue with him about it for a while, and now I'm confused. We do these jokes a lot, but usually with jokes like this, the punchline would be to give up the bit and see the reaction that the other brother was messing with you. Tell him alright and go to bed. Wake up in the morning and argue about it. Says he did not do it. Still to this day, says he was not doing that. JK lied, not the last one. Happened like 3 days ago. I've been hearing tapping at my window, day and night, heard it just now. Was about to say like 3 minutes ago and was literally in the middle of typing and had to backspace. Anyway, probably moths, but hoping some dude knows more than me, and maybe these are related. I had this super weird dream, and I have not had any dreams in a while. I'm third-person perspective, looking at all these rich people and celebrities having a party. A girl with sunglasses is floating, taunting, and groping another girl in a group as they head to the bathroom. The girls ignore the sunglasses spirit girl. They are all applying makeup when a puddle of blood grows from no source in the middle of the bathroom. Spirit Sunglass Girl looks at me through the camera, gym office style, and says, "Recognize it." A bunch of rich people party shit happens, while slowly, the puddle grows and spreads through to different rooms, while people look into the camera and tell me to recognize it. Eventually, everyone moves into a room with no windows. Kind of looks like the back rooms. The blood is now so deep that everyone is swimming in it, and I am disembodied laughing at it. I remember laughing so hard, I half wonder if I'm laughing in the real world, but just barely don't make the connection that this is a dream. I wake up and think that the dream was fucking hilarious, and then after a minute of reflecting, I could not think of a single funny thing in the dream, and still, I see it as super creepy. Any dream peeps? US work commune. Strange activity among workers. Hey guys, so my friend recommended I bring this here to be discussed. I recently moved to a commune in the northwest of the United States, and everything seemed fine and cool until a month after my arrival. Everyone started acting rigid emotionally and physically. I never see anyone do anything besides work and sleep. I was walking back to my dorm when I caught pic related. Normal people don't sleep like that, right? The day after, he acted very distant emotionally and cold in his responses, just like everyone else. I feel like I'm the only actual person in this commune, and as ridiculous as it sounds, I'm beginning to think everyone is a robot or android of some kind. The day after, when we were eating at the mess hall, he kept looking at his food like he did not recognize it almost. When he'd take a bite, he'd have a strange look for a moment, then back to looking almost robotic. I don't think he's high on anything. It's not just him acting strange. About the hand, I've seen a lot of people resting with very rigid hands when lounging. Is there any way I could politely ask about the hands or behavior? I want to bring it up in the weekly meeting when the boss comes, but I'm not sure how. Another odd thing I've noticed when I sleep in my bunk, I hear a lot of faint machinery sounds, even though there is no large machinery on the farm. Sounds almost like a small factory is going. At first, I did not notice, but now, laying in the quiet, it's noticeable. There is a structure on the property that I notice will be lit up after hours, but I'm not sure if that is where the sound is coming from. Could be. I can take more photos tomorrow. I'm going to draw a layout for you guys so you know what I am referencing. OP here. Hey guys, sorry. I just got reprimanded for getting too close to the workshop where I think the noise is coming from. They are deciding on my punishment, and I think they're going to cut my ration or something like that for the next 2 days. I will be more active and post some more pictures today when I am done dealing with this. Update on behavior. Still very off and very hostile now that I went over to investigate, like you Anons recommended. I don't think I am going to bring anything up Thursday at the meeting. Just gonna lay low and see if I can get any more pics. OP here. So, I took this picture while working. Sorry for the bad quality. I had to be sneaky so I would not arouse attention. Everyone in the commune is vegan for ethical and cost reasons. Everyone refers to this bull like if it's a member of the community, and they have at least one individual caring for it at all times. The person tending to the bull gives it mud baths and provides shade to it with umbrellas. The bull gets fed better than us and is always groomed and pampered after the mud. A condition of joining the commune is to be atheist, which I am not, but I lied, so it baffles me why they almost worship this animal. They only reference to the bull as he, and, come to think of it, it is the only time I've heard them use that word for anything. If a person needs something, they use their first names instead of pronouns. Anon just put himself inside a cult with an advanced AI or some type of old demons/spirits that hijacked and worships Moloch. You're in a pretty fucked up shit, dude. The machinery you said about can either just be workers working on some nerd shit or underground tunnels that lead to something worse. I don't really know anything about the Moloch or god-worshipping stuff, to really say anything, but that sounds unpleasant. Yes, there are women. I'd say maybe a few more than men, but it's close to 50-50. Hooking up is not really allowed, just to avoid that question. OP again. Forgot to mention this in my last post. I was talking to my bunkmate, who's been here for 4 months. He seems more open than the rest, but I don't trust him entirely either. We sleep in the same space, so I feel closer to him than the rest. I asked about the machine sounds today, and he said the structure that the sounds are coming from was built on top of a bunker from the 50s, and it had old computers, the type with reels and tubes. He says they calculate things, but would not specify. I'm assuming he does not know either. He went in once because a fire broke out in there and tried putting it out while on security detail. He is a former vet, and he served in the Gulf War. He's like my dad's age. Also, pic related is a map to try and give you an idea of the layout. I didn't mean hooking up. Do you see women more often around the ball? Does it get somewhat a strangely weird treat from the women? Did you ever see any strange symbol or tattoo that sounds exactly like what a cult person would do? Does the bull have any symbol on it? Are the people who are constantly around the ball always the same? I am really curious about this thread. Sounds like you got into some weird shit. OP again. Women tend to the bull more than men, and they do give it treats. Fruit usually. Maybe even nuts. I'm not entirely sure, since I'm usually focusing on my own work. Another thing I've noticed is that most of the people in the commune seem knowledgeable about computers and stuff like that, more than the average person, I guess. Occasionally, I would hear people talk about crunching numbers or simulations, I don't know. OP here. I'm gonna go explore once it's darker outside. I will let you guys know what I find, and I will take pictures. I'm gonna have dinner at the mess hall. We'll update ASAP. As for why I'm here, I had a shitty family, and after running away from home, I tried the army, but it did not work out. I heard of the place from an advertisement in Seattle looking for people for a community commune. OP here. I decided to sneak out of my bunk to take some pics of the workshop. The sounds of the computers or machines were loud, and I was thinking about what you guys said about the situation. As I was making my way to the workshop, I heard odd sounds near the well. It is pitch black out there. I bumped into someone on the same dirt path I was on, along the side of the factory shop, right beside the roll-up garage door. He was in a diving gear, pic related, with another of the leader group, holding a flashlight. That is the only picture I was able to take of them. When he saw me, he acted pretty calm, but was agitated to see me outside. He called and told me to go back to my bunk right away. I am most likely now in a lot of trouble, and I will definitely be called to a meeting tomorrow about this. Also, I'm back now in my bunk, and my bunkmate is no longer here. He seemed asleep when I left. We'll try and update if anything happens. I'm gonna throw out a hypothesis here, and maybe some of you research anons will want/be able to jump on it. I used to live on the Olympic Peninsula in WA, just above the straits of Juan de Fuca. Everyone there was aware of abandoned World War II bunkers built close to the cliffs all the way into the Puget Sound, for there had been fear that Axis ships would use these waters as a way into Seattle, where there was much more material and factories. They were more of a lookout nature then, but there is no reason some might not have been repurposed after Armistice into Cold War use. Some are found and known, some easier to access than others. Some have probably never been found. I propose the OP's creepy commune is on the Olympic Peninsula, either on the straits or the coast, not too far inland. The old-time computer bunker atop which sits the workshop could very easily have a vintage lift system that leads down to the base of the cliffs themselves, possibly with lookouts carved into the rock facing along the way. Also, possibly with tunnel systems branching out to meet with other bunkers, where these AI/cybernetic leaders might be doing who knows what else more strange and sinister than calculating on real/tube computing machines. For what it's worth, I also read a Jack Reacher novel about a drug lord who had purchased a massive abandoned bunker property whose underground facility housed a forgotten enormous surplus of World War II disoxin, very pure military meth. Something is happening at Anon's farm. I think you friends here are just the people to figure out its location without him doxing himself. What say? LP here. Sorry for the delay. I was going to join the others on the Farmers Market Drive, but I was stopped from going by some of the leader group. They told me I was no longer trusted and that they are concerned with my behavior regarding me sneaking out and that they believe it will be better if I stay back and relax. They think the cold weather and amount of hours worked is making me act strange and the reason for my erratic behavior according to them. They asked me to hand over my tablet. All I have now is my phone, so I could rest better, and that if my behavior does not improve, they offer to treat me with homeopathic remedies. They moved me to bunk 2. I was in house 1 before, and I don't have any roommates in this one. I'm starting to think they really no longer trust me, and none of this is sitting well with me. I have not seen my bunkmate since I left last night to check out the shop again. I will do further exploration tonight, and if I am caught, I am going to just leave. Expert in cults and secret societies here. I've written material on these groups, and I've been looking, but decided to throw my 2 cents in. I've heard of AI worship among certain circles, and coincidentally, the idea first popped up in the Northwest. Norbert Wiener and others are a figurehead for these groups, messiah-like almost. It could be that they are using analog computers for something, one good reason being the lack of internet connection, which eliminates the risk of outside influence. The scuba diver was interesting. It could be that the well leads to something. Perhaps the well is a form of coolant for something beneath the ground. At night, when you hear the machinery, just get up and follow the sound. What is the worst that could happen? There is little to no service on the farm, and the only Wi-Fi available is strictly for selling handmade goods and crafts, and only leaders can use it. Depending on where you are in the farm, you will get 1 bar if lucky. So who makes the decisions? You said there was a boss of some sort, right? What is the overall goal of the place? Is everyone concentrated on one goal, or do people pretty much do what they want to do, day to day? We vote for group leaders bi-monthly, and I have only voted once so far. These leaders set up the daily schedule and encourage everyone else to be productive. The work consists of typical agricultural stuff and handmade goods. I'm beginning to suspect that these leaders answer to someone because they have leadership meetings in the workshop where I think the machine sounds come from, and I find it all very odd and slightly uncomfortable. Yeah, bro, there is definitely some other shit going on at this place. They are doing something in this workshop that would probably piss everybody off, which is why they don't let the normies there know what is happening. Try to spy on them, or creep up on the place at night, and see what you can find. Other than that, if I were you, I would be getting the fuck out of there ASAP. Bulls are usually associated with human sacrifice. You are fucked, OP. Well, sounds like the bull is a scapegoat to make it look like they are just a bunch of lunatics trying to do their own city. Also, it can be a form to hide the real leader behind. But about simulations, what have you heard about it? Ever heard about AI? Someone mentioning AI, or a name of someone you don't say, but you hear around that sounds strangely out of place? I am not knowledgeable about computer stuff. I did overhear some leaders in their mess hall talk about artificial intelligence and games. I don't know what they were referring to, but it's not like video games. I'd hear them talk about a guy called Norman or Norbert Wiener. That's why I thought they answered to someone when they had their meetings in the workshop. I'm researching a number of New Age centers that existed in the early 1980s. They are mostly known for their summer camps. Various things I've read here and there over the years all point to one detail that is weird, but seems to be consistent, and that's the fact that they were all located in or near cities, counties, towns, etc. that had names starting with L, leading to all of their names subsequently starting with L. In the case of Louisiana's spiritual scientists, it was the state itself in the name. Other than a few blog posts or stories I've read here or in a few other places, there is not that much info about them, and they seem to have abruptly disappeared. I have a theory that they were run by a cult, and that some vestiges of this cult are still operating to this day. It might make sense if they were in some of the same locations as they were 35 to 40 years ago. I am probably barking up the wrong tree here, but it definitely sounds like whatever you've got yourself wrapped up in is probably a cult, so do be careful. What kind of group activities do you do there? More on Norbert Wiener. After the war, his fame helped MIT to recruit a research team in cognitive science, composed of researchers in neuropsychology and the mathematics and biophysics of the nervous system, including Warren Sturgis McCulloch and Walter Pitts. These men later made pioneering contributions to computer science and artificial intelligence. Wiener later helped develop the theories of cybernetics, robotics, computer control, and automation. He discussed the modeling of neurons with John von Neumann, and in a letter from November 1946, von Neumann presented his thoughts in advance of a meeting with Wiener. This is not some hippy-dippy P&W commune. Please do let us know how you found it, how it was presented, and why you chose to join. I was in a cult. Now what? Hey everyone. I recently left a cult in the Northwest United States. I made a thread here about it months ago, and unfortunately, I was not able to update you guys because they knew I was speaking to the outside world and confiscated my second phone. As a matter of fact, the guy broke it in front of me when he saw the thread and questioned me on who I was contacting. Long story short, I was living there with zero contact, farming, and learning how to be a carpenter until they trusted me again to go get supplies with the other guys in town. On the way there, I fell asleep in my car and woke up outside my home. Let me guess, he was like, "Who is this guy? 4chan. Who is he? Are you telling Mr. 4chan about us? Who are you contacting? Who are these people? What is 4chan Paranormal?" I am that OP. Sorry for not responding to you immediately. I was taking care of a bunch of bullshit that piled up since I've been gone. Turns out, the world does not stop and go at your convenience when you are in a cult. The way I got recruited was a joke at first. I travel a lot and make a living doing odd jobs or busking on the street. I never felt like a normal 9-to-5 job in a family was for me, and I'm not particularly talented or skilled besides street entertainment. I made my way to the Northwest, and these cultists, for a lack of a better term, advertised themselves as a commune and were looking for additional members who were willing to do farm work in exchange for a room and food. Typical commune shit. Anyway, after a few weeks, things got weird. The senior members were acting indifferent or cold to me, like if I was not a person. They acknowledged me in a frank manner, and every time I screwed something up, like not pumping enough out of the cistern or whatever other menial task they handed me, they would say, "This won't do. This is less than optimal," which is odd as hell. Who talks like that? Anyway, before entering the commune, they have a rule about limiting communication to the outside, which is obviously a red flag, but I am reckless and figured what the hell. I gave them an old iPhone I had on me and kept my real phone on hand in case anything happens. We have bedtimes, and I shared a bunk with some other new guys. At night, I would take a walk around the property. Technically it's not allowed, so I was cautious. I took a picture of one of the senior members in his cabin, sleeping like a mannequin. I posted it here, and was warned to leave by some Anons who were worried for my safety, and others encouraged me to continue. I decided I would investigate further and leave after a few days. At night, the senior members would meet at this barn and discuss boring shit about crop rotation and whatever needed to be done. I would sneak around the barn and heard them talking about artificial intelligence, along with the names of scientists who were considered the fathers of AI. Someone in the thread found that out after I told them a name I overheard. I forgot the name. Heineck? I don't know. Turns out, There is a lower level to the barn, full of mechanical equipment, old computers, like the kind from the Cold War, huge machines, and the sound of reels, projectors, and fans. I didn't know what to make of it. I left, and questioned some of the senior members of the commune. Be 5th grade me was the weird kid. Had supernaturally great luck at predicting the future. Fancied myself a psychic. Was very dramatic and cringy about it. Had this cringy act where I told people who did not ask shit about my dreams. I dreamt that someone here gets really sick today. Later that evening, someone barfs in class. Surprisingly good, like a 75% accuracy rate. Get a following, which I realized later in life was just people who came to gawk at my cringiness. One night, I get a really violent dream. Adult man gets out of bed. Wife is sleeping. Gets knife from kitchen. Turns off every light in house. Goes to kid's room. Stabs one sleeping son on neck, and then stabs the other in the neck. Returns to bedroom, where wife is still sleeping. Slices her neck too. Gets into bathtub. Slices his neck. The dream wakes me up. It's 4 a.m. That morning in school, I don't talk about my dreams. Never do so after that. No one asks me anything. A few days later, principal comes to class with the guidance counselor alongside. Tells class that one of the kids from the class has not been coming because he and his brother died. Best friend of the kid asks how they died. Counselor only answers, in their sleep. Get a gut feeling that I already know what happened. I do end up finding out the truth later on in high school. Googled the dead kids' names. Murder-suicide. Father kills 2 children, and wife, and then himself. The only sources don't mention any weapon, or anything relating to the tub. Still do get predictions in my dreams, but nothing on that scale. Be me, out hiking with 2 of my friends, in an area southeast of Adelaide. Sun starts going down, so we come back up the gorge. Walking along, when it starts smelling like blood or copper, something like that. Halfway up, hear something moving in the brush. Shit, there is 3 of them. 1 to the left of the track, 1 to the right, and 1 behind us. Standing dead still, not making a noise. From the bottom of the gorge, hear this ungodly scream. It sounded like a woman screaming for help, but in reverse. The 3 things start to move closer. We all nope the fuck out of there. Sprinting up the gorge. Jesus fuck, why is this thing so steep? Smoker friend starts lagging behind, 'cause fucking lungs. He's screaming at us. Wait guys, fuck, wait, come back. Fuck. I slow down to his pace, so he does not get jumped. These things are right behind us, but still hidden in the scrub. They are making noises, like a dog, trying to speak human. Oh shit, there's the car, run. As we get to the car, I turn around, and see this pale-ass, man-sized thing slink back into the scrub. Hear what sounds exactly like my friend in the scrub. Wait guys, come back. It screams again. We nope the fuck out of there. Nobody believes me but my sister. It was terrifying. It happened a little under 6 months ago. Have not gone back since. I've got a minor story, nothing major. Be me, 16 years old. Showering after work, around 9 p.m. Parents and siblings in living room, watching television. Lock bathroom doors, because goober siblings sometimes walk in. Rinsing off, notice a shadow behind the shower curtain. Remove curtain, see a hand. Just a totally black right hand, devoid of light, like a perfect shadow. Slowly drifts towards light switch. The second it touches the switch, lights go off. Stand there in the running water, trying to process what the fuck just happened. After a few seconds come to, throw curtains aside, and flick the lights back on. Nothing in the room. Turn water off. Get out. Nervously ask if anyone was near the bathroom. No, we knew you were in the shower. Next 3 months, power tools outside would turn on seemingly at will. Grinders, drill press, random tool turning on by itself at 4 a.m. every day for months. Extension cords running out to parked fifth wheel, unplugged and thrown across the yard. Persists for a few months, then stops entirely. B17 now. Have a really bad fever. Laying alone in room. Nobody else in house. Mind drifting. Start thinking about a childhood dog that has long since passed. Close eyes, trying to sleep. Hear heavy thuds come from end of room to bed. Then a sudden weight placed on top of me, just like how my dog would jump on my bed whenever I was laying down sick. I didn't feel scared or even alarmed. I think I knew what it was. My mother had some odd things happen to her when she was younger. My grandmother too. Here is one she told me. Big grandmother, 6 or 7 years old. Her grandfather passes away. Never met him personally. Day after funeral. Standing at corner, waiting to cross the street. Older man walks beside her, starts to talk. Asks her why she's sad. She explains. Older fellow explains that death is a natural part of life, that her grandfather is proud of her, even though they were not very close, and that she should be happy he was in her life. Grandmother crosses the street. Family friend was on the other side, watching her. Anon, who were you talking to? Grandmother describes the nice man, down to the clothes he was wearing. Family friend recognizes immediately that she is describing her grandfather, one of his friends. He tells her not to talk to strangers anymore and sends her along. Big grandmother, still young, have an imaginary friend named George. George would hang out, play around, move or misplace things sometimes. George would sometimes move things in front of her. Great-grandfather wondering how cup moved from directly before her on the ground to on top of the refrigerator. George did it. Big grandmother, late 20s. Get pet cat for daughter. My mother, around 6 or 7. Mom is really attached to the cat, takes it everywhere. Cat gets sick, passes away. Mother distraught, grandmother too. For years after, mother and grandmother claim to see cat shadow or form in the corner of their eye, darting in or out of rooms, etc. Years later, my younger sister is born. First birthday, we gather for a picture. Grandmother, mother, me, sister. To the right of my sister is a very distinct but fuzzy outline of a cat. We didn't have a cat. Be a non-mom, 4 or 5. Live adjacent to the church's graveyard. Playing hide-and-go-seek with other kids in the graveyard. They are hiding way too well, moving a lot faster than her. Grandmother comes by looking for her. What are you doing playing around here? You could get hurt. I'm playing with my friends. Nobody else in the graveyard. Grandmother kept her out of it from that point on. My grandmother says she personally knew Anton LaVey, that he was interested in her connection to spirits, as he put it. Says she has a picture of them together somewhere. I hope to find it at some point. Maybe it's because of that, or her parents' Freemason connections, that these weird happenings follow us. This story happened pretty recently actually. Be me. Broke up with GF last year. We still live together because, you know, times are hard. She finally saved up enough to move out last month. I helped her move into her new house. After a long day of moving, I was very tired. Laying down on couch in the finished basement. Started to drift off. Woke up to footsteps upstairs. I think it's probably XGF. I get up and start to head up the stairs to the kitchen. On the way, I realize I can hear voices. It sounds like more than 3 people. The footsteps are also clearly different than XGF's. I grab a crowbar to use as a weapon, and I kick open the door while screaming, "Who the fuck is there?" Goes silent. I start to walk towards where I heard the footsteps. Past the French doors, into the living room. The French doors slam shut behind me, hard enough to break a few panes of glass. That shit scared me. I jumped and started screaming. Nobody is on the other side of the panes. I heard through the doors again, screaming, more threats. I hear the footsteps above me. I run upstairs towards the sound. I'm standing in the upstairs hallway. I hear what sounds like 3 people run up the stairs behind me. I think I'm fucked, and I ready myself to fight these people, who I assume were going to jump me. Nobody comes up the stairs. What the fuck? I turn to go down the hallway. I see a shadow figure. It seems to be a woman's shape, and it is at least 8 feet tall. While I'm looking at it, I feel sick, and I have a strange burning sensation in my ears. I felt like it was staring at me. When I blinked, it was gone. I was overwhelmed with feelings of dread. Could not sleep in that house for a while after that. Nothing has happened before or since. I think it was just a vivid dream. But then, that does not explain how my French door slammed so hard that the glass broke out of the panes. I do not know. Anyone else ever try sketching references from their recurring PTSD flashbacks? Today in Dad's shitpost read news, 4chaners LARP as 20th century fishermen instead of teenage shut-ins who will likely never do any real labor in their lives. 20th century fishermen, not too far off. December 2005, and we were sailing a Hunter 33 from Virginia to Florida and got ass blasted by a nor'easter. Thinking of doing a whole series of PTSD flashback paintings from my teenage years. Got getting my mask ripped off 19 meters underwater inside of an upside down tanker ship in the St. Lawrence River. Got my being in my dad's first plane crash in Pennsylvania. Got my dad driving off a cliff in West Virginia. Got me skiing off a cliff in Killington. My dad getting vertigo while we were diving off a light tower. Boat crash. Almost boat crash that is for some reason more haunting now. Dad's friend shooting his finger off. My car crash in West Virginia. My car crash in Virginia. The time I broke someone's face up with my elbow, but their tooth cut my elbow and it got super infected in 24 hours. Time I got my face broken up in HS. Some of you bozos weren't children of a psychopath thrill seeker that did crazy reckless shit constantly, and it shows. Didn't read Die Edgelord LARPer. I mean, that's the craziest thing about having actually done a bunch of crazy shit. You just assume nobody will believe you and think you're a liar, so you just keep it to yourself, lol. Like, my dad's funeral was crazy because it was just an endless procession of people that had experienced the most traumatic thing in their lives while hanging out with him, and I would remember what they were talking about and it wouldn't even be in my top 10 from that year. Also, my dad was almost certainly the Colonial Parkway killer, since I'm doing an anonymous therapy session. Was targeting women that looked exactly like my mom every time she was pregnant. Switched MOs to inviting couples out on the boat and going out to the bay to do target shooting. Killed the man, assaulted the woman and killed her, threw their bodies in the ocean and marked the spot on the GPS with their initials, which I discovered when we were giving the dog a burial at sea. He would take the boat out alone later at other times and kind of drift around on top of the pin, presumably masturbating or whatever. After his crash, I took his GPS and flight logs to the FBI and gave them a DNA sample for the hair from the Colonial Parkway killings, and at first they were stoked, but then they clammed up real hard. Likely because my dad also did freelance spook work at Camp Prairie for the CIA, developing neurofeedback conditioning, and that was why he was always around Colonial Parkway in the first place. But hey, nobody believes me, so I can fucking say it whenever I want, and it does not matter. September 5th, 1989 was the last time there was a murder there. Each murder, besides the first one, was once every year for 3 years, until it suddenly dropped. My question is, did your dad die in 1990? No, he got divorced and had more travel and alone time. Could fuck off for 3 weeks at a time. First murders also likely happened in Western New York. He went to William & Mary, which is on Colonial Parkway, for his doctorate. One of the victims in the first couple was taking psychology undergrad classes when he would have been there, and she looked like the clone of his wife, my mom, who he had a weird obsessional, love-hate thing towards forever, particularly because she kept having miscarriages, and he blamed her for it. Other murders. He had a business partner in his neurofeedback software company that was doing contracting work at Camp Prairie who was found hanging from a swing set at a school playground where my dad would have had access to as a school psychologist at the time. Someone near Snowshoe in West Virginia in like 1999 maybe. Someone in Key West in 2012. SLC 2005. He marked in his flight logs on 3 of the days the Colonial Parkway killings happened, hangar time, and an X, and then his day bugs when he was traveling to ski places in the 90s to the 2000s, or Buffalo, or Key West would be mostly just blank, with vacation either written down, except for random times, where it would either say hangar time, or some other hanging pun with an X, including one time when I was with him in SLC, and he disappeared all night. Also had terabytes of fake snuff and extreme bondage in hanging porn on him in the crash and in his office. Also straight up drunkenly said a few times during arguments that he had killed people, which seemed like liar trying to be intimidating at the time. Oh, he also drunkenly confessed/bragged about how in his neurobiology graduate program he experimented with making meth and LSD, and depending on when he told the story, he either accidentally caused an OD because he was an idiot, or intentionally caused an OD of an idiot that was threatening him. I don't know though, probably a goof. NH Route 149 is haunted. This might be a bit out there, but hear me out, because I have some stories to tell. I'm a New England anon, lived in and around small town NH/MA for most of my life. I have a friend who moved out to an even more remote small town up in the sticks of New Hampshire, and I've driven out there to see him. The only good way to get there is to go through the small town of Hillsborough, which requires hopping on the very obscure Route 149 that goes from Weir, NH, up into and through Hillsborough. For those unfamiliar with the area, all of you, I reckon, this isn't really a highway like an interstate. Hell, it isn't even much like other routes. That area of southern NH is surprisingly hilly and wild. The route wraps around sharp inclines and passes by various swamps and dark woods. The woods of New England are usually thick at right on the sides of the road, but when driving this route at night, the only times I have, it's obnoxious how upon you the woods became. I recall having an aunt from West Texas who proclaimed, "How the hell do any of you drive anywhere? The wilderness is right next to you." First story, be me, about a year ago. First time driving up to my buddy's house. Following Google Maps, about an hour and a half drive. It's around 7:30 p.m., freshly dark. Load up some music and start driving. First thing that surprises me is how secluded these roads are. This can't surely be the fastest way to my buddy's house. Follow the road as best as I can. Otherwise, get there without an incident. Have a good time with my friend's family and chat about the drive up. He agrees that it's definitely a trek. I blew a tire on the drive once, was stuck out there for an hour waiting for AAA, right in the middle of the woods next to a swamp. Pretty creepy, man. Tell them that I was not looking forward to the drive back, but that I'll manage. Don't drink or do drugs or anything due to the unpredictability of the road, and it's illegal. When it's about time to leave, about 2 a.m. or so, I decide to lean into my fear. I load up one of those creepy stories YouTube videos that's like 3 hours long. The drive isn't nearly 3 hours, so that should keep me awake. Get a coffee and chug it at a 24-hour convenience store and start the drive back down. The video works great. Random stories about skinwalkers and ghosts and spooky shit. I'm pretty tired too, so I keep swearing and seeing stuff in the corners of my headlights. Enjoying myself, despite being creeped out. Keep driving. Get pretty into some stories. Other ones I tune out and think about other stuff. Pull over to take a piss in the woods. Nothing creepy happens. Eventually, the video cuts out whilst I'm driving. Check my phone to see if I lost internet connection. The video is over. It was at least 3 hours long, like 3 hours 19 minutes or something. Look at the time, and it's after 5 in the morning. I had been driving for the entire duration of the video. Check the Google Maps, and it says I'm still a half hour out from my destination. I lost like 2 hours of time that night. No explanation why. Second story happened just the other night. Drive up to my buddy's house. This time, I stay cognitive the entire time due to my previous experience with Route 149. It was a cooler night, really foggy too. Once again, the drive up was uneventful, besides a weird amount of roadkill and passing cars with one headlight out. I learned my lesson, and during the drive down, around 11 p.m. this time, I stayed to pop country radio stations instead of spooky shit. Once I hit Route 149, I did not see a single other car. On every other road, downtown Hillsborough, Route 77, and then later on, Route 3. There were a good deal of drivers. Route 149 was a dead zone. Very eerie. Whilst driving, I'm racing down the hills to get home as fast as possible. All the roadkill got me worried about passing animals, a common concern of my area. It can kill you. Eventually hit a sharp left turn that twists around and down a hill, going pretty damn fast. Once I hit the bottom, there's several figures in the road, like 4 to 5 deer right in the middle of the road. They are all gathered around and all look directly at me as I go down the hill. Hit the brakes a few dozen yards in front of them. My truck screeches to a halt. They are all very fucking dirty, like it looked like they had been rolling around in the mud. None of them moved for a good few seconds. I'm genuinely frozen. I knew something was wrong. Just then, at the side of the road, I see something emerge. It's another deer, but it was on its hind legs. I could not tell if it was leaning against a tree or just standing. It was also dirty, but also covered in thick shades of brown and maroon. Maybe blood, or maybe it had red fur, I don't know. Its eyes weren't black, they were pure white, like cue balls, staring right at me from the tree line at the edge of my headlight's glow. It was tall as fuck, overshadowed my truck. Think skinwalker, and floor it out of there. The deer disperse as I take off towards them. Drive home, fast as fuck. Fuck Route 149. Bad vibes. I live around the Macon area, and there is definitely some weird shit out there. Be it a few years while in uni. Working the overnight shift at a gas station. Spent most of my shift on my phone, or doing my job for the occasional trucker. Look outside, and there is some old woman by the pumps, rooting around in the garbage cans. Homeless people usually try and find cig butts to get their nicotine fix. We have an intercom system that feeds to the pumps outside. Turn it on, and tell her to get lost. She stops, and turns towards the store's direction. I can see her, but she can't see me inside because of ad posters on the store's glass. She starts marching towards the door. I see her holding something metal in her hand. At night, the store locks the doors, and the attendant has to let people in. I decide, fuck that, and not let her in. She starts to bang on the glass doors and pull at the handles. She's shouting in Spanish at me with a fuck or a shit thrown in here and there. I yell at her and say to piss off or I'm calling the cops. She punches the glass and runs off. After about an hour, I'm sure she's gone, and I go to make sure that the glass is not scratched. I see that there's some green slime on the door and on the ground. It looks like someone ate green jello and puked it out. It smells like a rotting animal and a burning rubber. I nope it back inside and avoid it. A few minutes later, a customer comes in. I apologize for the mess outside, and he looks at me like I'm a moron. He tells me everything looks fine. When he leaves, I go and look. It's all gone. I finish my shift, and the next day, I tell my manager about the whole incident. She looks me in the eyes and tells me that the next time I should mind my own business. I can still smell the slime when I walk through the door. A friend of mine who works for the city says that they find a foul-smelling green slime in storm drains all the time. About 20 years ago in South Dakota, I got an apartment in a 100-plus-year-old house that had been turned into free apartments. In the apartment, there was a standard bedroom and a very odd room just off from the entryway that had no door and was very small. Overall, that room had a weird vibe. The night I was moving my stuff in, I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck and felt like someone was watching me. I walked out into the living room, and there was a man in a straitjacket with the most piercing eyes I have ever seen, grinning at me like a psychotic person would. I instantly ran the fuck out of there. I went and picked up a friend and told him nothing about what had happened. I asked him if he wanted to see my new place. We get to the apartment, and I'm in my bedroom, moving stuff in. I hear my friend absolutely screaming in terror. I run out and know exactly what he saw, and I ask him if he saw it too. He did. We run up to his car, decide to pick his brother up, but not tell him anything about what we saw. The first thing the brother does when we get there is walks into that weird room, goes into the corner and pretends he's in a straitjacket. My friend and I freak out and ask him why he did that. He just shrugs and says, "Feels like a room that someone would be in a straitjacket." Long story short, I broke my lease and never went back there. None of us did drugs or had a history of mental illness. Last year, out of curiosity, to make sure I was not making the story up for the past 2 decades, I reached out to my buddy who saw the straitjacket man. He said he still remembered it, but we must have been tired. Apparently, being tired means we both see a man in a straitjacket at different times that can appear and disappear. It sounds like a made-up story, and believe me, I wish it was, because I still cannot explain it. This happened to me the other day. Shopping in local hardware store. Everyone looking at me strangely today. While shopping, some crazy woman shouts something at me. I don't remember what she said, just crazy talk. I go on shopping. I go to pay, and the person at the checkout acts like I'm doing it wrong. Looks at me in a strange mocking way, like I fucked up somehow. Crazy woman from earlier is causing trouble for shop security. She tries running away and gets tackled to the ground. What the fuck is going on? I look to the shop entrance. The doors are fucking gone. It's one solid wall like plasterboard. Panic creeps in. I start to think this has to be a lucid dream. Staff start surrounding me, and I try to run for the aisles. Nowhere to escape. Pick up shop tools to defend myself. I'm in a hardware store, so I grab the sharpest object I can find. End up running around the shop with a spade and wood saw. Shop security comes up on me from behind, tackles me. They force me to follow them into the back rooms of the shop. Start to worry they're going to kick the shit out of me, or worse. Walk downstairs. Escorted through a long corridor. All the windows are that blurred glass type stuff you get in bathrooms. I ask them where they're taking me. Ask to just get it over with and let me go. I realize the second guy can't even talk. He's sort of fucked up, like he's brain dead. The other guy is cocky as shit, taunting me like I'm crazy. Keep walking down the corridor until I hear someone else. I stop walking and look into some side room. Staring back at me is someone from my childhood. I instantly recognize them, even though it's been 10 years or so. They look back at me like I was not supposed to see them, like they know something is terribly wrong for me to be here. We lock eyes for a split second, but it feels like forever. Cocky guy escorting me is getting impatient and angry. Hits me and keeps me moving forward. Get to the end of the corridor. Door opens up to some delivery bay area with metal shutter doors. There is a car parked, waiting for me, surrounded by dudes in suits. One of them comes up to me and hits me with the butt of his gun. It's the last thing I remember. Next thing I know, I'm shopping at my local hardware store. I don't know what the hell happened in between then, but it's like I was not supposed to remember this shit. I want to scream and go crazy, but something inside me says act normal and just go on with my life. I do my shopping at a different hardware store out of town now. I'm going to seek psychiatric help after this. I know I'm probably being paranoid and delusional, but yesterday, I went by that place and I noticed the staff looking out at me in the same strange way. Haven't had anything like that experience happen to me since. Everything has just been eerily normal. I've heard of people seeing ghosts of their dogs and cats, but has anyone reported seeing any other kind of animals as apparitions, especially ones that weren't pets? Be me in San Antonio. House/dog sitting for a friend and his girlfriend for a couple days. At night, in hall bathroom, brushing my teeth. Dog is sitting in the hall behind me, watching me in the mirror. I look down at him in the mirror. Out of nowhere, see a translucent tail. Looks like a giant rat tail, about 8 to 9 inches long and almost 3/4 of an inch thick at the base. It's 6 inches above the floor. It whips around the doorframe from inside the bathroom, shoots past the dog right in front of his face, and turns the corner toward the living room. Dog sees it and flips out, chases it around the house. I chase after the dog. Dog stops in front of the door, leading into the garage. Nothing in the garage. I stayed at their house many times after that, but never saw it again. About a block from their house is one of those concrete drainage waterways that goes through the neighborhood. How big do rats get in Texas? San Antonio is haunted as fuck. So, are there small demonoids that have rat tails? I don't know much about rats or demons. It was 14 years ago. I was deep-sea fishing off the edge of the Atlantic continental shelf. Something took my line, fast. I had a tight hold on the rod, and I was right at the edge of the boat. The force was so quick, I pulled over the side of the boat and down, deep down, very, very fast. I went so far down so quickly that it was completely pitch black, extremely cold, and the sound of the boat propeller was drowned out by the immense pressure and distance. My ears popped, but not in the good way. The tympanic membrane in both of my ears ruptured. I broke blood vessels in both of my eyes, and I felt like my whole body was in a vice. Water rushed into my throat. I had let go of the rod for at least 10 seconds, though I was not sure if I was floating upwards or staying still. I thrashed rapidly, trying to move in any direction. I wasn't sure which was what, but I did not want to just sit there. Suddenly, something huge hit me from behind. It felt like it pushed me forward 30 or 40 feet. It was so massive, I felt it on the entire back of my body, back of my head, back, shoulders, thighs, calves, and ankles. It was big. It felt like a huge rock. It was really cold, and it was moving fast. I went unconscious shortly after I was hit. What was recounted to me later, apparently my body floated to the surface in a dead float about 5 or 6 minutes after I went under. The physical evidence and damage to my body put that I was dragged very, very deep, very, very fast. Though the massive object hitting me is met with skepticism, they think it was part of my dreaming in my unconscious state. Some people think it was a whale. Some think it could have been a submarine. Real skeptics think I just floated up and was hit forward by the boat. I'm not sure. All I know is I will never go out to the ocean ever again. On a typical Okanagan afternoon in the summer of 1932 or 1933, Henry Murdoch was practicing for the marathon swim at one or other valley regattas. He planned to swim from the point where the Maud Roxby Bird Sanctuary is situated to the dock at the old El Dorado Hotel. His pilot boat was being rowed by John Ackland, one of his best friends. Everything was going fine with Henry, swimming about 20 feet behind and slightly to the side of the boat. When they were off the south end of Boise's Fleet, Cedar Avenue, John rested his oars and bent down for a few seconds to light a cigarette. When he looked up, Henry had disappeared. At first, he thought that Henry was playing a trick on him by swimming up and hiding under the boat. Very soon, he realized that there was something wrong, so he searched the clear, 8-foot deep water frantically for about 20 minutes before rowing to the shore and running up to the nearest phone to call the police. Within 2 hours, there was a search party out with several boats dragging for the body and swimmers searching as best as they could. The search continued for 2 days, but Henry's body was never found. Henry had been the lifeguard at the El Dorado Arms Hotel and was considered at the time the strongest swimmer in the Okanagan. All very strange when you consider that the water was very clear and shallow, and there was no discernible current in that part of the lake. People go up there constantly. It's got a bit of a reputation for being a place where scumbags hang out. There's beer cans and graffiti everywhere. It's kind of sad to have the place in such disrepair. I have pics, but none on this computer. Just search for Hellfire Club on Google Images. There's bound to be a ton of them. It is essentially a bare stone building with some blackened parts. Of course, people have gone up and set fires in it too. It's 2 stories big, with rickety metal stairs for access to the 2nd floor. The view from the summit is great though. You can see nearly all of North Dublin from it, right out to the ocean, if I recall correctly. The most haunted place, however, is a place called County Offaly, called Leap Castle. You're bound to find a good few stories online about it, but it's now actually lived in by some ballsy guy. The most notorious haunting is a half-human, half-sheep beast thing that stinks that traverses the main stairway. It was about the middle of August in 1946 that Andy Aikman and I saw the Ogopogo. Andy was 15 and I was 13, but we were no strangers to Lake Okanagan. I had lived on the lake shore since the summer of 1929, and Aikmans lived just 1 block away. We were both sea cadets and had spent every possible hour since preschool days just swimming, boating, and, in the winter, skating on the lake, so we knew it all very well, and we definitely did not believe in the existence of any kind of lake creature. Back to mid-August 1946, we had heard a rumor that Mr. Crichton of Okanagan Mission had been catching a sturgeon a couple of miles south of Cedar Creek, so we decided to go down from there in Andy's old spread trapper's canoe, to camp for 4 days and see if we could catch some. So, on a very hot, drowsy, completely calm and windless afternoon, with flies buzzing just above the surface, and groups of seagulls sitting on the water, thinking seagull thoughts and waiting for the kokanee to start running, we were off the mouth of Mission Creek, 100 yards from shore. Heading south to the Cedar Creek campsite, I was rowing. You did row and not paddle this strange craft, when Andy, sitting in the stern of the boat, hooked a fish. I shipped the oars, reeled in my line, and netted his fish for him. We were both excited at actually catching a fish, a rare event in those days, and no thoughts of Ogopogo or anything else. All this activity took perhaps 2 minutes, and during this time, we had silently drifted to within 20 yards of a large group of seagulls. Suddenly, they all started to screech in terror and took off from the surface as straight up as a gull can go. Following them was the head and neck or body of a large creature. When they'd reached the height of about 14 feet, the creature grabbed one of the gulls in its mouth and disappeared back below the surface, leaving only a few ripples on the glassy surface of the lake. The whole incident took only a couple of seconds. It started all the other gulls within hundreds of yards, flying and screaming. O.L. Jones, later RMP, had a summer cabin just south of the creek, and the Joneses' children, who were friends of ours, came running down from the cabin to the beach to see what all of the noise was about. Andy and I were scared to death and gave up our great fishing expedition right then and there. We spent the night as far up from the lake as possible on the Joneses' beach and headed for home the next morning. The whole sighting was more or less a blur of movement and high-pitched sound, and I cannot say exactly what the creature looked like. I do remember, though, that directly following the incident, when asked the size of the creature, I said it was about as big around as a telephone pole, and that the color was dark and fish-like. When asked if it had a head like a horse, as in most drawings, I said no, it was more like a cow's. Something that happened when I was halibut fishing in Alaska. Take off from Seward on a smaller vessel with 3 older guys and my dad. We take the boat about 100 miles offshore, go around to a couple of different spots. Everything goes great. Everyone catches 2 decent-sized halibut, so me and my dad have 4 in total. On the way back, one of the older guys says he has to go whale watch and pees off the back of the boat. About 70 miles offshore at this point. Boat rocks. We all what the hell hard and run out of the cabin. Pissing old guy had fallen down. While helping him up, see a huge, and I mean huge, spout of airy water explode from the ocean. It was like a geyser. 5 minutes later, we're on our way back and see Coast Guard helicopters flying out to the area. Cat picked something up about a boy on radio chatter. I was 16 at the time and thought it was a whale, but why would the Coast Guard be looking for a whale? Some big stuff is out there. I doubt it's interested in us though. I don't have any truly scary stories, but for the most part, diving is pretty creepy. It's impossible to forget you are breathing canned air, and that the smallest mistake could cost you or your partner your lives. A friend brought me to a plane that crashed sometime in the 80s. We were in Lake George, and we were with a group of 6 other divers. One of them was a woman who was older that my friend knew through our dive shop. We were floating around, checking out the plane and taking pictures when the woman lost control. She could not keep her balance, nor could she find the right balance of air in her vest. She ended up rising up, and then falling down to the bottom, stirring up a huge cloud of silt. Vertigo hit me, as my brain tried to remember where was up, as I knew the obvious thing was to swim above the cloud. It was crazy how fast you can lose your bearings in that situation. All I could see was the inside of my mask, not even my hands in front of my face. It settled down, and everything was fine. The woman was embarrassed, but stuff like that happens. It made me imagine being in a cave or a wreck where you seriously have to have everything that's up to you under control. Scary stuff, and probably an absolutely terrible way to die. Among my last thoughts, images of my living room and girlfriend on the couch, and thinking, my goddamn stupid hobby killed me. It's impossible to forget you were breathing canned air. I only went diving once, when I was a kid. We were pretty young, so they had us in the pool at the YMCA. I was having fun until I got to the bottom of the deep end. Then all of a sudden, some background part of my brain realized I was underwater and breathing. Just that fact was enough to start freaking me out slightly. It's the only time I've ever felt claustrophobic. Consciously, I knew I was fine, but that little animal instinct in the back of my head was shouting, "You are going to drown." Kinda spoopy diving story. A few weeks ago, I went diving in the Cayman Islands with my dad and uncle and a group of friends. We went diving at around 9 to 10 p.m. at night. Moon was full and hanging over the water like a glow lamp. I was trailing behind Pop and Uncle, so I turned off my dive light and turned around. Our group of friends had gotten separated from us. I quickly found out after doing this, which is fine though, since we knew this reef like the back of their hands, but I could still see the dim bluish glow from their dive lights streaming over the coral ridge that was above me. It was the most mystical / overworldly stuff I have ever seen. Literally looked like UFO lights hovering over a mountain. It was incredible, and I was completely awestruck. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Decide to look somewhere else. I turned my head, and I was met with just an abyss in every sense of the word. It was so unimaginably dark, and very, very, very scary, like something huge could just be swimming at my face, and I would not be able to see it. It was the closest one could be to feeling like they were in space, without actually being in space. Continued diving as normal. We found a little bitty pufferfish, and booped it on the head with our depth gauges, which surprised it, and in its flustered state of mind, bumped into a rock before swimming away shyly. Sometimes, I find myself looking back on my student days with a sense of longing. It was a time when so many unusual things happened, but don't get the wrong idea, friends. I'm not feeling bitter or disappointed just because life has lost some of its old excitement. I've become a more settled man now, a father who only feels a rush when returning home from work to be with his family, my wife, my kids, and the couch. If anything, my curiosity for new experiences has only grown. However, I now view the world with a calmer, sometimes more cynical perspective. Imagine how a pathologist approaches a new case. No emotional attachment, just quietly noting the interesting features of tissue necrosis or the expression on the deceased face. At my age, there is no room for miracles, but there is still plenty of room for fascinating phenomena. My previous passion for life has taken a more measured form. I now carefully choose my paths, avoid unnecessary risks, and would rather make a few observations from the sidelines than dive into some reckless adventure. But there was a time when there was a team and adventures that I still recall while sitting in my comfy chair, sipping coffee and enjoying homemade Charlotte. We called ourselves simply Square. We walked together, studied together, and played ghost hunters together. We were huge fans of the movie by the same name. At one point, we even talked about getting a dog and naming it Lizen. We were just kids, even though we were all 18. The Institute had its fair share of alternative types, even without our group. We blended into the background, often looking like local stalkers. People thought we were harmless geeks and laughed at us, but it never led to any real conflict. By our third year, our group fell apart. Zenya was expelled for poor grades, and a month later, he joined the army. Then, I dropped out. Love had entered the picture. Faced with a tough choice between the most beautiful girl in the world and two oddballs obsessed with mysticism, my feelings took the lead. Strangely enough, I found new friends right away. Meanwhile, Kolya and Surya kept playing their supernatural roles for another 6 months. Sometimes, I blame myself for what happened to Kolya. If I had gone on that ill-fated mission with them, maybe things would have turned out differently. They ventured into an abandoned depot, just 10 kilometers away from the city, a bad place, known as the Iron Cemetery. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Kolya was brought to the morgue in multiple plastic bags. Suryoga was in a state of shock, rambling nonsense during questioning, and after the investigation, he ended up in a mental hospital. The police ruled Kolya's death as an accident, and that is all it was. It took a long time for my interest in the supernatural to return. No matter how hard I tried to ignore it, mysticism crept into daily life. Even my wife came to accept my odd fascination. My return to this old hobby, however, was a quiet one. Photos, forums, YouTube videos, TV shows, and occasionally, walks through cemeteries with a camera. Things took an unexpected turn when an unknown number called my home phone. The usual melody played, and the caller ID showed 11 stars. A sense of unease crept over me. I missed the first call, but it rang again a minute later. Annoyed at myself for hesitating, I finally picked up. It was a voice from the past. Zenya had tracked me down through some college friends and wanted to meet. We had not seen each other since he went to the army. Things had gotten complicated after that. Honestly, I was not expecting to hear from him. We exchanged some polite, empty words for about 10 minutes before agreeing to meet in the city center for lunch later that week. I wrote down his mobile number and, with little enthusiasm, gave him mine. On Wednesday, Zenya called me, and an hour later, we were sitting at a small round table in one of those faux Russian bistros, ordering business lunches. The conversation was not flowing well. Maybe it was my fault. I found the past heavy on my mind, and the man sitting across from me felt more like a stranger. Zenya had changed. He'd gained weight, and with his fancy trinkets and clothes, it was clear he'd become a successful businessman. His words sounded like background noise, and I could not help but wonder why I had even agreed to this meeting. Awkward silences filled the air, and I had to apologize for zoning out, joking that I must be showing signs of old age. Zenya, or rather, Evgeny Viktorovich, as he proudly introduced himself, had turned into a snob. He went on and on, gossiping about our old friends, sneering when someone he disapproved of was revealed as a logical loser. The more he spoke, the more I wanted to leave, but then, out of nowhere, his tone shifted. The ironic mask dropped, and he looked genuinely concerned as he asked, "Do you remember Suryoga? We have not seen each other since the funeral. What happened to him? I heard he came into some look after the madhouse, got an inheritance, got married in the excitement, bought a house outside the city, somewhere in Commerical. But then, something went wrong. His wife left, but the women did not stop coming. In fact, he started ordering escort girls every day." Zenya lowered his voice to a whisper. "For the whole night." "Really? You're kidding, right?" I smiled, imagining Suryoga enjoying bachelor life. "And how do you know?" "What do you think, Dim? I told you, I've been running a modeling agency for 2 years now. Well, he was one of my VIP clients." "And?" I grabbed the thread, bracing for something terrible. The girl started complaining, saying something was not right there. "Well, that's typical for a guy who's living it up." I tried to joke, but it fell flat. "It's not funny. At first, I thought they were just high or on something. So, I sent some of my guys to keep an eye on them. And they all vanished, disappeared without a trace. The investigators found nothing. And Sergey? Not my client anymore. I passed him off to my colleagues, and not a single escort went back to him after that. Is that everything? No. I got a call from a cop. There is a maniac in the area. Girls are disappearing. Do you think it's him who's killing them? That's what he thought. That's what the cops thought. Yesterday, they found our friend hanging in his place. He'd been dead for a week, and he left a note. It wasn't me. The expert said he took his own life before the first girl disappeared in the area. Well, yeah, we need to go there. I looked at Xenia and shook my head silently. No, I did not want to step into that hellhole. As you wish. I just thought you would be interested. No, I have not been interested in a long time. I lied easily. It did not feel hard at all. We said our goodbyes soon after. Life returned to normal, and I quickly forgot about our meeting. There was nothing about it that needed remembering. Still, peace is a fragile thing, and even eternal peace is not guaranteed to everyone. It was a gloomy autumn day, with rain tapping against the windows, and my cat, curled up with his nose hidden deep in his fur, made it clear with his whole demeanor that the bad weather was here to stay. The phone call broke my peace, forcing me to disturb the cat and get up from a chair. The hallway was chilly and dark, but the glow from my phone's display was enough to light my way. Pressing the cold receiver to my ear, I heard a rough, hoarse voice. The man quickly introduced himself. I winced involuntarily. I still had not gotten used to the shift from the militia to the police. The investigator asked a few standard questions, all focused on Xenia's disappearance. It had happened the very weekend after our last meeting. I told him I had no idea where to find my missing friend. He politely suggested they could invite me for a more in-depth conversation at a government building and hung up. If they really wanted that, they would have invited me right away. It seemed like just a formality. I went to the kitchen, brewed myself a cup of coffee, and began sipping the bitter brew as my thoughts spiraled. The more I pondered my friend's disappearance, the more a sense of fear grew within me. The realization that all of my old companions in our shared hobby were now dead filled me with a creeping dread. This fear transformed into an unsettling obsession. For a moment, I lost control. My mind and body no longer felt my own. I had heard of this state of effect before, but this was the first time I had truly experienced it. Moving almost in a trance, I began preparing to leave. By the time I snapped out of it, I was halfway to Commerical. I did not know the exact address, or even the best route, but something inside me just knew that is where I was headed. The highway stretched empty before me, the wet asphalt darkened by the rain that had soaked into it. The landscape around me evoked a sense of melancholy. The November sun, hidden behind thick clouds, cast a weak light that stretched the hours of the day into a perpetual twilight, a haze between dawn and dusk. Half an hour later, I turned off onto a country road, following the signs. To my surprise, a stretch of gravel road, about 1.5 kilometers long, led me all the way to the outskirts of the village. At that moment, I realized just how reckless my impulsive decision had been. Commerical was a typical Dutch community, one of many that had sprung up during the chaotic financial collapse of the 90s. The houses looked more like strange palaces or fortresses. Amid these giants, unfinished mansions often stood out. People had built according to their own means, prioritizing individuality over any sense of architectural harmony. On the edge of the settlement, where it met the railway, older, even ancient buildings had been left standing, relics from the time where this had been a simple village. But the overall vibe of the place felt off. A quick glance was enough to tell that the wealthy owners did not stick around for long. I stopped at the entrance to the area. The rusty barrier and vacant guardhouse did not shock me. I had to continue on foot, looking around, trying to figure out which way to go. The yards were empty, and there was not a soul in sight. I wandered aimlessly for about 20 minutes, navigating through a maze of houses of all shapes and sizes. The silence and emptiness no longer frightened me, but they did begin to irritate me. Then, quite suddenly, a neat wooden house appeared ahead. The gate was open, and a light shone through the window. My luck seemed to change, and the feeling of danger that had crept in earlier evaporated. With a sense of relief, I stepped up to the door and knocked. There was no answer. I pulled the door towards me, and it opened quietly on its own. The putrid stench of decaying meat hit me like a slap to the face, making it nearly impossible to fight the urge to vomit. The thought of finding the owners of this grim place disappeared instantly. Yet, there remained a faint, desperate hope for help, urging me to move towards the window where a dim lamp glowed. Pressing myself against the cold glass, I looked into the room. It was the kitchen. A single bulb hung above the stove, casting a weak light that did little to fend off the oppressive darkness creeping through the rest of the room. The shadows seemed to move, giving the space eerie, living quality. I needed to leave, but just as I turned to go, there was a crash, followed by the clinking of dishes from inside. Then, in the low light, I saw a figure. A shape, barely distinguishable, began to rise. It swayed unsteadily as though drunk, and lurched toward the window. The bluish, bruised face of the figure came into view, and I screamed. It was Xenia. His lifeless, twisted body, with its pale eyes and protruding tongue, was unmistakable. I turned and bolted toward the abandoned car, my hand shaking as I fumbled for the keys. I pressed the horn, but the doors refused to open. Behind me, I heard heavy footsteps. Something enormous approached, sniffing the air. Then, right beside my ear, came a growl, guttural, displeased. No, bring Grandma. Kolya is hungry. I froze, paralyzed by fear. Even more terrifying than the sense of some monstrous presence was the fact that the voice, distorted and unrecognizable, belonged to Kolya, a friend who had died years ago. I could not move. I was snapped out of my stupor by the sounds of gunshots and screams. I fell to the ground, hands pressed to my face, trembling. When the shooting stopped, an OMON soldier, the special military police, fully geared up and armed, appeared from nowhere. This one's alive. Pull him away. The creature is gone. We wait for it to come out again, he said, his tone almost accusing. Two men, in plain police uniforms, no insignia, led me to a hidden, operational vehicle. I was barely aware of what was happening, too disoriented to resist when an elderly man in civilian clothes handed me papers to sign. Well, that's great. Now, it's in your best interest to forget everything, and I'd recommend going to a church, he advised, his voice cold. They put me in the car and instructed me to drive home without stopping. I don't know what anyone else would have done, but I went along with it. At home, I told a half-truth about an urgent call, then collapsed into bed, overwhelmed by the experience. The tension and shock were stronger than any sleeping pill, and sleep claimed me quickly. The next day, news broke of a fire in the elite holiday village. I hoped it had burned to the ground. As I watched the footage, I could not shake the memory of Kolya's death. The investigation had concluded he was crushed by a press at the abandoned depot, his remains reduced to a bloody mess of flesh and bone. But now, I'm not so sure about that version of events. The truth? I don't want to know. I just don't. This tale begins in a very ordinary way, with a visit from my father-in-law, a seasoned geologist with over 40 years of experience. He had been through thick and thin in the wilderness, faced countless hardships, and had heard all kinds of stories from his colleagues. As a man who had been through more than most, he was not the type to be easily surprised by professional tales. Yet, I managed to do just that. The story I shared with him was not some fantastical legend, but a medical case, though it was odd enough to raise eyebrows. The patient, who had been recovering from serious injuries, was doing physically well. No frostbite, no lasting fractures. He was healing fine. But the strange part was his behavior. Despite his recovery, he refused to wake up from his delirium. He mumbled incoherently, repeating one phrase over and over. Black helicopter. This, I noticed, caught my father-in-law's attention. His expression changed, and he became uncharacteristically somber. It was then that he revealed something I had never heard before, despite knowing him for over 25 years. Apparently, among geologists, there was a legend, an almost sacred secret. When a group found itself in dire straits in the wilderness, with no way to communicate with the outside world, there was always the possibility of summoning a black helicopter. Even if their radios were damaged or completely out of service, if they knew how, they could still call for help. And that help would come. A black helicopter would appear, with masked figures in polar gear who would help load the injured or stranded members into the helicopter's belly. But there were some caveats. These people who flew the black helicopters were enigmatic and silent, and it was best not to argue with them. They conveyed orders without words, and everyone instinctively understood what they needed to do. The strange thing was that no one knew how many of these helicopters or their crews there were. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, and when they did, there was no time for questions, only action. But the helicopter always did something odd. It would take the whole party, everyone who was willing to fly. However, only one of the group members would ever be brought back to civilization. The others would disappear without a trace. No one knew what happened to them. It was brutal, almost supernatural fate. I then shared with him that the patient I was treating had indeed been found alone on the outskirts of a Taiga village, a place he had gone to as part of a larger expedition. He was the only one to return. The rest of his group had vanished, and all that was left was this man, delirious with fever, and constantly muttering about a black helicopter. I asked my father-in-law if he had ever heard of someone refusing to fly in one of these helicopters and surviving. His response was quiet and somber as he reflected for a moment before replying. It happened to me a long time ago. 6 of us were out in the field. Our party chief, a rotten bastard, dragged out the season longer than we should have. By the time we were in trouble, the rain and cold had taken a toll. I had a broken leg, 2 had pneumonia, and the rest were not in much better shape. We had no communication, food was running out, and they would not even start looking for us for 3 weeks. That was the deadline the party chief had given. And that bastard called in the black helicopter. He continued. I was lying there, broken and furious with him. I wanted to shoot him, but they had already taken away my gun. I refused to get on the helicopter though, on principle. I knew that if I went, there would be no chance to settle the score with him, but at least if I stayed, there was a slim chance. And what happened, I asked, as my father-in-law paused, lost in the recollection. Nothing. The event saved me. They arrived when I was about to give up. I managed to get the bastard arrested, though they were torturing him, no witnesses though. I never mentioned the black helicopter. I just said that he had abandoned us, his helpless subordinates. He only got 8 years for that, and I've heard of the black helicopter many times since. I've even seen it in the sky a few times. Whether it was watching over me, or if I had some strange ability, I don't know. I hesitated, cautiously asking. Maybe they were just regular helicopters. My father-in-law only smiled faintly, shaking his head. Believe me, You can't confuse it with any other helicopter. Neither on the ground nor in the sky. The longer I live, the more I wonder what is inside that helicopter and what happens to those it takes. Sometimes, I even regret not getting on it. I thought, screw him, the party chief, but then again, your Alenka would not exist, and I would not have seen my grandchildren. That is what keeps me from going too deep into it. He gave a small grin and added, and so, for a time, I even specifically asked to go on risky expeditions. I would not have called for it, but I would not have refused either. Just don't tell Alenka and her mother. They would get angry. It is all in the past now. I know I am more needed here, and that is how it is. And so, his story concluded. Another secret from a life of hardship and strange experiences. The black helicopter remained a mystery, its origins and purposes known only to those who had witnessed its eerie presence in the wilderness. Got a little story to tell when I went in a woods in the Black Hills. Be me at 22 years old. Decide to drive off into the hills and camp out in the woods in the summer to blow off steam. Bring along my MK4 Lee Enfield and my grandpa's .38 revolver because mountain lions. Pack a weekend's worth of food and water, as well as all the other necessary things, maps, flashlight, ammo, etc. Head out Friday morning. After about 4 hours of driving around, I finally find a relatively good spot near a dead end, around a mile or two west of Beretta Road, if you know where I'm talking about. Leave truck locked and hike maybe a kilometer further south. Unpack, pitch tent, play clarinet in the woods like a massive dork. End up doing some light exploring. Notice some tracks, deer, and what looked like coyote prints. Realize night is coming soon, and prep accordingly. Make fire, etc. At this point, the sky is orange, and the hills start doing their eerie shit. For people who don't know, there is a reason it's called the Black Hills. Some time passes, mostly spent keeping warm and reading. Put out the fire, and I am about to go to bed, when this buck bursts out of the woods, seemingly from nowhere, into my clearing. The trees are too close for it to get its antlers through. It bashes them against the clearing in deranged desperation. I am bolted upright, with my Lee shouldered, aiming at it through the tent. It just fucking drops on the spot dead. Nothing touched it at all. Just sorta falls limp with a pathetic whimper. I am thoroughly spooked because I've never seen anything other than a human have a heart attack. Hear what sounds like distant yelping, and suddenly a horrible scream, as if something was being eaten alive. Intense spookage.jpg. This is not common at all, and I am genuinely scared for my safety. Eventually drift to sleep after 3 hours of nothing. Wake up around daybreak. Smell this horrible smell, as in rotting meat. Figure it's the buck, and realize I was an idiot for not dragging it out of my camp. Make for the tent exit. Unzip. Its bare skull is at the step, with its body parts torn to bits. Chunks of meat with tufts of hair scattered about. Its guts line the perimeter to my clearing, its organs neatly in a pile on top of my fireplace. At this point, I am trying not to throw up, when I notice probably the most frightening aspect of the entire display. The ground was smooth as a baby's butt, like evened out, no footprints or anything, totally flat. Completely overtaken with fear and revolt, I throw up what felt like a week's worth of food and curl up like a baby, crying for half the day. Decide to finally just move out and go home. Pack up and start hiking back to my truck when I notice something off in the distance. Another ring of guts in another clearing, a ways off from my little path. Look around frantically, noticing more and more. There has never ever been reports of this shit happening here. Decide to camp out in truck Saturday night to see what happens, since I am more curious than disgusted now. Nightfall, Tried to keep from dozing. Hearing more yelping in the night. Another horrendous scream. Catch some Z's and check out everything Sunday morning. Go back to my former campsite to find it picked clean with the undisturbed dirt but no buck. Getting chills, I hike uphill a bit. Find nothing. Go back to the site. Place reeked of copper. Not believing the whole skinwalker shit, I investigated but found nothing. Decide I'm done with it all. Go back to my truck. Take off back home. My face when the F&W service told me they found mauled animals around the area I camped at. Not eaten, just mauled. My face when I found a mauled deer in a clearing just west of my house. Pick related, my shits. Found the deer yesterday when I went hiking with my nephew. I've been fortunate not to have been a part of any encounters like this, or at least, not that I can recall from memory. The only thing that comes close is this. Be me, about 10 years old, ate dinner, whole family, me, mom and dad, about to go to bed early. While we are turning off all of the lights, doorbell rings. Guy asks if he can use the telephone. My dad tells him no. Guy insists on using the telephone, claims his car broke down, won't work. My dad explains it is late and he is not letting him into the house. Dad suggests a payphone. Guy walks back to his car. My dad stands there, watching him. Guy comes back to the house. Guy begs to use the telephone and let him in, as he has no money. It gets weird by this point, because we are in rural areas with tons of other houses to ask this. Dad tells Guy there is a payphone at the convenience store down the street. Guy asks if the woman across the street might have a telephone. Dad gets irritated and claims he will call the cops if he does not leave. Guy calmly apologizes, gets in his car, turns it on, and drives away. In the broken car that doesn't work. As a young child, I was severely confused. Thinking back on it, did he have a fetish for me as a kid? What the fuck was going on? There were tons of other houses. What was this guy trying to do? Alright. Live in a very small city where everyone knows everyone, by some extent. Hanging out with friends outside of a shithouse club. They decide to go around the little side street to smoke, to avoid wind. Don't smoke, but go along anyhow. Standing in a group of 4 smoking people, across the street from a large, mostly empty industrial building. There is a door into the building for service only. No doorknob, a way to get inside that door unless you have a key. Talking, smoking, etc. I see a group of 3 people, normal hipster type 20-somethings emerge from the door without a knob. They are all wearing shades of red, but totally normal clothes. Race-wise, all of them are white. 2 stay off to the side, on the sidewalk and near the door. I feel weird suddenly, very weird. None of my friends notice this. The leader of the pack steps out onto the street and crosses it, walking right up to me. Hey man, got a smoke? He says to me. Big old friendly smile on his face. Normal looking guy, wearing a red and black flannel. I reply that I don't smoke. Think it's weird that he approached the only guy that isn't smoking in a group of smokers. Oh, that's okay. I've got one here. He digs a smoke out of his pocket, along with his cell phone. Hey man, this building is crazy. Wanna see what I filmed? By now, my friends have come around that there is a new presence. They fall semi-quiet. He shows me a really staggering video of what I can only describe as the basement of the building across the street. Bunch of random, closed numbered doors. It kind of looks like it was filmed while running. I start to feel dizzy as the video ends with the person filming stopping at an open door. Crazy, right? So, what do you know about the key? I say, of Solomon? He grins, real fucking big. This is when I notice that the people across the street are standing nose to nose, not speaking, and just sort of staring each other down. Yeah, he says, still grinning. I knew you were a good pick. Why don't you come across with us, and we'll show you something cool. You gotta see it. He grabs my wrist, not forcefully, but with his entire hand, incessant. I shake my head. My friends are starting to question him, but I can't really hear them. His eyes are a deep espresso color, picking up a ton of light from around us. It's alarming. Come on, man. You gotta see it. My boyfriend perks up and leans in, getting real friendly. BF. Oh, hey. Why can't I come? Why don't you shake my hand? Red guy looks sort of pissy that he is being interrupted, gives a sigh, and offers his hand. BF asks, are you offering me your right hand? Red just shrugs, and BF takes his hand with his left hand. BF is big into eating energy. Using his left hand, he does not squeeze, just a normal exchange. Red looks cool for a second, still talking to me about going with them, and then he looks utterly sick, goes pale, and pulls his hand sharply from my boyfriend, even flicking his wrist as if he touched something hot. Red winces and takes a step back, still offering for me to follow, sans boyfriend. I refuse, and something flashes in his eyes, kind of like angry failure. He crosses the street and collects the other two without speaking. He, I swear on all that is good in me, reaches out and turns the fucking doorknob on the door with no fucking knob, opens the locked fucking door with absolutely no way of doing so. The building interior is pitch black. The other two follow him without a word, breaking their weird nose-to-nose staring contest. He turns, still holding the no knob, and flicks his head as if I am supposed to follow. I shake my head and feel like I'm going to fucking puke. He narrows his eyes, and they all go in to that pitch black building. My friend group is stone silent. Everyone's burned down their smokes and are just sitting and staring across the street. Our friend goes, doesn't that door have no knob? We are all still staring. I am frozen in place. BF breaks the silence. Did you almost just get abducted by the fucking demons, my dude? I just almost got abducted by the fucking demons, my dude. Be the next day. I am back on my bullshit in downtown, so I venture out around the side street because I'm a fucking clown. It's still daylight, so I am a little more confident. I approach the door. I want to know if there is really any reason they could get in, like if they had keys that I didn't see him take out of his pocket. I see a keyhole, no handle, but a keyhole. Oh, thank God, they were just weirdos. Something feels wrong. I take a closer look at the keyhole. It is filled in with rubber cement, and obviously unusable. Oh, okay. I can never come here again. The Australian guy. Live in a rural-ish sort of town on the coast. Work in the next township over. Between the two townships is a national park. Really crappy roads connecting the two. Only establishment in the next township is the pub where I work. Driving back home from work one night, around 1 a.m. Had been raining 15 minutes prior, so the roads were slippery as fuck. Notice a car partly on the road. Looks like they've lost control and crashed into a tree. Driver's side door all kinds of fucked up, slightly ajar. Pull up beside car, put my hazards on. See someone unconscious in the driver's seat. Feel pretty uneasy. First time I've been the first responder in a crash. Can't call cops or ambulance yet because no cell signal in between the two towns. As I'm walking over toward the car, I notice a strange smell. Same smell I remember from science class where I dissected a sheep's kidney. Driver seems to be mid-50s, longish grey hair. Remember serving him a couple times. Open the driver's side door to check he's okay. Lower torso is covered in blood. His shirt is all kinds of fucked up. See long gashes in his stomach. Doesn't seem to be breathing, but the blood is pretty fresh, so I figure it could not have happened long before I got there. Here's some rustling in bushes, like a really fuck-off huge pig or a kangaroo. weird smell gets stronger. Remember my ex-training and spook the fuck out of there. See a weird humanoid shape come out of the bushes and bend over the car in rearview mirror. Get back into cell signal range as I near my township. Call the cops and report that shit. Don't mention the spooky shit, because I don't want to be locked up for being a loony. Talk to one of my coworkers who's in the rural fire service the next day. He ended up responding to the crash. Says they did not find a body at the crash, but saw all the blood covering the driver's seat and some splattered around the interior of the car. No obvious indication as to what could have cut the guy up. Wasn't that bad of a crash. Coworker figures the guy was disoriented from the crash and walked off into the bush. Tell him the guy was dead when I got there, not breathing at all, and he'd stop bleeding. Spooked coworker out. Don't mention anything else, because I don't reckon he'd believe me. Small township, so most of this shit makes it into the paper and local news. Absolutely no media coverage. RFS coworker tells me federal cops started looking into it. No attempt to locate the body. Get contacted by the cops to tell them what happened. Lie about seeing the guy. Say the car was empty when I got there. Still have to drive home from there late at night. Still get really uncomfortable whenever I pass the crash site. This happened back in the summer when I was 11 years old. I don't remember much about the summer, honestly, but I do remember this specific day. It was summer break. I was at home, an only child, and both of my parents worked, so I spent a lot of time by myself. This was one of those days where I was home alone, doing whatever I did at the age of 11. It was hot, but I also remember that it was really rainy, like we were getting hit with a crazy storm. I was not able to go outside to do anything because of how much it was coming down, and the street was starting to basically become a small stream. After about half an hour of the rain coming down, it started getting really windy, and at one point, the power went out. I was pretty upset about that, because I was playing Pokemon Stadium on my N64, and I was in the middle of one of the cup tournaments, and then the power went out. If I were any more angsty, I probably would have thrown my controller in a rage, but I also did not want to break my stuff, so I just put it down and yelled at the now dark TV. I went downstairs and decided to just sit on the couch and do nothing until we got the power back, because I was not sure what else I could do. I sat there and watched the rain come down, thinking about how quiet it was, when out of nowhere, I heard a familiar tune. It was the tone that came from an ice cream truck. I guess I should mention a couple of things about my neighborhood. I lived on a cul-de-sac, so one way in and one way out. We did have an ice cream truck that came through, but they usually came through on Tuesdays and Fridays, and I don't believe that this was either of those. On top of that, the truck that did come through would come through at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They never came through earlier in the day. I know it seems weird that I knew the exact time, but I remember weird things like that. That is just how I've always been. At first, I thought I was imagining it. There was no way that an ice cream truck was riding around in the rain like that. But as it was getting close, it was getting louder, so it was definitely real. But again, in the middle of a massive thunderstorm, no one is going to be running out to get their ice cream. I wiped the condensation off the window just to watch as this colorful van drove down the road and around part of the cul-de-sac. I watched as it kept going, the tires sloshing through the collecting water and the headlights barely visible. But sure enough, the van was covered in colorful decals with various ice cream treats plastered all over it. I remember feeling really strange as I watched the van pull around and then just kind of stop. It pulled past my house in the middle of the circle and it stopped. I sat there and watched the van sitting there on the road, the music continuing to play at max volume. It was kind of unsettling, the background of the thunderstorm with this van just sitting there motionless and chiming out whatever soulless kid tune it was playing. No one got out of the truck. No one walked out of any of the houses toward the van or anything. There was no one outside anywhere. Just this van sitting on the street, headlights shining, windshield wipers going, and music playing. Now, logically, one could assume that this van was maybe just pulling over to to wait out the worst of the storm. That would make sense, right? But then why would he, 1, drive in the storm for several minutes to come down this specific cul-de-sac, and then why would he park there and keep the music playing? Normally, the van would play the music while he approached, and then it would be off when he stopped. But this guy did not turn it off. It just kept playing, over and over on a loop, for an hour, at least an hour. I watched this truck over the time, glancing over every few moments to see if he moved or anyone got out. But no, this guy seriously just stopped and was taunting 11-year-old me with this annoying, slightly distorted song. Obviously, I don't think it was actually about me, but who knows, right? I was not able to think about anything but the dumb song. It was super distracting and super loud. At one point, I thought about going outside to see if maybe the guy needed help or something, but I didn't. I was way too shy to do something like that. After that hour or so, the van slowly crept away from where it was parked and then left. As suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. It was super slow roll as it rolled down the road, like 5 miles per hour, and the music kept going as it left the area. I watched it turn to the right and go out of view. I have no idea what the hell this was, and like I said, a lot of people may not think that this was scary, but I cannot think of any reason for this guy to have just sat there for that long with music going like that. Like, maybe he was waiting for someone in the neighborhood, but then why would he wait for a full hour like that? Why keep the music going? Plus, no one came out. No one exited the van. The whole waiting out the storm thing kind of makes sense, minus the fact that the storm was still going when he left. And again, the music. Maybe he was just being a nuisance, sure, that makes sense. But then again, why? I just don't know. Worse yet, I never saw that ice cream van again for the rest of the summer, or honestly, ever. We had a regular one that came back the next week, but that specific one never returned. I told my mom about it when she got home, and her only explanation was that maybe he did not know that the music was on, which I cannot personally believe with how loud and obnoxious it was. Looking back, it was very strange, and for some paranoid reason, part of me tells me that he was not there to sell ice cream. What he was there for, however, I will likely never know. I have told this story a few times in here, but I like talking about it. I miss when this used to happen. A few years ago, probably 2013 or 2014, had the habit of staying on the phone with a chick until one of us fell asleep. Both practically falling asleep, and silent, due to fatigue. Hear the scream of a desperate woman, as if she was right in beside me. Don't give a damn, thinking it was just a hallucination due to my sleepy state. About 10 seconds later, the chick asks, Dude, did you scream? Say no. My ass clenches. I am 100% awake because of fear, and I get the hell out of the room. A detail that might be useful is that in my house, we jokingly called this room the mess room. There was the computer, an old sofa where I was lying down, and lots of junk. Cabinets, wardrobes we did not use, books, and all kinds of things we were unsure whether to throw away or not. They say that this kind of thing can attract spirits, but I am not sure. As days went by, I started seeing some strange things in that room, but mostly hearing, not seeing. I spent all of my free time in there, since the computer was there. Watching TV in living room, decide to grab a snack. Go to the kitchen, which has a door facing that mess room. See a female leg, strangely similar to my mother's, walk in there, but I could not see anything else of the body except the leg. It's not like it was a floating leg, but I could not process the rest. My ass clenches again, but I notice that my cat is there, but I rush to rescue him. Run to get him off the couch and feel a presence that exerted a certain pressure on me. Start feeling someone watching me occasionally whenever I was in the room. Eventually, I get used to the sensation and stop being bothered by it. One day, while looking in there, I see a fucking woman next to me. She was extremely tall, wearing a blue dress, like one of those old maid dresses, and a hat on her head, like the one on the doll, pic related. Could not process her face either. It wasn't a void, but I simply could not see how it was. However, I could see the rest of her body. Scared of her, but her presence was comforting, and it calmed me down. Get used to her presence, and start greeting her and saying goodbye when going to sleep. Get increasingly calm whenever I saw her or felt her presence. Always in the same position, with arms forward and fingers intertwined. Give her a name, which I can't remember. After a few months, I stopped seeing her and feeling her presence. To this day, I am puzzled by this. I really want to know who this woman was and why she gave me this piece without ever having a word with me. At least, nothing I heard. At first, I thought she was the woman that screamed, but now I believe not, because she was always so calm, while the other one was so desperate. I also believe that the legs were not hers, as I saw the legs and not the dress, which covered her entire body. Any ideas on this at all? That one reminds me of something that happened at my first real job after I left school. Be 16. Have a trade job, well, an apprenticeship. Get sent to this job in the middle of the city. A lot of the old buildings are still up, but a lot have been demolished. Work on this new building that has about 30 apartments in it. Even though it has 30 apartments, it's not really all that big. Whole place is more or less done. It's just joiners, electricians, decorators, and floor layers left. Probably only about 14 of us in total. Everyone is pretty chill, but being by far youngest, I end up a bit of a dog's body, although I only do things that the people I directly work with ask me to do. Every day, we hear this loud as fuck opera singing from somewhere in the building. Majority of the workers are chads in the 25 to 30 age range who want to listen to the top 10 on the radio, so they don't have time for this shit. Shout at whoever is singing to shut the fuck up. Sometimes they stop, and sometimes they don't. Can never find out where it's coming from. One day, one of the people I work with asked me to fetch some things he left in one of the apartments on the top floor. Walk into the apartment. Just as I do, this enormous, Pavarotti-esque man, who is fat with a big stash, bursts into singing opera in the room that I've just walked into. Sounds incredible to hear someone sing like that in person. Turns around and sees me. Sort of looks a bit embarrassed. Tell him he's great. Collect the shit and leave, because now it feels awkward. Proudly announce I solved the mystery of the singer. For some reason, I assumed he was a painter. Decorators tell me he does not work with any of them. Turns out, he doesn't work with any of us. Also turns out, no one else has seen him except for me. Go back upstairs with a few other people. The man is not there. He does not seem to be anywhere on the site at all. I am looking at Google Maps like 10 years later. See the building. Check through old dates. Where the apartments are now used to be a big music hall. Quick odd story that happened to me. Grew up in Scotland, in a town called Drumnadrochit, which happens to be on the banks of Loch Ness. The way the Ice Age carved Loch Ness is that after a few meters of shallow, 30 centimeters water, it just drops straight to the bottom, 240 meters. As a kid, we used to call this a drop-off, and it was just a black mass. We used to swim and push each other off. One time, during a summer swim at the drop-off, I felt something cold, large, and almost metallic hit my leg. It was big enough to push me in the water, and even left a bruise on my leg. As a local, this freaked me the hell out, and I never swam past the drop ever again. I can relate to that feeling. Down here in Maine, there are a lot of lakes, and admittedly, there is something a little uncomfortable about swimming in said lakes. In particular, I usually snorkel, which is both cool and terrifying, because one can see another world, which most people don't think about, but also, a lot of the lakes are very deep to the point of looking bottomless, and depending on lake visibility, can be limited. In fact, once I remember seeing a very large salmon seemingly coming up from nowhere, and then disappear into the floating sediment below. The sight was cool, but it made me feel like there could always be something in the water with me that would make me go insane if I saw it. I guess the best way to describe the lakes is Lovecraftian, because I do feel like I'm going to accidentally find a lost city that contains some elder god every time I swim. I was in the Coast Guard. 95% of search and rescue missions I went on were from missing divers. I remember one search and rescue mission that we went on was of a diver who surfaced and started waving his hands at the boat that brought them out. They said the diver was there 1 second, and then he got pulled under the next second, straight down. We never found his corpse. We never found any of the corpses for any of the search and rescue missions that we went on. If you go out on a boat, just know that boats sink all the time for any reason at all. You think cruise ships are safe? They are absolutely not. We had to respond to one that almost flipped over by mistake. For a ship ran mostly by computers, that is a huge deal. I don't go out into the ocean anymore. Those dolphins, which were being studied by biologists, were doing what dolphins do, not caring about anything and jumping around the boat. They always followed the boat in his back trip to the port. Suddenly, a sailor started to feel weird. He thought it was the bad food he ate for breakfast, and he told the boat crew to return to port. Dolphins started to follow the boat, as always, but the biologist saw that they weren't jumping, but marching in a single dolphin row, one at each side of the boat, like an escort. In a certain moment, they stopped and overtook the boat, doing the same march thing. Then, when reaching port, they stopped and made space for the boat and were standing there, waiting for it to reach the port. When the biologist and crew reached the port, male nurse of the boat told all the crew that the sick sailor was so bad and they couldn't even call the ambulances because he died in the boat. Dolphins knew about it. They were funeral escorting the boat. Nothing really scary in the water, but the beach itself can be pretty gruesome and scary. Mostly because people are stupid and or bad luck. I've seen two things happen. The first one happened a few years back. I was at the beach with friends when we just heard this guy start screaming in pain. Everyone rushes over to see this guy somehow got a horseshoe crab stinger impaled under the nail of his big toe. The thing was dead and must have washed up. He was probably running, didn't see it, and it somehow ended up impaling the toe. The second was a woman who was playing volleyball. They must have not evened out the sand because she hit a pit and broke her ankle so badly you could see the bone almost sticking out from her skin. This is not really X, but it shows even out of the water, beaches can be real hazards. So, I have a few of these. One of my workmates is from Shetland. He told me a few stories about deaths and irregular events from up there. A few years back, 2016 I think, one of his fisherman friends from up there had gotten his leg caught in a netting line while out in the North Sea and had been dragged overboard. The guy had a family and would have been conscious, in agony, and aware that he was going to die, with no hope of a rescue or escape, or seeing his family ever again. Not particularly paranormal as such, just horrific to think about. Another one he told me was about that at the inquest to Piper Alpha, there were a lot of inconsistencies that were never revealed to the inquiry. That there were two pumps or something that were apparently never to be used at the same time, and it was claimed in the inquest that this had never happened, but that he had the photos of both being used at the same time, something like this. I know it's vague, but I don't remember the details. Anyway, he said he was holding on to them and would never go public with them in case he ended up dying in a car accident or something like that. My grandparents in the community were sitting by a river leading to the ocean until they saw what looked like floating barrels come from the water. No noise, nothing. It was shiny, metallic, before eventually falling back into the water. They think it was either extraterrestrial or Soviet submarines. My guess is the latter, since we had tons of submarines try and come into the area. Even got the Canadian Navy on their heels one time. Either way, they went back there all the time and nothing since. A fisherman went out and quite away from the land, would sit on the boat for days, saw broom handles come up out of the water before falling back in, threw in dynamite sticks and blew the water sky high. Nothing but dead fish came up. Again, I know it has to be Soviet submarines, but damn, I don't know what it is. Creepy to be out on a boat, fishing sometimes. Residents of a few towns on the Caspian shores in Iran and Azerbaijan say that they have seen an amphibious man. He was reported to be swimming amidst
huge shoals of fish. Rumor has it that the waters where he swam were becoming sparkling clear. Recently, eyewitnesses on board the Azeri trawler, Baku, reported seeing the creatures. According to Gafar Gasanov, the captain of the trawler, the creature was swimming in a parallel course near the boat for a long time. At first, they thought it was a large fish, but then they spotted hair on its head, and his fins looked very unusual, and incredibly, the front part of his body was equipped with arms. Shortly after this report was published in an Iranian newspaper, numerous readers came forward describing their own sightings. The readers pointed out that numerous fishermen had repeatedly seen the strange creature at sea and on the shore after seabed volcanoes in the area of Babosera became active in February and offshore oil production operations intensified in the Caspian. All the eyewitness accounts provide a similar description of the marine humanoid. His height is about 165 to 168 centimeters. It has a protruding stomach. His feet are pinniped, and he has 4 webbed fingers on either of his hands. His skin is pale white in color. The hair on his head looks black and green. His arms and legs are shorter and heavier than those of a medium-built person. Apart from his fingernails, he has nails growing on the tip of his aquiline nose that resembles a dolphin's beak. There is no information as to his ears. His eyes are large and orbicular. The mouth of the creature is fairly huge. His upper jaw is protruding, and his lower lip flows smoothly into the neck. His chin is missing. Iranians have dubbed the creature Runan Shah, or Master of the Seas and Rivers. Other stories report that the waters remain crystal clear for days in the area where the creature has been spotted. Fishermen report that the fish that are caught in their nets seem to sense the creature when it approaches and produce a barely audible gurgling sound. It is said that the creature answers the call of the catch by making similar throaty noises. According to a theory, the creature is not alone, and that there is a family of underwater humans who are on a mission to tackle environmental problems in the Caspian. The reproduction of flora and fauna in the Caspian has significantly deteriorated due to a surge in offshore oil production operations and underwater volcanic activity. The Astrakhan fishermen have long complained about the decrease in the stock of sturgeon.
Not made up for giggles. This is something that actually happened, and I'm not the only witness. Moved to the Sierra Nevadas for college. Before you ask, who in their right mind builds a college in the middle of fucking nowhere? Altitude of 3,000. It's a very small and poor school. Arrived there with basically just a scholarship and the clothes on my back. Still 17, so I had to live at the dorms. Dorms that weren't actually run by the school, but a private company, so they were more like apartments. Shitty, infested, dilapidated apartments, crammed full of students. Me and a bunch of other first-year students arrive several weeks before school starts to get comfortable with our roommates, make friends, etc. One of my roommates is involved with the story. Mexican boy. We'll call him Juan. Juan has a friend who came to this college with him. Polish guy. We'll call him Meat because he was fat. Meat is actually a really cool guy, and we go over to his dorm building regularly that summer to hang out and drink. He shares a bedroom with a gay kid I knew in high school, and the other bedroom in his dorm belongs to a kind of reclusive guy. We'll call the gay guy Freddy and the recluse Tyler. Hangouts at their place are nice, but the campus itself is gorgeous and always a huge step up from our shithole rooms, so we often make plans to go out into the forest. Campus has a ton of trails that just run off of school property and deep into the woods. Lovely sights. Lots of rock climbing for me and the boys. All around, 10 out of 10 locale. Meat and I go hiking and climbing out there often, but we never take one particular trail because when we tried hiking it one day, it turned out to be very narrow, with a massive, sheer cliff drop. The kind that makes you nauseous and uneasy, just being close to it. Meat invites 2 friends over one weekend to crash in his living room, and we all booze it up at his place for a couple nights. Good times had by all. The second night, Freddy and Meat have the genius idea to haze these 2 guys by taking them out into the pitch black woods. This sets off alarms for me already, because I'm not a fucking idiot, and this place is ripe for ex-shenanigans. Maybe I'm too paranoid on account of practically being breastfed on image boards, but this is not the place to drunkenly dick about at night. literally built on a Native American burial ground for starters. And another thing, the woods directly behind the dorms are too thick and slope-ridden for anyone to traverse, so they are fenced off. Despite this, I had heard strange noises out there while making nighttime runs to the laundromat. So initially, I tell the guys I'm staying at the apartment, but when Fred explains they'll be taking trails instead of dragging these poor boys into those woods next to us, I decide to tag along. At first, it's a few minutes of light-hearted chatter as we make our way towards campus. Suddenly, a couple of others and myself stop dead. Le copper and blood smell? Nope, music. Generic house party music. Someone must be having a good time out there. We all agree to drop the whole hazing thing if we can find the source of this music and meet up with some very evidently very party-friendly students. Only one problem. It seems like the music is coming from that inaccessible part of the woods. We spend a couple minutes looking for a viable way around the fence and in the direction of the party when suddenly it all goes quiet. Then I hear it. Music. Coming from up the hill, towards the main part of the campus with all the buildings. At first, the others don't hear it, but once it gets a little louder, they stop questioning me. Who the hell is playing music at school in the dead of night? We reason that we must have heard the reverberations of the song come off of the trees and amble our way up the path to campus. When we crest the hill, we see that all the lights are off and nobody is in sight. Can't hear music anymore. Now we're confused, a little frustrated, and somewhat intrigued by the strange turn of events. While we're arguing about what to do next, the music picks up again. We all hear it nearly the same time and look in the same direction. It's coming from the library across the lake. It's still totally dark in there, but maybe they're having the big bash in the courtyard on the other side. Never underestimate the motivational power held by the prospect of free food. We all sprint around the lake, and when we reach the other side, guess what? It's nothing. Once again, no music. At this point, we are all riled up because we're distinctly hearing these songs come from specific directions only to find nothing upon investigation. It may not sound that exasperating, but when you're experiencing it in real time, it makes you feel like you're taking crazy pills. Plus, we are extremely far away from where we first heard the music at this point. We could not have heard sounds at the library from all the way back by the dorms. The source of the music is moving. We are all pretty spooked by this concept, since none of us are drunk enough to ignore what's going on. We start cracking jokes about being in a horror movie, and collectively agree to go home. Suddenly chaos. I start hearing the music from back by the first building. Juan hears it too. Meat hears it coming from another building in the other direction, but one of his friends says he hears it in the distance up another hill. We scatter. Some of us take off towards the sound we hear. Others are trying not to get separated. I'm hell-bent on finding whatever is causing this. I'll spare you the details, but this goes on for at least another 10 minutes, just us making a beeline for wherever we hear the song playing, before it suddenly pops up somewhere else. Eventually, we all reconvene, partially because we want to stick together, but mostly because we are all hearing it come from the same general area now. I still remember this moment so fucking distinctly. We all gathered up and ran uphill towards the music, and this time, I could make out what was actually playing. It was Journey, go figure. We are all hyper and shaken from the strange midnight adventure, but that's part of what convinces us to go further and find an answer. Make our way to the back end of campus. Music appears to be coming from one of the trails that leads off into the woods. You know, now that I actually say that, I realize we really were idiots. That trail doesn't actually reach us, instead running all the way back up towards the dorm parking lot. We have to walk across a drainage pipe over a large drop to cross over onto it, unless we want to double back and start over from the very beginning of the trail at the lot. It's not the kind of fall that would kill you, but the kind that would still fuck you up. We gingerly cross the pipe single file. Once on the trail, we quickly find ourselves devoid of moonlight, the trees hanging above, leaving us in total darkness. We break out our phones and advance by flashlight into the darkness to the tune of Any Way You Want It. We hike for a while. Meat and I are up front. His friends are giggling like schoolgirls, each of them too afraid to be the guy in the back who gets left behind and picked off. We all stop again when Meat and I notice something. A small wooden bridge running over a creek to our left. As unsettling as it looks in the dark, we are not bothered because of the gloom. It's because we recognize the spot. We are on our way to the cliff. Fred cracks a joke about how we were going to bring the other two out here for hazing anyway. I think he just wanted to take the edge off. Meat and I tell him that we shouldn't be bringing people out here in the dark, and that we're going home soon. The music is still playing, clearer than ever before, not too far away and completely uninterrupted. We all know we couldn't have heard this back at the start of our trek. Doesn't matter, we continue. Our lights are pointed at our feet, and we watch each step we take as the path narrows, and then we find it. At first I miss it completely and keep walking, but some of the other guys behind me hit it with their lights and we all stop. It's a cave. Not the type of rocky overhang cave with level footing that you imagine when you think of a cave. It descends at a steep angle into the cliff wall to our left. Supposedly, there is water down there, as the creek runs into the mountainside. But that's not the sound of water coming from in the cave. That's Journey. This is where we all draw the line. I say, well, there's our proof, guys. There's no way there are people down there. Whatever is inside, it's not a party. We have no guns. Hell, I am pretty sure none of us brought knives. Even as a group, we were completely helpless to tangle with whatever was out there. Juan is visibly shaken. You people do whatever you want, but I'm getting the fuck out of here. Who's with me? Everyone is with you, Juan. Fred and I light up the path behind us as we all return the way we came, huddled close and a lot less jovial than before. Occasional remarks akin to, "Wait, what was that?" plague our return, but we make it back to the lot without incident. Call it a night, play a vidya, and go the fuck to sleep. The next morning, the consensus among the group is that what we experienced has no logical, natural explanation. What happened that night simply could not be explained by anything conventional. This really bothers me because at this point in my life, I'm a staunch believer of what is widely accepted as fact. The supernatural is largely out of the question. That changes soon. A few days after Meat's friends go home, I went for an afternoon walk in the woods while reading. Wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, just wandering around while I studied for an upcoming English course. Before too long, I find myself on that trail. I decide that since it's daylight and there's nothing unusual going on, I should investigate. Walk a ways down the path, past the drainage pipe, into the trees, past the bridge, to the cave. Wait, my face when there is no cave. I don't care if this sounds uncreative or you think it's total bullshit. There was no cave. I look around for the massive hole in the cliffside that myself and 6 other newly sober men saw just a few nights ago. Pacing back and forth across this one stretch of trail for several minutes like a moron. Nothing. I go back to the dorms to break the astounding news to my colleagues. Juan wants nothing to do with it. I bring up the cave, and he instantly tells me not to bother him about it. The more I press him, the more upset he gets. He's clearly terrified, so I give up on him. Go to Fred's dorm instead. Him and Meat are in the living room. Tyler is shut up in his room on the computer. Bet you forgot about Tyler. You'd be forgiven for forgetting about Tyler, but you sure as hell won't forget about Tyler again. I probably never will. Tell the other 2 about the vanishing cave. Apparently, I roll a nat 20 on the persuasion check because they actually believe me. We brainstorm over burgers and decide that we're all going back there with knives, boots, and full phone batteries to look for the cave at night since it's not there during the day. The next night I meet them at their dorm for dinner. Fred and Meat have brought Tyler up to speed and convinced him to come with. We scarf down our dinner, throw back a shot, and march out onto the lot. It's not quite as late this time, but the sun has still long since set. It's about 10 p.m. when we begin our hike. And of course, as soon as we're on the trail. Music. Meat's friends were honestly the life of the party. We're a lot more serious and somber this time. I take the front, while Fred keeps an eye behind. Don't Stop Believing serenading us as we trek further in. Past the pipe, into the trees, past the bridge, we stop. This was a terrible idea. Meat and I look at each other. I think I see tears welling up in his eyes. I can feel hair stand up on the back of my neck. We're all scared stiff, shooting our lights at every shadow in our periphery. We never climbed up like this before. What's the problem? I'll tell you the problem. There's no music. It's dead quiet out here, like the noise just faded away into silence. Now shit hits the fucking fan. Meat's phone suddenly dies from 98% battery. Lights out. Oh fuck no. We all turn around to run back. From what had to have been a mere couple meters behind us, music blasting at max volume. Instantly, we're running full tilt. Freddy takes off like Usain Bolt. I was in the back, but I overtake Tyler and Meat within seconds. You know that phrase they use with bears or bulls or whatever? I don't have to outrun it. I just have to outrun you. It's a total joke. I did not feel any safer being ahead of those two. Careen past the branch, out of the trees, past the pipe. Thud. Turn around. Meat is completely face-planted on the trail a few yards back, clearly illuminated by moonlight. Cliché dodge here. I don't see some unholy beast tailing us as I look behind him. Music is still loud and close, but all I see is Tyler bringing up the rear at a sprint. He runs clean past Meat. Doesn't turn in my direction. Sprints right across the pipe and out of sight. Dude, no, what the hell are you doing? Meat is no slouch. He picks himself up almost instantly and is on my heels within seconds. We blast the rest of the way back, and soon we catch Freddy up on the way to the lot. Catch our breath under a streetlight. With a few students hanging around outside and no music, we feel safe enough to stand there for a while and collect our thoughts. We are all terrified, but we are not recounting events differently. We know what happened. Nobody saw anything, but what we heard was enough. Something unnatural was going on out there, and it was not our friend. Speaking of our friend, where's Tyler? Yeah, it's one of those stories. Really wish it wasn't. I tell Freddy what happened, and we all agree to wait in the lot for Tyler to get back. A couple minutes later, we see him walking up the road back to us from the direction of campus. He's greeted with smiles and sighs of relief, and we all head back to their dorm. His story is the same as ours. Did not see anything. Just ran back to the parking lot from campus after he crossed the drainage pipe. And so I thought the story ended. My first and only experience with the unexplainable, forever changing my views on what is and is not plausible. That night I go home to my dorm and do my best to rest. Definitely not telling Juan about this. Definitely telling everyone else though. It becomes a great party story, especially after Meat and I buddy up and start frequenting the same places, since I have someone to corroborate my every detail. But unfortunately, things don't stay so lighthearted. The first red flag I notice is Freddy. Less than a month after that night, he just packs his shit and leaves the dorms for good. Paid a huge sum just to go back on his lease and everything. I saw very little of him, but once I did catch him on one of his trips to the dorm. I asked him why he was doing all this. I mean, paying all this money and moving all of his stuff into this apartment only to move it all back out 2 months later sounded stupid. He was really dodgy with me, barely spoke at all. Just said that it was what he needed to do and kept packing. I'd still frequent Meat's place after that, and even started crashing on Fred's old bed once Juan proved to be a terrible roommate. Barely ever saw Tyler. Pretty sure I can count on one hand the number of times I spotted him, and I probably only need about 2 hands to count the number of words he spoke in total. I focused on my studies mostly, so I wasn't really aware of what was going on with the others. When our first semester ended, I moved out of my old dorm and in with Meat and Tyler. Coming back from vacation, I found the place to be a total pigsty. Meat did not get back until a few days after I did, but from what I could tell, Tyler never left. That's not unusual though. Some students stayed in the dorms. I just noted it at the time, because his parents were only a couple hours away by car. Speaking of his parents, I met them a couple months after moving. Mom and Dad are still together. Nice people, were very polite with me. When they came to visit, they talked to Tyler in his room for a while. I didn't snoop for obvious reasons. With the benefit of hindsight, I think they were concerned about him. He smelled really bad. Not macabre and blood, but I'm pretty certain he just never washed. He had also stopped attending his classes, so it makes sense that they were getting nervous. He was going full neat. By the time his mom and dad made this visit, I was already weirded out by him. Imagine having a roommate that never makes any noise, never interacts with you, never eats or cleans or showers or shits, and you only see him maybe once a week. Every time I try to make conversation with him, he gives me a response that sounds like Siri attempting small talk, just so devastatingly awkward that I don't even know how to reply. So Meet and I continue with our routines, and between the gym, our classes, and various house parties, him and I stay pretty occupied, and Tyler has the dorm largely to himself. We both make jokes about how unusually he behaves. One day, we do a potluck with our neighbors. The apartment next door is a girls' dorm. We had been hanging out with them periodically, and they were pretty nice to us, so when they offered to do a potluck with us, Meet and I actually put some effort into whipping up some good food. At one point in the planning stage, one of them mentions to Meet that we should bring Tyler. I did not find this out until the day off. It was a good time, but Tyler acted so bizarrely that even our neighbors were talking about it. Never brought any food. Wolfed down 2 plates of food before most of us had even touched ours. Walks out the door within 30 minutes of arriving without saying anything to anyone, presumably back to his bedroom. Before he bailed, we took a group picture on one of the girls' Polaroids. We were all sat around the table and giving the camera our best smile, except Tyler, of course. I don't remember whose camera it was, but I'm still on good terms with one of the girls, so I'll ask her if she has it. Fingers crossed she does, and I can post a picture of the Polaroid for you guys. We gossip about Tyler being impressively rude for a little, but mostly just want to enjoy the potluck that night. Afterwards, I have a quick chat with Meet and the lot, and we agree not to bring Tyler anywhere anymore. At this point, I'm still writing him off as an idiot. It's not easy to convince yourself something supernatural is going on when these events are spaced out by several months. One night, I'm telling my too spooky story at a house party to a few people, including a guy named David. I'm fine with using his real name, because he's not closely tied to the story, and we would later become good friends. David is not a student, but he throws great parties, and he knows a lot about my college, since nearly everyone that frequents his place goes there. He brings up Native American lore regarding cryptids in our area. Says they are supposedly creatures that lure you to your death, using near perfect imitation, and that there must be one in our woods that has listened to plenty of party music. Of course, I know what he's talking about, so I get to chatting with him about skinwalkers, and with his help, I tell the Anansi Goatman story to a small crowd of buzz college kids. It was lots of fun, but when Meet heard what we were talking about, he apparently started thinking a little too hard. After driving me home, he says we need to have a talk. We get into our apartment. Meet says to check on Tyler and see if he's awake. I open the door to his room. He's not even there. All I see is copious amounts of garbage piled up on his floor. Room smells like a trash can, so I close the door. Tell Meet he's not home. We both take a seat in the living room, and Meet starts talking. That stuff you were talking about tonight kinda reminds me of Tyler. His tone is somewhat humorous, but I can feel us both tensing up. I ask him what he means. That stuff you and David were telling stories about. You know, how it pretended to be someone it had killed, and it acted all unnerving and smelled really bad. Oh yeah, that. Those things are crazy sounding, aren't they? Why am I avoiding saying that word? Yeah, I mean, just saying. What if our roommate's been replaced with like one of those? Why is he avoiding saying the word? You think Tyler is a skinwalker? Roughly 7 or 8 seconds of silence. The front doorknob starts turning. Meet and I both scream and jump back from the entryway. Like, not 5-year-old girl screams, but still grown-ass men screaming over a doorknob. Tyler walks in, both of us wide-eyeing him as he stops in the doorway. What? I'll go on the record saying that what I did here was probably my one big mistake. I could have been spared a lot of trouble if I just shut my mouth. After a couple of seconds of standing there, sizing up Tyler, Meet and I both relax and start laughing a little. We were talking about scary shit we saw in the woods way back when we were moving in, you know? We were thinking maybe it was this Native American legend, the skinwalker. They can pretend to be people, so we were joking about it pretending to be you. And then boom, he walked through the door. Scared the shit out of us. Meet and I are laughing pretty heartily now. At the time, I just felt like we were being idiots, and coming clean was the best way to diffuse the situation. It was not. Tyler just gives us a chuckle and goes to his bedroom. Meet and I continue to joke about it that night as we head to bed. I can't sleep.
too nervous. Keep thinking about how much sense this skinwalker theory makes. Lock the bedroom door and window. Stay up for a few hours on my phone until exhaustion wins. Days pass. Never see Tyler. I don't want to. Never peer around the back end of the apartment to his bedroom because I have zero interest in seeing anything I'm not currently seeing. Rarely spend time in the dorm when I'm not asleep. Keep locking up every night. One night I'm dozing off and I hear someone trying to open my door. Locked, of course. Then, knocking and Tyler saying, "Hey, are you in there?" Not sure who he's addressing, but Meat is fast asleep and snoring. Grab my knife. Yes. "Hey, can I have your help with?" I honest to God don't remember what he asked for help with, only that I did not believe him for a second. No, it's late. I'm going to bed. Complete bullshit. I'm not sleeping tonight. Hear him walk back to his room. A couple more days pass. I'm always on edge, and I never sleep soundly. 9 days after his first attempt, Tyler tries to open my door at nearly 2 in the morning. What do you want? My face when he doesn't even say anything and just walks away. Another sleepless night. Decide to tell Meat when he wakes up that Tyler keeps trying to get into our room at night. We're both on the same page at this point, but neither of us want to confront him. We don't really have anything to demand of him that warrants a serious confrontation, and we are both a little unnerved at the thought of telling him we're spooked by his behavior. I let my landlord know I need to move to a different building. Meat starts talking to his parents about living with them for the rest of the school year. Waiting is the worst part. Landlord says in 5 weeks they can have a room available for me a few buildings down. 5 weeks of no sleep. Every night I lock up and get about 3 hours of sleep once exhaustion beats out my paranoia. Except on the nights he tries opening my door, then I don't sleep. Grades stagger when I start finding it harder to study with a fried brain. Start sleeping on campus. Get kicked out of library for sleeping past closing hour. Can't sleep outside at night. Can't sleep indoors at night. Go nocturnal against my own will. Start chronically missing classes. Grades get worse. Consider asking friends for a place to crash, but nobody in this town has known me for more than a few months. Longest 5 weeks of my life. The last 2 weeks were even worse because Meat had convinced his mom to let him move in for a while. A couple nights each week, Tyler would run the same routine. Try my doorknob. What do you want? Turn 360 and walk away. A couple nights before I was set to move, I had most everything in bags and boxes. Even my bed was stripped, and I was just sleeping on a mattress with a cheap topper. Midnight comes and goes, and once again, he's at my door, trying to get in. Grow a pair, and actually confront him. Why the fuck are you always trying to get in here? Hear him walk back to his room. Now I'm also pissed. Wait till sun comes up. Knock on his door. Keep knocking until he comes out. Why do you keep trying to get into my room? That shit is disturbing. He just stares. You're being fucking weird. Stop trying to get into my room. He closes the door. Didn't see him for the rest of the day. Still tries my door that night. Tell him to go away. He doesn't. Yell at him. Hey, cut it out. Fucker yells back. No words, just yells. Doesn't go on long, but it's enough to convince me he's fucking nuts. For what it's worth, throughout all of this, he never tries more than once per night, to my knowledge. I almost wonder if he's a sleepwalker. I pack my shit and change buildings. Just want to get a proper night's sleep for once. Rest of the year goes fine. New dorm is full of spiders, but I'll take that over demented roommates any day. Never encounter Tyler at all. Basically put the whole thing behind me and forget about it. Leave for the summer. Come back to the mountains that fall to finish my degree. Things go good for months until COVID hits and campus shuts down. Also, landlord starts running cover for meth dealers. Start realizing I hate the place, so I decide to move a few hours north, closer to civilization with my GF. Made the move back in April 2020. Haven't seen Tyler since the end of winter 2019. Here's why I posted yesterday. Last week, YouTuber announces scary story compilation, so I was racking my brains for all the details about that strange night out in the woods. Decided to try and look up my old roommates. Spent an hour or two each day, just casually combing for info. Didn't get anything at first. Yesterday, I tried Tyler's last name and the country he's from. Got something. His mother. Found her on the missing person search. I never knew her first name, but I recognized Tyler's last name and her face. It was a little disturbing at first, but I've gotten a good night's rest, and I'm feeling fine now. Kind of fucked up to think that maybe something got her son, and now apparently her. Maybe he's just a recluse, and something tragic happened to her, but I still don't have an explanation for what we encountered out in those woods. Sorry if this was anticlimactic. Never had some K-style shootout with a screaming goat man. Just really convinced that something fucked up happened to a guy I met. Who knows?
I had an encounter with a secret society. I really need your help, Axe. I have no idea whether or not what I experienced was real, or what is going to happen to me now. I've been debating internally for a while whether I should share this experience, and I feel like if I do, things might end up bad for me, but fuck it, I guess. I'm going to recount what happened to the best of my ability. Be me, 23 years old, and from a fairly wealthy family. We live in the Zanfretta area, and my parents have always been well off. Not really sure what they do, but I know it's important. I am kind of a fuck-up. Never got good grades, failed high school, and have just been mooching ever since. I basically just do whatever I want, and I see my parents maybe a couple of times a month. Anyway, one night I decide I just want to forget about everything, and I go to this kind of dingy nightclub out of the way. For the area I live in, the line was surprisingly short. It does not matter how dog shit the place is, everything here is constantly overflowing. Anyway, I made my way in, and, surprise surprise, the place is pretty barren. Place is pretty dimly lit, and it seems like whoever run the place forgot to pay the electrical bill. There were a few scattered people standing off to the side and talking to one another, but they were few and far between. Mostly wearing dark colors, but they were dressed surprisingly well for a nightclub. It seemed like they were dressed for a fancy dinner, rather than for dancing. I was only here because my cousin recommended the place, but I obviously should not have listened to him. Dumbass has terrible taste, it seems. After maybe like 20 minutes of sipping the worst beer I've ever had in my life, off in a corner on my own, some random girl comes up to me. She was dressed in the same kind of attire, and she is absolutely stunning. I literally cannot take my eyes off of her as she approaches me. She says something about working there, and I'm thinking, since when do bartending staff at a nightclub just walk around? She leans towards me and makes some weird motion with her fingers in the air. It's like she is drawing a word or a symbol with her finger, but like, directed towards me, I guess. She does it once, then moves closer, and does the same motion again, except she is actually touching me this time. Some kind of swirling motion directly on my forehead. There are mirrors close by, and I turn and look, but I can't see anything, so I guess she didn't actually draw on me. I feel kinda weird after it too. Like, something inside me kinda snaps awake. No, it wasn't a fucking boner, shut up. Like, I almost feel drowsy, but not exactly. It's a hard thing to describe, but I just feel different. She laughs at me and stares directly into my eyes and tells me to make the most of my chance, whatever the fuck that means. She walks away and goes behind the bar and does not take her eyes off of me for the next hour or so. I just stay in my corner, awkwardly sipping my beer. I tried to start a conversation with a few people who were sitting down, but they just gave me the stink eye and didn't answer me. Literally just, hey, what's up? You guys been here before or first time? Silence, stare, I back away. Then they kept shooting me glances, just like the bar girl. In fact, I am pretty sure I caught everyone that was there staring at me at one point. No one entered or left the bar for the next hour or so, and I decided I had had enough. Did not even get a chance to leave. The bar girl frantically rushes over to me when she sees I'm going to head up the stairs and grabs me by the arm and starts to pull me back. She insists that I stay and tells me that I can't leave yet. She tells me that I haven't finished yet and that there will be more to say. Doesn't even pique my curiosity. I just want to get drunk somewhere comfortable. She grabs my arm again but I shrug her off, and then my vision goes black. Like, 1 second, I was walking up the stairs, and the next, I was waking back up in some back room. I hadn't really explored the place, and mostly just stuck to one spot, but with how big the room looked, the layout of it, it didn't seem possible within the context of the rest of the place. I feel really nauseous, like I had just gone on a 7-day bender. Even just sitting up in the kind of, I don't even know, not a couch but like a seat from a booth that is kinda wide, makes me feel like I'm going to throw up the entire contents of my stomach. My head is spinning, and as I'm trying to figure how the fuck I ended up here when I was just leaving, someone opens the door to the room and walks in. A man, maybe 6 feet tall. I can't see his face at all. My spinning vision does not help, but it's obscured by the kind of robe thing he has on over his head. I'm annoyed, but I don't want to risk jumping up due to how sick I feel, but I instantly start barraging him with questions. Where am I? Who the fuck are you? How did I get here? And what did you do to me? He walks towards me and takes his sweet ass time. He stops once he gets to where I'm sat, more like lying down at this point. He proceeds to stare me down for a good 30 seconds before putting his finger to his mouth and shushing me. This makes me even more annoyed, and I decide to jump up towards him. The instant I do, he open palm slaps me across the face and pushes me back down with ease as I have no sense of balance. He pulls his hood down, and he is wearing a mask. You know that fucked up rabbit mask from Donnie Darko? Yeah, that's my best description, although it's not exactly the same. It doesn't have the long ears or the goofy features. The eyes have cutouts, so you can see the eyes of the person wearing it. This guy had pure amber eyes, but lots of stressed veins, and what looked like a broken blood vessel in the right one. Just a splotch of red. He tells me to be quiet, and that this is my last chance. I don't really have a choice, considering the state I'm currently in. He tells me this is a test, that I was recommended for it. What the fuck does that mean? I try to ask him who, but he shushes me again. He tells me someone in my family. He says I'm lucky to be given this honor and to not squander it. He pulls something out of his pocket and lays it out onto a table. It's a map. He tells me it's the layout of where we are. The man tells me that he will be my guide for the night, but that he cannot interfere. He can only answer whatever questions I have, but that he cannot decide my actions for me. I ask him what the test is about, but I'm only told that I will have to find out. He reaches his hand out to me, and I grab it and manage to get up. I am very barely able to steady myself, and my vision and head is still messed up. After pulling me up, he walks to the left side of the booth I was sitting on, and pulls out a cardboard box that was hiding in the corner. It looks old and dusty. It must have been left untouched for at least a few years or so. He opens it up and tells me to pick one. I look inside. A collection of masks. They are similar in style to the one that the guide is wearing, except different animals, but not just animals. Some are like caricatures of famous celebrities, but with like exaggerated features and expressions. Like those artists who you go to, and they draw a portrait of you, but fucked up looking. Some are celebrity faces, some are world leaders, politicians. It's honestly kind of unsettling in a way that I can't explain. I think someone got a bit too carried away reading Mad magazine. I reach in, and I just chose the first one I saw. A smiling frog. Sure, I guess. I put it on, and ask the guy how I start the test. He does not say a word to me, and just walks out of the door he originally came through. I hurry up, and quickly follow behind him. He leads me down a corridor to an elevator door, and we both get in. Only 2 buttons, up or down. I press down. The elevator travels for a good minute or so, with a few bumps along the way, and then finally opens up. The guide waits for me to step out, so I guess he is following me from now on. I step out, and it's what looks like kind of an office building. Expensive looking. Lots of computers, lots of files, all piled high. Tons of office cubicles. What the fuck? There's actually a few people down here typing away. All wearing masks, just like me. There is a door on the opposite end of the room, but that is it. Nothing else at all. I look at my guide with a "so what now" face. He tells me to choose. He won't elaborate. I'm guessing he means the computers at the door. Thing is, I don't really know what I'm choosing. I don't know what is on these computers. I kinda shuffle over to one of the cubicles hesitantly, and I try to get a peek at some of the files. On the front, it's just code names and other things I don't understand. The guy puts a hand on my shoulder and tells me all decisions are final. I'm like, what does that mean? And he tells me if I choose wrong, the test ends and I will be stuck with whatever I chose. Stuck down here forever with computers? He shakes his head. Knowledge or continue is the only other clue he will give me. Okay, cryptic, but definitely tempting. I ask who the people are. He tells me they are members. Members don't have to choose. By this point, I think I'm starting to grasp the concept. I need to complete this test. I do a half-speed walk to the door at the other end. The next room is like some large warehouse type thing. It's large and quite hard to navigate. Tons of shipping containers. Text on the side in a language I could not read. Another room was filled to the brim with DVDs and even had a couch. The couch was already occupied by two seedy-looking men. Really creeped me out, so I kept continuing through the rooms. I didn't really see the purpose of a lot of these rooms or what exactly they were offering. The computers made sense after I was told. The room with an ATM and a blank bank card on a table obviously were clear to me, but some I was just like, huh? Like, one of the rooms had meat hooks, but they were empty. It smelled like rotten meat. Why would anyone choose to stay there? Was it just a willpower test to see if I could stop myself from investigating further? Was it a loyalty test, or a test to see if I could follow commands, no questions asked? Yeah, I was lost, especially by the time I came to a room that was just a bunch of masked people engaged in an orgy. I very quickly got the fuck out of there. I reached for the door handle, and my guy grabbed my arm before I could turn the doorknob. He just said to me, "Last test." He lets go and allows me to proceed once again. I find myself in the complete pitch black. I can hear pretty loud footsteps of what I assume to be my guide walking around. I can also hear something muffled. Not quite sure what it is, just a series of noises and not anything that makes sense to me. All of a sudden, a light switch is flicked on. I'm in some kind of fucking lab. The light is so bright it's seriously fucking with my eyes, like I can see every inch of the room. My head is still throbbing from whatever they knocked me out with. That's what I assumed happened anyway. There is an examination table in the center of the room. Holy shit. The girl from the bar. The one who reached for me. The one who told me that I wasn't done yet. She is gagged and strapped down onto the fucking table. Okay, yeah, I've seen enough. I'm definitely not picking this one. Test complete. Let's wrap it up. There isn't another door. I ask my guide how I leave. He tells me, not yet. Okay, so how do I finish the fucking trial? Her. She is screaming, but the gag is not letting her. She is using all of her strength to try and escape, but it is pointless. I tell him no. I ask him what is happening and why. He tells me she is a traitor, that this is the final test. I tell him no fucking way, and he grabs me by the throat and puts a knife to it. Up until this point, he has been so cryptic, trying so hard to be mysterious, like some edgy, cringy kid, but he lays it all out pretty clearly for me. Look, kid, I'm tired of fucking around. You've had plenty of chances to make a choice. This one is not yours to make. Gut her and leave, or refuse, and I will gut you both. I can't even respond. I feel like my neck is about to be cracked from the force. This guy is stronger than his physique suggests. He digs the knife into my cheek and throws me to the ground. I spend 5 minutes catching my breath, and he kicks me and tells me that I'm now on a time limit. 1 minute, or he is gonna finish it himself. I start panicking. I start pleading to let her go, asking if I can do something, just anything I can think of. I try and say something about how I was recommended, and that he can't do this, and that my family member won't let this happen. His face is pretty much emotionless, and he tells me a recommendation is just that, then says, 30 seconds left. By now I am desperate. The screaming, the adrenaline, the muffled cries from the woman, the shaking of the table, every little bit of stimuli is overwhelming. I say, basically screaming at this point, how? He gestures around the room and tells me anything. I spot a surgical knife on a tray on one of those metal tables on wheels, and I launch myself at it. I grab it and scramble over, and I still can't look her in the eyes. I start telling her how sorry I am, how I don't want to do this, how I am so scared. Just thrashing, muffled shouts in response. The guide shouts, 15 seconds left. My adrenaline is through the roof, and I have to stifle my own breathing and just force myself to stop thinking. I just mutter, I'm so sorry, again and again under my breath while sobbing. One quick cut to the neck, and it is over. I just kind of collapse to the floor in shock and start hyperventilating. The guide rushes over to the table, the instant I am done, and I mean the instant. He pulls something out of his pocket, some kind of vial that looks like a sort of muddy brown, and uses a syringe to suck up its contents. He stabs the syringe into the woman. I can't see where from the floor, and then reaches down for me and yanks me to my feet. He grabs me in a sort of headlock and forces me to look at her lifeless body. I try to turn my head. He keeps it in place. I try to close my eyes, but he forces them open with his fingers. He tells me, congratulations, and just fucking chuckles to himself, the sick fuck. 1 minute goes by of him holding me like this, but it feels like a lifetime. I cannot believe what I am fucking seeing. The woman, she is back to thrashing again with what seems like twice the fervor. The guide is just laughing and starts forcing me forward. I am screaming, begging, pleading, demanding to know what is going on. All he tells me is, one final choice. What fucking choice? He pushes me closer and closer and forces my neck as close to the woman as he can without her being able to reach me. She looks like she is giving herself whiplash trying to get to me, moving her arms, kicking her legs, whipping her head, and making a biting motion. I am in tears, complete and utter tears. I cannot control them anymore. I am trying to form words through them, but I can't even do that anymore. I have no composure left. He tells me, you or someone else. Some type of primal instinct takes over my body and I yell, not me, over and over again until I have no breath left in my body, in between the sobs. I feel a stab in my neck and everything fades to black again. I woke up back at home after that. Daylight was starting to break and I was covered in sweat, head to toe. My bed was soaked. I could not find any mark, any sort of evidence I had been out of the house. No prick on my neck, no stab, not even any sense from the place. No one was home except for me, so I couldn't even ask anyone if I had actually been out that night. Fuck. I woke up with pajamas on, and the clothes that I wore that night were hung in my closet and smelled fresh and clean. I called my cousin who recommended the place to me and basically just screamed on the phone because I could not get my thoughts in order. He didn't outright call me crazy, but his tone definitely suggested it. He told me to calm down and that the place is a little rough, but it's a fun little club to make friends in. Did you do some bad drugs someone offered you or something? And he chuckled down the phone at me. I just hung up. Have not spoken to him since then. I have no idea if I passed or failed. I don't really go out drinking anymore and spend my time on the web. I just stay indoors from now on. Please, X, help me make sense of what the fuck happened to me. I would really like to believe that someone just spiked my drink and I dreamt the whole thing up, but it felt way too real to be that. My mom told me long ago that my dead great aunt was a self-proclaimed witch. It started back in the 50s. She was already 30 years old, and suddenly she became rich from winning the lottery, according to said great aunt, due to a deal with the devil, as she had learned witchcraft from the women in the neighborhood. I live at the north of Mexico, and in the old neighborhoods of my city, there is a long history of witchcraft and narwhals, pre-Hispanic animal shapeshifters. During the 60s, all her children and husband died from different types of tumors. The oldest son, who also claimed to have made such deal, choked on his food. She started to develop a hump and deformed hands due to osteoporosis. Things went on without much development until the early 80s, my mom being 10 or so at the time, and my grandma being around her late 20s. My grandma, being the first of their sisters to marry, was considered the youngest adult in the family. Her sisters were already in their early 20s, but not being married and childless made them kids, and my great aunt called for her. No photos were taken, as my great aunt was ashamed of how deformed her body had become, but my grandma called it nightmarish. To her surprise, at her aunt's, not only her, but a shaman waited as well. The shaman made some ritual my grandma did not understand, then gave my grandma a silver ring and told her not to take it off. After that, grandma went back home, and that was it. My grandpa bought a big area of land, which, over the decades, he has built and expanded quite a nice house, but at its beginnings, it was just a small room in the middle of a bunch of dirt. It is said, my great aunt during the night buried what was left of her fortune, which my grandpa tried to find to no avail. The weeks passed, and every morning, my grandparents would find small mounds of dirt and salt around their home. Eventually, the ring turned black and was staining my grandma's finger. Thinking it was because it was some cheap ring, my grandma took her ring off. Then my kid uncle, who was taking a bath, heard some banging on the bathroom window, so my mom, who was on the backyard, but none saw anyone. Someone outside on the street yelled, "The work is done," and before my grandpa could come out to kick his ass, the person was gone. The next morning, they called my grandma about the death of my great aunt. My uncle said that at night, he could see the Native American ghosts dancing in the backyard. The place had been Apache territory in the past to where the treasure was buried, but my grandpa planted a tree over it. This came out because the grandma of my mom's childhood friend just died, and apparently she was another witch. I see some weird shit in Arizona. I've got a place right on the edge of the desert down in the valley, and a really nice concrete cabin right on the edge of the forest in Flagstaff. One thing both have in common are coyotes. There are shitloads of coyotes that live right on the edges of civilization. They thrive there, scavenging and eating people's pets. When I'm in the valley, I like to go on walks during full moons. It's so bright outside that you can see almost perfectly, and the sun is not beating you down constantly. This was one such night, and I decided to go out. I followed the wash out to the canal, which has 3 trails next to it that extend out into the desert, and I decided to take the one that meanders out away from the canal into the wilderness proper. After a mile or so, the trail does a 90-degree turn when it meets the Native American reservation border. You're not supposed to go in there, but people do all the time. The views were spectacular. Nothing like seeing the red rock formations on the horizon with the pale moon glow to them. I wasn't liking the idea of taking my eyes off the scenery in order to navigate through the desert, so I stayed on the trail. I could hear a pack of coyotes pretty close by, doing their crazy howling yipping thing they do when they tear apart a cat or something. I did not care. Coyotes are pussies, and they never attack humans. I kept walking, scanning the horizon for owls or something else interesting. I look over the shoddy barbed wire fence that's a border to the reservation, and I see a pack of coyotes not 200 feet away. There are lots of fairly deep dips in the trail, so it makes sense that I did not see them until now. I freeze to watch, and the moonlight illuminates things pretty clearly for me, in a colorless way. I notice one of the coyotes seems way bigger than the other ones. More than that, it looks really fucked up and is not moving properly. At first, I think it's a dead dog or something, and they are eating it, which made sense, the way they were all milling around in a circle around it. I stare with morbid curiosity as the coyotes seem to take turns looking back at me. Then the thing stands up, which scared the shit out of me, thinking it was dead. And even more, because it stood onto its hind legs and was at least 5 feet tall. As it raised its arms into the air, I realized that this was a person, or at least looked like one. He was wearing coyote pelts all over his body, and was carrying some darkly colored dead animal in one of his hands that the coyotes kept leaping and trying to get at as he raised it into the air. I had no fucking idea what to do at that point. I knew the coyotes weren't really dangerous, but this guy was obviously completely insane. He was inside the reservation, so I guess he had to be a native doing some crazy goddamn thing. I'd only been standing there a few seconds at this point when he realized his coyotes were looking at something and turned towards me. The moonlight was not enough to make out his face, and it was shadowed by pelts anyway. He just stared at me for a second or two as the coyotes walked in circles around him, looking at him, then looking at me, then at him again. He turned away from me and bolted into the desert, sprinting and jumping and doing a nearly perfect coyote yipping noise, which started the rest of them doing it. Weird. I've always wanted to live in Arizona just for the nature. Any other stories? I should mention, you cannot sprint through the desert around here. It's a goddamn minefield of cholla cactus that don't give a fuck what kind of footwear you have on. Even if you put on heavy boots, within 30 seconds, you would be walking on little lopsided islands of spines that are stuck to your feet and just begging you to lift your foot high enough to brush against your other leg's calf. I never made a habit of going onto the reservation. There are stories of natives riding up and escorting trespassers out at gunpoint, but I don't know what the fuck I saw that night. I think about it every single time I hear the coyotes go apeshit. A few actually. Seen all kinds of weird stuff in the sky around here too. I can even go take pictures of the place where I saw this fucker. I will share one I've shared before. I used to go to a small, non-denominational church from the time when I was 11 till I was about 17 years old. A neighborhood church with like 40 people in total. We had a prayer service on Wednesday nights where we just kind of prayed for each other for different things. I was 15 when this happened. One of the ladies in our church has been having pain in her back. She is older, so it makes walking very painful for her. Also has one leg shorter than the other, which makes it worse. We are praying over her, as we do almost every week. We are all huddled around her, laying hands on her as she sits in a chair in the center. As my pastor prays, we all hear an audible crack come from the old woman. She heaves a huge sigh, and we all look around at the prayer circle. Pastor is still praying, but we are all bug-eyed looking. Prayer ends, and the woman stands up. Pain is totally gone. Her legs are now the same length. Not me, but this was my dad's story before he passed. He was in a field, working for his uncle. Be him, plowing a field by a drop-off towards a creek. Sees a hut that looks like a sweat lodge. Steps out of the plower because he hears animals coming from the sweat lodge like a bear, eagle, wolf, every animal you could name in the northern hemisphere. Hears what is coming from this dinky little hut and says, "Fuck this." Goes to tell his uncle, and his face goes flush. Tells him it's a good thing he never went inside or went any closer. Said it was bad magic. They decide to investigate the next morning. The next morning, 3 cows are dead on Uncle's farm. Uncle does not say anything other than, "Let's go investigate the sweat lodge my dad seen the other day." When they arrive, there is nothing but a circle where the sweat lodge would have been. Uncle says never to tell anybody of what he has seen or heard coming from that place. Dad eventually tells me about this because I was curious. I'm scared now, bros. What do I do if I encounter the bad magic again? I had an encounter with a secret society. I really need your help, Axe. I have no idea whether or not what I experienced was real, or what is going to happen to me now. I've been debating internally for a while whether I should share this experience, and I feel like if I do, things might end up bad for me, but fuck it, I guess. I'm going to recount what happened to the best of my ability. Be me, 23 years old, and from a fairly wealthy family. We live in the Zanfretta area, and my parents have always been well off. Not really sure what they do, but I know it's important. I am kind of a fuck-up. Never got good grades, failed high school, and have just been mooching ever since. I basically just do whatever I want, and I see my parents maybe a couple of times a month. Anyway, one night I decide I just want to forget about everything, and I go to this kind of dingy nightclub out of the way. For the area I live in, the line was surprisingly short. It does not matter how dogshit the place is, everything here is constantly overflowing. Anyway, I made my way in, and, surprise surprise, the place is pretty barren. Place is pretty dimly lit, and it seems like whoever run the place forgot to pay the electrical bill. There were a few scattered people standing off to the side and talking to one another, but they were few and far between. Mostly wearing dark colors, but they were dressed surprisingly well for a nightclub. It seemed like they were dressed for a fancy dinner, rather than for dancing. I was only here because my cousin recommended the place, but I obviously should not have listened to him. Dumbass has terrible taste, it seems. After maybe like 20 minutes of sipping the worst beer I've ever had in my life, off in a corner on my own, some random girl comes up to me. She was dressed in the same kind of attire, and she is absolutely stunning. I literally cannot take my eyes off of her as she approaches me. She says something about working there, and I'm thinking, since when do bartending staff at a nightclub just walk around? She leans towards me and makes some weird motion with her fingers in the air. It's like she is drawing a word or a symbol with her finger, but like, directed towards me, I guess. She does it once, then moves closer, and does the same motion again, except she is actually touching me this time. Some kind of swirling motion directly on my forehead. There are mirrors close by, and I turn and look, but I can't see anything, so I guess she didn't actually draw on me. I feel kinda weird after it too. Like, something inside me kinda snaps awake. No, it wasn't a fucking boner, shut up. Like, I almost feel drowsy, but not exactly. It's a hard thing to describe, but I just feel different. She laughs at me and stares directly into my eyes and tells me to make the most of my chance, whatever the fuck that means. She walks away and goes behind the bar and does not take her eyes off of me for the next hour or so. I just stay in my corner, awkwardly sipping my beer. I tried to start a conversation with a few people who were sitting down, but they just gave me the stink eye and didn't answer me. Literally just, "Hey, what's up? You guys been here before or first time?" Silence, stare, I back away. Then they kept shooting me glances, just like the bar girl. In fact, I am pretty sure I caught everyone that was there staring at me at one point. No one entered or left the bar for the next hour or so, and I decided I had had enough. Did not even get a chance to leave. The bar girl frantically rushes over to me when she sees I'm going to head up the stairs and grabs me by the arm and starts to pull me back. She insists that I stay and tells me that I can't leave yet. She tells me that I haven't finished yet and that there will be more to say. Doesn't even pique my curiosity. I just want to get drunk somewhere comfortable. She grabs my arm again, but I shrug her off, and then my vision goes black. Like, 1 second I was walking up the stairs, and the next I was waking back up in some back room. I hadn't really explored the place, and mostly just stuck to one spot, but with how big the room looked, the layout of it, it didn't seem possible within the context of the rest of the place. I feel really nauseous, like I had just gone on a 7-day bender. Even just sitting up in the kind of, I don't even know, not a couch but like A seat from a booth that is kinda wide makes me feel like I'm going to throw up the entire contents of my stomach. My head is spinning, and as I'm trying to figure how the fuck I ended up here when I was just leaving, someone opens the door to the room and walks in. A man, maybe 6 feet tall. I can't see his face at all. My spinning vision does not help, but it's obscured by the kind of robe thing he has on over his head. I'm annoyed, but I don't want to risk jumping up due to how sick I feel, but I instantly start barraging him with questions. Where am I? Who the fuck are you? How did I get here? And what did you do to me? He walks towards me and takes his sweet ass time. He stops once he gets to where I'm sat, more like lying down at this point. He proceeds to stare me down for a good 30 seconds before putting his finger to his mouth and shushing me. This makes me even more annoyed, and I decide to jump up towards him. The instant I do, he open palm slaps me across the face and pushes me back down with ease as I have no sense of balance. He pulls his hood down, and he is wearing a mask. You know that fucked up rabbit mask from Donnie Darko? Yeah, that's my best description, although it's not exactly the same. It doesn't have the long ears or the goofy features. The eyes have cutouts, so you can see the eyes of the person wearing it. This guy had pure amber eyes, but lots of stress veins, and what looked like a broken blood vessel in the right one. Just a splotch of red. He tells me to be quiet and that this is my last chance. I don't really have a choice considering the state I'm currently in. He tells me this is a test, that I was recommended for it. What the fuck does that mean? I try to ask him who, but he shushes me again. He tells me someone in my family. He says I'm lucky to be given this honor and to not squander it. He pulls something out of his pocket and lays it out onto a table. It's a map. He tells me it's the layout of where we are. The man tells me that he will be my guide for the night, but that he cannot interfere. He can only answer whatever questions I have, but that he cannot decide my actions for me. I ask him what the test is about, but I'm only told that I will have to find out. He reaches his hand out to me, and I grab it and manage to get up. I am very barely able to steady myself, and my vision and head is still messed up. After pulling me up, he walks to the left side of the booth I was sitting on, and pulls out a cardboard box that was hiding in the corner. It looks old and dusty. It must have been left untouched for at least a few years or so. He opens it up and tells me to pick one. I look inside. A collection of masks. They are similar in style to the one that the guide is wearing, except different animals, but not just animals. Some are like caricatures of famous celebrities, but with like exaggerated features and expressions. Like those artists who you go to, and they draw a portrait of you, but fucked up looking. Some are celebrity faces, some are world leaders, politicians. It's honestly kind of unsettling in a way that I can't explain. I think someone got a bit too carried away reading Mad magazine. I reach in, and I just chose the first one I saw. A smiling frog. Sure, I guess. I put it on, and ask the guy how I start the test. He does not say a word to me, and just walks out of the door he originally came through. I hurry up, and quickly follow behind him. He leads me down a corridor to an elevator door, and we both get in. Only 2 buttons. Up or down. I press down. The elevator travels for a good minute or so, with a few bumps along the way, and then finally opens up. The guide waits for me to step out, so I guess he is following me from now on. I step out, and it's what looks like kind of an office building. Expensive looking. Lots of computers, lots of files, all piled high. Tons of office cubicles. What the fuck? There's actually a few people down here typing away. All wearing masks, just like me. There is a door on the opposite end of the room, but that is it. Nothing else at all. I look at my guide with a "so what now" face. He tells me to choose. He won't elaborate. I'm guessing he means the computers or the door. Thing is, I don't really know what I'm choosing. I don't know what is on these computers. I kinda shuffle over to one of the cubicles hesitantly, and I try to get a peek at some of the files. On the front, It's just code names and other things I don't understand. The guy puts a hand on my shoulder and tells me all decisions are final. I'm like, what does that mean? And he tells me if I choose wrong, the test ends and I will be stuck with whatever I chose. Stuck down here forever with computers? He shakes his head. Knowledge or continue is the only other clue he will give me. Okay, cryptic, but definitely tempting. I ask who the people are. He tells me they are members. Members don't have to choose. By this point, I think I'm starting to grasp the concept. I need to complete this test. I do a half-speed walk to the door at the other end. The next room is like some large warehouse type thing. It's large and quite hard to navigate. Tons of shipping containers. Text on the side in a language I could not read. Another room was filled to the brim with DVDs and even had a couch. The couch was already occupied by two seedy-looking men. Really creeped me out, so I kept continuing through the rooms. I didn't really see the purpose of a lot of these rooms, or what exactly they were offering. The computers made sense after I was told. The room with an ATM and a blank bank card on a table obviously were clear to me, but some I was just like, huh? Like, one of the rooms had meat hooks, but they were empty. It smelled like rotten meat. Why would anyone choose to stay there? Was it just a willpower test, to see if I could stop myself from investigating further? Was it a loyalty test, or a test to see if I could follow commands, no questions asked? Yeah, I was lost, especially by the time I came to a room that was just a bunch of masked people engaged in an orgy. I very quickly got the fuck out of there. I reached for the door handle, and my guy grabbed my arm before I could turn the doorknob. He just said to me, last test. He lets go and allows me to proceed once again. I find myself in the complete pitch black. I can hear pretty loud footsteps of what I assume to be my guide walking around. I can also hear something muffled. Not quite sure what it is, just a series of noises and not anything that makes sense to me. All of a sudden, a light switch is flicked on. I'm in some kind of fucking lab. The light is so bright it's seriously fucking with my eyes, like I can see every inch of the room. My head is still throbbing from whatever they knocked me out with. That's what I assumed happened anyway. There is an examination table in the center of the room. Holy shit. The girl from the bar. The one who reached for me. The one who told me that I wasn't done yet. She is gagged and strapped down onto the fucking table. Okay, yeah, I've seen enough. I'm definitely not picking this one. Test complete. Let's wrap it up. There isn't another door. I ask my guide how I leave. He tells me, not yet. Okay, so how do I finish the fucking trial? Her. She is screaming, but the gag is not letting her. She is using all of her strength to try and escape, but it is pointless. I tell him no. I ask him what is happening and why. He tells me she is a traitor, that this is the final test. I tell him no fucking way, and he grabs me by the throat and puts a knife to it. Up until this point, he has been so cryptic, trying so hard to be mysterious, like some edgy, cringy kid, but he lays it all out pretty clearly for me. Look, kid, I'm tired of fucking around. You've had plenty of chances to make a choice. This one is not yours to make. Gut her and leave, or refuse, and I will gut you both. I can't even respond. I feel like my neck is about to be cracked from the force. This guy is stronger than his physique suggests. He digs the knife into my cheek and throws me to the ground. I spend 5 minutes catching my breath, and he kicks me and tells me that I'm now on a time limit. 1 minute, or he is gonna finish it himself. I start panicking. I start pleading to let her go, asking if I can do something, just anything I can think of. I try and say something about how I was recommended, and that he can't do this, and that my family member won't let this happen. His face is pretty much emotionless, and he tells me a recommendation is just that, then says, 30 seconds left. By now I am desperate. The screaming, the adrenaline, the muffled cries from the woman, the shaking of the table, every little bit of stimuli is overwhelming. I say, basically screaming at this point, "How?" He gestures around the room and tells me, "Anything." I spot a surgical knife on a tray on one of those metal tables on wheels, and I launch myself at it. I grab it and scramble over, and I still can't look her in the eyes. I start telling her how sorry I am, how I don't want to do this, how I am so scared. Just thrashing, muffled shouts in response. The guide shouts, 15 seconds left. My adrenaline is through the roof, and I have to stifle my own breathing and just force myself to stop thinking. I just mutter, "I'm so sorry," again and again under my breath while sobbing. One quick cut to the neck, and it is over. I just kind of collapse to the floor in shock and start hyperventilating. The guide rushes over to the table, the instant I am done, and I mean the instant. He pulls something out of his pocket, some kind of vial that looks like a sort of muddy brown, and uses a syringe to suck up its contents. He stabs the syringe into the woman. I can't see where from the floor, and then reaches down for me and yanks me to my feet. He grabs me in a sort of headlock and forces me to look at her lifeless body. I try to turn my head. He keeps it in place. I try to close my eyes, but he forces them open with his fingers. He tells me, "Congratulations," and just fucking chuckles to himself, the sick fuck. 1 minute goes by of him holding me like this, but it feels like a lifetime. I cannot believe what I am fucking seeing. The woman, she is back to thrashing again with what seems like twice the fervor. The guide is just laughing and starts forcing me forward. I am screaming, begging, pleading, demanding to know what is going on. All he tells me is, one final choice. What fucking choice? He pushes me closer and closer and forces my neck as close to the woman as he can without her being able to reach me. She looks like she is giving herself whiplash trying to get to me, moving her arms, kicking her legs, whipping her head, and making a biting motion. I am in tears, complete and utter tears. I cannot control them anymore. I am trying to form words through them, but I can't even do that anymore. I have no composure left. He tells me, "You or someone else." Some type of primal instinct takes over my body and I yell, "Not me," over and over again until I have no breath left in my body, in between the sobs. I feel a stab in my neck and everything fades to black again. I woke up back at home after that. Daylight was starting to break, and I was covered in sweat, head to toe. My bed was soaked. I could not find any mark, any sort of evidence I had been out of the house. No prick on my neck, no stab, not even any sense from the place. No one was home except for me, so I couldn't even ask anyone if I had actually been out that night. Fuck. I woke up with pajamas on, and the clothes that I wore that night were hung in my closet and smelled fresh and clean. I called my cousin who recommended the place to me and basically just screamed on the phone because I could not get my thoughts in order. He didn't outright call me crazy, but his tone definitely suggested it. He told me to calm down and that the place is a little rough, but it's a fun little club to make friends in. Did you do some bad drugs someone offered you or something? And he chuckled down the phone at me. I just hung up. Have not spoken to him since then. I have no idea if I passed or failed. I don't really go out drinking anymore and spend my time on the web. I just stay indoors from now on. Please, X, help me make sense of what the fuck happened to me. I would really like to believe that someone just spiked my drink and I dreamt the whole thing up, but it felt way too real to be that. My mom told me long ago that my dead great aunt was a self-proclaimed witch. It started back in the 50s. She was already 30 years old, and suddenly she became rich from winning the lottery, according to said great aunt, due to a deal with the devil, as she had learned witchcraft from the women in the neighborhood I live at the north of Mexico, and in the old neighborhoods of my city, there is a long history of witchcraft and narwhals, pre-Hispanic animal shapeshifters. During the 60s, all her children and husband died from different types of tumors. The oldest son, who also claimed to have made such deal, choked on his food. She started to develop a hump and deformed hands due to osteoporosis. Things went on without much development until the early 80s, my mom being 10 or so at the time, and my grandma being around her late 20s. My grandma, being the first of their sisters to marry, was considered the youngest adult in the family. Her sisters were already in their early 20s, but not being married and childless made them kids, and my great-aunt called for her. No photos were taken, as my great-aunt was ashamed of how deformed her body had become, but my grandma called it nightmarish. To her surprise, at her aunt's, not only her, but a shaman waited as well. The shaman made some ritual my grandma did not understand, then gave my grandma a silver ring and told her not to take it off. After that, grandma went back home, and that was it. My grandpa bought a big area of land, which, over the decades, he has built and expanded quite a nice house, but at its beginnings, it was just a small room in the middle of a bunch of dirt. It is said, my great-aunt during the night buried what was left of her fortune, which my grandpa tried to find to no avail. The weeks passed, and every morning, my grandparents would find small mounds of dirt and salt around their home. Eventually, the ring turned black and was staining my grandma's finger. Thinking it was because it was some cheap ring, my grandma took her ring off. Then my kid uncle, who was taking a bath, heard some banging on the bathroom window, so my mom, who was on the backyard, but none saw anyone. Someone outside on the street yelled, "The work is done," and before my grandpa could come out to kick his ass, the person was gone. The next morning, they called my grandma about the death of my great-aunt. My uncle said that at night, he could see the Native American ghosts dancing in the backyard. The place had been Apache territory in the past to where the treasure was buried, but my grandpa planted a tree over it. This came out because the grandma of my mom's childhood friend just died, and apparently she was another witch. I see some weird shit in Arizona. I've got a place right on the edge of the desert down in the valley, and a really nice concrete cabin right on the edge of the forest in Flagstaff. One thing both have in common are coyotes. There are shitloads of coyotes that live right on the edges of civilization. They thrive there, scavenging and eating people's pets. When I'm in the valley, I like to go on walks during full moons. It's so bright outside that you can see almost perfectly, and the sun is not beating you down constantly. This was one such night, and I decided to go out. I followed the wash out to the canal, which has 3 trails next to it that extend out into the desert, and I decided to take the one that meanders out away from the canal into the wilderness proper. After a mile or so, the trail does a 90-degree turn when it meets the Native American reservation border. You're not supposed to go in there, but people do all the time. The views were spectacular, nothing like seeing the red rock formations on the horizon with the pale moon glow to them. I wasn't liking the idea of taking my eyes off the scenery in order to navigate through the desert, so I stayed on the trail. I could hear a pack of coyotes pretty close by, doing their crazy howling yipping thing they do when they tear apart a cat or something. I did not care. Coyotes are pussies, and they never attack humans. I kept walking, scanning the horizon for owls or something else interesting. I look over the shoddy barbed wire fence that's a border to the reservation, and I see a pack of coyotes not 200 feet away. There are lots of fairly deep dips in the trail, so it makes sense that I did not see them until now. I freeze to watch, and the moonlight illuminates things pretty clearly for me, in a colorless way. I notice one of the coyotes seems way bigger than the other ones. More than that, it looks really fucked up and is not moving properly. At first, I think it's a dead dog or something, and they are eating it, which made sense, the way they were all milling around in a circle around it. I stare with morbid curiosity as the coyotes seem to take turns looking back at me. Then the thing stands up, which scared the shit out of me, thinking it was dead. And even more because it stood onto its hind legs and was at least 5 feet tall. As it raised its arms into the air, I realized that this was a person, or at least looked like one. He was wearing coyote pelts all over his body, and was carrying some darkly colored dead animal in one of his hands that the coyotes kept leaping and trying to get at as he raised it into the air. I had no fucking idea what to do at that point. I knew the coyotes weren't really dangerous, but this guy was obviously completely insane. He was inside the reservation, so I guess he had to be a native doing some crazy goddamn thing. I'd only been standing there a few seconds at this point when he realized his coyotes were looking at something and turned towards me. The moonlight was not enough to make out his face, and it was shadowed by pelts anyway. He just stared at me for a second or two as the coyotes walked in circles around him, looking at him, then looking at me, then at him again. He turned away from me and bolted into the desert, sprinting and jumping and doing a nearly perfect coyote yipping noise, which started the rest of them doing it. Weird. I've always wanted to live in Arizona just for the nature. Any other stories? I should mention, you cannot sprint through the desert around here. It's a goddamn minefield of cholla cactus that don't give a fuck what kind of footwear you have on. Even if you put on heavy boots, within 30 seconds, you would be walking on little lopsided islands of spines that are stuck to your feet and just begging you to lift your foot high enough to brush against your other leg's calf. I never made a habit of going on to the reservation. There are stories of natives riding up and escorting trespassers out at gunpoint, but I don't know what the fuck I saw that night. I think about it every single time I hear the coyotes go apeshit. A few actually. Seen all kinds of weird stuff in the sky around here too. I can even go take pictures of the place where I saw this fucker. I will share one I've shared before. I used to go to a small, non-denominational church from the time when I was 11 till I was about 17 years old. A neighborhood church with like 40 people in total. We had a prayer service on Wednesday nights where we just kind of prayed for each other for different things. I was 15 when this happened. One of the ladies in our church has been having pain in her back. She is older, so it makes walking very painful for her. Also has one leg shorter than the other, which makes it worse. We are praying over her, as we do almost every week. We are all huddled around her, laying hands on her as she sits in a chair in the center. As my pastor prays, we all hear an audible crack come from the old woman. She heaves a huge sigh, and we all look around at the prayer circle. Pastor is still praying, but we are all bug-eyed looking. Prayer ends, and the woman stands up. Pain is totally gone. Her legs are now the same length. Not me, but this was my dad's story before he passed. He was in a field, working for his uncle. Be him plowing a field by a drop-off towards a creek. Sees a hut that looks like a sweat lodge. Steps out of the plower because he hears animals coming from the sweat lodge like a bear, eagle, wolf, every animal you could name in the northern hemisphere. Hears what is coming from this dinky little hut and says, "Fuck this." Goes to tell his uncle, and his face goes flush. Tells him it's a good thing he never went inside or went any closer. Said it was bad magic. They decide to investigate the next morning. The next morning, 3 cows are dead on Uncle's farm. Uncle does not say anything other than, "Let's go investigate the sweat lodge my dad seen the other day." When they arrive, there is nothing but a circle where the sweat lodge would have been. Uncle says never to tell anybody of what he has seen or heard coming from that place. Dad eventually tells me about this because I was curious. I'm scared now, bros. What do I do if I encounter the bad magic again? Monsters of the ice continent. Antarctica was considered a lifeless continent, inhabited only by penguins. But scientists from Antarctic research stations began to stumble upon terrible monsters there, Plasmosaurs. The most famous Antarctic monsters are plasmosauruses, creatures that are clots of plasma. However, scientists are desperately debating whether they can be classified as living creatures. The first to encounter plasmosaurs was the Soviet expedition that made its way to the South Pole in 1959. About 300 meters from the rover, a glowing ball jumped out of nowhere. Several minutes passed, and the ball slowly rolled toward the polar explorers, turning into something like a sausage. The expedition photographer, A. Gradetsky, walked forward with a camera in his hands. The sausage stretched out into a narrow ribbon, and a glowing halo appeared around the man. Gradetsky screamed and fell into the snow. The group leader, Andrei Skopelev, and the expedition doctor, Roman Kostov, fired several shots at the glowing ribbon. It swelled. Sparks flew out to the sides. The ribbon exploded and disappeared. The photographer was dead. The back of his head, palms, and back were charred. The researchers encountered glowing balls for the second time just 3 days later. They appeared at a height of about 100 meters and began to slowly move towards people along complex trajectories. After several shots were fired at them, the balls, leaving a smell of ozone in the air, disappeared completely. 2 more polar explorers were left lying dead in the snow, Kusov and Borisov. These were the first tragic encounters of scientists with the glowing balls, which were later called Plasmosaurus. Then there were several more. The last victim of the plasma creatures was a member of the French expedition of 1991, Jacques Valens. The answer to the question of who or what the scientists encountered on the ice continent was suggested by Russian scientist Boris Solomon. When the sun flares, streams of magnetic plasma formations, plasmosaurs, fly away from it at a speed of several hundred kilometers per second. Reaching the Earth, they remain in the ionosphere. The Earth's radiation belts are a real reserve for all kinds of plasmosaurs of solar and even galactic origin. They can descend to the Earth's surface in the areas of magnetic poles. Encounters with these formations led to the death of scientists on the ice continent. The monsters of Horowitz. The monsters that lived in Antarctica in the area of the Pole of Cold were dubbed Gorowitz's monsters by journalists. Polar explorer Isaac Gorowitz first encountered the monster that received his name in the summer of 1960. The scientists moved slowly, making frequent stops to conduct scientific observations. During one of them, the researchers missed magnetologist Stolpart. The tracks left by the scientist led to a crack. In the depths, on the ledge, a sprawled figure of a man could be discerned. Gorowitz descended into the crack. Held by ropes, he descended deeper and deeper into the darkness. Finally, he reached the ledge, where he was able to find only a fur glove and stains of frozen blood, and also distinct tracks, reminiscent of rats, but the size of wolves. At first, they went along the edge, then crossed to the steep wall and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, the weather conditions worsened. The expedition, not having reached the Pole of Cold, was forced to return to the station. Snow and wind made the search for the missing person impossible. The winter that year was harsh. The temperature at the station dropped to 70 degrees, and the cold wind made it unbearable. Only 2 people went outside, and for the shortest time. But, on July the 6th, Art Short and Kenneth Miller left and did not return. Only on the 3rd day, when the wind died down, the bodies of the missing scientists were found 1.5 miles from the station. More precisely, their clothes and flesh. The bones were gone. Something, having killed the people, devoured only the bones, leaving the rest as a frozen mass. Horowitz suggested that the dead polar explorers had discovered an unknown creature and, forgetting about caution, had moved away from the station. The weather had made the return impossible, and then, when they had died of the cold, the unknown creature had dealt with their bodies. Several weeks passed, and Gurwitz himself encountered this unknown creature. He was working with his partner in a magnetic pavilion. Suddenly, in the moonlight, the scientist noticed an approaching huge white bat. Having fired all of the bullets from his pistol, Gurwitz drove away the terrible animal. In the snow, he found clots of liquid that for some reason did not solidify in the 70-degree frost. Comparing what he saw with the stories of Russian polar explorers who also encountered similar monsters, Gurwitz suggested that in the depths of Antarctica live creatures that he called polar cryons. Their circulatory system is based on ammonia carbon dioxide liquid. The usual temperature for such creatures is minus 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. They live mainly in the area of the pole of cold. In the summer, they hide in deep cracks or hibernate, wrapping themselves in a heat-proof cocoon. But in winter, during the polar night, cryons lead an active life. They are afraid of heat and therefore avoid human settlements and people themselves while they are still alive. We are too hot for them. In a corpse, they are not interested in proteins or fats, which are foreign to the organism of polar cryons, but in bones, a source of minerals. White lions of Antarctica. On November 22, 2006, Argentine biologist Lieutenant Gomez Torre made an amazing discovery. He was working at the Almirante Brown Research Base located on San Martin Land. The Antarctic spring had arrived, but it was still cold, and the lieutenant, still recovering from a cold he had suffered in the winter, decided to take a break and sat down near a large boulder that protected him from the wind. And there, Gomez saw a lion. His first thought was that it was a hallucination, the result of a long and serious illness. The lion was larger than the African one and was staying close to the shore. It had a massive body, strong but short legs, and was covered in thick white fur. The pose of the white lion resembled that of a domestic cat which lies in wait for a mouse near a hole. Suddenly, the lion shuddered with its whole body and jumped into the water. Half a minute passed, and he emerged, holding a large seal in his mouth. Having climbed onto the shore, the lion placed the prey in front of him and looked around. After standing there, as if in thought, the animal picked up the prey and trotted away. The entire way back, Gomez Torre was thinking, should he tell his superiors about what he had seen or not? The authorities could consider him mentally ill and send him home. In the end, the lieutenant decided that it was his duty, as an officer, to report what had happened. He submitted a report on the incident to Captain Azapeke, and he did not doubt the veracity of his subordinate. It turned out that 2 more people saw the white creature, but due to the great distance, they did not recognize it as a lion. The captain ordered a search for the lion, including Gomez himself and 2 of her base employees who had seen the strange animal. Filming equipment was installed at the site of Gomez's encounter with the lion, and part of a cow carcass was placed as bait. The equipment did not fail. On November 26th, an image of a pair of white predators was recorded, a lion and a lioness. The footage shows them devouring meat. Commenting on the news of the sensational discovery, the famous cryptozoologist Professor Ira Samuelson stated that it is not impossible that relict polar lions have survived on the coast of Antarctica. The cat family is the most perfect predator in nature. They are widespread everywhere, and, contrary to popular belief, the cold is not their enemy, and the cats are not afraid of water either. Water serpent. Monsters are also found in the seas adjacent to the ice continent. Sailors often see a sea serpent there, although they do not like to talk about such encounters. They are already considered inveterate liars. But back in August 1848, an event occurred that forced scientists to admit the possibility of the existence of a water monster. The British frigate Daedalus was rounding the Cape of Good Hope and encountered a giant sea monster here. An official report about this amazing creature, submitted by the ship's captain, McHugh, to the Admiralty, has been preserved. Sir, in compliance with your letter of this day, I report, Here follows a detailed description of the ship's course, and the names of the officers and the men who had seen the strange creature. The creature passed quickly, and so close to our leeward side that it could be seen with the naked eye. The snake was heading northwest and was moving at the rate of 12 to 15 miles an hour. Its diameter was 15 to 16 inches at the neck behind the head. The head was undoubtedly of the serpentine type, but during the 20 minutes that the animal was in the field of view of the telescope, we were unable to discern any other part of its body below the surface of the water. Its color was dark brown, with a yellow and white stripe in the front. It had no fins, but something resembling a horse's mane or a tuft of seaweed hung from its back. The sea serpent was seen by 7 of the Daedalus's crew. An amateur artist on board managed to draw it. The drawing of the sea serpent is often included in books about mysterious animals. The story of the sailors from the Daedalus was published in the Times, the most conservative newspaper in England. From there, it quickly migrated first to other British newspapers and then to the foreign press. The famous paleontologist Richard Owen tried to come out in print with a refutation, believing that the sailors from the Daedalus saw not a giant snake, but simply a huge seal, or, as it is often called, an elephant seal, an inhabitant of Antarctica. But Captain McHugh and the other crew members categorically objected. There could be no mistake. The sailors knew this type of seal very well and often encountered them while sailing. The creature that they saw was unlike any animal they knew, and the snake was at least 10 times longer than any seal. The sea serpent has also been encountered in other seas. In May 1843, Canadian officers came across one. We saw the head and neck of a serpent. The head was raised high above the water, and during the swim, it was thrown forward and then back so that it was alternately above and below the water. On January 10, 1877, 5 excited sailors appeared at the Liverpool Magistrates' Court to give sworn evidence. We noticed 3 large sperm whales, and one of them was twice wrapped around by a huge snake. Its head and body, coiled in rings, were 30 feet long. Probably, the ice continent, which man reached almost yesterday by historical standards, will present many more surprises. After all, people have only just begun to explore it. For those wondering about ours gang, I'm not the one who mentioned it, but I looked up a little, and here's what I found. Apparently, it's some Swedish thing. On Christmas Eve, or New Year's Eve, you go on a walk through the woods and cemetery to the local church or something like that. The folklore says that doing this will make it so you encounter all these various spirits or demons or whatever along the way, and you're not supposed to talk, laugh, or feel fear. If you do, you'll fail the Ars Gang and possibly incur some sort of penalty. But if you can get through it without breaking the rules, you will learn secrets about the upcoming year, like who is going to die or whatever. There is one story apparently where a guy is seeing all these little spirits, and one of them is a pig pushing a cart, and it falls over and farts really loudly, and it makes him laugh, so the Ars Gang ends without him getting to know anything. Another one, there is a pond, and the water in it turns to wine, and this guy drinks from it and says to his companion, "The water has turned into wine," and then some spirit in the water/wine then says, "And now your eyes are mine," and reaches up and strikes him blind. I think I'd like to go to one this year, to a little spot a little deeper inside a local cemetery. Shit, might as well toss my story in. Be me, living in an ash bale, house sitting for mother in Fairview. Her house is in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, halfway up a fucking mountain. Internet is spotty, phone is shit, even landlines. Have 2 cats in a house. Neighbor 1 has goats and chickens, and a fucking rooster that won't shut up at 6 a.m. until about 12 p.m. Neighbor 2 has an old dog. Anyway, about 2 months ago, house sitting. Have sawed off 12 gauge, and a new to me LC9s. Currently doing a complete cleaning and oiling of LC9S. Have gotten to the point where I can assemble it in about 10 minutes at a calm pace with the booklet in front of me. About 11 p.m. Oiling the pistol in the downstairs living room. Euphemism? Hear tap at the door. I love oiling my pistol. Door wall is a 3-panel glass thing. Middle glass panel is the door. Look up, assuming it's the neighbor who lost a chicken again. Fucking nope. White skin, long fucking nails, black eyes, sharp teeth, short strands of hair, proportions all wrong for a human. We stare at each other for 5 seconds. It taps again on the window. Nope. Next thing I know, my LC9 is assembled. There is a round chambered, and the safety is off. Cat that was sleeping on the back of my chair suddenly hisses, launches towards the door. The cat is not too bright, but has always been a territorial motherfucker. Once had a standoff with a police shepherd. I duck to avoid having my scalp ripped off by the cat. By the time I look up, the thing is gone. Sit there with a pistol trained at the door for what feels like an eternity. I holster the pistol, grab the sawn-off, and load double odd-plated buckshot. Have flashlight, rig that to the shotgun barrel. Tactically exit house. Heart is pounding like a fucking jackhammer. The instant I open the door, the smell of blood hits me. I gag, and then I hear it. Driveway stone, not asphalt. Can hear it around the upper part of the driveway. Creep to the corner of the house. Peer around. It's there, at the kitchen window, trying to look inside. Fucking smell. About 20 feet away. 12 gauge, double-aught buck out of an 18.5 barrel with no choke. 20-inch spread at 30 feet, give or take. Brace shotgun. Attempt to get good bead on the fucking thing, with my heart still going faster than anything in the world. Small corner of brain notices that there is no animal noises that isn't from the thing. No dog, insects, etc. Breathe, squeeze. Close eyes at last second, cause lol, night. Boom. That shotgun is loud. Not as loud as the monster. Fucking roars like a lion, challenging a rival. Turns towards me. Nope, nope, nope. Drop shotgun, pull pistol. Starts loping towards me. Arms swinging by its sides. 7+1 rounds of JHP in the gun. 7 rounds of FMJ in the second mag. Run through all 15 rounds. Fucking thing isn't even slowed. Oh hell no. Grab shotgun. Sprint back down the small hill, into the lower living room. Slap every single light on the way. Grab shot shell box and 9mm box. Flip couch. Move it into the corner. Get behind it. Load shotgun. Reload pistol and spare mag, and never sleep. Spend the rest of the night behind that couch. 11 a.m. rolls around. Decide to check out the damage to the property. First stop, outside the downstairs door. Nothing on the stones, but there is something in the small garden plot. A footprint, but not a human footprint. Looks like a cross between an ape and a raptor. Next stop, corner of the house. Found, 1x shot shell. Fired. 17 times 9mm brass. Fired. Okay, cool. Let's walk towards the front door. By some miracle, none of the pellets hit the house. Not found. Any blood pools or splotches. Okay, so I must have missed in my panic. Let's check behind the house for obvious missing bullets. Behind the house is a big old stone wall, no mortar. Total of 3 times impact marks, 3 misses. Out of 17 9mm and however many double-aught buck pellets, only 3 confirmed misses. I was operating under the assumption it was one of the moonshiners that live around here, and I mistook it for something else. Speaking of which, why the fuck aren't they attacked all the time? Neighbor strolls in around 2 p.m. Asked me if I heard anything around 12 last night. Yeah, it was just a bear who got too nosy. Really? Where's the body? I missed. Anon, it wasn't no bear, was it? And it wasn't no human neither, right? How'd you know? Lucky guess. You will find a package waiting for you before sundown tonight on your doorstep. I suggest you use it. Dragon dildos incoming. Sundown rolls around. Wooden box on doorstep. Open it up. Strange mixture. White ash mixed with salt. Coat every single bullet I had that night. I had a box of about 300 or so loose 9mm rounds. Slept in my bed for the rest of the week with the shades drawn, doors locked and barricaded, pistol under my pillow, and shotgun next to me. Neighbors never mentioned it again to me or my mother. Not really creepy, but weird. Here is a little backstory. When I was in university, I was roommates with this guy that had Asperger's. He was a really nice guy, but socially inept and very solitary. I'm an Aussie, and he was a Chinese exchange student, always kept to himself, and was very clean and particular, which is great because I'm more of a quiet introvert myself. He was 22 and just finishing up a bachelor's of anatomy and cell biology. Roommate goes to class, and I have the day off. Notice he did not lock the door to his room. Never been in there before. No, it's a breach of privacy and totally not cool, but curiosity gets the better of me. No, he has 2 terrariums with hermit crabs and a lizard. I've only seen when he cleans them. Walk in. All kinds of weird shit all over the room. Take a peek at the terrariums. There is a third. Small heated glass container holding something that looks like a big white barnacle with a single black eye and tiny appendages. Binders of notes on his desk. Quickly peek over them. Tons of pictures of other barnacle-looking creatures, some in tanks and some cut open. Last one in binder is Howard. Picture of one in the tank. List of ingredients and receipts from medical research supply stores inside. About 10 different ingredients was apparently put into it. What caught my interest was the dollar amounts. $600 or something for mesenchymal stem cells is the only one I remember. Apparently, he put a concoction inside of a live, unfertilized platypus egg, along with his own sperm, and grew this thing. Take a picture of it. It moves when the flash goes off. Don't mention it for weeks, and soon, my roommate has graduated and is moving on to a research job back in China. Mention Howard to him. He gets angry about me entering his room without permission. Says he had types of coral he was growing for the terrariums. Makes me delete the picture, or he will be keeping the last 2 months' rent. Apologize. Never hear from him again. Anyway, it was on my mind for a while, and I did some research, and it became clear he was making a really sophisticated homunculus. I was able to find different pictures, and even videos of ones on the internet, but none as complex looking as the one I saw that day. Honestly, it was so big and sprawled out looking. I thought it was some kind of petri dish mold he had created, but I thought the eye was really odd. I summed up the movement to my eyes playing a trick on me, or me dumping something. Wish I knew more about it. I wonder if he is still growing them, and if Howard is still alive. People say that I went astral accidentally, but I don't know. 11-year-old me at Sunday night in the middle of winter. Drawing nature and birds and shit, having fun while laying on the floor. Drawing a raven sitting on the branch. Start to feel a little bit funny, like tingly, as if I was electrocuted by small amounts all over my body. Huh, what's going on? Start to see simple shapes of different colors flash before my eye, basically obscuring 30% of my vision. Think about how cool this is. Maybe I am getting superpowers. Stop hearing anything other than some kind of humming noise, and it gets louder. Look at my hands. They are a little bit wavy, and my fingers look like long, triangular prisms. Tried to get up and ask my mom what the fuck, but I feel like my whole body is partially paralyzed. It is hard to navigate. Light of the lamp and shadows are all like blended in, and it is hard to navigate. Barely make it to living room where mom is watching TV, but I am still calm. Still not in a field of view of my mom. Tried to say something. Can't talk. Like, if I had a huge metal ball is in my throat. You know the feeling, like when you want to say something while crying. Similar. Come closer to mom. She does not react in any way. Picture in TV is static. In fact, it seems like everything except for me is static. My sight catches some movement behind my window. Glimpse at it. There is an egg-shaped creature, covered in black fur, and long black, shaped like thin spider legs, quills, with short fangs and blue fire eyes. It quickly vanishes, and it felt like it appeared behind me, because I felt its hot breath behind me. Fall unconscious. Wake up in the morning in my bed. Mom says that I just got to bed earlier than usual, and nothing strange happened besides that. She thinks it was a dream. I am not sure. Sharing my encounter with A's again. It might not sound that creepy, but it was fucking terrifying. Summer of 2011. Road tripping through the south with 2 friends. Camped by the side of a dirt road one evening in southern New Mexico. We'd been to Roswell a few days earlier, so we were talking shit about A's. Suddenly, we all see 3 lights in the sky. They seemed huge and extremely bright. They moved really fast in circles. Be like, what the fuck, it's the A's, and take pic related. One friend totally freaks out, saying we were dosed with LSD from the bushes or some shit. Other friend is like, it's just lightning, guys. Obviously not lightning. Suddenly, there's an extremely bright flash of orange and a booming noise. Freak out like, fuck, the A's are shooting at us with energy weapons. We get in the car. Lightning guy starts driving. He still does not buy that it is aliens. Me and other friend yelling at him, calling him a dumbass and whatever. Stop after some time, and lights are nowhere to be seen anymore. I don't remember the exact place since we drove around a lot, but there were hills and not many trees. If anyone recognizes the landscape in pic related, please let us all know. And I know it's an anticlimactic story. We weren't abducted or anything. Used to live in a house from 2005 to 2019 that was basically haunted. The house was made up of 3 floors, each one a separate apartment. While first floor would say they hear things sometimes, it was by and large the second and third floor apartments where activity was noticeable. Living on third floor would hear an unintelligible conversation down on the porch, almost always the same thing. 2 male voices would start normally, before it erupts into a full argument that peaks and then stops. The sound of a car pulling into the driveway and never pulling out or anyone getting out. The bathroom seemed to be where you could hear voices conversing in the closet beside the sink. 3-year-old cousin would talk to an imaginary girl named Cindy, whom she would eventually become terrified of because of bad things Cindy wanted to do to her. Second floor seemed to be where activity peaked, as the landlord really struggled to rent that one out for longer than 7 to 8 months at a time, with some exceptions. Ironically enough, when the second floor apartment was completely vacant, the activity died down considerably. I used to have a neighbor down there named Jed, who, towards the end of his tenancy, slept outside the place because he did not like anything about the apartment. He never elaborated, just said the place had too much creepy stuff for his liking. There was also a family who lived there for a while because they had a Section 8 voucher the landlord readily accepted. The mother told my mom about things that happened down there. Notably, how some nights a shadowy man would come into her son's room and told them vile things, like how their parents will all kill each other. I once experienced a voice on a baby monitor when helping my mom babysit her neighbor's youngest kids. The voice sounded like the Wicked Witch after a meth binge and smoking 10 packs of cigarettes a day for 50 years saying, "You little bitch, I'll kill you," towards the infant daughter.
On the frigid, moonless night of December 6th, 1978, a 26-year-old night watchman, husband, and father of 2, named Pierre Zanfretta, was on a routine patrol in the village of Torregila when he stumbled into a horrifying encounter with creatures that would forever change his life. According to Zanfretta's report, he was negotiating the dangerously icy roads in his patrol car, en route to the currently unoccupied country home of a client, Dr. Ettore Raihi, when the engine, radio, and lights of his vehicles all simultaneously and inexplicably died. It was at that moment that Zanfretta claimed to have seen 4 lights moving around in the garden of the Raihi house. Assuming that the strange beams were emanating from the flashlights of would-be thieves, Zanfretta quietly climbed out of his car with his revolver and flashlight at the ready. The security guard, courageously committed to protecting his client's home, silently slipped through the open gate and crept along a rock wall in an effort to get the jump on what he still assumed were ordinary burglars. It was then that he got the shock of his life. Just as he was preparing to leap out to control these trespassers,
Zanfretta felt something touch his shoulder from behind. He spun around, revolver in hand, but instead of finding an average human criminal illuminated by his flashlight's harsh glare, he saw an entity that he described as being an enormous green, ugly, and frightful creature with undulating skin, as though he were very fat or dressed in a loose, grey tunic, no less than 10 feet tall. In later interviews, Zanfretta would include more explicit descriptions of these ostensibly interstellar beasts, including such features as hairy, greenish skin, points on the sides of their faces, rounded fingertips, monstrous, yellow triangular eyes, and red veins across the forehead. Based on this depiction, these life forms may be akin to what some believe are a particularly nasty breed of ET, known in ufological circles as reptoids. Zanfretta also described a unique mechanical apparatus that fit over their mouths, which enabled them to breathe in Earth's oxygen-rich atmosphere. Later, while under hypnosis, he recalled asking these creatures about the odd device. "Why don't you have a mouth? You get only those ions with a net, which give out light." Zanfretta was so stunned by the sight before him that he immediately dropped his flashlight. But, in what was no doubt an adrenaline-fueled burst of self-control, he managed to hastily snatch it up and sprint away from this bizarre brute. As he approached his car, Zanfretta would testify that a brilliant light began to loom up behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see a massive, triangular shape, which blinded him with its luminosity. Zanfretta shielded his eyes with his arm and stared in awe as this gigantic UFO, which he claimed eclipsed even the house in its immensity, ascended with a hiss from behind the Ryazan residence. It was at this point that Zanfretta claimed to have been blasted with a searing wave of heat. Struggling, the guard finally made it back to his car, where he proceeded to contact his security company's center of operations in nearby Genoa. It was at precisely 12:15 a.m. when Carlo Taccolino, the security company's radio operator, testified that Zanfretta was speaking in a confused and agitated fashion. Taccolino claimed that what little he could discern of Zanfretta's incoherent babbling consisted of descriptions of bizarre, inhuman beings. When Taccolino asked his comrade to describe who was assaulting him, Zanfretta's shocking response was, "No, they aren't men. They aren't men. My God, and they are ugly." At that point, the communications were abruptly broken off, and Taccolino called the chief of the security service, Lieutenant Giovanni Casiba. Casiba, certainly concerned with both the welfare of his man and his client's property, sent out another patrol to check on Zanfretta without delay. Due to the treacherous conditions, the second patrol did not reach the site until approximately 1 hour later. It was about 1:15 in the morning when the two night watchmen, Walter Loria and Raimondo Maschia, discovered Zanfretta lying prone on the frozen ground in front of the Ryazan house. When Zanfretta saw the approaching guards, he leapt to his feet, eyes bulging with fear, pistol and flashlight both aimed at his comrades. Loria and Maschia both attested that the usually timid and lucid family man was irrational and did not appear to recognize them, nor did he seem to comprehend their urgent requests for him to lower his weapon. The guards, fearing for their own welfare, rushed Zanfretta and fortunately managed to disarm him before there were any unintentional casualties. The pair later testified that they were shocked to discover how warm his clothes were, despite the fact that he had apparently been laying on the frozen ground for the last hour. This event was so disturbing that the Italian military police were immediately dispatched to the area in order to investigate. The very same night, they found 2 distinct marks in the frost-smothered grass behind the country home. These immense imprints, which some have speculated may have been created by the triangular UFO's landing gear, were measured to be 9 feet in diameter and were shaped like horseshoes. The commandant of the Torriglia station, Antonio Nucci, who had known Zanfretta for many years, stated unequivocally that he believed in the veracity of the guard's frankly extraordinary testimony. When asked his opinion of the mental stability of this professional sentry, Nucci answered, "I can state with certainty that he is a clear-thinking man with no strange fantasies in his head. When we went to investigate the scene the next day, he almost didn't want to come. He was so scared. Only something exceptional could have frightened him so." During the investigation, Nucci revealed that no less than 52 Tariglia citizens had reported spying a bright, glaring illumination emanating from the direction of the Reiche house at the exact same time that Zanfretta testified to watching the triangular UFO rising up into the atmosphere. The story might well have ended there, were it not for the frenzy that soon descended on the village of Tariglia in the form of a scoop-hungry press who had gotten wind of this extraordinary tale of UFOs, gargantuan alien visitors, and a petrified security guard. Not surprisingly, the reactions of most of the television and newspaper reporters had to the story ranged from polite skepticism to outright ridicule of Zanfretta in his mental state. Some even went so far as to flat out assert that he was lying about the whole thing. This incredulous attitude was shared by almost all of the journalists, with the sole exception of a reporter named Rino Di Stefano, who was working for the local Genoa daily paper. Di Stefano was intrigued by the Zanfretta case and wrote several articles on the subject. Unlike most of his peers, Di Stefano could not rationalize why a husband and father who was engaged in a respected profession would jeopardize both his career and his reputation in the community by making up a story as patently ludicrous as this. So he took it upon himself to contact Zanfretta in order to get to the bottom of this mystery. What seemed to confirm Di Stefano's belief in Zanfretta's sincerity, above and beyond the additional 52 eyewitnesses who claimed to have also seen a bizarre light in the area, was what he attested to be the man's disdain for the dubious fame and local recognition he was now being bombarded with. Zanfretta did not want to be famous. He refused the notoriety because he was worried about his job and his family. Zanfretta even admitted to Di Stefano that the crank calls he was steadily receiving were beginning to take their toll. "People call me on the phone at all hours just to play jokes on me. I don't know what it was that I saw, but I saw it. I am not a liar. If I could have, I wouldn't have reported my experiences, now that I see the consequences." On December 23rd, 1978, the harried Zanfretta, with the encouragement of Di Stefano, agreed to undergo hypnosis in order to shed light on what really happened on the fateful night of December 6th. The session was held in Genoa and was presided over by Dr. Mauro Moretti, a psychotherapist and member of the Italian Association of Medical Hypnosis. During the session, Zanfretta confirmed that not only had he actually seen beings from another world, but that these colossal fiends had actually abducted him. He further claimed, under hypnosis, that these terrifying apparitions had transported him into a hot, luminous location where they thoroughly examined and interrogated him. According to Zanfretta, these creatures did not speak Italian, but used a strange, luminous device to translate what they were saying. During the same session, Zanfretta also indicated that the creatures came from the planet Teutonia, which was located in the third galaxy, and that, perhaps most disturbingly, they want to talk with us, and that they will soon return in larger numbers. It should be noted that soon could be a relative concept from species hailing from another world. Sadly for Zanfretta, the horrific abductions did not stop here. At 11:45 p.m. on the foggy, rain-soaked eve of December 26th, just 3 nights after his first hypnosis session, Zanfretta claimed to have been snatched yet again. The guard stated that he was driving his patrol car through the Borgali tunnel near the Scafera Pass when he suddenly lost control of the vehicle. The panic-stricken guard immediately radioed in and reported that his car was now driving of its own accord and had emerged from the tunnel. The horrified Zanfretta desperately tried to engage the brakes and the steering wheel, to no avail, as the Fiat continued to barrel through the drizzly fog bank up a steep incline. After traveling in the presumably remote-controlled automobile for approximately a mile, the Fiat finally came to a bone-jarring halt Zanfretta was thrust forward by the momentum and smashed his head against the steering wheel. It was then that his car was bathed in a white-hot light. At this point, the security company radio operator claimed that Zanfretta called in, speaking in what he described as a very controlled voice, stating that, "The car has stopped. I saw a bright light. Now I am getting out." Much like the first incident, Zanfretta and his vehicle were discovered at 1:10 a.m. by another pair of security guards. The first man to spot Zanfretta was Sergeant Emanuele Travanzoli. Travanzoli stated that he found Zanfretta in a field near the road, and, despite the continuing downpour, his clothes were warm and dry. Travanzoli also claimed that Zanfretta was in a state of shock, quivering and weeping. This time, the men on the scene were disturbed to hear their companion declare, "They say I must leave with them. What about my children? I don't want to. I don't want to." Once again, the Carabinieri were called in. After they arrived on the scene, the military officers found, much to their befuddlement, that even though the Fiat had been exposed to the cold downpour for an extended period of time, the roof of the car was as hot as one that had been baking in the scorching sun. Equally inexplicably, the officers revealed that the auto's interior was as hot as an oven. As if that weren't bizarre enough, the military police also discovered that the Fiat was surrounded by inexplicably large boot prints, measuring 20 inches long by 8 inches wide. These odd, Bigfoot-like prints had a distinctive bare spot between the sole and the heel. This remains one of the most intriguing traces of physical evidence ever to have been left at the scene of an alleged alien abduction. The Carabinieri then came across Zanfretta's revolver, a Smith & Wesson .38 Special, which had been fired 5 times. Amazingly, the still scared guard could not recall at whom or what he had fired the weapon. Needless to say, due to the unexplained firing of bullets, as well as the public furor surrounding these abductions, the military police's probe into these unlikely events required a full report. On January 3rd, 1979, all data in the case was collected by Commandant Nucci in a file labeled "The Report on the Sighting of Unidentified Flying Objects by Fortunato Zanfretta." This file was forwarded to the Magistrates' Court in Genoa with an inquiry as to what action should be taken. Finally, after the buck had been passed numerous times, the report was delivered to Magistrate Russo, who, a year later, on January 11th, 1980, certified that it could be filed away with the declaration of no crime committed. The Carabinieri also informed the Italian Department of Interior and other military commands of the incident by 2 telexes sent respectively on December 8th and 28th of 1978. The Carabinieri defined the degree of reliability that these bizarre events actually occurred as good. This concern on the part of the Carabinieri might not seem so far-fetched when one considers the fact that in December of 1978, there were so many UFO sightings across Italy that Falco Acame, a former member of the Italian Parliament, asked both Italy's Premier Giulio Andreotti and Minister of Defense Attila Ruffini to inform the Italian Congress about their opinion concerning the nature of recent UFO sightings and what threats they may pose to the citizens of Italy. Following his second encounter with the unknown, Zanfretta became somewhat of a reluctant celebrity. His employers, concerned about all the publicity, as well as the mental health of their armed employee, asked prominent neurologist Dr. Giorgio Gianlotti to examine Zanfretta. His diagnosis was, the man is in a state of shock, but he is perfectly sane. Dr. Gianlotti's conclusions helped to improve the credibility of this once unknown working-class man, but the naysayers were starting to make life a living hell for Zanfretta and his family. It was then that Zanfretta agreed to undergo hypnosis under the supervision of Dr. Moretti yet again, and this time he consented to allow it to be televised in an effort to prove he was not insane. During this interview, Zanfretta recalled being stripped and forced by the abductors to wear a strange helmet, which enabled him to understand their language, but caused him tremendous pain. He also remembered one of the aliens taking his gun and firing the bullets into a panel, in what one can only assume was an effort to see if human weapons had the capability of harming them. Zanfretta then expressed fear over the fact that he may be required to leave his home and family behind. "I know that you need me, but I don't want to. I like to be alone. I have 2 children. I feel good this way. And after all, you are not human beings. You are horrible." Hundreds of thousands of viewers watched this extraordinary interview, but instead of clearing his name, it only further exacerbated the skepticism of his critics and elevated his cult celebrity to a global level. Eventually, as is often the case in unexplained events, the furore died down. That was until Zanfretta was abducted a 3rd time. On the night of July 30th, 1979, Zanfretta was on a motorcycle patrol in the residential area of Quarto in Genoa, far from the lonely peaks of Torriglia, when he vanished once more. Again, his fellow guards were the first on the scene. They managed to find him following a 2-hour search on the summit of nearby Mount Fasce. It should be noted that local eyewitnesses claimed that they had not seen the young guard or his motorcycle travel up the single road that led to the top of the mountain. This time, a hypnotic regression was conducted at International Center of Medical and Psychological Hypnosis in Milan, where, on his own request, Zanfretta was injected with sodium pentothal by Professor Marco Macasson. While under the true serum's effects, Zanfretta claimed that he was lifted from the ground onto the alien spaceship by a mysterious green light. Following the procedure, the professor confirmed that no human being can knowingly lie while he is under this treatment, so I think it's very probable that Zanfretta had these encounters. Still, for poor Zanfretta and an even more unfortunate coworker, the worst was yet to come. At about 10:40 p.m. on Sunday, December 2nd, 1979, Zanfretta disappeared for the 4th time while driving an Austin Mini in the suburbs of Genoa. This time, however, the 26-year-old would not be the only one to have a brush with the inexplicable. While driving in the hills of Genoa, searching for their missing cohort, 4 patrol guards claimed to have clearly seen a very strange, cloud-like object floating above them. Suddenly, 2 beams of light seemed to emanate from within the large cloud, illuminating the patrol cars below. The vehicle's engines concurrently stopped dead, and the frightened yet curious guards got out of their patrol cars to get a better look at this UFO. Apparently, the Chief Lieutenant Kasiba became so frightened by the sight before them that he fired his pistol at the unknown object. It was then that the ethereal lights were extinguished and the UFO slipped away. Sadly, Lieutenant Kasiba's frightened reaction would not be the most tragic result of this unusual eyewitness event. One of those guards, Germano Zanardi, was so traumatized by the implication of what they had seen that it was said he never fully recovered his mental stability. A few months following this encounter, he ended his own life with a self-inflicted gunshot to the head. Just when it seemed as if it were impossible, the case took an even weirder turn, when on Monday, December 3rd of the same year, at approximately 9:30 p.m., Zanfretta got out of his patrol car at a self-service gasoline station near downtown Genoa. Zanfretta claimed that he heard someone calling out to him from the shadows outside the station. He described an entity that was speaking to him as a tall, humanoid figure with a bald, egg-shaped head, who was dressed in a checkered suit that included a chest plate made of steel where the shirt should have been. Zanfretta swore that the sound of the outlandish individual's voice physically compelled him to obey the request that would come next. Apparently, the voice, which may or may not have been telepathic, as is often the case in grinning man scenarios, ordered him to drive his vehicle into a small cloud that was hovering just above the ground. Zanfretta did as he was instructed, and claims that he and his patrol car were levitated within the cloud and deposited onto a huge spacecraft. On board the ship, the guard was allowed to explore with the company of the oversized aliens. Within the colossal craft, Zanfretta claimed to have seen large, transparent cylinders filled with a weird blue liquid. One of the cylinders was said to have contained a frog-shaped body, which the aliens explained was an enemy of ours from another planet. In two other cylinders, Zanfretta observed a large bird-like creature and another humanoid figure that he described as looking like a caveman. Around this time, these mystifying beings attempted to give Zanfretta a transparent sphere with what appeared to be an electrically charged pyramid inside. The aliens claimed that utilizing the sphere would enable human beings to comprehend who they were and how they live. Zanfretta tried to refuse the gift, stating that he had enough of all these strange encounters and wished only to go back to his normal life. Nevertheless, the creatures insisted he accept it, informing him that he was to give the sphere to a man of whose name he had never heard before, noted American scientist and UFO researcher Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Zanfretta, for reason only clear to him, claims that instead of giving the prize to the now deceased Hynek, he hid the object somewhere in the hills near Genoa. Zanfretta disappeared again on February 14, 1980, after which he was found by his colleagues in a state of shock and suffering from mild hypothermia. A villager living nearby stated that mere minutes before the rescuers arrived, he spied a huge, radiant mass in the sky. During the next hypnosis session, Dr. Moretti found Zanfretta to be uncharacteristically uncooperative. While hypnotized, he claimed he was contacting the aliens and began to speak an odd, unknown language. His voice became guttural, and he uttered cryptic phrases like, "Question with negative answer, Tixel. You can't work out anything in a case like this. To believe or not to believe doesn't mean anything, each thing in its own time." Against all odds, Zanfretta managed to vanish yet again on August 14, 1980. But this time, he was under close observation and was found before the aliens, or a grinning man for that matter, could contact him. This was the end of his ordeal, at least until recently, when the now long-retired security guard claimed the extraterrestrials reinitiated contact. To what end remains to be seen. In 1984, Rino Di Stefano wrote a book about these enigmatic events entitled The Zanfretta Case, which details the harrowing events that took place between 1978 and 1980. That same year, the Italian state national broadcasting network, Rai TV, made a two-part docudrama based on the book. While there can be little doubt that the purported series of events that took place near Tariglia, Italy, borders on the absurd, one cannot dismiss the fact that there were over 60 additional eyewitnesses to this strange aerial phenomenon, and at least one poor soul who lost his life because of it.